From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of the drum without a heart.
As everyone knows, most of Africa swelters beneath the tropical sun. And yet, in the very heart of Central Africa, astride the equator, is the Ruwenzori mountain range that is never without snow and ice and raging torrents of glacial rivers. In a small cafe in Nairobi, there was a man whose great ambition it was to climb Ruwenzori. No, with Jean Leclerc, it was more than an ambition. It was a passion.
I tell you, it has been done. It can be done again.
Yeah, by the Amin Pasha Relief Expedition, by the British Museum Expedition, by a few others with fantastic sums of money to spend on men and equipment.
But, Deutsch, it is only 17,000 feet.
Only?
Well, I've climbed peaks almost that high before.
Yeah, and so have I. Higher peaks even. But Alaska and Switzerland and South America are not Africa.
But if other people have done it now...
I told you, Leclerc, those expeditions had every known piece of equipment. And even then, many of them didn't reach any of the peaks. Of course, if you're satisfied with a partial ascent.
No, I'm not. Whether or not you agree to go with me, I intend reaching the summit of those mountains. And neither the elements, nor animals, nor man is going to keep me from achieving my purpose.
Ach, you haven't a chance. Ruwenzori. Ach, you're crazy, Leclerc.
Maybe just crazy enough to accomplish it.
It was strange that in a land of incessant heat, in a country where men used to the jungle had almost forgotten that other climates existed, the snowy peaks of Ruwenzori should have been the subject of another conversation. One that was taking place far from Nairobi, in the tiny native village of the Punya tribe.
But, Tarzan, many mahogany trees grow in Ruwenzori.
Yes, Kuluk, but the land is dangerous. Animals, warlike savages, snow and ice.
What's snow, ice, Tarzan?
Well, Togo, snow and ice are... they're cold.
Cold?
It's a little hard to explain. Snow is like rain, only, different. It's,
He's not clear.
Maybe take Torgo with us when go Ruwenzori?
I can see no need to travel to the mountains of Ruwenzori. The missionary school can be built of bamboo or other woods that grow near here.
We promised missionary best building in land if he come here. We build school of mahogany. Natal mahogany come from Ruwenzori.
Well, if you've made up your mind that we must have Natal mahogany, I'll go with you, Kuluk, but I feel that it's...
Doesn't take Torgo. Show him snow, ice, mahogany.
No, this is one trip I can't take you on, Torgo. Never before have I been to a land as dangerous as this.
Take Torgo, please. Take Torgo, Ruwenzori.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, but I can't.
Torgo hate Tarzan. Tarzan me. Not like Tarzan anymore.
Torgo safe on trip if Tarzan there.
Well, perhaps if I could secure the skins of animals with heavy coats so that Torgo would not freeze on the trip.
Kuluk, grown man for he see snow. Nice for boy to see.
Yes, I guess you're right, Kuluk.
I tell Torgo.
No. Let's keep it as a surprise. Huh?
Yes, we make surprise.
I'll leave the village now, and I'll do some hunting. When I've secured warm skins and cured them, I shall return here for Torgo and you. We will go to the land of Ruwenzori.
And even as the mountain climbers left Nairobi to start on their expedition, and as Tarzan and Kuluk in the Punya village planned their journey to Ruwenzori, the natives there, perhaps the most fierce of all of Africa's savages, beat their voodoo drum. Violence was in the making.
God of Ruwenzori angry, not smile upon our people.
Is true, mighty chief. Each moon are less of great trees.
And when are no more trees, people of Ruwenzori not able trade for food, for hides, for other things they need.
We beat voodoo drums to God of Ruwenzori, but he not here.
Why? Why?
'Cause drum not have heart.
It against law of white man now to give heart to drum.
We listen law, white man. or voice God of Ruwenzori?
We cannot anger God too much.
Then we give heart to drum. I, great witch doctor of Ruwenzori, look into smoke from ceremonial fire.
What you see?
See strangers come our land. See heart for drum.
In just a moment, we shall continue with our story, The Drum Without a Heart. In the next few days, many animals contributed their lives so that warm clothing would be available for the trip to Ruwenzori. And then Tarzan went home to cure the skins and fashion the garments. He was far from the Punya village when the white men who intended to climb Ruwenzori's peaks neared the boma of the Punya kraal.
Well, perhaps here we can obtain some bearers.
We won't have any more luck here than we did in Nairobi or any of the other native villages along the way. You just can't get these natives to go to Ruwenzori.
Then we'll go alone. We've done all right so far.
So far. But 2 men to attempt Ruwenzori. I still think you're crazy, Leclerc.
Then why did you come along?
I don't know. Unless it's because I'm crazy, too.
Hey, attendez un moment. Yeah, a native.
Jumbo, white man.
How do you do?
Bonjour. That is your village ahead?
Nadio, his village, Punya people. You need supplies, water?
No. We already have as many supplies as we can carry, and we filled our water bags only a few miles back. But we would like to hire some bearers and guides.
Not today. Some Punya men on safari now. Some on hunting trip. Others start build missionary school. All busy.
Well, Leclerc, our luck's still holding.
And at least we didn't mention our destination this time, so you can't blame it on any fear of the Ruwenzori.
You go Ruwenzori?
Well, yes. Why?
I go Ruwenzori few days. Wait now for Tarzan.
What's that?
Tarzan, Lord of Jungle. He here few days, then we guide you Ruwenzori. You wait.
Well, that looks like a good idea.
Maybe yes, maybe no. How long do you call a few days?
Not know. Tarzan come here when hides cured, warm clothes made.
Why, you know these jungle people, Dutch. That might mean weeks and months even.
I suppose you're right. Well, thanks anyway. Maybe we'll see you there.
Yes, that's as likely as bumping into someone in the desert.
Good luck, white men. Good luck on Ruwenzori.
Thank you, Santa. For a minute there, I thought maybe we'd stumbled on some help. What was that?
I don't know.
Coming from those bushes.
Watch out, Dutch. It might be a snake.
A snake, eh?
A little native boy. A cute one, too.
Did you go Ruwenzori?
Well, somebody's been eavesdropping.
Please, Torgo wants the ice snow. Take Torgo with you to Ruwenzori.
Well, you know, it might not be a bad idea at that.
But to take a small boy on a trip like that?
Well, he probably knows something of the country between here and there. Do you?
Yes, Torgo no way.
See? And now having a native boy with us will prove to any savages we meet that we are friendly to the blacks.
Yeah, it might.
Torgo brave, too. Protect you from big animals.
All right, Monsieur Torgo. We'll take you with us to Ruwenzori. Maybe you'll bring us good luck.
Yeah, I have an idea we're going to need it.
What do you mean Torgo's gone? Gone where?
Not know. 1 minute here, next minute not here.
When was the last time you saw him?
Not remember exactly. Thought maybe it was with you. Mama Nagamo worry, so tell her Torgo go with Tarzan.
Fine. So then no one's looked for him, huh?
He be all right. He know jungle.
Yes, he knows the jungle, but he's just a small boy. Now try to remember the last time you saw him.
Think maybe was day white men here, 4 or 5 days ago.
White men in Punya village?
Look for porters, guides. Kuluk tell them all Punya men busy. They go away.
You suppose they could have taken Torgo?
Oh, no white men not take small boy on trip Ruwenzori.
The Tarmanganis were going to the Ruwenzori mountains?
Nadio.
Lead me to where you encountered these white men. It will not be easy to follow a spoor many days old, but we must try. I have a strange feeling that their spoor will be combined with that of Torgo.
We follow them Ruwenzori?
Yes, we will follow them even that far if we find that Torgo's trail also leads in that direction.
We go Ruwenzori. We get mahogany for missionary school.
If we can arrange to get the mahogany, fine. But the life of that boy is far more important to me.
Under most circumstances, Tarzan and Kuluk might easily have overtaken white men. But this time, it was most difficult. True, Torgo's trail proved that he was with the Tarmanganis, but often the spoor was faint, and many hours were lost trying to determine the exact direction the strangers had taken. With 4 or 5 days' lead, the well-experienced travelers remained far ahead. Now the Ruwenzori Mountains loomed in the distance, its many snow-clad peaks seeming to defy man to conquer them. And as Tarzan and Kuluk pressed wearily onward, a light snow began to spiral downward.
Snow.
Snow Zuri.
There's nothing pretty about it when you stop to think of what it means.
Means?
It will destroy every sign that they've left, every spore. And even should we draw close to them, it will blot out their scent.
Only thing to do, keep head for Ruwenzori.
Are we to comb the entire 45 miles of its length? Are we to scale every peak? It will take us a year.
What we do?
Well, we're not sure what the white men seek or why they saw fit to take Torgo along, but they could belong to that strange group that climbs mountains for the mere sake of climbing them.
White men do that?
Yes. And if they belong to that strange cult, they would attempt the highest peak, Mount Stanley.
Stanley?
Yes, that's the Tarmangani's name for our finger in the sky.
So?
Even our warm clothing will be little protection there. We have no ropes or metal-tipped staffs to help us in our climb. But we must attempt it, Kuluk.
Nadio, Tarzan. Must save Torgo. Storm get worse. Much bad.
Maybe you'd better turn back, Kuluk. It isn't fair for me to ask you to risk your life for Torgo.
He Punya boy.
To me, he's been like a son, but to you...
We go on. Not waste time. Words.
Shots.
Not far off.
That's fantastic, but somehow we've stumbled onto their path. Come on, Kuluk, run.
On the ledge, Deutsch! On the ledge!
I can't make them out in the snow.
They're being attacked by something.
They above us. Up rocks.
Here, let me help you. There. Now, watch your footing. If you slip, you'll fall thousands of feet.
There must be dozens of them.
There's no use shooting. I can't see them well enough in the storm.
Sound like panthers.
No, I don't think so.
Look, white men. Big cats above them, ready to spring.
Wildcats. Stand still, Kuluk.
Use bow, arrow through snow.
I can hardly see them, but it's the only thing I can do now. That's one of them.
You get one, all right.
Look there. Someone's shooting at them.
Whoever is shooting has an eye like a...
Well, that's the third.
Not see any more wild cats. All dead.
What in the world? Well, it's natives.
We are friendly men. We mean you no harm. We come here only to
It is not important why you are here.
Why, that one's a white man.
What?
Our only concern is for Torgo, the native boy. Where is he?
That was some shooting. 3 serval cats with 3 arrows.
Answer me, will you? What have you done with Torgo?
We haven't done anything with him. We gave him warm clothing. We fed him well.
I shall ask you only once more. Where is he?
We couldn't help ourselves. There must have been 20 of them. Had we offered any resistance, it would have
Who
been...
were there 20 of?
Savages, with bones through their noses and discs inserted in their lower lips. Hideous creatures.
The fiercest ones I've ever encountered, and still they did nothing to Deutsch and me.
What did they do to Torgo?
Well, they did nothing to him in our presence. They just mumbled something about a drum without a heart. And then they made off with the boy.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion to our story of the drum without a heart. Now, as Tarzan and Kuluk stood facing Leclerc and Deutsch, the fury of the storm increased, and the snow whipped across their faces with glacial fury. At first, the mountain climbers had been afraid of the jungle man, but now their fear of the storm was greater, and they defied Tarzan.
We are not going through this storm just to try to find some native village.
But without you, we could not recognize the savages you claim made off with Torgo. Do you know what they meant by a drum without a heart?
No, I didn't, but I've been wondering.
Some tribes use a drum with which to pray to their god. In making the drum, they hollow out a tree. When it's nearly finished, they send a small boy into the drum to finish scooping out the wood at the very end with his hands.
Yes?
Before he can finish and come out, they clamp the head on the drum, a strong hide that a boy cannot break through.
Is true. Is custom many tribes.
So it's unbelievable.
The boy remains in the drum until he is dead, and he remains there afterwards. This is the heart of the drum, the element that makes it sound pleasing to their god. Or so they think.
Leclerc, we'll have to join them in trying to save Togo.
I am not turning back. I came to climb to the very top of Ruwenzori, and that's what I'm going to do.
You will never live to reach the top unless you come with me. You may come of your own accord, or with my knife at your back.
Many miles away from the four strangers to the mighty Ruwenzoris, the savages who had long made the mountain country their home met in solemn showery. At last they had secured a heart for their drum.
Men have drum ready. Witch doctor?
Almost is time for boy to finish.
Togo not want go inside
You
drum.
go in when time come.
Togo cold, not like snow ice.
Be still. Must not say not like snow, ice.
But Togo not like.
You and God, Ruwenzori, he make great trees to die.
Togo not care. Hope trees die.
Not say that. Not say.
Now must make boy pure before becomes hard.
You be sorry, small boy. Now must have ceremony. Else you not make good heart for drum.
Togo not know what you mean heart for drum. But he not like.
Witch doctor, get things we need for ceremony. Then boy change what he say about snow, ice, great trees, Ruwenzori.
Yes. When boy through ceremony, he not defy God. He be meek, quiet, obedient.
Well, at least the storm has stopped.
And what good's it going to do us now? The snow's already blotted out every footprint.
When they left us, they headed in this direction, all right, but that's as much as we know.
You say there were about 20 of them, and yet they made no sound? Seems likely to me that they must have taken this path. Had they been forced to break through the underbrush, you would have heard them.
That makes sense.
I will go on in this direction for a while. Leclerc, what makes a man want to climb mountains?
Oh, I don't know. A desire to overcome great obstacles, a natural urge for man to climb upwards, an inherent wish.
That's like the question, why does a chicken cross the road?
Look, Tarzan, river.
So the path ends in a raging river. Well, I guess we can't go
The path
any...
continues on the other side. You can see that the snow is just a little darker in one spot there.
Even if the path continues over there, we have no boat to cross the river.
We'll have to swim.
In that current? Through the ice floe? It would be suicide.
Perhaps if I swam across, I could fasten your long climbing rope on one of those high trees over there. If you secured the other end to a higher point over here, the rest of you might be able to slide across on that rope.
Yeah, that's a possibility. But you'd arrive there wet and freezing. Then you'd have to climb a tree and fasten the rope. We could bring you some reasonably dry clothes when we slid across, but by that time
You
it would...
die of cold, Tarzan.
Better to die of cold than of cowardice. Give me one end of the rope.
Tarzan took the rope in his mouth and plunged into the seething river. His mighty arms flailed the water. His strong legs drove him forward, but the mighty raging current of the river pulled him back. Large, jagged pieces of ice beat against him. Pieces of floating timber battered his body. At times, the men on the shore held their breath as Tarzan was dragged down momentarily, but his mighty courage made him fight on, and at last he reached the opposite shore. Half frozen, he climbed a great tree and fastened the rope. Then he fell to the ground, exhausted, beaten, bleeding.
Here, pile the rest of the hides on him now.
Maybe we build fire?
Even if we could find any dry wood, we wouldn't dare chance it. Those savages might be even closer than we think. How are his wounds?
And he stopped bleeding. It's the cold that...
reach other side. Have to.
You reached the other side, Tarzan. The rest of us have slid across now.
Save Togo. Have to save Togo.
You're in no condition to go on. You'll have to rest.
Rest after Togo. Safe.
No. Don't try to get up.
Yes. Let me go, Leclerc.
Maybe it is better if he gets up. He stays there on the ground, he'll freeze to death.
I hear their ceremonial drums now.
There are no drums. Guess maybe you're a little delirious.
Oh, I hear the drums.
If there were drums, the rest of us would hear them.
Tarzan hear sound of ant walking hundreds feet away. He say he hear drum. He hear.
Follow me. Be careful you do not step on a twig or stumble on a rock. A slight sound could silence us all forever.
Yes, I can hear the drums now.
Yes, their camp is right below us, see?
Begin snow again.
Can you recognize any of the natives about their council fire, Leclerc?
No, not through this fog, I can't.
It's not fog, it's clouds. We're right up in them.
Yes. They are dressed the same as those who took the boy. They wear the same ornaments. Those discs in their lower lips, those bones through their noses.
And look, in the center of the council ring.
A huge log.
The new drum they're making. The one that requires a heart.
It doesn't seem to have any hide across it. Maybe the boy is still alive.
I can't see him.
Many of their ceremonies last all night and reach their high point at dawn. Perhaps they're saving Torgo until the end.
There are a great number of them. I don't know what we can do.
All right, I'm still weak. Had I my strength, I could risk an attack even against their large number. But now I...
Deutsch and I have rifles. They're both automatic loaders, so we could pick off quite a few if these clouds lifted. And you have your bow and arrow.
No. We couldn't risk that. Our aim might not be good in this snow-covered land. And the first thing they might do would be to kill Torgo. Besides, I doubt if the clouds will lift before dawn.
Well, if we don't use our guns, what then?
We shall have to use our heads.
Clouds get thicker.
Good. It will cover our actions.
What actions?
Just beyond the protection of these trees, we're going to build snowmen.
Are you crazy?
Perhaps he is still delirious.
I know it sounds mad. Perhaps it is. But it's the only thing I can think of. We must build as many snowmen as we can between now and dawn. We must find dye roots to color them so that they resemble people. And we must find wood and fashion many rifles. If the clouds lift enough so that the natives can see the figures, they will think we have a large army.
And if the clouds lift too suddenly, they'll recognize the snowmen for what they are.
In that case, you three will have to run for your lives.
We three? Well, how about you?
I shall be in the camp of the Ruwenzori people.
Is dawn. Time to give heart to drum.
Small boy, ready. Not fight now.
What you want Torgo do?
Just climb into log here. You small. You get in. Scoop out loose wood end of log. So log is hollow. Make fine drum.
Nadio, Torgo do his chief command.
Wait, Torgo! Do not enter that log.
Tarzan!
Oh, stop song. Let drum be still.
Who are you? Where you come from?
I am Tarzan, a white man, and I am the leader of a mighty army. I have come to take Torgo from you.
Not take boy from us.
I have come alone and unarmed to show that I am not angry. But should you harm that boy or me, my soldiers will destroy your village.
Where, soldiers?
In the hill, directly above your village. They have many thundersticks, and they can destroy you quickly.
Here's true. Through clouds see many men, all with thundersticks.
But we let boy go. God Ruwenzori angry. Even now, less trees each year.
You must pass a law among your people. Each time they fell a tree, they must plant 2 seeds so that new trees will grow. This will please your God. He will make your forests grow rich.
You speak wisely.
And we not want war with white man thundersticks. Go. Take boy.
Santa, men of Ruwenzori, you have acted wisely.
Put head on drum. Beat loud so all people come. We tell new rule. 2 seeds for each tree cut is new law, Ruwenzori.
Well, men, our paths part here.
We go Punya village.
Without mahogany for missionary school.
We brought a pupil back. I think that's more important. The missionary will understand.
You didn't get your mahogany, and we didn't accomplish our mission. We returned to Nairobi without having climbed to Ruwenzori's peak.
No, we won't be able to brag about conquering the greatest of Africa's mountains, but we will have a story.
A story, Leclerc?
The story of a drum without a heart, and of a jungle savage with a great one.
We'll be back to tell you about our next story of Tarzan in just a moment. Only when Kuda, the sun, has completed its ride across the heavens, and only on those nights when Goro the moon does not shine brightly, do the strange creatures that inhabit the caves of Gonika emerge from the sable darkness of their dwellings. Then their pale eyes gleam from the blackness, and all who enter their Congo stronghold learn of terror at night.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of terror at night.
Several years had now passed since Tarzan's return to his beloved jungle. The mask of civilization had begun to slip from him, and once again he had become like the other denizens of the forest, suspicious of every strange scent, wary of the approach of aliens. An hour ago, he had sensed the coming of white men and had left his seacoast cabin and taken to the trees. Now he glared down as two rough-looking, jungle-weary intruders passed directly below him. They had many weeks' growth of beard on their faces, and the clothes they wore, which might have once been Navy uniforms, were now tattered rags.
I tell you, matey, I've got a feeling someone's watching us.
Relax, Pete, relax. They haven't followed us this far.
Oh, perhaps they haven't. It's getting me down, it is.
I'm telling you to relax.
A fine fix we'd have been in if I'd relaxed back there. And by this time, we'd be where the rest of them are now.
Let's not talk about what happened to the others, Pete.
I don't fancy talking about what happened to them any more than you do, Harry, but stop telling me to relax. I won't relax until we're out of this bloody jungle. Perhaps not even then.
Okay, so don't relax.
Well, I'll be blowed.
Hey, a cabin. A wooden cabin.
Right in the middle of the blooming wilderness. There's smoke coming out of the ruddy chimney.
Hey, Pete, maybe we get some chow there, huh?
Yes. Or maybe run into the bobbies.
Oh, the police ain't after us.
They might be by this time, matey.
Well, I'm taking a chance. I'm tired of eating berries and wild bananas and rotten coconuts. Where there's smoke, there's fire. And when there's fire, there may be some food cooking.
Well, I'm downright starving myself, matey, but I ain't risking a pair of bracelets on my wrists for a meal in my belly.
Well, I am. There ain't no telephones or wireless around here, and no one knows about us. You can do as you like, but I'm bumming a meal. I'm not spending another day eating bird food.
Hey, wait for me, matey. Don't go off and leave your old pal.
Well, hurry up, then. I'm not waiting all day.
Now, if we got separated, well, we could never find each other again. I'd be all alone. And they might still be after us.
Oh, Pete Scruggins, you're giving me a pain. For 2 cents, I gotta let you...
Don't get in a flap. If you say so, we'll knock on the door. Come along. Let's be real polite, like. There's no sense in having a squabble here and making a bad impression.
Okay, Limey. Well, here goes.
No one home?
Just our luck.
Perhaps it is luck. Perhaps if someone was home, they...
Well, it's not going to stop me. I want some honest grub, and I'm busting in.
I wouldn't do that.
Hey, who are you?
You have nothing to fear from me. I do not intend to hurt you, but leave my cabin alone.
We didn't mean no harm, Governor. You see, it's this way. We've been beating our way through this ruddy jungle for days now.
I can see you've been traveling in the jungle, but that doesn't give you the right to break into my house.
Oh, we weren't really planning on doing that, Governor.
What are you apologizing for, Limey? Sure we were going to break in. We're lost, we're exhausted, and we're hungry. Would it have hurt anything if we slipped in and borrowed a little grub?
Hey, Harry, you
I know what I'm doing. I know how you have to talk to these savages.
Savages have one law. Those who are hungry must hunt for their own food. If you came into the jungle without weapons with which to kill game, you deserve to starve.
Well, now, look, Governor, look. Me mate here has a quick tongue, but he don't mean no harm. We're right hungry, we are, and we'd be mighty thankful for a spot of food. Now, you wouldn't really let your fellow man starve, would you? Would you now, Governor?
No, I suppose not. All right, I'll give you food. But once you've eaten, you'll have to leave. I refuse to harbor criminals.
What?
He knows.
Well, come on in.
Thanks. But let's get one thing straight, Big Shot. We ain't no criminals. And we ain't beggars, either. When we reach Mombasa, we'll have enough dough to buy a palace and fill every room with rib roast and apple pie.
That's right. And when we get to Mombasa, we'll send you some brass to pay you for the grub. We'll have plenty, we will, all right.
Yes, I'm sure you're men of great wealth. You look it.
Oh, yeah? Well, if you think we're lying to you, take a look at this.
Pearls. 6 magnificent pearls.
You shouldn't have showed him, Harry.
Oh, I guess he shouldn't have. So this is why you flee through the jungle in fear. Who did you steal these from?
It so happens we didn't steal them.
So help me, that's the truth, Governor. They was a present, that's what they was.
All right. We'll all return to where you came from, and we'll see who was kind enough to give you a fortune in pearls.
No. Please don't make us go back to Gonika.
Gonika? No, I doubt that they're even African pearls. Certainly pearls like that never came from the waters near Gonika. Still, we shall make inquiries there.
Now, look, wise guy, my pal Pete made a boner when he let it slip we came here from Gonika. But big as you are, you ain't forcing either of us to go back there. That's one land neither of us is setting foot in again.
Why are you so afraid of that part of the jungle?
Well, I'll tell you, Governor. I'll tell you all about it. Only don't make us go back there. Take the pearls. Do anything you like, but don't make us go back to that terror. We couldn't stand that again.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story. It was more than probable that the little Cockney had let one item of truth slip out, for the rough-looking strangers had come from the direction of Gonika. But Gonika was a poor native village near the coast, and pearls from the African coast are seldom worth much. Those the American had shown Tarzan were worthy of an oriental potentate, yet no wealthy potentates were within thousands of miles of the miserable native village or the nearby port of Karisi, to which only the poorest of ships came. Yes, the men, the pearls, and their great fear were all mysterious and intriguing. And Tarzan knew that men talked more freely when their stomachs were full.
Another piece of meat, Harry?
Yeah, thanks, Tarzan. Sure you ain't got anything stronger than this fruit juice?
I'm very sorry.
That's all right. I'll have another glass of it anyway.
Now, don't go making a pig of yourself, Harry. It ain't polite.
Just worry about yourself, pal. You ain't been doing so bad.
Oh, yes, I've eaten quite a bit, but then there's no sense in eating Tarzan out of house and home.
Go right ahead. Eat all you want. We can't carry any of this food with us. You'll have to hunt as we go along, and...
Hey, now, listen, get this straight. We're not heading back to Gonika.
You promised to tell me why you feared that part of the jungle.
I didn't promise. Pete did.
All right, Pete. If you've had enough to eat, Pete, suppose you just sit back and tell me the story.
Is it all right to tell him, Harry?
Go ahead.
Well, it was this way, see. Pete and I were hands on the Anna III sailing out of Singapore. And a more miserable, rat-ridden old hulk you've never laid your eyes on.
No decent food aboard either. Tin stuff, mostly cheap canned rations or something.
Oh, that's right. The grub was a fair horror.
I see.
Well, we gets to Karisi. That's near Gonika, you know?
Yes, I know.
Right, well, we pulls into port to pick up a load of copra. We'd been out for 6 months, and by this time we were so bloody tired of that tinned food we was fit to scream.
Get to the point, Pete.
Well, if I ain't telling it nice enough to please your Highness, you go ahead and tell it yourself.
Okay, I will. To make it short and sweet, Pete here, me, and 6 other guys jumped ship, see? We took along enough of that tin stuff to get us by until we lined up some decent food. We hadn't drawn our pay, so we couldn't buy any. And we hightailed it out of Carisi.
We didn't know where we was headed, but it didn't matter as long as we got away.
You headed for the interior?
Yeah, and we hadn't gone a mile before the skipper of the Anna III called Copper.
Yes, his old crew was gone and he couldn't pick up a new one in Carisi. No, not bloody likely.
He's probably still sitting there. Well, Tarzan, I don't know where they rounded them up, but there must have been a dozen of them watchmen come after us, all with guns. And we didn't even have a cap pistol with us.
We're getting to the story of the pearls very slowly.
Well, this is where we gets to it.
You see, when we reached Guernica, they were right behind us. There wasn't any place to hide in that one-horse town, so we kept going, all 8 of us. Just beyond the town, we reached some low mountains, and we stumbled across a huge cave.
And we hid there. We should never have done it. I wish I'd never seen that cave.
Yeah, it was cold and it was damp. But it looked as though it'd be safe from those watchmen. Well, I guess it was, but they kept looking for us. We could hear them outside night and day for a week.
And that night, it happened. The first time, I mean.
What happened?
Well, it was old Murphy. He was sitting the furthest back, and he had his rations by his side. Long about midnight, he fell asleep.
And when he woke up, his rations was gone.
Yeah, but whoever took them left one of those pearls in its place.
That's the most fantastic fairy tale I ever heard.
It's true. 6 times it happened.
On 6 different nights, Governor, so help me. 6 lots of canned rations stolen, 6 pearls left.
Then what happened?
Well, sir, it just so happens that Harry and me was the only ones without a pearl, and the only ones still had their rations. Well, we'd gathered a few berries and things near the cave's entrance, but that wasn't enough, so Harry and me agreed to split what we had left with the others, providing that we was all partners in everything.
I made them let me hold the pearls before we give them any of that grub.
And rotten as it was, they agreed.
But then they must have got to thinking. Whoever was leaving them pearls was leaving it in payment for that junk. But we'd eaten most of Pete's, and only mine was left by this time.
1 more bunch of grub and 1 more pearl.
Yeah, and the others weren't satisfied with 7 pearls for the 8 of us. At least that's the way we figured it out later.
They didn't say nothing to Harry or me, but when we were sleeping that last night, the rest of them must have got up and started back into the cave. As deep it was. And they was after the place where them pearls come from.
Pete and I woke up all right. Just in time to see the last of that scurvy lot being dragged away.
Dragged away?
Oh, they was screaming and carrying on awful, they was. And you could hear that they was being choked.
By the most horrible-looking creatures I've ever seen. Not that I could see much of them in the deep shadows.
They wasn't men, Tarzan. Though they had arms and legs.
Yeah, and thin, sort of spidery hands and fingernails, or it was claws, 7 or 8 inches long.
And it was all white, Tarzan. White all over, I mean, and sort of shiny in the darkness.
More of a gray, I'd say, except for their eyes.
Their eyes was a sort of pale and red-rimmed.
Go ahead. What did you do?
What did we do? We ran, we did, just as fast as we could. And we've run most of the time since then.
We thought we were bad off with a rap facing us for jumping ship. Well, if we'd run from bad grub on a rotten ship, you can imagine what we did with those creatures after us.
The story is very interesting. Now we will head for the caves near Guernica and find out if it's true.
Only a man of Tarzan's strength and determination could have forced Harry and Pete back in the direction of the Cave of Horror. But the 2 men had little alternative, for Tarzan's knife remained a constant threat. Mile after mile of endless jungle was traversed, and the already weary strangers staggered on unwillingly. Suddenly, Tarzan motioned for them to stop and to remain silent. Hardly a dozen feet away, a huge leopard crouched in the shadows. Pete and Harry recoiled in fear, but Tarzan leaped forward, his knife flashing overhead. The leopard roared with pain as the knife found its mark, but with its last breath of life, the leopard clawed out at its killer. Tarzan grasped the great beast in his hands, lifted it from the ground, and then threw it to the earth with enormous violence.
Did you hear that? The blighter's a bloody savage.
Never mind what he is. Did you see how he handled that leopard?
Yes, of course I saw it. I've got eyes in my head, haven't I?
Do you know what it means?
Means?
I don't know what's in that cave, but a guy who can sling a leopard around like that can handle anybody or anything.
You think so, matey?
You said you had eyes in your head. Well?
Oh, with his help, we could find where those pearls come from. We could have every blasted one of them.
A real fortune. 6 pearls. We can have 600. 6,000, maybe.
Quiet, matey, he's coming back.
I cut off enough meat so we'll not go hungry. We may have a long vigil in your cave if we're to wait for men who will bring us pearls.
Yeah, having some food along may not be such a bad idea. Well, let's get going, huh?
Yes, Governor. Let's move along towards the cave. We can't be wasting time, you know. I'd have sworn the cave was right about here, I would.
I told you we took a wrong turn back there by the big rock.
Well, how can you tell all the rocks around here look the same?
Wait a minute.
What's up, Governor?
That yachting cap on the ground, did that belong to any of your party?
Blimey, that's Murphy's cap.
Yeah, and he had it on when they took him.
I recognize the place now. The entrance to the cave's right over there, behind that bush.
Come on, then.
Here, let me pick up the cap. I always had hankering for Murphy's lid. Here now.
Hurry up, Pete. Let's not get separated.
Yes, wait for me. You see this, Tarzan? Right inside the band. Gold letters, too. Dennis C. Murphy. Now, he bought this hat in a little shop in Singapore, down a little side street it was. I was with him
I
that
tell
day.
you, fool, we're practically at the mouth of the cave.
Yes, there's a cave there, all right. This is the one where they gave pearls away?
This is it, all right.
It's colder inside than it was last time.
Seems like it.
It is a big cave. You can tell from the currents of air.
Over there was where the 8 of us slept.
And where did you see these figures?
Over that way. That's where we saw them pale eyes and the claws. And he wasn't spoofing you. 7 or 8 inches long those claws was, Tarzan. Hey, Tarzan, where you going?
To find out where those charming creatures came from and where they went.
Hey, watch out! Right behind you, Tarzan!
The eyes! The pale eyes!
And the claws, Tarzan! The claws!
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Terror at Night.
Yeah, you did it, Governor. You beat them scurvy creatures off.
Hardly that. I never got my hands on one of them. They slipped right out of my grasp.
What do they look like up close, Governor?
I couldn't see anything but their eyes in this blackness, Pete.
Well, they were scared of you, all right. We're safe in the cave now.
We're a breeze from here on in, we are.
That's right. If you outfought them once, you can do it again.
What are you getting at, Harry?
At their supply of pearls, I hope.
So, that's why you finally decided to come back willingly. You look to me to get the pearls for you, huh?
Oh, now, we'll cut you in for plenty, we will, Governor. Nothing cheap about us, there ain't.
Here's what we figured. Now that you know we were telling the truth, we can go into Gonika and dig up some tin boxes. Empty boxes.
But we'll make like they was full, see? We'll each lie down at night with a box by our side. Like they had them tin rations in them.
And then when they come out to grab them...
We have the meat I took along the trail. We'll place that by our sides as we pretend to sleep. All natives of the forest use traps, but the bait must be real. It's our law.
Okay, Governor, whatever you say, so long as you go along with our little plan.
Sure, any way you want to do it, Tarzan. Just as long as we get them pearls.
I wouldn't count on it, Harry. But I'll confess I want to see those strange underground creatures. I'm willing to set a trap, but perhaps we ourselves may prove to be the bait.
Sleep?
Not bloody likely.
The night's almost over, and they haven't come.
They won't come if they hear you talking. You must pretend to be asleep.
If I ever close me eyes, I will be asleep.
Oh, me too. I'm dying for a little shut-eye.
Yes, our journey was tiring, but we can't risk sleep.
You can see the sun starting to come up outside. I guess they ain't coming.
Maybe they don't like fresh meat. Maybe all of them canned rations.
You men know little of the jungle. The creatures whose stronghold we've invaded are playing the jungle game of patience. They'll come. You can bet your lives they'll come. In fact, our lives may be the prize in this game.
Day came at last, and then night again. 3 days and 3 nights went by, and still the vigil continued. For Harry and Pete were resolved to get the precious pearls, and Tarzan was determined to solve the mystery of the strange underground inhabitants. Now Pete and Harry lapsed often into fitful snatches of sleep, and even Tarzan's lids were heavy. It was the 4th night. All was as silent as death. Harry and Pete were asleep again, and Tarzan was fighting sleep. But finally his eyes closed, his head nodded, his breathing became heavier. Now pale eyes rimmed with red peered through the sable darkness. Spidery legs scurried across the cave floor. Thin, slippery bodies glided toward the sleeping men, and talon-like claws, hundreds of them, reached for the intruders.
No! No! Take your claws from my throat! Help, Tarzan! Help, Tarzan! Breathe! I can't help you. They're all around me. They're slimy. I can't get my hands on them.
No! They're putting chains on me. Chains!
Me too. It's no use. We can't. No, you won't. I refuse. They knocked Tarzan over the head.
He's out like a light. I'll give up. Hey, Annie, if you don't struggle, they don't do anything to you.
Look, I've stopped trying to fight them.
Look, they're carrying Tarzan to the back of the cave.
Yeah, and that big one's motioning us to come.
Well, I suppose we haven't got no choice. I'm not having them claws around me throat again.
Me neither. But I guess this is curtains. For me and for you and for Tarzan.
Where have they brought us?
They carried you and we walked down 1,000 stone steps, I'd say.
Oh, if only they'd leave us alone instead of just standing here glaring at us out of those eyes.
Looks like a room in which hundreds of them must sleep.
What? On them blooming shelves? Yes, some of them are lying on those stone bunks now.
Maybe they got a fortune in pearls, but they sure ain't enjoying life.
Watch out for those big ones near you. They seem to have their eye on you, Harry.
Well, lying here wondering about our fate isn't going to do any good. You! I am Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. I did not come here to steal your pearls or do you harm. My only wish is to speak to your chief, your leader, your high priest.
No use, Tarzan.
There it is. Look, one of them's motioning to you.
I see you. I shall follow you.
Perhaps he's taking me to their leader.
Wait for us.
Yeah, we're coming with you.
No. I guess you aren't. You better walk back before they're all on top of us again.
But you ain't going to leave us here, Tarzan.
I have no choice. We've found out that we cannot best them in a fight.
But he's leading you to a big stone door. Once you go through there...
Yeah, look, Tarzan, we got to stick together.
If I can make my thoughts known to their leader, should I be permitted to talk with him, I will try to save your lives as well as my own. Even though I have nothing but contempt for you.
Well, now, look out,
But I can make no promises. For who knows what lies beyond that door.
You may approach me, Tarzan.
You speak. And you know my name.
A few of us are left who know many things, but the accumulation of knowledge is now difficult for us, for we may travel only at night.
I don't understand. As a matter of fact, I understand nothing about you or your people. You are people. Humans?
We were once a proud race, too proud to bow to the wills of the pharaohs.
The pharaohs of Egypt?
Yes. We fled from there thousands of years ago, bringing with us only such wealth as we could carry in our pockets. But the pharaoh's legions pursued us across the desert, across jungles, across the rivers and swamps.
But thousands of years ago?
My people took to underground caves to escape the pharaoh's fury. We have remained here ever since. And living underground, we have disintegrated. We have become something less than human, living on roots and insects, seeing no light. Now only a few of us can speak, and each year the number grows less. Soon we will disappear, all of us. We are nothing, we have nothing.
But the pearls?
Meaningless. Even our attempt to use them for a little food, for which we were happy to pay, ended in disaster.
Disaster for the men who tried to enter your underground kingdom?
They met no disaster. Not even the one who almost escaped, the one whose hat you found. You see, our cave is but the hub of a vast network of underground tunnels. The men were taken back to their ship.
You didn't harm them?
Not seriously. But they shall long remember what they went through. They will not return for pearls.
And what of us? The two who came with me and me.
After we have relieved them of the pearls, of which they are not worthy, they will also be taken to their ship.
And what do you intend to do with me?
Your case is different.
Oh? The men are taking off my chains. Does that mean...
That you are free on one condition.
And what is that?
That you take the pearls. All that we have.
That hardly sounds like punishment.
They are not for your own use, but for ours. You are to buy us healthful foods, books, materials to teach us to live again.
Of course. I should be happy to.
Perhaps it is too late, but then maybe some of our people may be reborn. Oh, not the miserable creatures you've seen, but their children's children's children.
I see. I do see.
And instead of being hideous creatures who bring terror at night, we may grow to be real people who laugh by day.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. Off the southwest coast of Africa, there lies the tropical island of San Lorenca, so beautiful that travelers are apt to forget its dangerous shoals, its perilous reefs, the sea monsters that lurk beneath the apparently tranquil sea. Tarzan faces these dangers and others brought by man in our next story, Danger off San Lorenca.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Trouble off San Lorenca.
Perhaps it is difficult for those who have never visited exotic ports like Casablanca, Algiers, Tripoli, and Tunis to picture Beccarata. For Beccarata is much like those other ports, except that it's a trifle dirtier, a bit more sinister, a little more completely steeped in the dark mystery of Africa. At one end of its narrow, winding principal street is the Café du Diable, the Café of the Devil. It presumably gets its name from the painted figures on its walls, but many claim it has been named for its owner, the small, goateed Monsieur André Devereaux.
André, look what just walked in.
Extremely pretty.
Maybe another entertainer looking for a job.
You're a fool. Did you ever see an entertainer who dressed demurely? She's a small-town girl who has perhaps come over here to serve as a missionary.
Shall I go over and see what she wants?
No. Just let her stand there being uncomfortable. By the time she works up enough courage to walk over here, it will be easier to say no to whatever request she makes.
Ah, look, she's leaving. Perhaps she's afraid of all the rough-looking devils. the ones painted on the walls.
Mademoiselle, miss.
Yes?
You are looking for someone. There is something I can do for you.
I think maybe I made a mistake. This couldn't be the place.
You're frightened. There's no need to be afraid of André Devereaux.
You are Mr. Devereaux? Then this is the right place.
Oui.
I'm Della Carter, Simon Carter's granddaughter. He wrote that you were his friend.
Yes, he's a friend of Simon Carter's, all right.
I can speak to the young lady without your help.
Of course, Andre, of course. Adieu, dear friend of Simon Carter.
What did he mean by that?
To be truthful, my dear Miss Carter, I'm just a trifle, shall we say, angry with your grandfather. For several weeks, I permitted him to occupy a room back of the cafe without charge.
Yes, he wrote that you were very good to him.
Then, when he left for the Congo, I financed his expedition. It's been 4 years now, and he's never repaid the money advanced. Nor did he ever send me my share of the gold he was so sure of finding.
But, Mr. Devereaux, something's happened to him. I know it.
Mais oui, many times things happen to white men who go into the jungle in quest of gold. Gold they never find.
But Grandfather did find gold. A fortune, I guess.
What?
About a year ago. It was after that something happened to him. I know he's in terrible trouble someplace.
Come into my office, my dear. I want you to tell me all about it. If your grandfather's in some kind of trouble, Andre Devereaux will help him.
He said you were his friend.
Mais oui, I am his friend. So he found gold, huh?
You see, Grandfather was always the character in the family, wandering all over the face of the earth and having all sorts of strange experiences.
I see, Della.
Well, Dad and Mother passed away about 6 years ago. After that, Grandfather and I lived together in a tiny cottage.
Oh, lovely.
It was nice. But all we had to live on was my small salary as a lower-grade teacher. Grandfather wasn't content to let me support him, and I guess he still craved for adventure.
So he came to Africa to find a fortune in gold.
Yes. First I had his letter from here, the one in which he mentioned you. Then there was a long silence. And at last a letter came saying that he was on his way home, that all the wealth he had accumulated during the years was mine, that he was bringing it to me.
So he didn't intend to give me my share?
Oh, I'm sure he would have sent it to you. He was very honest.
Well, he didn't come home with the gold anyway, I assume.
No, I never saw nor heard from him after that. 6 months ago, I quit my job. I decided then to come to Africa and find him, or at least learn what had happened to him.
I can understand your feeling, my dear Della. Andre Devereaux will help you in your mission. You and I will find out what has happened to your grandfather. And who can tell, we may also recover the fortune he discovered in the Congo.
In just a moment, we shall find out what happens to Della Carter and Monsieur Andre Devereaux when they enter the jungle and meet Tarzan. In civilization, it is difficult to learn about matters that transpired 4 years ago. In the jungle, it is almost impossible. But Della Carter was determined to find out what had happened to her beloved grandfather. And Andre Devereaux had a driving will to get the wealth that Simon Carter had mentioned in his letter. And so the two led their safari deep into the Congo jungle where the old man had last been seen. Their trail led them eventually to the seacoast cabin of the Lord of the Jungle.
Could this be it?
Yes, this must be the cabin the native mentioned. Boss, we will stop here then.
I don't hear anyone inside.
It looks deserted, all right. But if this tip doesn't pay off, I don't know where we can go from here.
Grandfather's last letter was postmarked Cape Town. Perhaps if we headed in that direction...
It might have been carried thousands of miles before it reached the Cape Town post office. And our small safari could never get that far.
No, I suppose not. But where else can we head next?
We can head back to Bekurata. I've been a fool to invest further money in a lost cause. I financed your grandfather's expedition, and now I've borne the expenses of this ridiculous safari.
But we must go on. Grandfather may be dying. Maybe he's been captured by cannibals or... Oh, please, Andre. Let's...
I'm going back to Bekurata. Oh, you're coming with me. You'll earn the money I've spent on this foolishness. Andre Devereaux does not make bad investments.
I won't go back with you. You slapped me.
And there will be more slaps unless you listen.
There will be no more slaps. What? Do not be afraid, young lady.
Oh, I thought you were some huge animal. Oh.
I'm sorry if I frightened you. I am Tarzan.
Ah, we have been looking for you. I am Andre Devereaux of Becurata, and this is De La Carta, an American girl.
Why did you slap her?
It was just a slight misunderstanding, that's all. A Latin temper inflamed by the jungle heat. Actually, we are genuinely fond of each other. Is that not right, ma chérie?
Yes, I guess so.
I overheard your slight misunderstanding. I was in a tree almost directly overhead. You see, I have grown unused to civilized people, and I planned to remain in hiding until you'd gone away.
What made you decide to come down?
I have always reacted strongly to man's cruelties and woman's tears.
I don't usually cry. It's just that we've come so far, and every lead we followed has come to nothing, and...
From my hiding place in the trees, I heard that you searched for your grandfather.
Yes, and some distance from here, we met a native who told us about how you'd saved a man from a wild boar. From the native's description, we thought that the man you saved might have been my grandfather. His name is Simon Carter. Do you know him?
Yes, I know Simon Carter.
When did you see him last?
It was more than a year ago.
Where did he go when he left here?
Only the jungle can answer that.
Did he have gold with him? Did he mention a fortune?
I am a man of the jungle, Andre Devereaux. I do not try to disguise my actions or my feelings. I do not like you. And I do not like this cross-examination. Still, because of this girl, you are invited to come inside my cabin. I will tell you what I know of Simon Carter.
Then you don't actually know whether he'd found the gold before he arrived here.
I have told you all I know. He'd been in the jungle for several years before our paths crossed, and he had gone through many horrible ordeals.
Yes, go on.
He rested here for several weeks and then left.
Did he have any large sacks or boxes with him?
Only a humble carpet bag and a few crude mining tools.
The carpet bag? Was it heavy? Heavier than it would have been had it contained only clothing.
Yes, it was heavy, but I did not look inside. If it contained gold, that was Simon Carter's business, not mine. And that is the last question I shall answer you.
I only meant to...
I shall prepare food for you, the young lady, and your bearers, and then you must leave. And Miss Carter... Miss Carter!
Gone. She must have... I didn't hear her leave.
If she's wandered beyond the edge of the clearing, she... Numa, the lion, preparing for a feast!
Tarzan dashed from the cabin, crossed the narrow clearing in a few great leaps, and hurtled himself into the middle level of jungle growth, traveling in the direction from which Numa's roar and the cry of the girl had come. He moved with incredible speed, and although Della had wandered far from the cabin, Tarzan's overhead flight brought him quickly to the place where she stood with her back to a huge rock, facing an enormous, angry lion. And even as Tarzan looked down, the huge lion, tired of toying with its prey, crouched low. Its muscular haunches quivered, and it leaped. But Tarzan was already hurtling through space, his great knife flashing in the air as he dove at the lion. Man and beast were one for a moment, an indistinguishable mass. And then, as the lion shuddered convulsively, Tarzan got to his feet and placed one foot on the dying animal.
You saved my life, just as you did my grandfather's.
You were very foolish to leave the cabin.
I couldn't stand listening to Andre any longer. When we left Becurata, I thought he was being kind, that he wanted to come with me so that he could help in case Grandfather was in some kind of trouble. But now...
Andre Devereaux is neither a safe nor a suitable companion for you on a long and dangerous safari.
I know. I think I'm more afraid of him than I was of that lion. But, well, I have to go on.
And I shall come with you. You're not afraid of me, are you?
Of course not. I think you'd inspire confidence and trust in anyone.
Thank you.
With you along, I'm sure we'll find my grandfather. They'd never call this a city back home.
Well, this is an African city, although Lagos doesn't compare with some of our great cities, of course.
This office we search for, is this it we are coming to?
Yes, if Simon Carter sailed from Lagos, and every report seems to indicate that he did, they'd know all about it here. The Zabin Navigation Company is the only one operating ocean-going ships out of this port.
It isn't much to look at, this navigation office.
Oh, is there something I can do for you?
You are Mr. Zabin?
Yes. What do you want?
We seek information, Mr. Zabin.
Ah, a savage dressed in a leopard skin. Perhaps you would like to know when the next of my ships is to sail into your jungle.
We're trying to find out something about a traveler who may have sailed on one of your vessels.
Oh?
As closely as we can determine, it was about 6 months ago.
They described him perfectly in the last native village we passed, and it was only a few miles from here.
Oh, what is the name of the man you want to find out about?
Simon Carter.
My grandfather. Do you have any record of his sailing?
Yes, I remember him. He arrived at the dock only a few moments before the Pride of Lagos sailed. Despite the heavy carpet bag he carried, he ran the entire length of the dock.
The carpet bag?
Did he sail on the Pride of Lagos?
Yes, and it carried 6 other passengers and quite a valuable cargo. Not valuable enough, however, to make salvage operations worthwhile.
Salvage operations?
The ship went down off the island of San Lorenca. All aboard were lost.
Still seems foolish coming out in this boat. Grandfather's dead. We know that now.
Yes, and he won't have any more use for the treasure he had in that carpet bag.
Bring the boat around a little. The reefs are dangerous here. I know these waters.
Tarzan, I really don't want you to dive down to try to recover the treasure. It isn't that important.
It is to me. If Tarzan doesn't get it, I'll hire a professional diver. I'll find that carpet bag and the wealthy tools.
You see, Della, if we abandon our search, your friend Andre here will continue without us. For the investment of a few mining tools, you'll get all of the treasure your grandfather intended you to have.
But deep-sea diving's dangerous. I've always heard that. I know you're strong.
Look, right below us. The hull of a ship. I hope the anchor will keep us from drifting too far.
The water's so clear. I can almost make out the name on the prow.
I can see the name. It's the Pride of Lagos, all right.
I've never seen such clear water. The ship must be 100 feet down.
More than that, I think. 200 feet, perhaps.
You can never descend to that depth without a diving suit.
I can try.
No, Tarzan, it isn't worth risking.
Look at him go down, as though he were made of rock.
Sometimes Tarzan seems so gentle. With that knife held between his teeth, he seems a complete savage. Do you think he can reach the sunken ship?
I hope so. It'll save the expense of a diver. They get a lot of money.
I can hardly see him now.
The water's suddenly cloudy.
Something seems to be stirring up the mud on the bottom.
I can make Tarzan out now. He's about halfway down.
Look, Andre, look, an octopus!
Sacre bleu! It must be 25 feet across.
He's got Tarzan!
It is the end of the jungle men.
Oh, no!
In just a moment, we shall continue with our exciting story of Tarzan. Two of the octopus' thick, slimy tentacles were already wrapped around Tarzan's body, their suckers holding him in like a steel grip. The other undulating arms gradually moved closer. Within a few seconds, they too would encircle the jungle man, squeezing out his life. And the huge devilfish had still another weapon, the poison that would paralyze its victim. Now the water was suddenly cloudy with the poison, but Tarzan fought to overcome it. He struggled upward, gasping for breath. His knife arm struggled free, and one of the tentacles was severed. As they reached the surface, the knife descended again, and the water was red with blood. Now Tarzan was almost unconscious from the poison, but years of jungle training made him strike out with his knife again and again and again. The suckers relaxed now. The remaining tentacles began to lose their strength. Tarzan grasped the side of the boat and pulled himself onto the deck.
If he'd been killed, it would have been on my conscience all my life.
It was unfortunate his encountering the octopus. If it hadn't been for that, we might have had the treasure by this time.
I don't care now if we never get it.
If you would sign away any rights in your legacy, perhaps...
She's signing nothing.
All right. Then as soon as you have regained your breath...
He's not going down again. I won't let him.
Perhaps you're right, my dear. Suppose you remain here and take care of Tarzan. I will go ashore on the dinghy. Maybe I can find a diver. We can divide the expense equally from our respective shares of the treasure.
All right. But do you think you'll find a deep-sea diver on a tiny native island like San Lorenca?
I took the precaution of making inquiries on the mainland. I understand there is a diver there, one with whom I believe I can make a satisfactory arrangement. By your accent, I would judge that you are far from home.
I ain't asking you no questions. I don't want you to ask me none, see?
But certain things I must know. Your name, for one thing.
Just call me Tex.
Mais oui, that's enough of a name. And you are an experienced diver?
I was one of the top divers in the States until... Well, never mind that. I'm a top-flight diver, and I got all the equipment. But I warn you, I'll come high.
I will pay you double your established rates, provided you will play ball. I believe that is your American expression for it.
I get you. But I'm a diver, not no trigger man.
If I wanted a certain man shot, it would not be necessary to engage you for the job. I carry a gun, and I know how to use it. Now, I have a more elaborate plan, of which you shall be a part.
Okay. But I want my money first.
All right. I shall give you your regular wages now. Later, when the treasure is all mine, you shall get the rest.
Here comes Andre. I guess he got his diver. There's another figure in the boat, too.
Would a diving suit protect him from another octopus?
No, but I doubt that another will enter these waters while the scent of the dead octopus remains.
Ahoy there! Catch the line!
Go ahead, throw it.
All right, I've got it. Merci. Climb aboard, Tex.
Thanks. Here you are, Mr. Devereaux. I'll give you a hand.
Tex, this is Stella Carter. Stella, this is Tex.
I'm glad to know you, Tex.
Pleasure's mine, man.
And this is Tarzan, the gentleman I was telling you about.
Glad to meet you, partner.
I'll help you with your heavy equipment here.
Well, handle it gentle, pal. That stuff can mean the difference between life and death. In my racket, you learn a lot about both.
Tex is coming up now. Della, keep reeling in that air hose. If it ever gets fouled, he's finished.
I'm being careful.
Pulling him up. You think he has the treasure?
He's been down long enough to have a dozen treasures.
Help me haul him up. I can't go quickly enough. But he must have the treasure. Help me, Tarzan.
But he said to bring him up slowly.
I can't wait. It is too exciting.
He's almost at the surface now. How far down did the dial say he'd gone?
About 120 feet. If the water wasn't so clear...
Yeah, he's reached the side of the boat. Help me lift him up.
There's nothing in his hands. Here you are, Tex. Now I unfasten your helmet. There.
Tex, you look so strange.
You brought me up pretty fast.
What did you find?
I went through most of the cabins. I found the old man you described.
You found him?
He was in his bunk, ma'am. I'm sure he didn't know what hit him. I don't think he even knew a moment's pain. It ain't a bad way to go.
Never mind that. The carpet bag. Did you find it?
I seen it all right, but it was lodged under a heavy timber. Too heavy for me to lift.
What's wrong?
A little case of the bends, I reckon, ma'am. Comes from being hauled up too fast.
Next time we will raise you to the surface more slowly.
There won't be no next time, partner. When you caught a case of the bends, you daresn't risk another dive for a spell.
Tarzan, perhaps Tex could tell you how to use the diving equipment.
All right, I'll try it.
No, Tarzan, please don't.
Now, we've gone this far. We might as well complete our job.
I can tell you exactly where that carpet bag is, Tarzan. With your muscles, you shouldn't have no trouble getting it. No trouble at all.
Can you see him, Tex?
Nope, not today. Water's a little clouded this morning.
He's been down there an awful long time.
He's very strong. Nothing will happen to him.
You sure he's all right, ma'am?
It seems to me you've recovered from your bends awfully quickly.
What do you mean by crack like that?
Tex, he's signaling with the lines.
How many pulls?
Quoi?
Speak English.
3 times he jerks the line.
He wants to come up.
If only there was some way of knowing whether he found the treasure.
Why aren't you holding him up?
I'd give my right arm for a telephone system to him. If you had first-class equipment techs, we'd be able to...
Shut up and turn off the compressor.
You're shutting off his air. And you don't intend to pull him up until after he's dead.
Keep quiet, or we'll finish you off, too.
Oh, no, you won't. Turn that compressor on again.
My gun! You stole it out of my cabin.
That's right. Now start the compressor and begin hauling Tarzan up right away.
We ain't doing nothing of the kind, ma'am.
I'll fix you, you fellow.
Now if I can only get the compressor going and haul Tarzan to the surface. I killed 2 men, Tarzan. I don't think I can ever forget that.
Well, you must try. Remember only that you saved my life. I still can't get over how you managed to work the lines and haul me to the surface.
I didn't know I had that much strength either. Are you sure you're all right?
Oh, I'm fine. And awfully glad to get out of that weighted suit. Well, shall we see what's in the carpet bag?
Yes.
Catches. Very badly rusted. Oh, there it is.
What are those things?
Native jewelry, most. Not worth much, I'm afraid.
That package there, wrapped in oilskin.
Perhaps it contains the wealth he wrote of.
It's a book of quotations and a letter to me. Look.
Let's see. To my granddaughter, Della Carter, I leave the accumulation of a lifetime. A few gold dollars, some interesting native jewelry, and a wealth of wisdom which is contained in this collection of quotations.
And this is what 2 men died for.
Boiled down, it all amounts to a simple homily. Do not search the world for riches, for a man's treasures are on his own hearth. This is the wisdom I have accumulated during a lifetime, and this wealth of knowledge I leave to you.
In just a moment, a word about our next story of Tarzan. Nowhere in Africa is there a land more foreboding than Egypt. Bordered by the blue Mediterranean, the Red Sea, the great Libyan desert, and the inscrutable Sudan, it defies the advance of civilization. And those who ignore the warning of her gods are doomed. In our next story, we relate how Tarzan incurs the curse of the pharaohs.
Tarzan, the transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of the curse of the pharaohs.
Once Tarzan's curiosity had taken him to distant lands, to America, to England, to France. But in recent years he had remained in the jungle that had been his birthplace and his home. And with each succeeding year, the veneer of culture grew less apparent, the deep core of savagery more pronounced. And Tarzan's friend, Captain Lawrence of the governmental police, worried about this change in Tarzan. He used every device at his command to bring the jungle man into contact with civilized people. And it was Captain Lawrence's letter that had brought the Lord of the Jungle to the expedition camp near El Amoun, in a small oasis of the great Libyan desert.
Halt! Halt!
Yes, I shall halt, but take that bayonet from my ribs.
We have had much trouble in our camp. We are wary of strangers. What do you want?
This is the camp of Dr. Erickson?
Aiwa, it is.
Then take me to his tent at once, will you?
You are a friend of Moalem Erickson?
I've never met Dr. Erickson, but I have a letter to him from my friend Captain Lawrence. He said it was most important that I come here at once.
Then you are Tarzan.
Yes.
But Dr. Erickson! Dr. Erickson! Moalem! Tarzan is here. The man you wait for has arrived. Dr. Erickson and his daughter have waited long for your arrival. They will be most happy.
He has come, Ilse. He will make us famous after all these years.
Isn't it wonderful? Had we not met Captain Lawrence, perhaps we might never...
Dr. Erickson,
No, don't say a word.
That is right. Just stand there. Let us examine you.
Examine me?
Hush! Not a word.
Father, notice the head form. As perfect as any of the more advanced ethnic types.
And the body development, Ilse. The power and the ruggedness of the Neanderthal man with the refinement of a much later period.
The total absence of Negroid features, despite his African habitat.
Molly, go into the equipment tent and get a pair of scissors.
Yes, Moalem. I hasten to do your bidding.
A lock of his hair should be examined minutely.
Dr.
You
Erickson...
see, Tarzan, an examination of the hair texture will be most important in classifying you.
Will one of you please tell me why I'm being examined like some rare animal?
Oh, I am sorry. Perhaps our enthusiasm has made us rude.
But after all, it is not every day in the week that scientists come across an important discovery.
That is right. Why, when Captain Lawrence first spoke of Tarzan of the apes, we couldn't believe our ears. Imagine the offspring of jungle apes walking erect, learning to speak, adopting many of the...
Final proof of Darwin's theory.
Before you increase your hopes and my anger, I might tell you that I am not the offspring of apes.
What?
You see, my parents were marooned on the African coast many years ago, before I was born. They were killed when I was just an infant, and I was adopted by an ape tribe.
Adopted? Why, I was sure...
Yes, the apes raised me. They treated me like a baby of their own, taught me how to fight for survival. I lived as one of them. But I am not really one of them, except in spirit. I'm afraid you can't make me into a specimen for some museum.
I have never been so disappointed in my entire life.
Well, I shall leave now so that the cause of your disappointment is...
No, Tarzan, don't leave.
Why not?
Because you may yet be more useful to us than a museum specimen.
Oh, in what way?
Our little camp here, meant only for scientific research that can cause harm to no one, has recently become the object of some unexplainable hostility.
With your great strength and jungle cunning, you could help us, perhaps.
Just what is the nature of these hostilities?
Well, when we left Cairo, we had a complement of almost 20 Egyptian diggers, men engaged to help us in our archaeological work.
Excavating to find remnants of early civilizations.
Yes?
But one after another, the men have disappeared. Frightened away by some power they refuse to divulge. Only Mauli, the Egyptian you spoke with when you first entered the camp, is left.
Aside from Arnold Brown, Father's assistant.
Have you any clue to the disappearance of these men?
There was one note written on ancient parchment and fastened to the outside flap of my tent by a golden pin in the shape of the traditional scarab.
The image of the sacred beetle of Egyptian antiquity.
The note, written in early Egyptian characters, warned us to leave this small oasis at once, or bring down the curse of the pharaohs.
Naturally, the note bore no signature, huh?
Only the symbol of two entwined snakes, their fangs extended menacingly.
You see, Tarzan, we do need help. Please forgive the way we insulted you a few moments ago. Please remain with us.
Will you, Tarzan?
As I have explained, I am not a simian. But I do have the curiosity of the monkey, the ape's enjoyment of combat, and the gorilla's love of violence. I shall remain to fight these mysterious enemies.
In just a moment, we shall return to our exciting story of Tarzan. In equatorial countries, there is little dawn nor dusk. The sun appears and disappears over the horizon quickly. Now night suddenly enveloped the small oasis where the expedition of Dr. Erickson had established headquarters. Outside the tent of the expedition's leader, Maoli, the faithful Egyptian servant, walked sentry duty. And inside the tent, Dr. Erickson, his daughter Ilse, one of the doctor's young assistants, and Tarzan sat before a well-laden table.
I still can't get used to sitting cross-legged and eating from a table that's practically on the ground.
By the time you have made as many field trips to the Orient as I have, Ilse, you will be used to many things.
And when you have lived in Egypt as long as I, you will find that the country's eating habits are more civilized than many of its customs.
You've lived here for a long time, Mr. Brown?
I've spent most of my life here. You see, Tarzan, my father was in the consular service, and I came to Egypt with him when I was only a child. Upon his death, I was adopted by an Egyptian family. I was educated in Cairo.
Well, then perhaps you have some explanation to offer concerning the threats and the disappearance of the native workers Dr. Erickson engaged in Cairo.
Well, strangely enough, although I've lived here most of my life, I didn't become interested in Egyptology until very recently.
He is very apt, though. A real addition to our group.
There's one thing I'm sure of, Tarzan. There's something located near this oasis that's important. Something that someone is anxious to keep hidden.
That must be the answer, for no one disturbed us until we reached here, and we were much more vulnerable while we were traveling.
Have you reported these strange occurrences to Captain Lawrence?
This is outside of his jurisdiction, Tarzan. Captain Lawrence has no authority here.
We have written to the gentleman through whom we obtained permission to explore, an extremely intelligent individual by the name of Ismail Farid. We expect some advice from him soon.
I think I will go outside now. I want to watch for any new threat.
Stay here and finish your meal, Tarzan. I've had quite enough to eat, and I'll take a turn around the camp before I retire. I'll let you know if I see anything out of the way.
All right. I'll visit with the Ericksons a little longer before I begin my vigil.
Yes, do that. I'll see you all in the morning. Good night, Tarzan. Dr. Erickson.
Good night.
Ilse.
Good night.
Tell me about him, Doctor.
About Arnold Brown, the young man who just left?
Yes. How much do you know about him?
Nothing more than he told you. His father was an important diplomat. Arnold's lived here most of his life. He attended school in Cairo. He has recently become interested in Egyptology, the study of Egyptian antiquities.
I guess I was responsible for his employment. He's terribly attractive, isn't he?
Yes, and he wears such interesting jewelry.
Jewelry?
I have never noticed him wearing any jewelry. What are you referring to, Tarzan?
The ring he wears on his little finger.
I've never noticed it.
Nor I.
Well, perhaps he put it on only tonight, as a warning to me.
A ring? As a warning?
Yes. You see, it bears the symbol of the two entwined snakes.
What was that?
It sounded like Maoli.
The cry of death. I've heard it often.
Get out there, find out what it is.
It's too late to save Molly's life. The two snakes have resorted to murder.
Go into your tent, Ilse. This is no sight for a woman.
The symbol of the snake carved into Mali's forehead.
But I got here only a second or two after his scream. A moment before the rest of you.
Dr. Erickson, how could anyone have had time to cut that symbol in Mauli's forehead?
Perhaps with an ancient implement of torture, once used by early Egyptian religious fanatics. It is somewhat similar to a branding iron, but with a razor-sharp cutting edge.
I think you showed me one in a museum at home. It was used on traitors, wasn't it?
On those whom the high priest believed guilty of betraying religious secrets to non-believers or foreigners. But I am unfamiliar with any cult that used this particular symbol.
Perhaps Mr. Brown can explain it.
Me?
That ring you wear on your little finger, it carries the same symbol as that engraved upon Mauli's forehead. Obviously placed there because of his loyalty to Dr. Erickson, a foreigner.
I had almost forgotten the ring. I found it this afternoon in the sand. I put it on my finger because, well, I guess that's a natural place to carry a ring. And
Yes?
I headed for Dr. Erickson's tent to show it to him. I thought it might be the first clue to some undiscovered ruins near here.
But you didn't tell me about the ring, Arnold.
When I entered your tent, Tarzan was there. You introduced us, but you didn't explain to me who Tarzan was. I didn't want to tell you about the ring in front of a stranger.
You knew about Tarzan's coming, Arnold?
We told about our conversation with Captain Lawrence concerning Tarzan of the Apes.
Exactly. Lawrence is an Englishman. He made up a ridiculous story about some aboriginal man he wanted you to meet. And then this Tarzan came here. Well, there's little aboriginal about him. It was a very easy thing for the Englishman to get one of his agents into our camp.
Do you hate the English?
I distrust them. Too many of Egypt's treasures are already in English museums.
Perhaps you came with Dr. Erickson to make sure no further treasures would be taken out of the country, huh?
That is the law here. No items of antiquity may now leave Egypt. I am not a policeman to enforce that law.
No, but you could be a member of some ancient cult determined to protect the property of the snake god, lest the government officials be lax.
That's a ridiculous accusation, Tarzan. Isn't it, Father?
Well, I don't know what to think, Ilse. We will give Maury a decent burial, and then we will all retire for the night, taking turns standing guard. Perhaps in the morning these strange occurrences may be examined with calmer eyes.
I'll take the first shift as a sentry.
And I shall retire until it is my turn. But I warn you, Arnold Brown, I always sleep with one eye open.
Maury was buried, and then the camp retired for the night. But despite the melodrama of early evening, the night hours passed without incident. Tarzan, pretending to sleep, peered out through a narrow slit in the flap of his tent. All was peaceful within the confines of the encampment. After 2 hours, Arnold Brown turned over the sentry duty to Tarzan. As night prepared to become morning, it became Arnold Brown's turn again. He wandered toward the edge of the oasis. He passed out of Tarzan's vision, obscured behind scrubby desert growth.
What's that? What has happened, Tarzan?
I don't know. Brown disappeared behind those bushes over there, and a moment later I heard that scream.
But nothing could have happened to Brown. I'm sure you were right when you suspected him.
No, I guess I was wrong. Look.
Arnold Brown. Dead.
What happened?
I am sorry, my dear. I wish you hadn't seen him.
The sign of the snakes again.
Why did he come over here? Why did he wander away from his sentry post?
Well, perhaps he heard something and came over to investigate.
I heard nothing, and my hearing is most acute. Whoever killed him must have been lying in wait here, and when his act was done, he must have disappeared as though into a hole in the ground.
Look, the ring is gone from his hand.
If only he'd told us where he'd found it. It must have come from a hidden tomb or ruins near here somewhere.
Then we're going to find it. They're not scaring us away.
You are right, Ilse. If there's something worth discovering here, we are going to remain until we uncover it.
I know little of your science, Doctor, but you can count on my help.
I beg your pardon. I think all three of you would be acting more wisely were you to return to your respective homes.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
Are you going to do the honors, Dr. Erickson? Then permit me to make my own introduction, Tarzan. I am Ismail Farid. I have come here from Cairo to supervise any archaeological work and to protect the treasures of antiquity from foreign hands.
In just a moment, the dramatic conclusion of The Curse of the Pharaohs. Objects of antiquity may be taken out of Egypt only with the consent of its government. Indeed, excavation may not even be attempted without governmental approval. Ismail Farid, although not an official of the National Museum, was highly connected, and he was treated as an honored guest. Even the tragic death of Arnold Brown was cast aside in order to take Ismail Farid to the most comfortable tent of the camp, to prepare food for him, to make sure he was comfortable and reasonably contented. And only then did Tarzan and Dr. Erickson head back to the scene of the latest violence, so they could prepare Arnold Brown's body for burial.
Well, I am glad we finally persuaded Issel to get some rest. You know, she was getting genuinely fond of Arnold.
He was very much attracted to her. I could tell that much.
You know, Tarzan, I had come to the conclusion that Arnold was involved in these strange happenings. It's too bad it required his death to clear him.
Well, all we can do now is to give him a decent burial.
Yeah, that is all we can do. I hate to go into these bushes and have to gaze on the poor boy again.
Suppose you just start to dig his grave, Dr. Erickson. I'll take care of the rest. The jungle has hardened me to gruesome sights.
No, I'll come into the brush and help you. After all, Tarzan.
What? His body, it's gone.
Disappeared into thin air. But what possible reason could anyone have for removing it?
I don't know. Dr. Erickson, I do not have your knowledge or education, but many years among jungle people have taught me the ways of voodoo, native superstitions, and primitive ways. The early Egyptians shared many of the customs and beliefs of the jungle people.
What are you getting at?
Not too sure yet. But I want Ilsa and you to go along with a little plan I have.
What sort of a plan?
One that will permit us to investigate this mystery without Mr. Farid's supervision. Will Ilsa and you do as I suggest?
I am sure Ilsa will do anything that may help to solve the mystery, and I certainly will. After all, we have no desire to bring the curse of the Pharaohs down upon our heads.
No, I cannot explain the strange disappearance of the body. But, of course, Egypt is a land of strange puzzles.
Well, I'm not going to wait for the solution of this one. I'm going to accept Tarzan's offer.
I did not hear of any offer on Tarzan's part.
I volunteered to take Dr. Erickson and Ilsa to Tripoli. They can board a ship there that will take them home.
But Cairo is so much closer. Why not?
Cairo is Egypt. And if I never see this country again, I'll be more than happy. Murders, disappearing bodies, all sorts of strange happenings. There was nothing in my college courses on archaeology that said anything about that.
You are most wise in leaving the land of the pharaohs, Ilsa. And you, Dr. Erickson?
My daughter's life is more important to me than the discovery of some new tomb or ruins. We shall leave as soon as we can pack our supplies.
Of course, without servants, this may take some little time.
Well, since you have decided to abandon any attempts at excavating this territory, there is no need for my presence. I shall leave now.
We bid you speed, Ismail Farid. You both gave excellent performances.
I don't know how I managed mine. Wild horses couldn't drag me away from here.
Farid's obvious relief at the news that we were leaving makes me sure that we're on the track of something important.
Well, we won't find it standing about talking. I have a feeling our friend will turn back long before he gets to Cairo. We better get started.
Tarzan, must we do our digging here, where Arnold was killed? Isn't some other spot just as likely?
Not if my theories are right. But perhaps you might try over by that big rock.
Oh, the why Father and I permitted ourselves to be ordered about her. It's more than I can... Father!
Yes, my dear?
Father! Tarzan! Come quickly!
What is it, my dear?
This.
Why, an ivory-handled dagger. Where did you find it?
Almost directly at the base of the rock. He must have been lying here for countless years.
Is it very old, Doctor?
Let me examine it. Yes. A product of one of the very early dynasties. Probably made about 3000 B.C.
Made almost 5,000 years ago, and it bears little sign of age. Yet it could have been held in someone's hand as recently as the time of Arnold's disappearance.
I don't think we can count on that. You see, Tarzan, it's because of Egypt's unusual climate that so many archaeological finds have been discovered here. Thousands of years have left many items completely unchanged.
Whole cities have been discovered, virtually intact, entirely beneath the sand.
What's the matter, my dear?
I suddenly felt weak. I guess the worry and the excitement.
Oh, you've eaten nothing since last night. Rest for a moment, Ilsa. Lie down.
No, I'll be all right. Just lean back against the rock.
What? The rock! It's swinging open!
You must have accidentally touched some spot that caused it...
Look. A long corridor leading straight back. A long hole. Pure gold. Look, Father.
Why, the characters on the sides of the walls. From the very earliest of the dynasties. Perhaps even from a pre-dynasty period.
Advance carefully.
Yeah.
It's more than possible that... Ilsa! Dr. Erickson!
Yes,
What is it?
The rock swung shut. We may be imprisoned here.
If it is open to let us in, it must open to let us out. We can find out about that later.
You cannot appreciate our feelings, Tarzan. This is the culmination of a lifetime's work. We will get out all right.
If we're lucky enough to find the one spot that yields to a touch. Won't be easy in the dark. Perhaps it may prove impossible.
You are right, of course. For the ancients' new engineering tricks we have not even begun to learn in our present civilization.
But even life is less important than the thrill of such a discovery. We look for a means of escape later. Now we must explore this tomb.
If you want to, Tarzan, you can remain here while Ilse and I search the splendors created by men long since dead.
The native diggers who deserted you were not frightened away by men who died thousands of years ago. Nor did any men of 3000 B.C. kill Muli and Arnold. I shall come with you.
Look at the colors on these wall paintings, Tarzan. Not a sign of deterioration after all these years.
And the magnificence of the vases and the jewelry we found.
Oh, it is amazing.
And we haven't even reached the central room of the tomb yet. It is obvious that the mummies we have discovered are merely those of the wives of the pharaoh who is buried here.
Not even in the tomb of Tutankhamun were such rich treasures buried. He must have been a most important pharaoh.
Wait. This must be the entrance to the central room. The symbol of the king god is over the door.
Look. The sign of the two entwined snakes.
Yes. And the ancient lettering that proclaims this to be the final resting place of Zarathus's, Snake King of the Egyptians.
There. The gem-encrusted coffin. In the center of the room. Hurry.
Oh, this discovery will make my name go down with those of Ryan, Mariette, and Petrie as one of the great Egyptian archaeologists.
Tarzan, help me raise the lid of the coffin.
Raises easily. Hilsa, your touch opened the tomb. You should have the first look.
All right. I stand on this stone step, and then I...
What is it?
Arnold Brown. Wrapped like a mummy of antiquity. His clothing and ornaments, those of an ancient pharaoh.
Just someone who looks like him, you...
No, it is Arnold.
Oh.
Arnold. The sign of the snakes engraven on his forehead. And the wound is still fresh. Tarzan, what does it all mean?
Quiet. The chanting. Many people are coming.
Where can we hide?
There is no place to hide. Stand behind me. My knife may be of little protection, but they shall have to kill me before they...
Somebody infidels are silence, loyal subjects of Zarathus. So, you did not leave our land. You remained and found the entrance to the tomb of our god.
I warn you, Ismail Farid, my knife will plunge into the first person who attempts to attack us.
There will be no attack. You can do no further damage to us now. Ilsa Eriksson ended the days of our cult.
I ended the days.
Long have we, the sons of Zarathus, kept this tomb inviolate. We have met here, determined to resist the interference of strangers. But now that is all past. This is no longer our meeting place. And you, Dr. Eriksson, may claim as many of the treasures here as permitted by our government.
For that I am most thankful. But there is much I do not understand.
Zarathus the First was once buried here. And so were his son and his son's son and others in a long and noble line. Other pharaohs succeeded the sons of Zarathus to the throne of Egypt. But the Zarathus have always been the king gods to some of us. Until the death of the last one, last night.
Arnold Brown? Was he the last of the Zarathus?
Yes.
Why, I thought he was the son of a foreign diplomat.
He was. His grandfather revolted against the strict rules laid down for our gods. He left the country, but fate sent Arnold's father back as a member of a foreign consular service. It was necessary to kill him to secure Arnold.
It must have been your family that adopted Arnold.
Yes, but along with his royal blood, there flowed the blood of foreign lands. He, too, decided to cast off the responsibilities of a deity. He desired to marry you, Ilsa, and leave our land. It was necessary to kill him, to put to rest here the last of the kings of Zarathus.
May we leave here now, Ismail Farid?
Yes, go forth and permit us to hold the last of our religious rites. Then we shall turn ourselves over to the authorities. You, Doctor, may announce the finding of another symbol of a world that can never be again.
Yes, Ismail Farid. Many of the things we treasure fade with the passing years. But violence can never halt progress. And killings can never win a battle of the soul. It is a lesson I have learned in the jungle.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. Unaware of the fierce eyes that watch them from behind every rock and tree, the safari of the American plunges deep into the jungle. And what he cannot see, he refuses to believe. The mysteries of Africa have been highly overrated. But the mysteries and violence become real when he hears the throbbing of the voodoo drums, the chant of the savages, the incantations of the headhunters of Wombesi.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of headhunters of Yambisi.
Some parts of Africa have changed little since the days when the first white men crossed the dark continent. And those changes that have occurred may be traced to the patient missionaries, the determined colonists, the intrepid pioneers who have long battled against the aboriginal cruelties of the wild people who inhabit a wild land. But laws passed in foreign countries and relayed to colonial administrators will never alter the nature of the Congo. Instead, these laws often cause resentment and stimulate fresh outbreaks of terror. The enactment of a recent law had brought Tarzan to Saint-Dizier to speak to Jean Aubert, Governor General.
But why should anyone want to tear down the curtain barriers which mark the forbidden trails?
Well, those who enacted the law do not realize that these trails forbidden to white men, they are merely small paths used for native ceremonial. They cannot understand that these trails lead only to sacred places of no importance to civilized man.
But if they knew that these barriers saved the lives of those inexperienced in the jungle, surely they would...
Now, someone mentioned these forbidden trails in a report, and it stirred up a controversy in the Chamber of Deputies. Then one fat politician spoke of restraint of trade. Another said the natives are attempting to halt colonial expansion.
Can't they realize that it's dangerous to stir up the natives?
Well, to them, thousands of miles away. The stories of native voodoo, of savagery, of idol worship, barbarism, they are mere exaggerations to make our task here seem more important.
If those who pass your laws could only witness some of the native practices that flourish in the Congo.
No, I doubt they would believe their own eyes. Even now, in an anteroom, there sits a gentleman who has asked me to stage some native ceremonies for him.
To stage them?
He is an American magazine photographer. He has learned of Africa through the cinema. He has come here to do a feature article on the modern Africa. And when he completes his task, the world will believe our citizens are as easily controlled as students in a classroom.
You mean he's already made up his mind what he will find in the jungle?
He's a brash, red-haired idiot has already confided to me the title of his article and the accompanying pictures. The heading is to read, Africa Debunked.
But such a view of our country will only bring fresh misunderstandings, new laws to infuriate the natives. Can't you forbid him to enter the jungle?
My instructions are to accord him every courtesy. I cannot disregard these orders.
Then permit me to be his guide. I promise you that he will not find my Africa a land of gentle people who can be ruled by a shelf full of law books.
Hello? You are hereby appointed his official guide, Tarzan. You have my permission to make his red hair turn white, but I shall hold you responsible for his life. Monsieur Tarzan, Monsieur Red Hail.
First time you ever saw red hail, huh? Usually it's white.
I'm happy to see you have a sense of humor, Mr. Hale. You're apt to need it before we return to Saint-Dizier.
Well, I'm game. Yeah, nothing surprises me. Not even that leopard skin you're wearing. Hey, where'd you get it? From the good old USA by mail order?
This is the skin of a leopard who was about to rend a native child limb from limb. It was fortunate that I was able to jump between them.
And you killed the leopard with your bare hands, huh?
Monsieur Tarzan's feats of bravery and strength are legend in our country.
I gotta hand it to you guys. You're a real showman. Oh, gosh, if you could stage a battle with a leopard for me, I could get a series of pictures that'd sell 1 million copies of the magazine I work for.
Well, then you are willing to accept me as a guide?
Sure, why not? You and I will take a jaunt through the jungle and bring back enough material to go into business for ourselves.
I'm afraid you and I will need assistance on our jaunt. I can travel unaided through the jungle, but those unused to jungle ways must have bearers, porters, personal boys, askari.
Well, I'm on an expense account. Let's shoot the works.
I took the liberty of lining up a Manyapara, a headman. He is waiting outside.
Yeah, all right. Trot him out. I hope he has a ring through his nose. He'll make a great cop. Mickey? 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 That's the name of the savage man, whatever he called?
It is a simplified version of his native name. One is adopted for use when he serves as a headman for safaris.
Uhaligani.
Nahale Najima. Pujambo, Mickey.
Sijambo. A native headman dressed in an army shirt and an overseas cap. A little out of character, ain't he?
Mr. Red Hale, this is Monaki Miki, whom you may call Mickey. He is to be your headman.
I'm glad to meet you. Where catch 'em white men's clothes?
I secured the uniform as part of the regular equipment issued to student engineers sent from Africa to Europe a few years ago. I was best in my class.
There, now, you see what I mean? All of this talk about savage Africa. And my headman talks like a college instructor. What made you come back out here, Professor Mickey?
I returned, Mr. Hale, because I could not accustom myself to the ways of so-called civilized people. Inside, I'm still what you call a savage.
Oh, now see here.
I hope I'm able to restrain my savagery in dealing with you, Mr. Red Hale, but perhaps temptation may prove too great.
In just a moment, we will learn what adventures befall Mickey, Red Hale, and Tarzan when they plunge into the jungle. Set among the native huts, the sun-whitened governmental buildings, the colorful native bazaars, and the exotic shops of Lagos is a modern building which bears the sign Safari Equipment Corporation Limited. And it was to this modern structure that Tarzan brought the skeptical Mr. Red Hale.
Now, don't tell me. I know it. It just looks modern. Inside, I'll find a clerk with a bone through his nose and wearing a breechcloth made out of a gorilla skin.
Oh, on the contrary, you'll find Mr. Bridges well-dressed and extremely civilized. He may be the last civilized man you see for a long time.
Good afternoon, Tarzan. Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Bridges, Mr. Hale.
Very happy to know you, sir. Going to have a go at the jungle, eh?
Yes. I'm going to brave the jungle wilds where no white man has ever trod. Sounds like a travelogue, doesn't it?
Yes, precisely.
We will require a green linen tent for Mr. Hale's use.
Righto, one green linen tent. We carry only the finest, sir. Lined in red as an added protection against the sun. Some colors are more heat-resistant than others, you know.
Well, the color of my hair ought to be some protection.
We shall need Uganda water bottles, airtight tin boxes, a portable washstand, and the other usual camping equipment.
Righto.
In addition, you'd best measure Mr. Hale for mosquito boots and suitable clothing.
Oh, we'll fix him up first rate.
Hey, what's that up there?
Why, that's a hammock chair, sir.
Oh. One of those things they carry you in, huh?
That's right, sir. Two porters carry the chair suspended between them.
Mm-hmm. Well, when you make up the order, throw in one of those.
Mr. Hale, they are meant for invalids or women.
Or for guys who don't like walking, huh?
But it will be almost impossible for porters to carry such a chair on the paths we will follow.
I said we're taking the chair.
All right. But I think that before our return, you will find that this is the most dangerous decision you've ever made.
Yeah, how do you figure that?
I think from now on I'll let experience be your teacher. Lessons so learned are best remembered. If the pupil lives.
The porters and bearers are already complaining, Tarzan.
I know. It's most difficult to carry Mr. Hale in his hammock chair. I don't know what we can do about it yet.
Yeah, their complaints are only partly caused by the weight of the chair and the heavy photographic equipment he insists on carrying within it. Even though many of them understand not a word of English, they sense his scorn, his contempt of them.
I know. But he doesn't realize what their friendship may mean to him. He still thinks our jungle is a stage setting.
But during the past few days, dozens of ferocious animals have come within a few feet of him.
His eyes might well be those of a newborn baby who's not yet learned to use them. He's seen neither the animals nor the unfriendly tribesmen who have peered at him from behind every bush.
Hey! Are you two going to gab all day, or are you going to dig me up something to get some decent pictures out?
Tarzan, there's only one thing to do. Scare him so badly his ideas and his manners will change.
Oh, that's exactly what I have in mind. Even if I have to assist nature.
Hey, I heard that. I'm wise to your game. Now, let me tell you this. There isn't anything you can roll out that'll scare me. I don't scare easy.
I'm sure you're very brave, Mr. Hale.
Hey, you guys, hey, just keep this chair moving along. When I want to slow up, I'll tell you.
Perhaps it would be good to let the Wampagazee rest here, Tarzan.
No, Mickey, the porters must go on for now. I've caught the scent of an elephant herd, and at this time of the year they...
Elephants, eh? Well, let's head for them. Might be able to get some good pictures for a change.
The season is a dry one. If they hunt for water, they might be...
You heard me. I'm footing the bills for this safari. Now get going.
With many misgivings, Tarzan ordered the safari in the direction from which he had caught the scent of Tantor, the elephant. Now the jungle path wound through a tangled bamboo forest and then emerged into a small, peaceful-looking clearing. But as the safari crossed the small open space, the elephant herd crashed through the dense undergrowth on the opposite side. The native bearers, in sudden panic, dropped the hammock chair containing Mr. Hale and fled. Tarzan grasped a vine and swung into a tree. Now, with unerring accuracy, the jungle lord dropped on the head of the lead elephant, kicked it savagely on the side of its head, causing it to swerve. An instant before the hammock chair would have been tinder beneath the mighty hoofs. Following their leader, the rest of the herd also swerved. Tarzan grasped the limb of an overhanging bough and pulled himself up into a tree as the elephant herd thundered away.
Well, Mr. Hale, are you satisfied now that Tarzan and I have not been lying to you about the dangers of the jungle?
Oh, gosh, did I get some wonderful shots of that stampede. They're worth their weight in gold.
Are you all right, Mr. Hale?
Huh? Sure, I'm all right, Tarzan. I told you I don't scare easy.
Unfounded courage is often stupidity. You're like a baby ape who attempts to attack a panther.
Yeah, maybe so, except that I've never seen an ape with red hair. Well, tell the boys to come out from behind those trees. I'd like to reach our camping place early tonight so I can try to develop a couple of these pictures. Well, what's holding things up?
The porters and bearers have deserted us, Mr. Hale.
What?
Even before you needlessly endangered their life by insisting on crossing a path of an elephant herd, they spoke among themselves of refusing to serve you further.
Did you know about this, Tarzan?
I did not know they'd run off taking all our food and equipment, but I was aware they might desert.
Well, why didn't you do something about it?
I permitted experience to give its first lesson. And now, if you can tear yourself from that chair, we shall walk from here.
Okay.
Although you may not realize it, the chair you insisted on buying might have been the cause of your death. Had you been walking, you could have leaped for the protection of the trees, as the natives did.
Then I wouldn't have gotten my pictures. Oh, here, Mickey. You carry the camera. Treat it tenderly now. Tarzan, you carry the knapsack with my darkroom supplies.
And what will you carry?
Myself. Hey. Aren't those our boys hiding in the bushes over there?
Oh, your eyesight is improving. A few days ago, you would not have known anyone watched us from the edge of the clearing.
Hey, you guys. If you think for 1 minute that I'm going to stand...
They are not our boys, Mr. Hale.
Huh?
They're members of the Zambezi tribe. This is their land.
Okay, we'll put a few of them on the payroll then. And I won't have to leave my chair behind.
I'm afraid it would be unwise to hire Zambezi natives, even if they're willing.
In the name of heaven, why not?
They are cannibals and headhunters.
Oh, no. You're not going to try to feed me that junk again. Hey, you! What'd he say?
He's their chief, and he says he's approaching you and brings his men.
No.
Jumbo, Buana.
Yeah. Hello yourself. I'm glad to meet you. Hey, lay off, will you? All right, quit mauling me. Hey, leave my hair alone.
Do not touch the white man.
Why did they do that?
They've never seen red hair before.
Yeah.
Perhaps they think it would make a nice trophy.
Oh, so that's the angle now, huh? Mickey and you have cooked up this yarn about headhunters just to scare me. Oh, honestly, why
This is not something Mickey and I have cooked up. These men are the fiercest savages of the entire jungle.
Oh, good. Hey, what does the chief mean by these motions he's making?
In sign language, he's inviting us to their village so that we may share their evening meal.
Well, that's lucky with all our food.
No. I can hunt for food. It's not wise to enter their village.
For the last time, I'm tired of this game you're playing. I'm going to their village. You coming?
Yes, if you insist. Mickey and I shall accompany you.
Yeah.
Apaka.
And now what?
They will return by that path over there. We are to reach their village by the elephant trail that skirts the small mountain just east of here.
They're going to cut through there, and we have to go all the way around that mountain? Well, why?
They were on the trail taking part in the ceremony when our encounter with the elephants disturbed them. The trail is for ceremonial purposes only, and none but members of the Yambezi may walk upon it.
Oh, it's one of those trails they just passed that new law about then, huh?
Yes. And it is taboo for strangers to go beyond that curtain of dried palm fiber.
You mean those old dried leaves are supposed to keep us out?
No, we're to be kept out by our knowledge that those who break the taboo are apt to meet sudden death.
Well, now, in the first place, I know all about that new law. It makes these forbidden trails open to everybody. In the second place, I'm not taking a long way when there's a short one. And in the third place, I'm fed to the teeth with all this hocus pocus. I'm taking that forbidden trail.
It is not wise.
I'll get along all right. I've got a head on my shoulders.
Yes, but it may not rest there long.
In just a moment, we shall learn the fate of Red, Mickey, and Tarzan in the village of the headhunters of Yambezi.
Well, Tarzan, I guess our friend Mr. Hale has reached the village of the Yambezi by now.
Yes, the forbidden trail he insisted on taking must be hours shorter than this path.
Perhaps he never reached the village. Perhaps they killed him the moment they discovered he'd broken their taboo.
No. Had I thought his life was in immediate danger, I would not have left him. The Governor General is holding me responsible for his life, after all.
Well, then you're counting on the Yambezi to spend more time celebrating before they kill him, huh?
It is the way of all tribes, is it not, Mickey?
Yes, but when his time comes, how will you save him?
I may not.
But your promise to the Governor General, you said...
Mickey, more sacred than anything is my love of the jungle and its people. Even these savage Yambezi who merely follow the teachings of their fathers.
And if Red Hale continues to scoff, if he writes an article that will cause more ridiculous laws to be passed, the jungle people will suffer? Is that what you mean?
Exactly. Until Mr. Hale shows fear, until he has learned to respect the ways of the jungle, I cannot help him.
I believe there's more savagery left in you than there is in me.
Perhaps. Come, Mickey. We're reaching the edge of the village here.
How about us? Do you think the Yambezi will want to take our lives as well as his?
I don't know. But we must be on guard every moment.
Look, Tarzan. Hale. All alone, unguarded.
They're watching him. See how they stand about in small groups?
They've certainly given him the best hut in the village. And look, they've decorated him with necklaces and bracelets. Maybe we're wrong, Tarzan.
Hi there. Hi. Come on over. The grub's swell. And look, don't tell me what I'm eating. I don't want to know.
So you have made friends quickly.
Yeah, I told you I'd get by.
The forbidden trail, they didn't attempt to stop you?
No, they were just bringing some young girls back to the village. Seems they'd had some sort of a tribal rite that made it okay for these girls to take husbands.
You interrupted the bride ritual?
Oh, interrupted nothing. They were tickled to death. I took pictures of all the girls, the chief, and a guy who calls himself the Grand something or other. And when I got back here, I developed the pictures. Now they think I'm some sort of a witch doctor. Just give me another week here, and I can run for vice president.
I see.
All this talk about headhunters and cannibals. You know, you had me half believing I'd find one of those iron kettles in the middle of the village with a missionary stuck in the center of it.
The Yambezi do not cook their meat.
Oh? Well, whatever I'm eating here is cooked, and it's darn good. Hey, pals! Bring some of the stuff over for my friends here, huh? Hey, wait a minute. Where's the other guy? You know, one of them talks a little English. Oh, there. There he is over there, see?
The witch doctor. Uh-huh. And he's wearing his sacrificial dress.
Yeah, like a kid in Halloween, painting his face white, wearing all that funny junk.
Do you know what that junk is he wears about his waist?
Some of those voodoo dolls I've read about, I guess.
They are human heads.
Human heads? Are you kidding? They're no bigger than my fist.
The Yambezi are clever in shrinking heads without altering a single feature. And despite his apparent friendship, I believe the witch doctor plans on adding another doll to his collection. One with red hair. Well, Mickey, despite the witch doctor's sacrificial costume and the ceremonial dress of the entire tribe, they haven't given any indication at all of meaning harm to him.
He's smarter than we've given him credit for. It's been the pictures. They've never seen anything like it before.
That's right. And they're doing exactly what he says. They're staging their ceremony so he can use his magic box.
Yeah, as long as he gives them prints to fasten on their totem poles, they're happy.
Hey, did you see that? Native jugglers using children instead of Indian clubs. Oh, boy, won't that make a shot. Hey, and those knives. When they throw the kids, they only miss the knives by inches.
It's a native practice that even we, who are used to the jungle ways, have been trying to stamp out. Many children have been killed in this dance.
Oh, go on. The kids aren't even scared.
They're hypnotized.
They are? Boy, will that make a magazine spread. Yeah, nice going there, Yambizis. And now trot out the next act, eh?
Now the snake charmer is to perform for you.
Huh? It's developing into a three-ring circus. Hey, what are those guys doing?
Passing needles and hooks and pins into their bodies.
Yeah? Hey, Mickey, hand me that pouch with my flash bulbs in them. Oh, boy, this is great.
They are holy men who torture their bodies in the belief they will earn absolutions from all their sins and be rewarded with eternal happiness.
Well, I'll reward them with some candid camera shots of the rack. Hey, hand me that small box with my light meter in it, will you? Hurry.
Yes. There you are.
Yeah, that's it.
Now the knife dances begin.
Yeah, with all this material around, I need 6 cameras and a dozen hands.
I'll hold that bag with the spare film in it.
No, I'll just toss it in this stone over here.
No, Mr. Hale. No, that's their sacred rock.
It's just a brown stone to me.
That stone is granite. It is brown from bloodstains.
Yeah, well, it's well dried in. It won't hurt the film any.
Man with red hair, you defile sacred rock.
Oh, come on now, come on. Let's keep the show going.
Much we let you do. Walk forbidden trail. See maidens at bridal rite, enter tribal circle is enough. Now you defile sacred stone.
Oh, wait. Take it easy now. I'll develop these pictures in the morning, and you'll have
Answer!
Well, Mr. Hale, I think you've finally done it.
Huh? Done what?
You finally persuaded them to prove to you the savagery of the jungle.
You're still trying to scare me, aren't you? Why did they quit the racks?
They're preparing a new one now. They sing about it.
What are they singing about?
Native tribes make up their songs as they go along. This one tells how a Matuhodari, a clever man, came to their village and made them small and flat. That's how they describe the pictures you've taken.
Yeah?
It tells of how they fed you and permitted you to do what no one outside of the tribe has ever been permitted to do.
Tarzan, the knife man is sharpening his execution blade.
Mickey, they're all busy. I want you to slip from the village and start back toward Saint-Dizier.
No.
We will try to meet you on the trail.
No, I'll stay as long as...
Go. I can travel more quickly than you, even if I'm to carry Mr. Hale. Leave now.
Well, all right. I wish you well, Tarzan.
I'm still not falling for this racket. The knife man. You've arranged all this with the Yambisi. What are they saying in that song now?
That none, not even the members of their tribe, not even their own chief, may place anything except a human head on the sacred rock.
Tarzan, look, they're coming this way. The one with the green painted face does have a knife. It's as sharp as a surgeon's scalpel.
I will stand by your side until the end.
Well, look, they're not kidding. They're walking slowly, but they mean business.
They do indeed.
Yeah, that's too late. We can't escape.
Perhaps not.
Tarzan, do something. Help me. Save me. Tarzan, I've never been so scared in my life. Traveling over your shoulder through the tops of the trees was almost more frightening than those headhunters.
But this fright will pass. Had the men of Yambisi advanced a step closer, you would not have recovered.
Yeah, I know that now. It wasn't until they were inches from me that I suddenly realized the difference between what I've seen in the movies and the real thing. Oh, brother, I know now. I've seen enough of the jungle, Tarzan.
Good. I will take you back to Saint-Dizier, Mr. Hale. And when you write your article and publish those pictures you did not drop in your fright, you will tell the world that Africa is still Africa. And civilized men must understand and fear her ways.
We'll return in just a moment to tell you about our next story of Tarzan. A sudden scream in the jungle night brings Tarzan to the rescue of a beautiful golden-haired woman who has wandered alone into the most dangerous part of the Congo. And through her, Tarzan meets the most ruthless man Africa has ever known. A man with a driving urge to kill every type of animal alive, including man. Tarzan becomes the quarry of a savage manhunt in Trophy Room.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Trophy Room.
The roar of a wild beast and the scream of a woman. Tarzan grasped a hanging vine and hurled himself into the middle level of jungle growth. Swinging from tree to tree with incredible speed, he neared the spot where a beautiful blonde girl crouched in fear, a few feet from an angry lioness. On the ground, between the girl and the she-lion, lay a rifle. Now the girl gathered courage and reached out for the weapon, but the lioness, seeming to sense her intentions, struck out with cruel talons, breaking the girl's slender arm. The scent of blood was strong now, and the lioness leaped forward. But a metal-tipped arrow, seeming to come from nowhere, caught the lioness in midair and plunged deep into its savage heart.
Oh, you horrible savage. You've spoiled everything.
I've spoiled everything by saving your life?
I could have reached the gun. I would have reached it.
I see. Well, then I apologize for interfering.
Apologies won't help now.
I have no intention of claiming the animal. I can find meat elsewhere.
Meat? I didn't want the lioness for food.
Your attitude is most strange. In fact, the very presence of a white woman here is most mysterious.
There's nothing mysterious about my presence at all. This land belongs to my husband. We have a large house less than a mile from here.
In the middle of the jungle?
Yes, in the middle of the jungle. But why should you question me? You're a trespasser on this land. It's up to you to explain what you're doing here.
This section of the jungle is one of the few I have not explored up until now. I like to explore. I did not know that this was private land.
Well, you know it now, so you'd better leave.
I shall. But next time I'd suggest that you exercise a little more care when you take a walk. It isn't safe for a woman to wander aimlessly in the jungle.
I wasn't wandering aimlessly. I saw the lioness prowling out here. I can see a great distance from my bedroom window.
You came here deliberately to stalk a lioness? Why?
Oh, you ask too many questions. I advise you to get off our land at once.
And I'd advise you to hurry home and have that arm looked at. It's badly injured.
I'd have given my whole arm to take that lioness home.
But you can take it home. I told you I'd not claim it. I'll carry it to your house for you and then leave your property.
Oh, thank you, but it wouldn't do any good now. My husband could tell at a glance how it had been killed. He'd know I hadn't shot it. Byron knows all there is to know about hunting.
Byron, that's your husband's name?
Byron Baldwin. I'm Althea Baldwin.
I'm Tarzan. And I apologize for spoiling whatever it is I've spoiled. I thought you were in danger.
Oh, I was. I couldn't have reached the rifle. And even if I had, I probably couldn't have killed the lioness. But I wanted to so very badly.
I've never been able to understand man's passion for killing.
Nor I. But hunting means everything to Byron. That's why he had our house built in the jungle. Hunting's all he cares about. I thought if I could come out here alone, if I could kill that lioness without help, I could make him respect me again. I guess a woman will do anything to recapture her husband's love.
Recapture? That explains a great deal. You imagine your husband no longer loves you, huh?
It isn't imagination.
But you're very beautiful. You have courage, too. Surely you must be mistaken about your husband's love.
I'm not mistaken. If you don't believe me, come back to the house with me. I'll show you a man who lives only so he can hunt. A man whose only love is the love of killing.
It's a fabulous house, Althea. Carved right out of the jungle.
Yes, it's quite a showplace for the animals and the handful of natives who sometimes come here by accident. Byron! Byron! I guess he's still out hunting. Sometimes he doesn't return for days. You don't know what it's like being all alone in this big house.
Alone? But surely you have family or servants here with you.
We've had a few native women from time to time, but they never stay more than a few days. Not that I blame them.
Why do they leave?
Because of Mueni. I didn't tell you about Mueni, did I?
No, you didn't.
I think I'm more afraid of Mueni than I am of Byron when he's aching to kill. More afraid than I am of spending nights alone here in this barren house. More than the fear that I'll go mad unless I can leave here.
Who or what is Mueni?
Come into the trophy room with me, and I'll tell you. Only walk quietly, because maybe Mueni's here. Maybe Mueni didn't go with Byron today.
In just a moment, we'll return to our exciting story of Tarzan. Althea led Tarzan down a long, narrow hall until finally they stood before a heavily paneled door of polished oak. This was the trophy room. Althea swallowed hard and then swung the door open, admitting a narrow shaft of light that illuminated a few mounted heads of animals and reptiles hanging on the walls. Beneath them were large gun cases made of glass and containing every conceivable instrument of death. Aside from the narrow shaft of light, the room was in total darkness. Tarzan crossed to open the somber black drapes, but as he did so, a figure moved in the shadows, and a huge Negro, the largest man Tarzan had ever seen, came at him, his dark face contorted with rage.
No, Mueni, no, put that poker down. You'll kill Tarzan.
Drop that poker or I'll break your arm. All right, if you won't drop it, There. And now I've got my hand on my knife.
No, Tarzan, don't harm Mueni. He didn't know what he was doing. He's like a child.
I'll find out what sort of a child he is. Tell me why you attacked me, or I'll plunge this knife into your heart. Tell me!
Please, Tarzan, let him go. He can't tell you what was in his mind. He has no powers of speech.
You what? Oh. All right, I'll let him go. For now. There you are, Mueni. But I warn you.
Thank you, Tarzan. If anything had happened to him, Byron would never have forgiven me. Mueni, go to your room. I'll call you when the master comes. I said go to your room.
Well, if that's the reception Mueni accords every newcomer here, I don't wonder that you're alone.
I don't think he's actually vicious. He just has some sort of strange idea that he must protect everything that belongs to Byron. And of course, he thinks of me as one of Byron's possessions. I guess I am.
Has he never spoken?
I don't think so. Although, of course, we're not sure. You see, Byron bought him at a slave auction when he was full grown. Despite his size and his strength, he was quite a bargain, being mute.
Is he deaf as well?
Oh, no. He has superhuman hearing. The way Dr. Sloan explained it, he's extremely sensitive to vibrations. I suppose that's why he can sense the coming of an animal from an incredible distance, even against the wind.
A valuable asset for a hunting companion. Is that why Byron keeps him?
Of course. Dr. Sloan examined Mueni and said that with his sensitivity to vibrations, he could be taught to speak. Byron was furious. He hadn't given Dr. Sloan permission to examine Mueni, and he had no intention of having his perfect servant changed.
Who was Dr. Sloan?
Oh, I didn't tell you about him, did I?
No, you didn't.
He was a well-known hunter as well as being a famous doctor. Byron invited him here, and he was our guest for several months. I suppose he would have remained longer had it not been for his interference in the case of Mueni.
That's incredible.
Byron suddenly decided Dr. Sloan was a meddling fool, and he was afraid Mueni might hear the doctor say he could be taught to speak. Byron didn't want that. He drove Dr. Sloan out of the house in the middle of the night at the point of a gun. Well, I'll open the drapes so you can see my beloved husband's altar room more easily.
Oh, I'll do it. You call this his altar room?
Yes. This is where he does his worshipping to the only God he knows. I've seen him spend hours here just polishing the stock of a favorite gun.
Althea, when we met, you said you wanted to kill the lioness so you could recapture your husband's love. And yet you speak of him with hatred in your voice.
Do I?
Why did you marry him?
Oh, he was quite a catch. Tall, handsome, wealthy, a well-known sportsman with a romantic hunting lodge in Africa. Any girl would have jumped at the chance.
Yes, I can understand that, but now that you know what he is, why don't you leave him?
I tried that twice. Oh, yes, I have a great chance of trying to get away from Byron and his watchdog, Mueni.
No one should be forced to remain in a place they find unbearable, with people they've come to hate. I'll help you escape, Althea.
Oh, would you, Tarzan? Would you take me with you to another land? To a place where Byron can't find me?
Of course I will.
Oh, Tarzan, I've waited years for someone like you to come along. Promise you won't go back on your word.
Of course I won't.
Well, this is a pleasant little scene.
Byron.
It's quite a surprise to come home and find my wife in the arms of another man.
She was hardly in my arms. She'd started to cry, and I was merely comforting her, patting her on the back as I would a small jungle creature who was lost and frightened.
Yes, I can see from your attire that you're more used to the jungle than to the drawing room. Yet certain, shall we say, gifts seem instinctive.
Among the apes who raised me, there was always one crime that was unforgivable. The taking of another's mate. It's a crime I could never be guilty of, for I myself have helped a pack of apes tear the violator of this law limb from limb.
I have no intention of attempting to tear you limb from limb, Jungle Man. But I think you will find that I am not without my own forms of punishment. If I'd known you were Tarzan, I never would have talked to you like that. Tarzan?
Why should my identity make any difference?
We'll get to that. But right now you've got to promise to stay for dinner. Althea's fixing it now, and I have to admit she's a good cook.
Is that why you keep her here against her will, so she can cook for you?
Oh, so she's been off on that tack again, eh? I suppose she told you I was a little off my rocker, and I kept her a virtual prisoner here.
Yes, she did.
Poor Althea. I wish I knew what to do with her. She has the most incredible imagination.
Are you sure that what she's told me stems from imagination?
Well, of course, I don't know exactly what she's told you, but I know her usual line. It's part of her malady. I had a famous doctor come all the way here to examine her. He said she'd have to be placed in an institution for an indefinite period.
Was that Dr. Sloan?
Yes, it was. So she told you, huh?
Well, your stories concerning him differ slightly.
I never told Althea the whole truth. I was so furious at Dr. Sloan's diagnosis, I'm afraid I ran him off.
Althea told me you drove him off because he threatened to teach Mueni how to speak.
Poor Althea. She knows I'd give my right arm to help Mueni lead a normal life. I bought him from his parents because they planned to kill him out of fear of his muteness. They thought he was the reincarnation of some evil spirit.
Yes, knowing the native mind, I can believe that.
You can believe everything I've told you, Tarzan. What reason could I have for lying?
I don't know.
Here comes our dinner.
Put the tray on the low table, Mueni.
Are we to eat here, Mr. Baldwin?
Please call me Byron. We're going to be great friends, Tarzan. You don't mind eating here?
To be truthful, I dislike this room, the display of guns and the mounted heads of animals killed only for the satisfaction of killing them.
We could eat in the dining room, Byron.
Nonsense, my dear. I'm not having you go to additional work. You see, Tarzan, we keep most of the house closed up because of the impossibility of obtaining reliable native servants. It would take Althea and Mueni hours to get the dining room into usable shape.
I see.
Why don't you tell him the truth, Byron? That you even sleep in this room? That you can't bear to be separated from the animals you've mastered?
Oh, now, please, dear, try to calm down. I know you're upset today, but all
Yes, I am upset. I'm upset because now I can see from Tarzan's expression you've convinced him I'm crazy.
Please, Althea.
It'll be the same as it's always been. He'll go away convinced I'm insane and you're normal. Well, I won't let you fool anyone else. I will...
Althea. No, you ain't back. I'm holding her wrists. Althea wasn't going to hurt me. She's just a little overwrought. Tell Mueni you weren't going to hurt me, Althea.
No, Mueni. I wasn't going to hurt the precious Byron.
See, Tarzan?
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
He has convinced you, Tarzan. You didn't raise a finger to help me. You think I'm mad now.
The way you flew at him, it wasn't the act of a sane person. I've seen such fury in the jungle, but only from animals who had...
Shall we eat, Tarzan? Althea will get over it in a few minutes. She'll sulk over in that corner for a little while, and then she'll join us. Mueni, better take the coffee back to the kitchen and heat it again. The strange thing is that when Althea gets over this spell, she'll be normal and lovely again. Here, have a bit of this cold mutton.
I'm afraid my appetite has deserted me.
Althea, what are you doing with that gun?
Althea, put that gun down. Killing is never the way to solve a problem.
The gun isn't loaded. I just want to prove to you whether it's Byron or I who's crazy.
What? Oh. My favorite rifle. You smashed it. You broke it into pieces. Look at it. My lovely Cogswell and Harrison. Even the telescopic sight ruined. Althea, I'll never forgive you for this. It was my favorite rifle. My very favorite...
Byron, after all, it's only a gun.
Only a gun? I killed 100 animals with it. I've worked over it for days, adjusting the sight, finding out the best ammunition for a sure kill. It was the one rifle I really loved. She's ruined it.
I hate to destroy anything, Tarzan, but it was the only way of making him show his hand.
I can see the picture now, Althea. I'll keep my promise. I'll help you escape.
Oh, no, you won't. Just step back or I'll put a nice little hole in your forehead. I always carry a pistol, just in case. There's no use reaching for your knife. Mueni is very skillful at sleight of hand.
My knife is gone.
Yes, and your bow and arrows, too. Mueni and I expected something like this.
No, Tarzan. Don't move toward him. He's an excellent shot. He couldn't miss at this distance.
No, I couldn't possibly miss. But I'm going to give you one chance to escape, Tarzan. However, I hardly think you'll like the conditions.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Trophy Room.
Byron, you spoke of giving me one chance to escape, provided I met certain conditions. What are the conditions?
I read a story once about another man who had tired of the endless game of pitting his intelligence against that of dumb animals. He contrived a game wherein he would hunt man.
Byron.
Yes. I've begun to find that even the most formidable of four-legged animals is no match for my hunting skill. But from what I've heard of you, Tarzan, you combine the intelligence of man and the jungle knowledge of wild animals. Were I to hunt you, it might prove a thrilling experience.
And why should I agree to serve as the quarry of your mad hunt?
Because were I to give you a head start, there might be some chance of your getting away. I could just as easily kill you now.
But you wouldn't, Byron. You're too much of a sportsman to kill a defenseless animal, even though he be a man.
I would prefer a hunt.
But it takes two to provide a chase, the hunter and the hunted. You can't play your game unless I agree, so I, too, can set forth conditions.
Tarzan, you aren't thinking of playing his crazy game.
I may.
What are your conditions, Tarzan?
That you return my bow to me, and that you provide me with one arrow. You may select any gun you choose, and you may take one bullet. Before our game is over, we shall find out who is to be the hunter and who the hunted.
Why should I agree to such ridiculous terms?
Because were you to merely set me free, were you to give me the head start you mention, I I could take to the upper level of jungle growth and be miles from here almost before you left the house.
Why don't you take Byron up on it if you can escape? Why do you stand there?
But if you agree to play the game my way, Byron, I will remain within a certain area. I promise that I shall not travel further than you can follow between now and dawn.
All right. It's agreed. Let's take my property as the area for the hunt. There are fences on two sides, to the north and the east. The western boundary is marked by a wide creek, and the southern by the bamboo forest.
I understand. The area is acceptable.
And you shall have one arrow, and I, one bullet. It shall be a contest between one man and another, with life as the prize.
Are you mad too, Tarzan?
No, Althea, I'm quite sane, but this is the only method I can think of to free you from your captivity. Your only chance of a future rests in my ability to kill Byron before he kills me.
Tarzan knew well the odds of this strange game, the advantage that a man with a gun had over one with a bow and a wooden arrow. He headed for the bamboo forest and then circled back along the heavy steel fencing that marked the north end of the hunting area. He walked softly, but if his adversary were near, he too knew the lore of the forest. No rustling leaf nor cracking twig revealed his presence. The wind was still, but even if it had not been, Tarzan realized his opponent was enough of a hunter to circle away from the wind. There was no scent, no sound. No hint that death in the form of a bullet might be waiting for Tarzan behind a bush, behind a small rock, from the creek bed, or the fork of a tree. Hours passed, and still there was no sign of the hunter who had selected Tarzan as his quarry.
Byron. Now, if I can get him to waste his bullet, Perhaps I can step from behind this tree for a split second and then duck back before... Well, Mr. Byron Baldwin, you're not quite as accurate a shot as you gave yourself credit for. Perhaps the excitement of this hunt... So, you're neither a good shot nor a good sportsman. You have many bullets.
I am a more resourceful opponent than you have ever met before, Tarzan. Yes, excitement spoiled my aim, but it will not do so next time. Or if it should, I will shoot again, and again after that, if necessary.
I have but the one arrow, but my hand will not tremble.
Now there was little doubt of who was the hunter and who the hunted. Tarzan used every trick at his command, but Byron kept on his trail, firing each time Tarzan exposed himself for a split second, never permitting Tarzan to draw close enough to use his bow. Now the jungle was quiet again. Tarzan had evaded his pursuer for a moment. He breathed more easily. And then, rounding the turn of the creek, he saw Mueni, waiting for him in the shadow of a great tree, a gun in his hand. But Tarzan saw one thing more, a deadly python, hanging from the tree, about to wind its life-crushing coils about the mute. Tarzan raised his bow, fitted his lone arrow carefully to the string. He let the arrow fly, and the python dropped to the ground at Mueni's feet, the slender missile through its brain.
Yes, I know I'm a fool, Mueni, to have wasted my single arrow and then to let my hunter know where I am by sounding my victory cry. But perhaps life isn't the most precious thing in the world anyway. Maybe self-respect is.
Well, Mueni, we've cornered our quarry, haven't we? And his arrow is spent.
Go ahead, Byron. Shoot me. You've won the game.
Oh, it's too easy this way. At point-blank range. Start running. I want to hear you beg for your life. Go ahead. Run and plead.
You have never yet heard an animal of the jungle plead for mercy. Go ahead, Byron. Prove once more that you're a great hunter, a noble sportsman.
You sound brave, but you'll crack yet. You'll crack now. As I raise my rifle to my shoulder, as I squint my eye, take my sight carefully, begin the pressure of the trigger, and...
Mueni!
You shot me. You...
Mueni, you saved my life. And you killed the man who called himself your master.
Baron! He's dead. Tarzan, did you have to kill him?
I didn't kill him. But surely you aren't sorry to see him dead.
I loved him. No matter what he was or what he did, I loved him. I told you when we met this morning I was only trying to regain his love. Oh, I know I'm a fool. You didn't kill him. Then who? Mueni, why?
Tarzan. First friend.
He spoke. Mueni spoke.
Your doctor friend once said he could learn to speak, and sometimes out of great feeling come lessons not even science can teach us.
Great feeling. I don't think I'll ever feel anything again.
Yes. Yes, you will learn to feel and love and live once more. And Mueni will learn to speak and to make a new life. Each of you will be a whole person with no master to rule your soul. Nature intended it thus. And in the end, only the laws of nature triumph.
We'll be back in just a moment to tell you about our next story of Tarzan. With courage and determination, the small group of pioneers push forward the development of new lands in the jungle wilderness. But disaster lurks behind each rock and death behind each tree, for these pioneers are opposed by a powerful jungle ruler, one who is referred to as the Lord of the Jungle. In our next story, Tarzan's Mistake.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan's Mistake.
Black cats, 13, walking under ladders, spilling salt, knocking on wood. Maybe the list doesn't include your superstitions, but because people about us believe in these things, we sometimes think that maybe there's something to them. Tarzan had lived among the African natives for many, many years, and the voodoo and the jungle magic he had once scoffed at had become more and more a part of his own beliefs. Now he sat in the small windowless hut of Nadenga, sorceress of the Manobo tribe. Sitting cross-legged opposite the old woman, he watched her intently as she sprinkled secret powders into the kettle between them, began to sway rhythmically, and utter a magical incantation.
What do you see in the kettle, Nadenga?
Nadenga see nothing.
But you must see something. I came hundreds of miles because you summoned me. You must see something there. You must tell me.
Nadenga try. Into cauldron eagle's beak. Make the magic kettle speak. Eye of toad, wing of bat, fur of lion, tooth of cat, claw of panther, claw of mate. Tell us Tarzan's fate.
Well, Nadenga?
I see now. I see Tarzan and steam from magic cauldron.
Yes?
Jungle is no more. White men tear down trees, build roads, cross land with wagons that breathe fire.
Railroads?
White men kill blacks, destroy all in their path. Tarzan go live in white man's city.
But I wouldn't do that.
There's no other place. Jungle gone. Black men who Tarzan's friends dead. Now I see Tarzan sick. He pale, dying, cannot live in city. So he too go to the land of spirits.
But is there nothing I can do to change this, Nadenga?
Tarzan must stop white man from destroy jungle. White men come now near village Manobo people.
Near here?
Tarzan must stop Tarmangani from build iron road for wagons that breathe fire. Tarzan must destroy tools, supplies. White men must kill.
Come, Tarzan. Come into Hima. Me, Lokimo, Chief Manobo people.
Thank you, Lokimo.
Sit down. Eat meat with Lokimo. He Tarzan's friend.
I have no wish to eat now. My mind is greatly troubled.
You speak to Lokimo what in mind and heart. Lokimo know Tarzan since he young boy.
Lokimo, have you seen any white men near here lately?
Nady, oh. This morning, see white men few miles village.
But I came here only this morning. I didn't see them.
You come from Punya village?
Yes.
Then you come from north. White men south of village, near Yukanya mountain. Lokimo see only this morning. They make camp there.
Did you tell Nadenga about seeing them?
Only Lokimo know. Not tell anyone yet.
But Nadenga knew all about their coming.
Nadenga, great sorceress, know all.
She says they intend to build a railroad near here.
Not know. But these Tamangani, these white men make big camp. Start build huts, stables for iron animals with great shields. Those with great teeth and those that crawl like Gimla, the crocodile.
You mean bulldozers, steam shovels, and tractors? Well, I won't let them destroy my jungle, kill my friends, and drive me from my home.
What we do?
We must smash their equipment, destroy their supplies, frighten them so badly they will never want to return here. We must drive them from our jungle.
In just a moment, we shall learn what happens when Tarzan and the warriors of Manobo attack the camp of the white men. At the foot of the towering Yukanya Mountain, the camp of the white men had begun to form a well-organized pattern. They had arrived only this morning, but already much had been accomplished. Exhausted, most of the expedition had retired for the night, but in the tiny field office, two men studied blueprints by the flickering light of an oil lamp.
Can you turn the wick up a trifle more, Whitehead? There are a few things I'd like to recheck here.
If you'll pardon my saying it, Mr. Halliday, I think it's time we turned in. We've all had a rough day.
Yes, I know, but I can't help worrying about the way we're going at this. Don't you honestly believe we'd been better off starting to lay tracks from Lagos and then...
Don't you trust my judgment?
Oh, well, yes. Yes, of course I do, Whitehead. According to your references, you're one of the finest engineers in the country, but I still think we're making things tough for ourselves. Now, here, look. This mountain, for example.
Mr. Halliday, I've been over surveys of every inch of ground between the tin mines and Lagos. And if we're going to build a railroad between the two, there's no way of avoiding that mountain.
Yes, but the costs of making the cut through the mountain will be fantastic. If we run into rock deposits, it'll break me.
Well, I'm willing to bank on my knowledge of geology, Mr. Halliday. The mountain's free of rock deposits except for some shaly sandstone that we can cut through like butter.
Well, I hope you're right, but I'd still feel a lot happier if we didn't have to start with the cut.
It's our toughest problem, I admit that. But I like to take the toughest hurdles first. You won't be sorry you took my advice.
Well, I'm banking heavily on you, Whitehead. My original plans What's that?
I don't know.
Well, let's get outside. Hurry.
Something's sure causing a devil of a racket. I can't imagine what's going on.
Oh, no.
Look, savages. Hundreds of them. They're smashing our equipment. They're tearing our buildings down. They're ruining everything we've brought here.
Better not get too close to them. I'll get our guns. But already the tide of destruction had swept over the camp of the white men. Buildings were smashed into kindling wood. Tractors and bulldozers and steam shovels were rendered useless. Valuable supplies were hacked and shredded beyond recognition. Halliday saw his life savings, his brave investment in Africa's future, fall before the savage onslaught of infuriated blacks, led by a white savage in a leopard skin. Before Whitehead could return with a gun, the natives had finished their job and disappeared into the deep jungle. What was that?
I don't know. Some victory cry of the natives or an animal in the distance. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters much now.
Well, this is a pretty tough break. One we couldn't look forward to.
No, I suppose not. I feel badly for your sake as well as my own, Whitehead. And I may not be able to live up to that contract I made for your services.
Oh, forget about it, Mr. Halliday. I won't try to hold you to the contract.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, boy.
I suppose we'll be heading back in the morning.
No, we won't. I don't know what I'll be able to do, but I'm not giving up my dream of this railroad. If I have to, I'll build it rail by rail and tie by tie with my own hands.
What do you see in your magic kettle now, Nadenga?
Heart of white men still strong. They not move camp, not leave jungle.
They haven't left? Well, I thought surely that after we ruined their equipment, they would flee as fast as they could.
White men still won't destroy jungle, drive black men from home.
Well, they won't do it. If what we've done hasn't made them decide to leave our jungle, we shall take other measures.
What Tarzan do?
I don't know yet, but I'll make a plan. I'll leave you, Nadenga. I would have words with Lokimo, chief of the Manobo tribe.
May spirit smile upon you, Tarzan, lord of jungle.
May the spirit smile upon you, Nadenga, mighty sorceress. Lokimo!
Jumbo, Tarzan, Jumbo.
I was just coming to your Hema. Have your scouts returned from the Ukanya land yet?
Returned just now. They tell that white men not leave their camp.
Nadenga seemed to know that even before your messengers arrived here. She told me they hadn't left.
Nadenga know all. What we do now, Tarzan?
We shall wait until the full moon, which is but a few days off. Then, with the moonlight shining down upon the camp, we shall smash what is left of their equipment. We shall let them see our war masks and our arrows. And we shall brandish our knives and make war signs with our spears. It will be their last warning.
Hello there. You're Mr. Halliday?
Yes, I'm Halliday.
Well, I'm Captain Lawrence of the Governmental Police.
Oh.
I came here just as soon as your runner reached town.
Well, thank you, Captain Lawrence. Meet Mr. Whitehead, our chief engineer.
Oh, I'm delighted to know you, Mr. Whitehead. By the sound of things, you haven't given up your construction work yet.
No. Things weren't quite as bad as we thought at first. So we had to send to Lagos for a great many replacement parts and repair materials, and I was forced to send a letter back to the bank asking for additional financing. But without further setbacks, we still have a chance of building our railroad.
Well, I certainly wish you luck. And I'll try to find out something about the attack made on you. Did you see any of the natives closely?
No. We were some distance from them.
You couldn't describe any of their native tattooing, then? Their tribal marks?
I'm afraid that's a blind trail, Captain Lawrence. We couldn't possibly identify any of them. All we can do is to repair our equipment, pray they won't attack again, and get to work.
Oh, wait. There might be one clue, Captain Lawrence.
Yes?
Their leader was a white man.
A white man? Well, that might explain a good deal. I understand the owners of the tin mines near Kuraka aren't anxious to have a railroad servicing their competitors.
Well, this man was no tin mine operator. He was a savage.
Yeah, I think he may have been the one who gave that unearthly cry as they disappeared.
An unearthly cry? No, it's not possible. It couldn't be.
Well, what are you talking about, Captain?
The cry. Did it sound like the victory cry of the bull ape?
Well, I've never heard a bull ape, but I rather imagine an ape might sound like that.
Captain Lawrence, where are you going?
Into the jungle to find Tarzan.
Move quick, white man.
I'm coming to your council fire with you. There's no need to push me.
My noble people, not like white men who sneak into our village.
I didn't sneak in. I walked right up to your sentry and asked him plainly whether he had seen Tarzan. It is important that I find him.
Why do you want to see me, Captain Lawrence?
Tarzan, it's good to see you again.
I leave, Tarzan. Not want talk with white man.
I shall join you in a moment. What do you want, Captain Lawrence?
Well, it's not a very enthusiastic welcome for an old friend. Your lack of courtesy could be a shield to hide a guilty conscience.
Why should I have a guilty conscience?
2 nights ago, a savage attack was made upon the camp of a Mr. Halliday. It was an unwarranted attack that caused considerable damage. And it was led by a white man. The white man could have been you.
It could have been.
Tarzan, what's happened to you? You've always been against unreasonable attacks, wasteful destruction of materials, injuries to a great and noble cause.
A great cause? Do you think that tearing down the jungle to build cities where crime will flourish is a great cause? That depriving my black brothers of their homes is noble?
Listen to me, Tarzan. Listen carefully. Charles Halliday is a friend to the black men, and he has invested every cent he has to build a railroad for their help.
What do you mean?
For many years, the owners of the tin mines near Kuraka have had a virtual monopoly. They have dictated the poor wages paid the miners. They've set the price to be paid at Lagos. And they've established the unbearable working conditions under which the blacks have long suffered.
I know that well.
But Halliday, because he is a great man, has hired engineers and has bought expensive equipment to run a railroad to other mines. Once the line goes through, if you permit it to go through, all of that will be changed.
Is it possible?
It's more than possible. It's a fact. When or if tin is delivered quickly to Lagos from these new mines, the mine owners of Kuraka will no longer be able to pay starvation wages. They shall have to build clean houses for their workers, and they shall have to sell their product at a fair price. The future of Africa itself has been threatened by your savage attack on Halliday's camp.
I have been away from civilization too long, Captain Lawrence. I've been swayed by the superstitions and the fears of the natives. I have made a mistake.
You have made no mistake, Tarzan.
Who's this?
She's Nadenga, sorceress of the Manobo people. The one who influenced me to make the horrible mistake for which I must make amends at once.
Good. I knew I could count on you, Tarzan.
Tarzan not make mistake. Words of Nadenga are true. White man's camp must be destroyed.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of our story of Tarzan's mistake.
Your curses and your threats will do no good, Nadenga. My mind is made up to help my white brothers.
Men of Manobo not help.
Yes, you've been successful in frightening them so they will not undo their wrong, but at least they've promised not to attack the camp again.
That bad promise. Nadenga's magic heart that talks say Manobo should attack.
Your magic heart that talks? I've never heard of that device.
See? His new magic tells Nadenga future. Look. Here.
Oh, that isn't magic. It's a watch made by a white man.
His magic heart.
It is a small porcelain watch in the shape of a heart. Can't imagine where you got it, but I'm sure it's not magic. No, Captain Lawrence has opened my eyes, and I will not be misled again. Goodbye, Nadenga.
Evil spirits haunt your sleep. Double troubles shall you reap. Poison be your meat and bread. Voodoo curses on your head.
you found him, huh?
Yes, Mr. Halliday, this is Tarzan. Tarzan, this is Mr. Halliday. And Mr. Whitehead is chief engineer.
Glad to know you, Tarzan.
I'm afraid I can't add my salutation to Whitehead's, Tarzan. No amount of apologies will make up for what you've done.
I don't blame you, Mr. Halliday, but I did not intend mere apologies to atone for my crime.
Well, we could use a man of your strength on the labor gang, but I have to have men here I can have faith in.
If you'll pardon me, Mr. Halliday, I don't believe you're being fair. He's admitted freely that he was the one who led the raid. Let's give him a chance to make it up.
I'll have to make this decision, Whitehead.
Mr. Halliday, what damage that we did caused you the most inconvenience?
The most serious damage, well, I'd hardly term it an inconvenience, was the hacking of the railroad ties. We may not be able to get more, even by the time we're ready for them. I bought the last they had in Lagos.
I'm sure they'll come through, Mr. Halliday. And even if they don't, we can use local woods.
I am not taking a chance on anything but the best ties.
Mr. Halliday, I know of woods in the jungle that are even harder and tougher than those we demolished. I shall make it my personal responsibility to fell the trees and fashion the ties you need.
And I still have serious doubts about you, Tarzan, but well, if you can make good on that promise, I'll be willing to concede that I'm wrong about you.
Well, Mr. Halliday, how did the work go today?
Well, not too well, Captain Lawrence. We ran into granite deposits.
Oh?
Yes. Whitehead was certain there was nothing but shale there. But I just can't understand how he made such a mistake.
Well, I guess we're all entitled to one mistake. Even Tarzan, who's made few in his lifetime, made one when he led the attack against you.
Yes, and you made one when you didn't arrest him after you'd found him. There's no sign of him or the railroad ties he's promised. What's that?
Another attack!
I was right in not trusting that white savage.
Your stations, men! Your stations! Ready! Aim! Fire!
The natives are on the run. Yes, they're giving up.
They're retreating into the jungle, all right. Well, we've killed half a dozen of them.
Yes, we have, but look. 3 of our men on the ground with arrows through their hearts. You're Tarzan and his promises.
But he didn't lead this attack. And I'll swear on my honor he had nothing to do with it.
Hell, if Tarzan wasn't responsible for the attack, at least he has no intention of helping us. For all we know, he's hundreds of miles from here by this time.
In one conclusion, Mr. Halliday was 100% correct. Tarzan was hundreds of miles away. At the very moment he was walking down the rubble-strewn main street of Curaca, center of the great tin monopoly. He passed the wretched shacks of the workmen, glanced at the sign over the headquarters of the largest of the mine owners, and then strolled into a small shop that sold trinkets and ornaments. Something in the store's window had caught his eye.
May I help you?
I noticed a heart-shaped watch in your window. Could you tell me its price?
It's £4.6. It's very fine porcelain. There's not another one like it to be had in all of Africa.
How can I be sure of that?
Why, I myself purchased the watches in Switzerland and brought them here. There was only 2 of that particular design ever made.
Good. I'd like 2 of them. Were I to return home with only one, it might cause jealousy.
I'm very sorry, but I sold the other one some time ago.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, I'll have to think about buying just one. Perhaps I'll be back later. I have some business here in town, right next door. I noticed the sign Weisskopf & Son as I came in.
Yes, it is the largest tin mining firm in the entire district.
Do you happen to know if Mr. Weisskopf would be in at this hour?
Mr. Weisskopf is a very old man. He goes home quite early.
Oh, but I didn't say which Mr. Weisskopf. How about the son who's mentioned in the sign?
The old man had hopes his son would enter the business when he erected the sign, but the lad had other ideas.
Like taking up a profession instead of entering the business?
Why, are you questioning?
And could the profession have been that of engineering?
I don't know. What is this all about,
And
anyway?
the other watch, was it to young Mr. Weisskopf that you sold it?
That's none of your business.
Perhaps not, but I have an inquisitive mind that insists on hearing the answers.
Well, Captain Lawrence, I guess you were wrong about Tarzan.
But he couldn't have felled the trees and fashioned enough ties during 2 weeks. Perhaps in a few days...
No, I'm sorry, Lawrence. But if Tarzan intended to keep his word, he would have brought some here by this time. We're ready for them now, and there aren't any to be had in Lagos either.
Well, I wish I could make some suggestion. All I can do is to have my men continue to guard your work. At least there haven't been any further raids. What was that?
You spoke too soon, Lawrence. Look, hundreds of natives this time.
This is the end of us.
Like a tide of locusts, the warring blacks swarmed upon the camp. Captain Lawrence's small band fought valiantly. The workmen defended their equipment with picks and shovels as weapons, but they could not withstand the savage attack. And then suddenly from the thicket came a second band of natives, led by Tarzan. They waded into the attacking horde. Caught between Tarzan's band and the men of Captain Lawrence, the attackers became confused and disheartened. Badly beaten within a matter of minutes, those who were left fled into the jungle depths.
Tarzan, you saved us this time, but why are your men holding Whitehead?
Let me go. You have no right to hold me prisoner. I'd like to know...
Quiet, Mr. Whitehead, or I shall permit my men to kill you now.
In the name of heaven, Tarzan, what's this all about?
When I left here, I went to my friends of the Punya tribe. Together, we began cutting down the trees and fashioning the railroad ties you needed, Mr. Halliday.
Yes?
But I was troubled by what had taken place here. Not your unfriendly attitude toward me, Mr. Halliday, for that was natural, but by Mr. Whitehead's friendly reception, which was most unnatural.
I merely wanted to...
I left the cutting of the wood to the Punyas, and I traveled to Karaka.
You went to Karaka?
And a sign there reminded me of the German language I once studied. I suddenly remembered that the German Weisskopf, translated into English, is Whitehead.
Weisskopf and Son. The firm that's tried to block me at every turn.
Oh, I can explain, Mr. Halliday.
Yes, and I suppose you can explain why you chose pure granite for me to cut through?
My men will take care of Mr. Whitehead, alias Weisskopf. Martin, escort our friend back to Lagos for trial.
No, I can explain. It's all a mistake.
You see, he bribed a native sorceress with gifts of watches and other trinkets, and she stirred her people and me into opposing you. She shall receive jungle punishment.
Well, I've changed my mind about you, Tarzan, but we still face problems.
Perhaps I can help with some of them. The Punyas who defeated the last of the natives Mr. Whitehead recruited will return and get the ties we dropped when we heard of this latest attack.
Why, you've brought them.
And I can also show you an old elephant trail that will make it unnecessary for you to cut through the balance of the Ukanya Mountain.
So there is an easy way?
There is no easy way to cross any part of Africa, but it should be easier than making the cut. The men of Punya and I will help you build your railroad. And you will help me erase my great mistake.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. In later years, Tarzan was destined to question whether his strange experiences in the mystic land ever really happened at all. And yet at the time they occurred, they seemed real. The buildings and the people and the strange acting animals appeared as genuine as those of his own jungle. But one can be sure of nothing except that death has small wings, which is the title of our next story of Tarzan.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story, Death Has Small Wings.
Tarzan had been spearfishing near his cabin when from the lagoon's babbling inlet came the roar of an animal and a girl's frantic scream. Tarzan Tarzan clambered up the lagoon's bank, scrambled over rocks, and then streaked to the small inlet. There, a mammoth crocodile was about to close its hideous jaws on a scantily clad young white girl. Tarzan's spear catapulted downward with tremendous force. The crocodile leaped high into the air, its tail lashing furiously. But it was only the last frantic spasm of death.
Well, hello there. Just like in the storybooks, the hero arrives in the nick of time.
Are you hurt?
Oh, only my new bathing suit and my dignity. He clawed at both.
There isn't much left of the bathing suit.
There wasn't much of it to begin with. It's a bikini bathing suit. Do you like it?
Where is the safari you were traveling with this morning?
How did you know about our safari?
I caught the scent of white men many hours ago. I followed it until I discovered your camp and made up my mind that the men in your party did not come here to start trouble.
But I might mean to start some. I've never seen a man like you before.
You didn't tell me what had become of your safari. Why did you leave it?
Oh, I wanted to swim, and Father got stuffy and impossible, so I just sneaked off when no one was looking. They'll come back for me when they find I'm missing.
If I hadn't been fishing near here, they might have returned to find nothing left of you but the fragments of your bathing suit. I doubt that Gimla would have eaten that.
You know, you're cute. Do you live near here?
The entire jungle is my home. I am Tarzan, and some call me the Lord of the Jungle.
I'm Gail Stevens, and I haven't got a title. But I'm open to suggestion. Maybe I'd like to be your Duchess, or is a lord's wife called a countess?
A lord's wife is called a lady, and it's plain that you'll never be called that.
Why, you insulting savage,
Stop pummeling my chest, you little spitfire.
I'll teach you to call me names.
Stop it! Never try to strike me again.
You're hurting my wrist.
Will you behave if I let you go?
No, I won't.
And I'll have to put you over my shoulder and find the trail your safari's taken.
You wouldn't dare force me to... Tarzan, put me down. Tarzan!
I'll put you down when I've reached your camp and turned you over to your father. Together with a recommendation for a good spanking.
I originally planned this trip so I could get away from Gail for a little while. But her plane was waiting for me when I reached Mombasa. She's too much for me to handle, always has been.
Is your wife no control over her either?
My wife died when Gail was a baby. I guess that's why she's spoiled. Oh, I suppose now we'll have to wait hours until she gets dressed before we can push on.
The terrific heat of this part of the jungle makes traveling by day almost impossible. You would do well to camp here and then resume your journey later by torchlight.
Our head man suggested traveling by night, but Gail wouldn't hear of it.
Do you let this young daughter of yours dictate everything you do?
I don't let her. She just, well, there's no sense trying to cross Gail. Oh, I've got enough troubles without that. Business worries, my digestion.
I do not believe in spanking children, but if Gail were my daughter, I might make an exception in her case.
I tried it once when she was 3. She bit my hand. Anyone who can spank Gail will win my admiration and my respect, as well as my pity.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Tarzan. See, it didn't take me long to change. How do you like the way I look now, Jungle Lord?
A white riding outfit is hardly suitable for the jungle.
Oh, you're a wet blanket. Come on, Dad. Tell the porters we're ready to start again.
We're ready to start, men.
And you'd better tell them to move faster or we'll never get to Kolhadeni.
To Kolhadeni? But you mustn't go there.
Oh, why don't you mind your own business?
Well, this is my business, for I've decided to travel with you until you've passed beyond the jungle.
Oh, maybe my charms are beginning to work.
To me, you're only a spoiled child, but I have determined that your safari is too small for a trek through the jungle. At best, this is no land for a white woman.
Oh, see, you admit it. I'm a woman. Maybe by the time we've reached Kolhadeni, you'll realize
Kolhadeni is in the heart of the Dudu country.
The Dudu country?
It sounds cute. Dudu.
It is the natives' word for the tsetse fly, whose sting causes sleeping sickness.
I'm not afraid of a few tiny flies.
Perhaps you have not the intelligence to be afraid of anything. A few tiny flies. In the land near Kolhadeni, the natives say that death has small wings.
In just a moment, we shall return to our story of Tarzan. Day after day, the small safari cut its way deep into the jungle, ever in the direction of Kolhadene, in the Dudu country. And as they approached this land of the living dead, the native porters began to desert the party, scurrying into the tangled undergrowth, as though they had already seen the specter of the Grim Reaper.
Tell me, Gale, what makes you so determined to reach Kolhadene? Why did you choose it as your destination in the first place?
Because the man at the travel station in Mombasa said it was the one place we mustn't go.
And the moment he said it, I knew what Gale's reaction would be.
He was a funny little man who looked all frightened and mysterious when he spoke about it. He called Kolhadene the Forbidden City. Why, I'd rather die than pass up something like that.
Many people have died for having gone to Kolhadene.
Oh, you're not scaring me with all that yakety-yak about tsetse flies and sleeping sickness. I know it's just a cover-up.
A cover-up for what?
I figured out that Kolhadene must be one of those places where they hold all those weird native rites. The ones white people aren't supposed to see. You know, with child brides and crazy dances.
I will tell you what Kolhadene is. It's a miserable collection of earthen huts. Each one seething with wretched natives who've been torn from the bosom of their families by the dread disease.
Oh, you're just trying to scare me.
Perhaps the sight of them may make you realize that the world doesn't begin and end with your own selfish being.
Now, Tarzan.
You'll see hundreds of wretched blacks who are nearer to death than to life. Desolate humans who merely wait for the gentle hand of death to release them from their suffering.
You're making it all up. I don't believe you.
You haven't the sense to recognize the truth. You're a shallow-minded, selfish child.
What? You can't talk to me that way.
Why, Gale.
When we first met, I told you never to strike me again.
But it was just a playful slap. She didn't mean it.
Oh, yes, I did. And I mean this one, and this, and this.
Time someone taught you a lesson.
Let me go. Take your hands off me, Tarzan. Dad.
Tarzan, perhaps.
What do you think you're going to do?
I'm going to give you the spanking you've had coming for a long, long time.
No, Tarzan. No, please, I'll never...
Of course this hurts me more than it does you.
I hate you. I'll get even with you. I'll pay you back for this. Oh!
Tarzan, I'm getting very tired. Perhaps if we could stop for a little while.
You're not tired, Mr. Stevens. You're afraid Gale's fallen too far behind.
Yes, I am worried about her.
She's in no danger. I can sense the coming of enemies.
Oh, please stop and wait for Gale. Please, Tarzan.
All right. Boss! Boss!
Oh, she's trying very hard. She hasn't complained about the hardships for several days now.
Yeah, she's learning.
She's only a child.
With the body of a woman, a dangerous combination.
Oh, yes, I guess so. Well, perhaps by the time we get back to the States... I wonder what's happening there. If only I could get my hands on the current stock market quotations.
You're worrying about the stock market when we're drawing close to a land from which we may not return?
But I can't help it. That's all I've thought about for years.
Perhaps this trip may teach you something, too, Mr. Stevens. You may discover that the stock market returns are not so important.
Gale?
Yes, what's left of me. Well, at least you stopped for a rest. You know, I could stretch out right under that tree.
We're ready to start again. We were merely waiting for you to catch up with us.
All right, if you'll just wait a second until I take these heavy boots off.
No. Your mosquito boots will remain on. You're to keep your shirt buttoned to the neck, and at no time must you permit any part of your body to be exposed.
No bikini bathing suit, eh?
Well, what are you doing, Tarzan?
Breaking off a few palm fronds. From this point, we will walk single file. Gale, you go first. Mr. Stevens, you follow. And if you see any large brownish flies land on Gale, use the frond to chase them away. I shall walk behind you and do likewise.
But who'll chase them off you?
I shall try to be wary and whisk them off before they have a chance to bite.
But we've been inoculated, and you...
Oh, there's no sure inoculation against sleeping sickness. And I'm in better physical condition than any civilized man.
Well, we'd better be moving along.
Yes, if we keep on at the pace we've been making, by tonight we shall reach the land of the Dudu.
Darkness had already painted the village of Kolhadene in somber tones by the time the white travelers had reached there. Before them stretched endless irregular rows of huts made of hard-baked clay. From every doorway, frightened eyes peered out at them. Mangy-looking dogs sniffed at their heels, and ill-fed goats bleated at them from behind piles of unsightly rubble. A few humans, if they could be called that, leaned against broken fences and watched the advance of the strangers as they made their way toward what looked like the principal building of the death colony.
Well, Gail, are you satisfied now that I told the truth about Kolhadeni?
It's very interesting. I'm glad we reached here.
Why, the people are nothing but skin and bones. They look tubercular.
Look, one of them's coming toward us from the big building.
Oh, yes. He looks healthier than the others.
Jumbo, stranger.
Jumbo, I am Tarzan, who comes from the Punya country. And this is Mr. Stevens and his daughter Gail from the land across the seas.
And I am Dr. Koruza.
You're a doctor? Why, you look like a...
A jungle savage? I am, but I left my people for many years. I studied medicine in the white man's country and have returned here to help them. Why have you come to our land?
Well, we'd like to help, too.
We came for various reasons, Dr. Koruza. The young lady because of childish curiosity. Mr. Stevens because he is too weak to deny his daughter her slightest whim. And I because of a perhaps mistaken idea that I might teach this spoiled child a lesson.
You have chosen a bad time. The season is both hot and moist, and despite everything I've tried to do, the tsetse flies are multiplying alarmingly.
Oh, look at that tiny child. Almost completely wasted away.
She is but one of many. I suggest that you do not remain here more than a few moments. The elephant path leading north from here...
I'm afraid it's quite impossible to continue traveling tonight. Mr. Stevens is exhausted. Gail has only now begun to see the things I hope will make her grow into a woman. And I have not closed my eyes for many nights.
Well, I'll give you my own hut. It's reasonably clean, and there are a few pieces of mosquito netting about, but you're taking a great risk.
Tarzan isn't afraid of risks. He's the lord of the jungle.
You're very kind, Dr. Koruza. We'll take advantage of your offer, and in the morning we'll move on.
I'll show you to the hut. You're welcome to it for the one night. I hope it will not prove one night too many.
Are you all right, Gail?
I'm practically asleep. For all your talk, this isn't so bad.
I still think you ought to have one of these pieces of mosquito netting, Tarzan. We have clothing to protect us.
Try to get some sleep, Mr. Stevens. We must start early in the morning.
Well, all right then. Good night, Gail. Good night, Tarzan.
Good night.
What's wrong?
Something bit me. I don't know what.
There, on the ground, beside you. A large brown fly.
A tsetse fly.
Gail, get that native doctor. That doctor, what's his name? Maybe he can...
No, there's no sense in getting excited. Many of the flies are not infectious.
How long does it take to... I mean, if it was an infectious fly, how long
I don't know. Some say the disease strikes at once. Others claim you have it for days before you...
Tarzan, what's wrong? You look so strange.
My head, everything's beginning to whirl. I guess it was an infected fly. Maybe I better... Oh.
Tarzan! Tarzan!
In just a moment, the very strange conclusion of our story, Death Has Small Wings. Tarzan could feel consciousness draining from him.
Struck his head.
And yet, although he could neither move nor speak, there was no black pit of unconsciousness, but instead a sort of twilight grave in which he could see and hear Gail's terror,
You've got to save him, Doctor.
Mr. Stevens' querulous concern,
He's our only chance.
and the practiced examination of the Negro doctor. Suddenly, Gail and Mr. Stevens dissolved in a purple mist. Now the hut was filled with burly natives, and Tarzan could feel them lifting his body from the ground. He was being carried through the village on their shoulders.
Carry him gently.
Only now he couldn't see. The gray of his mind had turned to sable blackness. They'd stopped carrying him. They'd put him down someplace and gone away. It was getting lighter now. Day was breaking, and Tarzan was feeling better. He was feeling a lot better. He opened his eyes and looked up into a face that was familiar and yet strange.
Who are you?
Now. You've been sick. You must not waste your strength on idle questions.
You look like Dr. Koruza, the native doctor, but your skin is white.
Do you see those mountains in the distance?
Mountains? Near Kolhadeni? Yes, I do see them.
What color would you say adorn their peaks?
Color? I'd call it a sort of rosy pink.
Not orange?
Yes, it might be described as orange.
And yet some people might call it red or yellow or even golden. You see, my friend, color is only in the eyes of the observer. Here we do not call a man black, nor white, brown, nor yellow. We are all one in this land.
In this land? Where have they brought me?
It is not for me to explain matters. Even now the High One awaits our coming.
The High One? The chief of this land? Your ruler?
We have no ruler. We need none. Will you follow me along this path?
Yes, of course.
You walk without difficulty?
Seems strange, but I've never felt stronger nor healthier. And this is a strange path, like one through my beloved jungle, and yet the rocks do not hurt the feet and the bushes have no thorns.
That is so.
Am I a prisoner here?
No more than are the fish prisoners in that stream over there.
Look at them, hundreds of them leaping over the rocks. You know, if I had my spear, I could...
We do not kill in this land. Food is provided without the need to kill.
It sounds ridiculous, perhaps, but tell me, have I died? Is this the land of spirits?
Ah, here comes the High One. He's coming to welcome you.
It's Mr. Stevens. Mr. Stevens dressed in a long robe and with a white beard. This is the strangest thing I've ever...
Welcome to our land, man of the jungle.
You speak as though I were a stranger to you, as though we hadn't spent the last few weeks together.
Indeed, we have spent countless centuries together. For are we not both men and thus brothers?
This is crazy. I must be delirious.
You speak thus because always in the past when you entered a strange land, you were surrounded by unfriendly people who held spears at your back and threatened you with knives and other implements of war. Is that not so?
Yes, I guess that's what I was thinking.
Perhaps the delirium exists in those lands. But come, you are hungry, and we have food prepared for you.
The dining hall is but a few steps away, if you'll come with us.
I've never seen such a beautiful place. The marble columns, the golden ceiling.
Ah, you see, High One, he's learning already. In his eyes, the columns are of marble and the ceiling of gold.
Daughter, bring food for the hungry traveler.
Even now I approach with his repast, my father.
Gale. You are Gale?
My name is Abigail. It is a Hebrew name. I have never been called Gale, though a few souls have sometimes called me Abby in jest.
You have never been called Gale?
No, I have not.
It's fantastic. You look somewhat different, and your long robes look unaccustomed, but I would have sworn
I shall place the food on this low table, and you can sit on this brocaded cushion. You will find it most comfortable.
When you have refreshed yourself with food and drink, we will talk again. Peace be with you.
I, too, will leave you now, I guess, so that you may feast undisturbed. If you wish anything more, summon me by clapping your hands, and I will...
No, don't go, please. I want to talk to you.
I shall be happy to stay if you desire my presence. Here, I shall sit beside you on this other cushion. There.
You once vowed to get even with me, Gale. Is this crazy world I found myself in part of your scheme?
I have never seen you before this day. My name is Abigail, not Gale, and vengeance is unknown in this land of ours. But why do you have troubled thoughts? Do you not like our country?
Oh, it is beautiful, but somehow strange and unreal. The way the birds fly blithely in and out of the windows of this palace, the manner in which the small beasts of the forest peer in without fear of man.
They have no need to fear us, nor have you any cause for fear. You keep watching me so strangely, and yet my only desire is to serve you.
That's what I can't understand, your desire to be helpful. For the Gale you resemble strangely thought only of herself.
A girl who thought only of herself? Oh, but that was in another land.
And your father, in that other world, he was weak and spineless. Here he's a tower of strength who's called the High One. What is the secret of it all?
Our only secret, if we have one, is that here we know not the meaning of fear. And without fear, there is no evil. Look behind you.
A panther.
I have no fear.
And I have no knife, but I will battle him with my bare hands as I have many times before.
Sit down, jungle man, for the panther is as gentle as a kitten.
What? It's true. He's fawning against you like a household pet.
Of course. He wants to be petted. There you are. Now run along, for I must get our guest more food.
I don't know what this land is all about, Abigail, or how I got here, but perhaps this is the place I've hunted for all my life. The dominion of peace I was never able to find in the jungles or in the cities of the world.
I hoped you would say that, for if you accept our land, it will accept you. I will open my heart to you and do your bidding always.
Oh, there you are, my beloved daughter. Noble Tarzan.
I am afraid you will not think me noble nor grateful for your acts of kindness to me.
One man cannot judge another. What is it, Tarzan?
He wants to leave our land.
Well, he has not yet taken our vow.
It's hard to explain, High One. When I first came, I thought this was the paradise I had always longed for.
And it is not? We have failed in some way?
Oh, the failure is in me. I am unready for a land in which there are no wars, no angry words, no raging elements, a country that knows no weapons, whose animals are all peaceful as doves. I cannot hunt, nor is there any need to grow food, for it springs up in profusion without care. There's no need to build a shelter, for it never rains nor snows. There is no need to do anything.
You are bored with our life.
I hate to call it that, and yet I am a man of the jungle, used to fighting for survival, used to matching my wits against others. This land is too peaceful for the lord of the jungle. I am unhappy here.
But perhaps a taste of your old world would make you change your mind. Should you leave us, we would all miss you. Abigail perhaps more than the others.
I will miss you, Tarzan.
Perhaps you will return, my daughter. Tarzan, never before have we given anyone the opportunity to taste of our fruit, to reject it, and then to return. But to you, the opportunity shall be given.
What do you mean?
Behold this small vial, a tiny flask containing a small amount of colorless liquid. When you drink of it, you will be returned to the world you left.
It sounds like some native voodoo.
Perhaps it is. Now behold this second vial containing an amber liquid. Hold it firmly in your right hand. Guard it. Treasure it. Should you find your old world displeasing now that you have tasted ours, drink the contents of the second vial, and you shall be returned here. Take them.
Thank you.
You are leaving?
I'm sorry. I must drink the contents of the first vial, but I will guard the other carefully.
If your mind is made up, then drink.
I shall.
Goodbye, Tarzan.
He's coming to, Mr. Stevens.
He is indeed.
At last. I was afraid for a while his death would be on my soul. I insisted on coming here to call her Denny.
The color is coming back to his face, Dr. Colruza.
What's happened? High One? Abigail?
I don't know what you're talking about, but you've certainly given us a scare.
You've been unconscious for weeks. Gail and I thought you were a goner.
But now you've passed the crisis. I think you'll be all right.
The liquid in the vial worked.
I gave you no liquid. I've been giving you liberal doses of Bayer 205. It's frequently effective when you catch the disease in its early stages.
Have I been here all the time?
What are you talking about? Of course you've been here. Where else would you be?
Oh, I guess everything I thought was happening occurred only in my feverish mind.
You did mumble constantly as though your mind was filled with many strange, delirious thoughts. But you've had two good nurses, Gail and Mr. Stevens. I think they've learned a few things while you've been unconscious.
I have learned, Tarzan.
Hey, we both have.
Tarzan, what in the world are you clutching in your right hand?
What? I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, open it. Let's see.
A tiny vial filled with a strange amber-colored liquid. Where in the world did you get it?
No, Gail, give it back. Gail, what are you doing with it? You broke it. The liquid's gone.
Of course it is. I don't know what it is or where you got it, but we have to watch what you eat and drink very carefully. You've taught us a great lesson, and it's up to us to nurse you back to health.
Yeah, that's right. You see, while you were ill, Tarzan, Gail resolved to spend the rest of her life helping the sick. And I've decided that whatever money I have will be devoted to advancing the cure of tropical diseases. We can't afford to lose our first patient.
Well, at least I'm glad I came back. It's nice to know that miracles can happen in this world, too.
We'd like you to remain with us for another few moments so that we may tell you about our next exciting story of Tarzan. Often have men asked the origin of Tarzan's courage. How can a man steel his nerve against the terrors of the jungle? How can he boldly face a giant gorilla, a rhino, or a mad bull elephant with only his bare hands as weapons? Ruka, a native youth who knows he's to be poisoned before the next moon is past, looks for a source of courage, and he finds it in Tarzan's magic amulet.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan's magic amulet.
Tarzan had been on his way to the trading post at Anyiki, but now he suddenly halted his sleep passage through the upper level of jungle growth, for directly beneath him, in a small clearing nature had cut in the primeval forest, a scene was being enacted that was dramatic and strange. At one side of the clearing, a tremendous lioness stood motionless, her nostrils distended as she caught an alien scent. At the other side of the clearing stood a native youth, his face contracted with fear. At the youth's side was a young native girl, slender and beautifully formed and magnificent in her anger.
Throw a bow, Ruka. This is your chance.
Cannot do it, Keo. Cannot kill lioness.
You not kill lioness, she kill us.
Let her kill us. Maybe it's better we are dead.
Oh, Ruka, look. She crouched to spring. Quick, Ruka, draw a bow.
No, Keo, no.
Then I kill. Give me bow.
No, woman must not.
Give to me. Now, give me arrow.
No, Keo, no. Not take arrow.
I take.
No.
No. Lioness dead. But Keo not tell she kill. She say Ruka kill. Now, Ruka take knife and rip heart from great animal.
No, Ruka not want take knife to ugly beast.
You must. Is ritual. Must cut heart from lioness and eat while still is warm. Ruka must get courage from saber.
His lion, mate of dead one.
Oh, another arrow, Ruka. Give me another arrow.
No, we die, Keo. Die together.
The air was acrid with the scent of blood, and the lion had been drawn from his lair by the story it told. Now, crazed with a longing to avenge his mate, he tossed his mane furiously, bared his great yellow teeth, and bellowed at the cowering youth and the helpless girl. For a moment, the lion hesitated over which should be his first victim. And in that moment of hesitation, a powerful bronzed figure catapulted downward. There was an instant in which bared fangs and huge talons, muscular hands and gleaming steel were indistinguishable. And then, in the fury of the struggle, the steel was reddened and Tarzan's knife claimed another victory.
You killed lion with hunting knife.
You see, Ruka? Man can kill animal even without arrows or spears. There's no need for fear.
He not ordinary man, Keo. Ruka knows. It's Tarzan, Lord of Jungle.
Are you Tarzan?
Yes. How did you know me, Ruka?
Father and warriors have tried to tell about Tarzan's bravery. Always say Ruka should be like Tarzan. But Ruka not brave.
You eat heart, lion while still warm. Will make you brave. Is not true, Tarzan?
Many wise witch doctors and medicine men say it's true.
See, Ruka? Eat.
No. Cannot cut into warm flesh or eat heart. Would make Ruka sick. Anyway, Ruka not believe lion's heart make him brave.
Well, then do not eat it. For if you do not believe it will help you, it probably won't. All medicines require faith as one of the ingredients.
Oh, Ruka not believe in anything. Not in customs of people or books of missionaries or words of Keo.
Well, he should listen to your words. Seldom have I seen a sister so concerned over her brother.
I'm not sister. I'm promised one of Ruka.
The promise is forgotten. It is no more. Leave me alone, Keo. Leave me in woods to die.
Oh, you're not being very gallant, Ruka. Why do you not desire this beautiful girl as a wife?
Ruka will not take Keo for wife, only to have her made widow almost before she is bride.
A widow? Oh, come now, Ruka. I've known many men who were not physically brave, but using reasonable caution, they managed to live for many, many years, even in the jungle.
Ruka will not live. But Keo wanted him to go through tribal ritual that make him warrior of tribe before he die. For only after he kill lion and eat heart can he become warrior and claim wife. We could be happy for a little while.
He looks strong. What makes you think he's going to die?
Cannot tell. It's secret of tribe.
What tribe do you belong to?
Not tell, Keo.
No. It would do no good to tell the business of our people.
Well, perhaps it would do good. If some sorceress or witch doctor has placed a curse on you, maybe I can help.
It is not curse of witch doctor or sorceress. Before next moon has come, Ruka's father to be poisoned. Once he is dead, Ruka to be poisoned.
To be poisoned? Keo, is this the truth or something Ruka has invented?
Is truth. Keo try make Ruka brave, and she fail. But whether he become brave or not is same in end. First, Ruka's father poisoned. Then Ruka. Nothing anyone can do. Not even Tarzan.
In just a moment, we shall learn what Tarzan does about the future of the strange Ruka and the beautiful Keo. Tarzan had stripped the hides from the two dead animals, and the rough pelts had been cached, together with most of the meat, in a small cave near where he had encountered Ruka and Keo. Now, although the jungle sweethearts had firmly refused to tell the direction in which their village lay, they walked in an easterly direction with Tarzan. Ruka hung back, walking slowly, but Keo's long legs, moving smoothly beneath her brilliantly colored skirt, kept pace with the giant strides of the jungle lord.
Am I walking too quickly for you?
No, Tarzan.
Ruka seems to be having difficulty keeping up with us.
Ruka very strong, but walk slow. For him, danger is behind each rock. He afraid snakes, animals, man.
He seems to resent my presence, and yet my only desire is to help him. Well, if he does not want to walk with us, let him follow. We will hear if he encounters any danger.
His life short, and yet Keo worries for him with falling of each leaf.
You seem to worry only about Ruka's fate, and yet, unless your people are far different from other jungle tribes I've known, you too may face death. If they discover you've broken taboos by entering the forest alone with Ruka, you will be...
Keo wise in ways of woman. We get back soon. Warriors not discover she gone.
Keo, that cloth you're wearing knotted about your waist, it's Americana cloth made by white men, isn't it?
Perhaps.
Your village must be near a white man's settlement, huh?
Perhaps.
The quiver which holds Ruka's arrows is most interesting. It's of hippopotamus hide, is it not?
The deal
Or did he make it himself?
was made by his umbu.
Well, if his sister made it, then your people must have access to the hides of hippos. I also like living by the side of a river.
Keo know what you tried to find out. She not tell name of river, not tell what our tribe, or where is village.
But why should you want to keep these things secret?
If was Keo's secret, she asked Tarzan's help. But it's secret of Ruka, and Ruka must shape own fate.
But perhaps if you encouraged him to trust me... Well, where is Ruka gone? He's not following us.
Oh, he must get lost long path. Please, Tarzan, look for Ruka. He not able to fight animals. Please, find Ruka.
I'll retrace my steps. You wait here. And call if danger threatens.
Tarzan hurried in the direction from which he had come, but nowhere was there any trace of the native youth. There had been no sound of an animal attacking, and yet the boy had vanished as though he'd been swallowed whole by some great monster. Tarzan searched the brush on either side of the jungle path, but there was no sign of him at all. Now Tarzan turned back to rejoin Keo, but she too had disappeared, leaving no spoor that might be followed. Together, Ruka and Kao must have planned this method of shaking off the man who threatened to pierce their tribal secrets. For a week, Tarzan roamed the district, searching for the two who had vanished into the jungle night. And then, his search exhausted, he resumed his journey to Anyiki. When he entered the lazy African settlement, he went directly to the small store of Alfred Blount.
Strange that his store should be shuttered in the middle of the afternoon. Mr. Blount? Mr. Blount?
Hold your horses, whoever it is. There's no need to break down me blooming door.
I'm sorry if I pounded too hard, but I thought...
Tarzan! Well, bless me soul if it ain't the Lord of the Jungle himself. Here I am, not back in Anyiki a full day yet, and I have the jungle aristocracy coming to call on me.
Have you been away, Mr. Blount?
Oh, I've been cleared of Mombasa and back, I have. But you can stow the Mr. Blunt business. I'm Alf to a gent like you.
All right, Alf.
Come on in. Close the door behind you if it ain't too much trouble. I'm not officially open for business.
Were you on a pleasure or a business trip, Alf?
A pleasure trip? Oh, not bloody likely, no. I haven't the money to take trips for pleasure, I haven't. Business. Strictly business. And I brought back a slew of fine merchandise. You can bet your last bob on that.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, I might ask if your visit to Anyiki is business or pleasure.
Well, mostly pleasure, for I love to roam, but I thought I might take some things back with me.
Well, you name it, and Alf Blunt's got it. Tea, coffee, tobacco, salt, flour, tin, butter, canned fruits and meats, beads, cloth, thread, needles, toys, trinkets, mining equipment, safari equipment, water bags, tents, ropes, guns, shells, bridles, harnesses, shoes, boots, nose rings, or corn cure.
I have little use for any of the things you named for myself, but I am returning to my seacoast cabin from here, and I want to lay in a small supply.
Oh, that'll mean tea and sugar for when Captain Lawrence visits you.
That's right.
And some bandages for strangers who poke their blooming noses where they don't belong.
Yes, some bandages, some toys for my small friend Torgo, some Americana cloth for the women of the Punya tribe, and some trinkets to give as gifts.
Well, I'll go and fetch the tea and the other supplies. You'll find a slew of trinkets in this carton right here.
Oh?
You just pick out what you like, and I'll give you the prices in a moment.
You certainly did bring back a slew of trinkets.
I got some rare bargains, I did. Some first-class things. Maybe no one would buy that stuff in Paris or London, but the natives will like them, they will.
I've already picked out some of the things I want. Well, it won't take me long to select the rest.
You take your time. Alf Blunt's not opening his store today anyway.
Wait until my Punya friends see these baubles. They shine more brightly than gold.
I told you that was first class.
Say, why aren't you opening your shop right away, Alf? It's not like you to pass up a day's business.
Well, there won't be much business any day unless the troubles stop.
Trouble?
Yes, in the Molgu country, just down the river. Those natives are really carrying on. That's all I've heard since the minute I got back.
I thought things were both peaceful and prosperous there now.
Ooh, not since the river started rising about 6 weeks ago. Just before I left on my trip. Wiped out the Molgu's fields, destroyed all their crops. Now they've become complete savages again. Killed 2 white men yesterday, they did. Not even a trace of the poor blighters left.
I know that at one time they were as savage as the hippos that lived on the small islets near their village, but I thought that since Yaki became their chief several years ago, they'd given up such practices.
Well, so they had. But he ain't chief no more. No, the way I hear it, Yaki's dead. Poisoned by some of the people of his own tribe.
Poisoned?
And that's not all of it. Now, according to reports, they're going to do away with his son. He's a likeable lad, too. He's been inside this very store, he has.
His name? What's his name?
Oh, I don't remember for sure. Let's see now. Ruka. That's it, Ruka.
Oh, so he was telling the truth. How long should it take me to reach the Molgu village?
You daft man, you can't go there.
I'm going.
Well, you can't get through the jungle. Everything's underwater for miles. It's like a blooming swamp it is, and every creature that's still alive is hungry and dangerous.
Then I'll go by the river. Where can I get a boat, Alf?
Well, I've got a boat of sorts, but it'd never make that river now. The last man who came up barely made it. He said the river near the Molgu country was like a churning cataract.
I'll take a chance.
Well, I suppose your life's your own to do with as you see fit, but if you go, you're nothing but a fool. Even if you get through, those rampaging savages will kill you. They'll spring at you like it was a tasty tidbit sent by one of them blasted voodoo gods.
But I'm going there to help them.
Well, that's what the 2 they killed went there for. Oh, maybe you're a jungle man, a sort of a savage to us. But to them Molgus, you're just another white, and they'd as soon kill you as they would spear an alligator. Sooner, maybe.
Where is your boat docked, Alf? There's no time left for words.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of our story, Tarzan's Magic Amulet.
It looks so peaceful here, it's hard to believe what you told me about floodwaters, Alf.
Make no mistake, chum. The river near the Mulgu country's not like it is at the dock at Ungiki. It's a raging torrent, it is.
Well, your boat seems sturdy.
Oh, sturdy enough, all right, but it'll be as much as we can manage to pull it through them rapids.
As we can manage? Oh, you're not coming with me, Alf. Just because I choose to risk my life is no reason why
Well,
you
there's no
should.
sense in my opening shop before this ruckus is settled, so I really ain't got nothing better to do.
Oh, you've contributed food and fresh water and other valuable supplies for me to take to the Mulgrews. That's quite enough for one man to do.
Like you said back in my shop, Tarzan, there's no time left for words. Now, man those sails, matey. I'm casting all.
The small craft had progressed only a few miles upstream when the deceptive calm of the river harbor gave way to the turbulent fury of the floodwaters. Now the tiny boat buckled and strained as the African river, like some monstrous reptile, writhed and twisted with the convulsions of whirling cataracts. Waves like those of an angry ocean pounded against the frail craft. The sails were shredded by gusts of frantic wind. Only the strength and the courage of two men kept the prow ever headed in the direction of the Mulgu country. It seemed that each moment must be the last for the battered ship. But hour after hour, it plodded onward until it neared the now ravaged dock where once the Mulgu's war canoes had stood in proud array.
Ah, the dock's just ahead.
I can see it.
Shall I help you man the rudder?
I can manage it, Tarzan. You take that grappling hook and try to help ease her in.
Right. When we get close enough, I'll jump ashore and try to find something to moor to.
Righto, matey. But jump clear. If you miss the dock, you'll be ground to a bloody pulp.
I won't miss. Careful, Alf. She's coming in. In another minute, she'll... You all right, Alf?
Aye, matey, I am. And you?
I'm all right. How's the cargo?
It's still fast. We had our lash proper, we did.
I'll start passing it over the side. We'll have to find a place where it'll be safe until we can get some of the Mulgus to help us carry it to their village.
Oh, they'll help us, they will. You can bet your last bob it won't be a mo until their reception committee comes to greet us. Only they won't have the keys to the city in their hands. It'll be knives. Oh, that's a relief getting away from that riverfront it is.
How much farther is it to the village?
Oh, we're almost to it, Tarzan. It's slow walking through this muck, it is.
Oh, look. A thatched hut ahead.
No, you're right. Hey, that's strange. Hut's sitting all alone out there. There's still quite a way to their village.
Look. The door has been nailed shut. And the sign of taboo placed on the doorpost.
Well, most likely the people who lived here moved farther inland and closed the place up so as no one would take their property.
It's on a little hill, and there couldn't be more than a foot of water inside. If we were to place some rocks on the floor, it would be a safe place for the ship's cargo.
It might that. If we don't get it soon, it'll be washed away, it will.
Well, let's rip off these boards and see what it's like inside. It doesn't look as though anyone's lived here in a long time. Nothing but a long box and some native masks. Oh, wait a minute. I see something else there on the ground.
Well, I can't see a bloody thing. Black as pitch in here. I don't see...
Don't struggle out. There are too many of them.
Drop knife for the weapons.
All right. There. But you're making a mistake, man of Mulgu. We've come to help you.
If you come help, why you break into burial hut, great Chief Yoki?
Ah, so that's the reason for this hut.
What does he mean?
That long box is Yaki's coffin. It's left there so that his spirit may come and go at will for a year. And then the cabin and all his personal belongings are burned. It's a great honor to him.
Whoa, first they poison the blighter and then they do him honor, eh?
What white men know about poison of Chief?
Everything you've done here is now known in the village of the white men. But despite all we've learned, we came here to bring you food.
Where is food?
It's lashed to a very heavy log lying at the edge of the narrow strip of land that leads to the dock.
Ibuko, no place. If white men tell truth, we not kill. If white men lie, we still have food.
Well, after what I've gone through, I'm not ending up in any blooming stew pot.
Yeah, we'll be all right, Alf. We'll show you where we place the supplies.
We find if you not lie. Maka, Riga, Sultani, Ruka. Go big log. Look for food white men say they bring. Rest, Take white men prison, hut a village.
Well, this is a nice, tidy little hut, I must say.
Well, at least it's fairly dry. This side of the village will be safe unless the river continues to rise.
Well, not that it's being safe will do us any good. Not with half their tribe guarding us and the rest of them licking their chops.
Well, they promised to release us once they found the food we brought. I take their word. And even should they go back on it, there's still some possibility of escape.
Oh, I suppose you're going to bribe the guards with those trinkets I bought in Mombasa. Who? You look like a blooming witch doctor with a grease bag round your neck. What are you still carrying them for, Tarzan?
Oh, perhaps some early member of the Greystoke family came from Scotland. I'm loath to part with things I've paid for. Ruka!
Hey, blimey, it's the son of the old chief.
Listen, river is rising. Your cargo gone. Whole stripped land washed away. Now, tribe, get ready. Take your lives.
Oh, for one who professes to be a coward, you've shown great bravery in coming here to warn us.
I am coward. No use saying not. But if Malgo take white man's life is dishonor to tribe.
Why are you so anxious to save the honor of the people who killed your father and plot to kill you?
That too for honor tribe. Father weak, old, not able rule tribe. For good of people, father must die. Ruka coward cannot be chief. If other made chief, might be much trouble. Is right Ruka be killed too.
Well, now I've heard everything I have.
What can you do to help us escape? What can we do to save your life?
Ruka's life not important, but is important save tribe. Each hour more land washed away. Only place safe now is islands of Duro.
The islands of the hippos?
Yes, the lad's right. Those are volcanic islets. They're the only places that are safe from the flood. But how about them blooming beasts?
Oh, yes, Ruka. What about the colony of hippos?
That why Ruka come to Tarzan. Ruka help white men escape. They drive hippos from islets. Ruka would do if he brave like Tarzan.
I don't know whether I'm brave enough to tackle a herd of hippos, many of which are more than 3 tons in size.
Tarzan brave enough. Tarzan bravest man in world. If only Ruka brave like Tarzan. Tarzan, what secret charm gives you such bravery?
Why, I have a small amulet, a magical charm that guards my life.
If Ruka had such a charm, he could save his people.
Well, you shall have it, Ruka. The charm shall be yours. It's in this small grease bag here.
Tarzan's magic amulet is Ruka's now. Nothing harm Ruka now.
Nothing.
That's right. You're safe as houses.
Ruka go now. He come back, save Tarzan. Buena Blount. Then he drive Duro from islands. Save people of Molgu.
Within a few hours, the river had reached the edges of the village itself. The white prisoners were forgotten now as the panicked natives attempted to save their few meager possessions. But although Tarzan and Alf could have escaped without help, they waited for the brave Ruka to assist them. They followed his orders as he organized his tribe for their migration to the islands of the hippos. And then, while the women and the children and the old men lashed crude rafts together, they accepted Ruka's leadership as he led the warriors to their battered war canoes. Ruka and Tarzan were among those in the first canoe to reach the home of the hippos. They sprang ashore, and leading a horde of painted, war-bedecked savages, they began their onslaught upon the mammoth hippos.
Surround Duros! Drive into river! Look, Tarzan, they stampede into water.
They can swim for many miles. They'll find a safe home elsewhere.
And this be safe home for my people until river go down.
Ruka, very brave, Chief.
Keo, how did you get here?
Women and children not arrived yet.
Oh, Keo come with warriors. She want help, Ruka.
Ruka not need help of woman. Never do again, Keo. Is not dignified for wife of chief.
I not do again, Ruka.
Ruka, all animals gone. What we do now?
Warriors go back mainland. Help bring women, children, old men to island. Ruka lead cause he brave. Cannot be hurt by flood or beast or man.
Well, Tarzan, it's nice being back on dry land, it is.
I believe the Mulgoos are convinced of that, too. And the seeds and the farming equipment you sent them should enable them to get back on their feet quickly. That was a fine thing for you to have done.
Well, Alf Blunt believes in helping them that help themselves. After all, they punished those that took the white men's lives, they elected Ruka chief, and they become a right orderly tribe again, they have.
Well, with an invincible chief, they should become a powerful influence for good.
Invincible, eh? And all with a trinket I brought back from Mombasa.
Even a small trinket that would not have brought a penny in civilized countries can be like magic if one has faith.
Tarzan, I've got a confession to make.
Yes?
I never did learn how to read. What did it say on that magic amulet?
The magical words were written in the English tongue. They said, World's Fair, Chicago, 1893.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. The possessor of the book is a strange man, a sunken-cheeked Arab with great luminous eyes. But the book itself is even more miraculous. It is worn and shabby, a relic of a day-long past. But it contains not only a remarkable history of the past, but a fantastic, frightening glimpse into the future. There are weird things indeed in The Strange Book of Araby.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of the strange book of Araby.
Hours had passed since Mara had made her escape, but she still glanced back over her shoulder in great fear as she plunged deeper and deeper into the jungle. The piece of broken chain jangled from her ankle as she staggered onward, and the leg iron bit savagely into the dark brown smoothness of her skin. Jagged rocks and cruel thorns ripped the sandals from her slender feet, and spiked branches raked her weary body. Mara was near exhaustion, and her breath came in great tearing gasps. Suddenly she tripped over the gnarled root of a huge tree and fell violently. There was no strength left. Mara lay there, and as darkness descended on the Congo, consciousness vanished. Hours passed.
Well, what's this?
Oh.
You've been hurt.
No, leave me alone.
No, you need not be frightened.
Mara not go back war camp with you. Mara die, for she go back. You kill me, but not let me go.
I am your friend. I do not intend to kill you. Nor shall I force you to go anywhere against your will.
What that?
A large animal seeking food. It isn't safe to remain here on the ground where beasts could spring upon us without warning.
What you do?
I shall have to carry you. Be as gentle as possible,
No, Mara, frightened. Where you take me?
Into the upper level of jungle growth where few animals can follow. And don't worry, Tarzan shall protect you.
Tarzan? You Tarzan?
Here we are. Now, lean back against the crotch of this tree. I shall hold you so that you do not fall.
We'll be all right. Now I know you, Tarzan. Oh, long time Mara here, by Lord of Jungle, from people, her tribe.
What is your tribe?
Mara belong Wamanusi.
Wamanusi? Your village is located near the edge of the desert, is it not?
Near everywhere jungle and great desert meet.
And slave raiders are active near there now? I noticed the leg iron.
3 days ago, people Wamanusi tribe find most of cattle missing. Men go into jungle to find. Women, children stay behind, care for kaffir, corn, and fields planting.
The Wamanusi have always worked hard to wrest a living from the soil.
Soon as men of tribe out of sight, army of Arabs ride into a field.
An army?
Wear uniform, carry flags, guns.
They do not sound like slave traders. But go on. They rode into the fields.
They ride into fields, take what they want. Corn plantains, yams, tobacco. Then they destroy what is left.
The work of months.
Then soldiers drive old women, children, back to native village. Take young girls to war camp with them.
The devils.
Mara is one who is taken. At war camp, she see what happened to cattle. Soldier eat much meat. They make us cook and serve meat they have steal.
By this time, the men of your village have returned. With them to help me, perhaps I can do something.
Oh, you not understand. Our tribe small. Arabs are 300-400 soldiers. Have guns, cannons, long whips to beat those who not obey.
I have yet to face a man who would dare to use a whip on me.
You meet men in camp. This man called Sariaska.
That is Arabic for general.
He is man 7 feet tall, big like elephant. He swear he use whip to tell soldier to kill. If Tarzan go to Arab camp, he ask for death.
In just a moment, we will relate what happens when Tarzan, despite Mara's warning, enters the camp of the barbaric Arabs. The tangled wilds of the jungle melt into the barren wastelands of the great Libyan desert not far from the walled city of Karadan. The ravaging Arab soldiers had made camp some 20 miles from the city, near the village of the Wamanusi tribe. And from a concealed spot in the upper level of jungle growth, Tarzan could see their bristling camp, a veritable sea of tents. This was no band of marauding Bedouins against whom he might pit a handful of natives. They would pay with their lives, and the only life Tarzan was willing to risk was his own. He left Mara with her people, and then returned alone to the Arab stronghold. Sentries guarded the front of the principal tent, from which the sound of feasting and carousing could be heard, but there were no guards in the rear. Tarzan's hunting knife slipped the canvas, and he stepped quietly in, unnoticed.
Another jug of wine, Khanzir. That's a big fetid embroidery.
I'm all wine.
All wine, department. And let that dancing continue far into the night, slave girl. Do not falter nor cease in your efforts to entertain the soldiers of Ben Ayo.
But I have danced for hours. I am sick with weariness.
We have a fine cure for that sickness, eh, man? Yes, a fine cure.
The whip will cure her.
The whip will make her stop dancing.
No, not the whip.
The whip,
No.
Aaron, the whip. Aim at her feet.
No.
Will make her step
No,
right.
I beg of you. I beg of you, no.
You will not lash the girl. Give me that whip, or I shall let my knife taste of your blood. Anyone who moves a step closer to me or attempts to take the whip from my hands will also feel the steel of my knife. Now then, do you know what should be done with whips? This! Go to the harem, girl. You've done enough dancing for tonight.
Praises upon you, jungle men. May the countenance of Allah shine on Congo.
Come here.
I come to face you gladly, for you have many things to answer for.
How did you get past my sentries?
They are posted only at the front of your bed. I came through the rear entrance.
There is no rear entrance to my tent.
There is now. My knife cuts cloth as easily as it does the flesh of those who would steal the meat and the other food of the Wamanusi people.
Ah, so that is your grievance. I'm genuinely sorry that it was necessary to deprive them of their food, but an army travels on its stomach. You've heard that expression. And my men needed the things we took.
Including the native girls you took captive?
We could not be expected to cook and serve the food ourselves.
I demand that you free the girls at once, and that you pay for the cattle and the crops you've stolen.
You demand? I have been most lenient with you. I have permitted you to say many things that none have ever before dared to say to Gamil Ben Ayub Razim, Sari Askar of the armies of Kharadan.
The armies of Kharadan?
Do I not speak clearly? Is that not what I said? And are these not the flags of Kharadan at my side?
I had not noticed them before. I know the Caliph of Kharadan, and I know his son, the Amir. They would not sanction your actions.
Oh, the Caliph would not approve of what I've done, huh? Did you hear that, man? The Caliph would not approve.
The Caliph would not approve.
Your son!
The young Amir would be shot.
How can you ridicule the ruler of your land, the supreme sovereign your army is sworn to serve?
I think you've asked enough questions, Jungle Man. While I respect your bravery, I know full well you could not best 100 men or 200 or 600. And such a number are within the sound of my voice.
No, I could not hope to fight 600 men. Do you expect to take me as a slave, too?
We have a more important mission. So despite your impertinence, I shall permit you to leave the camp unharmed. If you leave it once and forget matters that do not concern you.
I am finished with words. I leave now, but I shall not forget the name of Ben Ayub Razim. And I will give you cause to remember the name of Tarzan.
It had been some little time since Tarzan's path had crossed that of the Caliph of Kharadan, but he felt sure that the potentate would remember him with friendship and order his general to make restitution for what he had stolen from the natives. Tarzan pondered, as he neared Kharadan, on the best method of gaining admittance to the walled city, of getting past the fierce sentinels who guarded the ornate palace, of obtaining an audience with His Majesty. But for some unaccountable reason, these obstacles did not exist now. The gate of the city had been flung open and left unguarded. The streets were deserted. There were no guards protecting the palace. And the once proud monarch sat completely alone in a vast throne room that held not a single courtier.
Come here, Tarzan. Approach the throne with no hesitancy.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Seems extraordinarily strange to greet my callers without intermediary.
Many things in your city seem strange, but I'm glad to see that you are still the same.
I may seem the same, Tarzan, but I'm an old and broken man who lives only for his Ibn.
Your son is well?
So far, but I keep him locked in his room lest angry citizens make an attempt upon his life.
An attempt upon the life of the prince? But your soldiers, your palace askari, your ministers, where are they?
Gone. All of them gone. Either to hide like yellow cowards from those who would plot against me, or to actively join the man who has fomented this revolution.
Ben Ayub Razim?
Us. For a moment I had forgotten that you had only just now come from his camp.
You know that I've been there?
Yes. It was made extraordinarily clear to me that you would go there with a dusky maiden who had been their prisoner, and that you would enter their camp and confront Ben Ayub with his foul deeds to the members of a tribe, and that you would then leave his camp and travel here to report the matter to me.
How can you know everything that I have done during the past few days?
I have few loyal subjects left, but among them is one who knows of the past and of the future. More than a week ago, he told me all that would transpire with you.
You mean someone told you a week ago that I would encounter the native girl Mara 3 days ago? Someone told you that I would go to Ben Ayub's camp even before I was aware that Ben Ayub existed?
I know it sounds extraordinary, but it is true. All things are known to the Oracle of Kharadan. They are written in the strange book of Araby.
Oh, you are much too clever and well-educated to be taken in by a charlatan, a faker.
He predicted to the day the assassination of my Grand Wazir, and his prognostication that my palace guards, my viceroys, and my chancellors would desert me was accurate to the very hours. And in the period during which I still trusted Ben Ayub implicitly, the oracle stated flatly that it was he who would lead the revolution.
And since he knows so much about the revolution and the activity of Ben Ayub, it seems likely that he is involved in the plot against you.
The oracle would not join forces with one who would ruin our city, who would place the entire citizenry under the yoke of slavery.
Tell me where I can find this oracle.
And what good would that do him?
I could get this strange book of Araby from him. We could see how much of the future it foretells, if any.
To be extraordinarily frank with you, I thought of that. But it would do no good to steal the book, even if you could.
Why?
It is written in an ancient form of Arabic that I do not understand, and I am reasonably sure that no one else in the city save the oracle can translate the strange characters.
There must be someone who understands them.
I heard of an English antiquarian who can translate all of the ancient Arabic forms. In fact, I sent him a letter, but he did not come.
Well, regardless of the oracle and the book, the thing to do is to organize those of your subjects who are still faithful. We must get an army together and fight Ben Ayub and his men.
I am not a man of violence, Tarzan, and I have no desire to turn brother against brother.
But you can't just sit here and do nothing.
It will be the same in the end. It is kismet, as we say. It is preordained. It is fate. The ultimate result of the revolution is already recorded in the book.
Oh, the book. I've heard too much about the book. Where is this Oracle of Kharadan?
He lives humbly in a small corner of the old abandoned fortress that stands at the north end of the city. But I would not go there. It might mean grave trouble for you.
If there is any truth in the belief that our destiny is already planned, nothing I can do will alter it. And if your oracle turns out to be a fake, perhaps I can write a new last chapter for his precious book.
I do not know how to answer your challenge, Tarzan, except to tell you that the realm of metaphysics is a vast and intricate one, and the oracle is an alchemist and mystic of great renown. In tracking him to his lair, you are placing in jeopardy both your physical life and your everlasting soul.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of our story. The abandoned fortress at the northerly end of the walled city of Kharadan had been built many centuries before. A vast wooden structure, its heavy timbers now sagged dangerously. The flooring creaked beneath the weight of Tarzan's body, and bats flurried from cobweb rafters. The entire edifice was deep in an atmosphere of must, and rats scurried beneath Tarzan's feet as he headed for a small room in a remote corner of the fortress, drawn there by some compelling force that was beyond his understanding. The door to the room was open, hanging limply from rusted hinges. Tarzan walked in. The room was almost completely unlighted, but even from the doorway, Tarzan could see the Oracle of Kharadan, an aging, bearded Arab with sunken cheeks and great luminous eyes.
Enter, Tarzan. Come close to me, Lord of the Jungle.
I shall indeed, for there is much that I would ask you.
That which is revealed to me, I shall in turn impart to you. I have prepared for your coming.
I suppose I am to show great amazement that you know me, that you were aware of my coming. Well, I'm not amazed. As I walked through the city, I could see eyes peer at me from behind each window. You and Ben Ayoub have many faithful spies.
I have no spies, but it was written in the book that you would come. Your whole past and future is there inscribed.
You know everything of my past, eh?
From the moment of your birth in the small cabin your father erected near the seacoast. There is a full history of your life, John Clayton, Lord Greystoke.
No one in Kharadan has ever known me by that name?
No. In most of Africa, you are known as Tarzan, a name given you by Kala, the she-ape who became your foster mother.
The name, does this strange book of Araby tell why I was named Tarzan?
It does indeed. The name is from the language of the apes. Tar, meaning white, and Zan, meaning skin.
I haven't told that to more than 3 people in the world. Where is this book that tells all about me?
Here by my side. You may look at it. You may hold it in your hand. There.
It is old. I've never seen a book like it before. Worn old leather and rich yellowed parchment. It looks as old as time itself.
It is timeless.
Is it possible that some miracle has enabled someone to write about things past and things yet to occur within this strange book?
It is indeed. It is written in a language no longer spoken or understood by many, but the facts are there. I suppose you, too, desire to know what future years will hold for you, what people will be close to your heart, what experiences you will have, how and when you will ultimately meet your death.
I am curious, and yet my immediate concern is for the fate of the Caliph and his son, the Amir.
Ah, the Amir. Even as you entered this crumbling fortress, I read of the Amir. The poor Amir.
The poor Amir? Why do you say that?
An apple is destroyed by a worm from within. It withers and falls to the ground. It lies there looking whole and firm, but on the inside, all is rot and decay.
What do you mean? What are you getting at?
The answer lies within the palace of the Caliph, upon the silken pallet in the bedchamber of the Caliph's firstborn.
But I looked in upon my son but a few moments ago. He appeared to be asleep.
Perhaps he is, and this mad dash down the corridors of the palace is but a waste of energy, but the words of the oracle...
What did he say?
Well, the words were strange. They could have meant a great deal, or they could have been meaningless.
This is the entrance to the bedchamber of the Amir. Ah, there he is, lying upon his couch in peaceful sleep.
Oh, my fears were in vain. The strange words of the oracle made me fear for the Amir's life. May I speak with the prince, Your Excellency?
Of course. He has talked of you constantly since the time you visited us here and served as a tutor to him. Wake up, Amir. You have napped long enough. Amir, we have a visitor. Ibn! Ibn!
Let me kneel and put my ear to his heart. There. I am sorry, my Caliph, but there is no sound of its beating. Your son has passed on to another world.
My son. Oh, my son. Look, Tarzan. The cup beside his bed, soothing potion, the last thing given him by my most trusted servant before he too left the palace.
The worm that destroys from within.
My son killed by a virulent poison of the Orient that leaves its victim looking as though he were peacefully asleep.
While on the inside it causes rot and decay. The oracle does know the future as well as the past. If your land is to be saved from that barbarian, we must have the oracle's help.
Oh, Tarzan, you would not leave me in my hour of grief.
I must return to the old fortress, and you must come with me. You cannot afford to grieve for one son when thousands of your sons and daughters are threatened with slavery.
Tarzan, Your Excellency, I regret that it is not within my power to reveal all that is within the strange book of Araby.
We do not want you to tell those things we should not know, but at least you can tell us exactly when and where we can expect Ben Ayoub's attack.
Please tell us that much. Where and when will he strike?
According to the written word, Gamir Ben Ayoub Ratsim will lead his roistering band into Haradan on the 3rd day of Ab.
The 3rd of August. But that's tomorrow.
He will pass through the gate to the city that lies nearest the heart of Allah.
The eastern gate is nearest to Mecca. We must rouse every loyal man in the city, and our forces must be massed there.
Yes, I fear a conflict is inevitable.
And to know the hour would be of great advantage to you?
It would be of extraordinary help.
The army of Ben Ayoub will march upon the city as the Qamar loses her eternal struggle against the Shams.
Do you understand what he means, Your Excellency?
Yes. Qamar is the moon, Shams the sun. It means that Ben Ayoub will attack as the dawn rises over Haradan.
One thing more, Great Oracle. What will be the outcome of our battle?
The outcome? He who is strongest shall win, and he who is weakest must perish in a flame of destruction.
He who is strongest will win. When dawn broke over the city of Haradan, thousands filled the narrow streets near the eastern gate of the city. They were not trained soldiers, but merchants and workmen, artisans and housewives. Their leader was Tarzan, their inspiration the Caliph, their weapons antiquated sabers, flintlocks, and muskets, and their standard the lifeless body of the young Amir. When Ben Ayoub's forces entered the city, the people fought with inspired fury. Many of them died, but by the time dusk had descended upon the walled city, the traitor's army had been forced to take refuge in the old abandoned fortress near the north wall.
We've beaten them, Tarzan. They cringe like cowards within the ancient Ordi.
When cowards have guns and cannons, they're still dangerous.
But look how extraordinarily my people fight on. Within the hour, they will gain the fortress and drive out Ben Ayoub's men.
And hundreds will die in the attempt. Anyone who draws close to the walls of the fortress makes a target of himself.
Behold, one of my subjects is close to the fort.
What's he doing?
He's all alone. He's already reached its entrance.
See, he's lighted a torch. No, you must not set fire to the fortress.
And he who is weakest must perish in a flame of destruction.
He's done it. Look, Caliph. The entire fortress is going up in flames.
Like a box of dry tinder.
The oracle. And the strange book of Araby.
Tarzan, where are you going?
Into the fortress to save a man and a book.
come out.
It is only a matter of seconds now.
Where is he? Tarzan hasn't emerged yet.
Pardon me. Excuse me. I must see the caliph at once. Pardon. You are the caliph.
Please, not now, later.
But your enemy is defeated now, and I've come thousands of miles to see you.
Tarzan, the dearest friend I have in the world, is still in that building.
How ghastly. I'm Hobson, the antiquarian you sent for. No one would bring me to your city earlier because of the siege that was said to exist here.
Look, it's Tarzan. He's escaped from the building.
Entire building has collapsed.
A miracle has saved Tarzan. I must go to him.
I'll come along.
Ben Ayoub and all his men were killed, Your Excellency. The oracle was gone. But somehow I feel that he was not destroyed by that fire.
You are the important one. My followers, ointments, salves, healing medicines for the jungle lord.
Oh, no, I'm not badly burned. Some strange force seemed to keep the flames from consuming my flesh. But I was too late to save the strange book of Araby. Except for this tiny fragment.
Let me see it.
This is the English antiquarian I wrote.
Here it is.
Thank you.
What does it say?
From the quality of the parchment and the nature of the characters, I would say that it predates the earliest known manuscripts.
What does it say? Perhaps in those few words, the entire future of the world may...
Actually, it says very little.
The words inscribed on the small piece of parchment, what are they? Please translate it for us.
Of course. And Haradan shall emerge from its trial by fire with new vigor. For those who would gnaw at its vitals from within shall perish in the flames. And so also shall this book perish, save for a small fragment. And buried in the ashes of the strange book of Araby shall be the secrets of the future.
We'd like you to remain with us for another few moments so that we may tell you about our next exciting story of Tarzan. A slender young girl arrives in Africa on a holy mission, but the savagery and paganism and violence of the Dark Continent destroy her faith. A church built in a deceptively peaceful fern forest is the scene of a barbaric massacre, and a fugitive from justice matches wits and strength with a bronze jungle god. These are the elements contained in Cathedral of the Congo, next story of Tarzan.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Cathedral of the Congo.
Of all the river ports that dot the banks of the mighty Nile, Tarak is the most miserable, the dirtiest, the most crime-ridden. The slender figure who walked down the dimly lighted street of the devil was that of a man of God, and he was on a mission of the church. Suddenly, two figures sprang at him from a darkened doorway. A steel-like garrote encircled his throat, and he fell to the ground, dead, without even a chance for a final word of prayer.
I'd give my right arm to get the hang of using that piece of leather thong the way you do, Slim. It's got knives and pistol speed a mile.
Just a minute. I'll get the door.
Right.
There we are. Now, don't try to carry him yourself, Venner. I'll help you.
He don't weigh any more than you do, Slim. I can handle him.
All right. Bring him in.
Holy smokes, Slim, he's a minister.
I knew that.
You would. You got eyes like a cat. But what good's a minister? They ain't never got any money.
Maybe this one has. Look through his pockets.
All right. Here we are. His wallet. There ain't enough in here to buy saddle wax for your garrote.
Yeah, there must be. Let me look through it. The Reverend Nathaniel Malcolm. Yeah, we got the right guy, all right.
The right guy? I thought you told me we was waiting for the first stranger that came along, that we'd roll him for enough dough to buy fuel for my tub.
You haven't got any place to sail it anyway. No one will trust any cargo to you, not even with every scow in the harbor already charted.
What did you mean by the right guy? What did you mean, Slim?
This guy's the Reverend Nathaniel Malcolm. He's been a missionary in the interior for almost 30 years. Some guy who was through there on a big game hunt told me all about him.
And you expected to find money on a missionary?
This guy told me that all his life this Malcolm has wanted to build a fancy church in the jungle. A cathedral, he called it.
A cathedral, huh? Hey, they cost real dough.
Exactly. And he was all over town today pricing wood and granite and stained glass for the windows. I don't get it. Where'd the money go?
Search me.
Hey, look at this. A letter from a dame. You can tell by the handwriting. And it comes from the States, too. Now, what do you suppose a dame's doing writing to a preacher?
If you want to know, read it.
Well, all right, I will. Yeah, Reverend Malcolm, I was right.
What do you mean?
I just don't have the moves figured out, that's all. Listen to this.
Yeah?
I will meet you in Tarak, and I will have the money from the Interchurch Council with me. If the riverboat that comes from Port Said arrives on time, I should be in Tarak on the 10th of August.
Tomorrow's the 10th and the River Queen is due in.
Shut up till I finish.
Okay.
I am looking forward to meeting you at last, and I am also anticipating my trip into the Congo to assist you in your great work among the Miranawa people. It's signed Laurel Mason.
It'll be a long time until she meets him.
You're wrong, Benner. The Reverend Malcolm's going to be waiting at the dock for her.
Are you nuts?
Nuts? Not on your life.
Well, I did like you told me. I dressed him in your clothes and put those papers with your name on them in the pockets.
Good work, Venner.
I tossed his body near the waterfront. When he's found, he'll be identified as Slim Cronin. They'll close the police files on you in a dozen countries. Pretty slick figuring, Slim.
I would greatly appreciate it, my good man, if you would address me as the Reverend Nathaniel Malcolm.
You're a card, Slim.
How do I look?
Like a preacher. Those clothes sure fit neat. Lucky break him being the same size as you.
Somebody saw you dump the body. They've tailed you.
Nobody tailed me.
Answer it. I'll stand behind the door with my garrote.
Right. Just a minute. Yeah?
I'm looking for a Captain Venner.
I'm Venner. Who are you? What do you want?
My name is Tarzan. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Come in, Tarzan. Come right in.
We should like you to remain with us to hear the next exciting developments in our story, Cathedral of the Congo. Those who live by the gun and the knife and the garrote, that slender instrument of strangulation, are seldom brave. And Tarzan's name struck terror in the heart of the man who had disguised himself as the Reverend Malcolm. Instead of attempting to attack the mighty jungle man, he crept into a dimly lighted corner of the dingy room as Tarzan entered.
Now, what did you want to question me about?
I'm told that you have the only ship in Tarak that's not engaged at the moment. Is this true?
Well, what if it is?
I should like to charter it and have you take me up the Nile and into the interior of the Congo.
Oh, well, come on over by the table. There's a little more light over there. I ain't saying yes or no, but if you've enough dough, I might make a deal with you.
I have far more than enough to pay for my passage. Oh, good evening, Reverend. I hadn't noticed you.
Good evening, Tarzan. I heard you give your name.
You must pardon my look of surprise. One does not expect to encounter a man of the cloth on the street of the devil.
I myself find it hard to believe that I've been forced to come to this infamous street. But you see, I, too, am looking for transportation into the Congo, to the land of the Miranauers.
Well, that's not far from my destination. You're a missionary?
Precisely. Allow me to introduce myself. The Reverend Nathaniel Malcolm.
Malcolm. Oh, yes, I've heard of your work among the Miranauers.
You know some of my people?
No. Despite the fact that their village is not far from that of the Punyas, who are my friends, I have never encountered any of them.
I see.
But what brings you to Tarak, Reverend?
I've come here to meet a young lady, a Miss Laurel Mason, who is to help me in my attempts to bring religion to the savages. I had hoped to be able to furnish safe transportation for her, but now...
Now what?
Well, the funds of the church are always limited. I can't begin to pay the price Captain Venner has quoted me. But perhaps, since you have stated that you have more than enough to charter Captain Venner's ship, perhaps you will do so and permit Miss Mason and me to come along.
I've always been reluctant to take a white woman into the jungle.
But you will be helping in the work of the Lord.
Well, if Captain Venner agrees, I'll not stand in the way of your good work. What do you say, Captain?
I ain't seen the color of your money yet.
The color is red. There.
What?
A blood ruby.
I have no currency, but the stone is worth a great deal. It was forced upon me by the Caliph of Haradan as a reward for having done him a service. I was most reluctant to take it, but he insisted...
Why are you willing to give me a rock like that to take you up the river?
Well, the voyage will not be an easy one, Captain. Need I remind you of the hardships that occur where the Nile flows through the Nubian desert?
No one who sailed through those once needs reminding.
Then we must pass through the cataracts.
I can bring her through.
And after that, we must leave the Nile and take the shallow river Goadibo into the jungle.
Goadibo, huh? Well, I've never navigated that stretch of water, but I ain't worried about its being shallow. If I got a heavy dew under the bottom of my scow, I can scrape through. How's the width?
It's so narrow in some places that one can reach out and touch the brush at either side. That's why I'm willing to give you the ruby in return for passage.
It's a deal, mister.
Tarzan, I have never taken a trip upriver, but it seems to me that if this Goadibo is so narrow you can touch the brush at both sides, we shall be most vulnerable to attack from both animals and savages.
That is true.
Then why have you elected to travel by water rather than by land?
I've spoken only of the dangerous parts of the journey, Reverend. There are also many peaceful miles during which I can get some badly needed rest. One can get no rest traveling by foot through the jungle, but I did feel it was only fair to warn the captain here that he would not earn the ruby without risk.
Okay, so now you've warned me. That ruby sure is pretty, ain't it? Hey, where are you putting it, Tarzan?
Away. For safekeeping.
Oh, no, you don't. It's mine now. We made a deal, didn't we? You said that...
It will be yours when you have delivered the Reverend Malcolm, the young lady, and me to our destination safely.
I still don't get it. What in the devil was the idea of sending Tarzan to meet the dame?
Your knowledge of psychology is not very good, my friend. Suppose I went to the doctor meter.
Yeah?
She might take a notion to check my identity, to make certain that I was the Reverend Malcolm, before turning over the money to me.
Yeah.
But the reputation of Tarzan is widespread. Even this girl from America must have heard of him.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Well, everyone in Tarak knows Tarzan. She won't have any cause to doubt him, and he will be the one who will tell her I'm waiting. With Tarzan introducing me as the Reverend Malcolm, she won't ask any questions.
You're smart, Slim. What after that?
We'll all set sail on your ship together. Tarzan admitted he's tired. Well, with the river breeze fanning his face, he'll sleep like a baby aboard ship.
Yeah?
And at the first opportunity, I'll use that narrow little thong that has silenced so many so quickly.
A garrote.
The ruby will be ours without taking that long, dangerous trip.
And with Tarzan out of the way, we get the girl, huh?
The girl and the fortune. Enough money to build a cathedral. Just stick with the Reverend Malcolm, Captain Venner. You can't go wrong.
I hope you'll pardon me, Miss Mason, but you don't look like a missionary.
Please call me Laurel. And please remember that there's no rule that says a woman missionary has to wear horn-rimmed glasses and carry a psalm book.
Oh, no, of course not. Well, have we got all your luggage together now?
Yes, but can't you get someone with a cart or something to carry?
Oh, I've carried many things heavier than those few bags. Besides, the attention of all the stevedores is centered on that other dock over there.
Yes, I noticed the crowd there. What's happened?
Oh, nothing.
Please tell me. We'll get along much better if we speak honestly to one another.
They found the body of a man there less than half an hour ago. A fugitive from justice who'd been killed by strangulation. The police think a garrote was used.
Horrible.
This is Africa, Laurel, a land of violence. Frankly, I'd advise you to get back on the ship and continue to Cape Town. You can easily arrange for passage home from there. There must be lost souls in America who need saving, too.
I've come here for a purpose, Tarzan. And I have no intention of going home regardless of what you say. Shall we get started? I'm most anxious to meet Mr. Malcolm.
Yes, my dear. Within a few moments, we'll go aboard, and soon we'll be traversing the longest river in the world, on the way to what someday will be known as the Cathedral of the Congo.
Mr. Malcolm, they're on the deck. What are those?
But those are guns, my dear.
Guns?
Tarzan insisted that we take them along.
Yes, we'll need all the protection we can muster, Miss Mason. I have my knife, but it's important that Captain Venner and the Reverend keep the guns by their side at all times.
But that's inviting violence, if you ask my opinion.
I am not asking your opinion. You ready for the last water keg, Captain Venner?
Lower away. I got it. That's all, huh?
Yeah. May I help you aboard, Miss Mason?
I can manage very nicely. I'm quite able to take care of myself.
Oh. It's not going to be a dull trip, anyway.
You must pardon Laurel's anger, Tarzan. She feels you want to discourage her in her chosen work, and she resents it. The reaction is a normal one. Do not think harshly of her.
Oh, of course not. Seriously, I'm very happy to have company on the trip. It will relieve the monotony.
Rest assured that I will do everything in my power to make our voyage the least tedious one you have ever taken.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Cathedral of the Congo. As Captain Venner's rustic scow made its way up the colorful Nile, the spurious Reverend Malcolm kept to himself, the victim of a mounting fear. For the girl had elected to hold the money until she reached the Miranawa country, and it seemed that Tarzan always slept with one eye open. Perhaps they were suspicious of him. This was the fourth night of the voyage, and still there had been no opportunity for murder. But now, as Captain Venner guided the craft through the narrow valley where the sands of the Nubian desert reach out to touch the blue waters, all was peaceful. Tarzan dozed near the bulkhead, and if the man who called himself Reverend Malcolm could sneak up behind the bulkhead and use his garrote quickly, the Lord of the Jungle would be no more. The moment had come.
Left. Watch out behind you! There's one more!
All for you. All right, the crocodiles can have that one.
Good going, Tarzan.
You accorded the disciples of the devil a reception they did not expect.
Nor did they expect a man of the cloth to handle a gun the way you did, Reverend.
Who were they? What did they want?
Just our money and our lives. They were the Yorharami, the river pirates.
Oh, this is a horrible land. There's violence everywhere.
Yes, but there are other things too, Laurel. In the jungle you will see much violence, but also love and brotherhood and understanding beyond the knowledge of so-called civilized man. You will have to learn to accept Africa's bad along with its good.
I shall need help.
You sure weren't exaggerating about being able to touch the brush on either side of this Gordiba. This is worse than those cataracts were.
It is most fortunate that your boat requires scant water beneath it, Captain Venner. I can see the bottom of the riverbed without difficulty.
Any trouble we encounter is not apt to come from the riverbed.
Well, you sure took care of those animals that decided to come aboard this afternoon.
Tarzan, through the trees, eyes, hundreds of them.
Yes, they've been watching us for hours. I think they wish us to join them in their religious ceremonies.
Religious ceremony?
They're waiting for us to reach that great rock ahead. The paintings on it mark it as a ceremonial place.
I ain't stopping by any ceremonial rock.
It would be wise to do as they wish.
Boss, what don't you be?
Cut the motor off and anchor her, Captain Benny.
Right.
Oh, I've seen such hideous creatures. These tattooed faces and the bones sticking through their noses.
Well, they think they're quite attractive. Jumbo, watu weusi?
Atu Jumbo. Apa Sasahibi.
That's a pretty-looking customer.
He's their witch doctor. He wants me to come to him. Oh, Laurel, it would be a sign of goodwill if you were to come with me. It would show that not even our woman fears their magic.
I'll come.
Good. Now, hold my hand, Laurel. I don't believe we really have anything to fear.
Oh, there's so many of them. But even if we want...
Well, Slim, how much more of this stuff do we have to go through?
Don't call me Slim. And stop trying to give orders. I'll get him the minute he lowers his guard for a second.
He don't lower his guard. By tomorrow, he'll reach the Miranawa country. And the Miranawas will know you ain't Malcolm.
We won't reach their village. I'll guarantee you that. I have one more trick, and I'll use it. Hey, Tarzan's motioning to us. I guess we'll have to go ashore.
Well, I don't like it.
Come on.
Stand over here, Reverend Malcolm, Captain Venner.
What are they doing with the chicken?
It is a sacrifice to the Nia of the air. It's to protect us from the birds of prey on our voyage.
Aye.
Such paganism. And now what?
A sacrifice to the Nia of the forest.
Lala, Nia Kabuzi.
All of us must lie down so that they can anoint our bodies with the blood of the small goat. Quickly now.
Such nonsense.
Lie down, Venner.
Please, Laurel, believe me, it's best.
All right, but these heresies disgust me. They're smearing me all over with blood.
Aye.
Matonia.
Now we must take something of value and throw it into the river as a sacrifice to the Nia of the water. Oh, Laurel, that string of beads you wear.
It was given me by my... All right. There.
Aye.
The spirits of the air, of the forest, and of the jungle have accepted us. We are now free to continue our journey.
In the Nania.
Captain Werner, we're almost to the Miranawa country. Why are you stopping?
The preacher here asked me to stop.
I hope you will forgive me, Tarzan. But I desire to go ashore a moment to make a silent prayer in the jungle that has long been my home.
But couldn't you wait until we reach your people?
You respected the religious customs of those pagan savages. I should think you could respect Reverend Malcolm's desire to commune with God before he faces his parishioners.
Yes, you're right. But I must go with you. Reverend, the woods are alive with dangerous beasts.
I should prefer that you remain and guard Laurel. Perhaps Captain Venner would be good enough to...
Sure, I'll come with you. Wait until I get my gun. Okay, now. Come along, Doc.
I appreciate your unselfishness, Captain Venner. I feel safer knowing that Tarzan is...
Dear Mr. Malcolm, I know just what's in his mind. He desires strength with which to face his people. His task has not been an easy one, Tarzan.
Nor will yours be. You've told me that it's to be your job to instruct the children. Well, first you're going to have to learn their language. Then you must gain their confidence. And then you must fight to overcome centuries.
A wild panther!
Tarzan sped into the jungle that skirted the narrow river. But suddenly he swerved in his path and took to the middle level of jungle growth so that he could peer down. For there was something wrong. There was no scent of Sheeta, the panther, in the air. But below him he could see far more cunning and dangerous animals. Two men stood by the side of the jungle path they expected Tarzan to take. One held a gun, the other a slender garrote. Suddenly the whole vicious plot was made clear to Tarzan. He leaped down, knocking Venner's gun from his hand. Then he turned to wrest the thong from the grasp of the counterfeit minister of God. But fear gave both men the speed of demons in their flight. And Tarzan could not follow, for Laurel would be left unprotected. He returned to her, his heart heavy with the things he was forced to tell her.
So there's but one conclusion to draw, Laurel. The man found on the dock at Tarak was the Reverend Malcolm.
And the man we've been traveling with must have been the fugitive from justice, whose identification we found on the body.
Exactly. And Captain Venner was with him in this plot all along.
I can't truthfully say I suspected that there was anything wrong. But I know now why I've been beset with doubts about myself. I was looking to the man we thought was Mr. Malcolm for faith, and he has none to share. What's that?
Natives. Don't be frightened. Perhaps they're also friendly.
I'm not frightened. I'm too angry thinking about those two men escaping after they...
Jumbo, Tarzan. Jumbo Laurel Mason.
He knows my name.
Much news traveled through jungle. We know you come. We know also about men who pretend to be our unfundis.
You are of the Mirinawa, and you knew that someone was posing as the Reverend Malcolm?
News come from Tarak. Travel upriver, by messenger, by jungle drum. No bad men who kill our unfundis. But they find justice in jungle.
Captain Venner and that man, what happened to them?
Ways of jungle are strange.
They met death?
Ni Dio. Now we take you rest away in Marinawa village. Go to church in Fern Forest. You make prayer for Umfundis Malcolm.
Yes, we will come with you. I hope that I can truly lead you in prayer.
You lead. We follow.
Laurel, you'll have difficulty buying materials for the edifice Dr. Malcolm planned. You'll have many more difficulties transporting these materials into the jungle. Perhaps the building may never materialize, but with your courage and the faith of these people, a humble shack of mud can become a real cathedral of the Congo.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. Africa is a strange place, for it combines the mystery of the Orient with the violence of the jungle. And nowhere is this exotic blending of two worlds more evident than in the mystic city of El Hadi, capital of the narcotic industry of a continent, headquarters for a savage band who attempt to control a nation through a crippling opiate. Listen to City of Sleep, our next story of Tarzan.
Tarzan, the transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of City of Sleep.
The mingled scent of animals and of man was strong. Tarzan's body tensed as he peered down from the topmost branch of a gargantuan kapok tree. Then he relaxed. For the animals, a pack of giant African warthogs, although the most hideous of the jungle creatures, seldom attack. And the man who broke through the clearing was Captain Lawrence, who was well able to take care of himself. But was he? He seemed like one in a trance, and the animals had suddenly realized his helplessness. They swarmed on him, their ponderous bodies knocking him to the ground, their hooked tusks tearing at his flesh. Tarzan grasped the vine and swung himself down into the melee. His knife flashed and darted and stabbed as though he were a dozen men.
Is that Tarzan?
The one standing up is Tarzan. Those on the ground are dead warthogs.
Where did they come from?
Where did they come from? Another moment and they would have shredded your body as they have your uniform.
It is torn, isn't it?
Captain Lawrence, what's wrong with you? What's happened to you?
Nothing. What brings you to El Khadi, Tarzan?
To El Khadi? But we're hundreds of miles from there.
We are? Then how did I get here?
This would be funny were it not so tragic. If you've wandered hundreds of miles through the jungle without even realizing it, you must have missed death by inches a dozen times.
I think I did shoot some animals once or twice. I'm not sure.
Captain Lawrence, it tears at my heart to see my closest friend in such a condition. Have you been drinking, or have you injured your head, or what in the name of...
I'm perfectly all right. I feel fine.
Perfectly fine, huh? And then he faints dead away. Well, he suffers from a strange malady that's beyond me, but perhaps I know someone who can save his life and his reason.
Tarzan, why you bring man village of snake people?
But I've told you how he acted. I knew that only the people of your tribe could possibly have medicines to cure him.
Have put salve on wound.
I wasn't worried about the injuries from the wild hogs. They're little more than scratches, but look how he lies there, like a man in a coma.
Nadio, he's like man in another world, not know what to do.
But you must. It said that you know more than do the doctors of the white men.
His false story, not know.
You're keeping something from me. I can tell by the way you look at Captain Lawrence that you've already diagnosed his ailment.
He your friend, Tarzan, no?
Of course, I told you that.
Me not tell Tarzan what friend has done.
What he's done? What are you getting at? In the name of heaven, will you tell me?
Your friend enjoy fruit of poppy.
Narcotics? Captain Lawrence? But that's ridiculous. He's a captain of the governmental police. Why, he's fought the use of narcotics for years.
You ask, I tell. Is plain from glaze of eye, twitch of mouth. Is not mistake.
Oh. What can we do to bring him out of this spell?
Snake men have dawa that fight what you call narcotic. We give when natives use kingiola.
You have a medicine to fight Kingo, the narcotic of the jungle people?
Nadio is strong tawa.
Then use it. Use it quickly.
Maybe you not like what it do.
I'll like it if it helps Captain Lawrence.
All right, I use. Mokino, Tabenok, Zuaba. Help with white man.
Why do you need 3 men to help you?
They hold him. All right, men, you hold tight. Now, me cut small slit in arm.
Yes?
Mix liquid.
Go ahead, hurry.
Now pour in strong tower. There.
Doesn't seem to have any effect.
Wait. No, I won't take it. Let me go. Let me go. I'm not flying. It's all a lie. Let me go. Don't kill me. I'm needed.
He must go through this, Tarzan. Come with me.
You've made a raving maniac out of him.
Soon he exhausted, then he sleeps.
Sleep. Yes, that's what he needs.
And when he wake up, I think he has strange story to tell.
In just a moment, we shall return to the exciting story of City of Sleep. Tarzan's nails dug deeply into the palms of his hands as he watched Captain Lawrence struggle. Hours passed, and the natives continued to hold the captain in a vice of steel as his delirium mounted. His body was bathed in sweat now. His eyes were red-rimmed and glassy, and his body heaved with convulsive spasms. But at last, the fever induced by the strange medicine subsided, and with a deep sigh of exhaustion, he fell back in a soft bed of furs. For 3 days and 3 nights he slept the sleep of the dead. And then at last he awoke on the morning of the 4th day and smiled weakly up at the Lord of the Jungle.
Hello there. Tarzan.
How do you feel?
Weak. A little bewildered. Not sure how I got here. I think maybe I have an idea.
Perhaps you're too weak to discuss the matters that fill your mind?
No, I want to talk about them. The last thing I really remember is deciding that I had to have your help in a vital matter. Then I blacked out, mentally. Guess it must have been sheer instinct that guided me to you.
We'll call it instinct for lack of a better name. Go on.
You see, I'd become deeply engrossed in the problems of the City of Sleep.
El Khadi?
Exactly. It's always been called that, because it has long been the center of Africa's narcotics trade.
Yes, I've seen the dens of troubled sleep there.
One cannot escape them in El Khadi. They've existed for centuries, despite everything the authorities have been able to do. Only in recent months it has taken on a new complexion.
In what way?
Before, narcotics agents merely dispensed their evil to those who became addicts of their own will. But recently there's been a concerted effort to recruit those who might ordinarily have resisted such temptation. Minor government officials, soldiers, native servants, women, school children.
And those who deal in narcotics have been out looking for new customers, huh? They become dissatisfied with the way their enormous profits from the comparatively few who come in.
No, it's deeper than that. They're out to make an addict of every person in the city. As though that weren't bad enough, they've begun to dispense adulterated drugs that destroy the cell tissues of the brain.
But why?
I think the answer lies in the growing signs of war. El Khadi is strategically located. And a population crippled and dulled by these opiates could be taken without the firing of a single gun.
I see. And you were assigned to investigate the matter, huh?
I took it upon myself to look in on a certain Monsieur Jean Dupré, who suddenly become very rich. He was most affable and begged me to remain as his guest.
Yes?
I accepted so that I could remain in his fantastically elaborate mansion long enough to find out a few things.
And you decided to try some of Dupré's opiates? In order to test the effects firsthand?
Yes. I decided to try some. As a result of the gentle persuasion of a dozen men who entered my room at Dupré's and held me down while they jabbed a hypodermic needle into my arm. That's the last I remember. Until a few moments ago.
You say you took it upon yourself to make this investigation. Is there no governmental agency in El Khadi?
Well, yes.
Who's in charge?
Sir Archibald Chambers, colonial administrator for the province. He warned me to stay away from Dupré, but he was doing nothing to combat the situation.
Well, as soon as you've gained your strength, we'll leave for El Khadi together. We'll visit Monsieur Jean Dupré, and we shall also call on this colonial administrator who closes his eyes to the greatest threat the continent has ever known.
A few days later, Tarzan and Captain Lawrence left the village of the Snake People and began their long journey to the City of Sleep. And indeed, it proved to be a city of sleep. Opium-laden Arabs lolled in shadowed doorways. Once proud English colonists stared vacantly from the cobweb windows of dingy hovels. Jungle savages who had come to the city as huge, muscular men lay in filthy gutters, their bodies wasted and diseased. Tarzan and Captain Lawrence averted their eyes as they passed these human derelicts, but their eyes were sharp and their faces angry as they faced Sir Archibald Chambers, colonial administrator for the province, in the library of his home.
I am disgusted with the sights I've seen here, Sir Archibald.
Yes, El Khadi does not present an attractive picture these days.
Well, that's putting it mildly, Sir Archibald. You ought to be ashamed to occupy your office.
I'd remember my position, Captain Lawrence.
I'm remembering mine.
Captain Lawrence is well aware that he's braving court-martial, but neither of us will accept evasive answers concerning what's happened here, what's still happening.
Yeah, now, gentlemen, let's not lose our tempers. Had I meant to avoid answers, I would not have invited you in. Here, sit down. Have a cigar.
I do not smoke, and in any event, a piece of twisted tobacco is not apt to solve our problem.
Yes, quite true. I wish it were as easy as that.
Sir Archibald, what's being done to investigate this Monsieur Jean Dupré Captain Lawrence has told me about?
Nothing. And I want Dupré left strictly alone.
Why?
Because I said so. And despite Captain Lawrence's insubordination and your impertinence, I'm still the highest governmental official in the province.
I see. Your job is an important one, Sir Archibald, and yet I've heard that the salary is small.
The colonial service has never been known for high salaries. What has that to do with the problem?
I have also heard that the narcotics trade is well known for high profits.
If you're insinuating that I'm accepting graft for protecting narcotic dealers, you're barking up a very wrong tree. I despise those who prey on the people. I detest narcotics. And I hate what's happening here. Broken bodies, disrupted homes, misery and the sickness and the despair that's fallen upon us. That I can do nothing.
Why? What possible reason can you have?
That, gentlemen, is a personal matter. I will not endure your prying into it.
That's Dupré's mansion ahead?
Yes.
Well, I hope we accomplish more with him than we did with Sir Archibald Chambers. I can't figure him out.
Sir Archibald's been a little strange ever since his wife died. Does nothing but cluck like a mother hen over an only daughter. Won't let her budge from his side.
A daughter? Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Charming girl by the name of Deborah. Should be about 21 or 2 by now, I'd figure. What makes you doubt her existence?
Well, his house. And there were no signs of a woman.
She might have been out.
A woman's presence is always felt. There are cigarette stubs that bear the marks of lipstick, silk scarves or gloves carelessly abandoned somewhere, knitting bags that rest in some corner. And the flowers in the garden were untended.
Well, maybe we'd better stop discussing the frailties of women and think about the villainy of men. The main entrance to the mansion is just around the corner of this wall.
It's a gaunt-looking place.
Easy now. I don't think it would be wise to announce our presence.
I quite agree. Keep your eyes open now.
Mm-hmm.
Open the gate quietly. Watch out, Captain. That hound's got jaws like a panther.
Down, Pierrot. Down, boy. Good boy, good boy. Why, it is Monsieur le Capitaine.
Yes, it's Captain Lawrence.
Ah, you have brought a friend this time. Very, very nice.
In just a moment, we shall return with the exciting conclusion of City of Sleep.
I have been most worried for you, mon capitaine.
You've been worrying about Captain Lawrence?
Oh, but of course. He is my guest. Thieves come in the night. They force their way into my bedchamber. Then they dog me. When I have made a recovery, I find the thieves have made off with much money and jewels. And I discover that my guest is missing. I'm greatly concerned.
I see.
So, I'm most happy to see you again, cher ami.
I am very sorry that you were robbed. As a member of the governmental police, I should hang my head in shame for having permitted this to happen when I was in your household.
I now have the excellent watchdog to guard my property, eh?
Yes, a powerful dog.
And Jean Dupré is not a man with an unforgiving nature. You are invited to be my guest again now, mon capitaine. You and his handsome friend who is with you. He is an amazing specimen of manhood, and I am anxious to know about him.
You may learn a great deal about me, Monsieur Dupré. We accept your kind offer of hospitality.
And this is my recreation room, gentlemen. You have ever used the foils, Captain Lawrence?
Oh, training included a few lessons in épée, yes.
The épée is not so difficult as the foil or the saber. Are you a swordsman, Monsieur Tarzan?
No, I've never dueled.
Great pity. With your jungle life, you must have developed your reactions to the point of perfection. You would make an excellent duelist.
No, I think not.
Mais oui. You should try the foils. These have buttons on the end. They are incapable of inflicting a wound. Here, examine one of the blades. Catch!
Oh, that's a silly thing to do, throw a foil at a man who's not looking at you.
But he caught it. I was testing his reactions. They are sensational. Come, Tarzan. Let me show you a few fundamentals.
Well, thank you just the same, but...
The point d'arrêt at the end is blunt. You need not be afraid.
I am not afraid.
Good. So long as you are not afraid, we can amuse ourselves. En garde! We stand in line. So, now we salute each other by raising our weapons and bringing them down smartly, like this.
Like this?
Excellent. Now begins the contest.
All right.
Your right foot forward, about 1.5 lengths. Good. Now, knees bent, body erect. La pointe arrêt, straight at me.
Like this?
Stand more de profile. Good. You have deflected my blade. Now begins the false attack. I glide, forcing aside your weapon. I feint again. I thrust. I make the touche.
It is a fine sport, Monsieur Dupré. Your body moves like that of Sheeta the panther.
I made the quick movement. It is known as the coup de Jarnac. At the academy, I was the finest dueling student of Monsieur Lucien Gaudin himself, the most illustrious instructor of our century.
Very proficient in dueling, as well as in other things, Monsieur Dupré. But if you'll pardon Tarzan and me, we shall wait until tomorrow for further demonstrations. We've had a long journey. We should like to retire.
But of course. I will put the equipment away. Then I shall personally escort you to your chamber.
Thank you.
I'm often carried away by the spirit of the duel. Did you see my coup? Were these real dueling rapiers with needle-sharp points? The floor of my little recreation room would now be red with your blood, jungle man.
He almost had me fooled for a while.
Yes. He plays the role of a French sportsman to perfection.
But he gives himself away when he has a sword in his hand. His eyes gleam like a madman.
But of course that hardly constitutes proof that he's responsible for the narcotics trade of the city. That he plans to throw off our government and deliver Al-Qadi into the hands of some foreign power.
I thought so.
What is it?
Shh. Take off your shirt.
What?
Do as I say.
All right. What are you doing with your knife?
Making a hook for you to hang your shirt on.
What?
There's a peephole in the wall there. Monsieur Dupré is anxious to be able to find out when we're sleeping soundly. That does it. He won't know what we're doing now.
Well, if he thinks we're waiting for him here...
He won't think that, but we will be. Captain Lawrence, you will take up a post by the door. I'll crouch by the window. There's a balcony outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
But first, we have work to do.
Work?
A few sound effects in case someone's listening. Walk over to the bed with me.
All right.
Now, to pretend we're going to bed. Better sit on.
Right.
I'm certainly tired. I think I'll be asleep before my head touches the pillow.
Oh, me too. I can't keep my eyes open. Night, Tarzan.
Can you snore?
I guess so.
Well, start it now and keep it up as you take your position. I'll do the same.
All right.
But don't overdo it. That's the last of them. You all right, Captain?
Oh, yes.
Help me tear up the bed sheets, and we'll tie them up and gag them.
All right. Dupre's in among them.
A man like Dupre always lets others do the rough work.
I suppose so.
Unless I miss my guess, he's sleeping peacefully in anticipation of what he's planned for us tomorrow.
His tomorrow's going to be a lot different than he's anticipating.
That's what we have work to do tonight. When we've got his unconscious friends here tied up, we'll do a little exploring of Monsieur Dupre's mansion.
Well, no secret plans, no supply of narcotics. And we've searched every room of the house, except for Dupre's bedchamber.
The recreation room. We haven't searched that. Did it strike you as though there was something strange about the way he said recreation room?
Of course, that's it. Come on, it's right down the hall here.
I think maybe we've struck on something.
Well, it's not much to go on, the way a man says a word.
Oh, this is it. We'll find out soon.
Well, you take this row of cupboards. I'll look through his desk here.
Shall we risk a light?
Well, we ought to be able to see well enough by the moonlight coming through the windows.
Nothing suspicious looking here. Books on the art of swordsmanship, dueling pistols, medals, fencing.
Tarzan, I've got it. Look. A whole chart of his organization. He's the kingpin, all right. A table showing the percentage of the population already in his power. And here is pens for...
Look at this. A dollar and cents agreement for the betrayal of a people.
With this evidence, Sir Archibald will have to take action. We haven't found Dupre's secret cache of drugs yet.
And you will not find it. Stand back, Tarzan. This blade does not have a point d'arrêt.
That was a savage blow with which you fell Captain Lawrence from behind.
It is fortunate I did not run him through. I am saving the clean steel of my blade for you.
My knife is upstairs.
Holding a shirt. But you do me too little honor. I am a sportsman. You shall have a chance with a blade the equal of mine. Catch! En garde! We stand in line. So, now we salute each other by raising our weapons and bringing them down smartly. Excellent. Now begins the contest. And this time the prize is life.
You are an experienced swordsman. Until this evening, I never held a rapier in my hand. But I think that perhaps...
You are greatly improved, Monsieur Tarzan. But now for the coup de Janac. I parry, I glide, I feint, and then I...
Tarzan, are you all right?
Yes. And you?
Oh, a little dizzy, but...
What was that?
Somebody's back of that wall.
Looks like a secret panel. Yes. Here's a button that must...
There. A girl. Why, it's Deborah Chambers.
Yes, Captain Lawrence. Please let my father know that I'm... Dupre. He's dead.
Yes, the finest fencing student of the academy killed by a jungle savage. It was lucky.
And I've been a prisoner here for months, kept in that dark secret room, locked in with enough narcotics to stupefy a nation.
You were his prisoner. So that's why Sir Archibald would do nothing.
Dupre boasted that he had told my father he'd kill me if any move was made against him. I'd rather have been killed than have the people of Africa fall prey to that monster.
Oh, your father cannot be blamed. His whole life is wrapped up in you, Deborah.
I realize that. Father came here as an adult. I was born here. He loves me best, and I love Africa best.
I understand. As only one who was also born on the Dark Continent can understand.
I think Dupre's death and the discovery of his plans and his narcotic supply may do much to bring light to the Dark Continent.
With people who love her as does Deborah Chambers, Africa can never be blotted out by famine or war or deadly narcotics.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. Odds Mulqueen was a well-known gambler, a familiar character at the racetracks of Saratoga, Suffolk Downs, and Pimlico. He had won and lost fortunes at the gaming tables at Monte Carlo and in Havana. and he was well aware that crime and violence are gambling's constant companions. But Odds Mulqueen was unprepared for a game where life was the stake, and he found it difficult to determine the strange jungle odds.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Jungle Odds.
New York City is a long way from equatorial Africa, and the maze of Manhattan's teeming streets are far different from the tangled growth of Tarzan's jungle. But in some ways, they're closely akin, for in the city, too, man pits his strength and his wits against the odds of life. For a good many years, Jerry Mulqueen had concentrated his wits on the odds to be encountered at the racetracks and the gambling casinos of the world, and of late his luck had been all bad. Gambling czar Vic Moratti knew about Mulqueen's financial state. It was his business to know such things.
The way I get it, you're broke. And you've already borrowed from every easy touch in town.
Yes, I borrowed a few bucks, but my luck's bound to change. How many losers can I pick in a row? According to the law of average, I've got to pick a winner this time. The odds against my picking another loser...
You and your odds.
Well, now, look, Moratti. After all the money I've spent with you, my credit ought to be good for one last bet. Just one little bet. That's all I'm asking credit for. Just one chance to get even.
What happens if you lose again?
Oh, you'll collect. I swear it. I've got money at home. It's just... Well, I can't get my hands on it unless I'm really desperate.
Well, you'll be plenty desperate if you try to welsh on a bet with Vic Moratti. If I owe a guy money, I'll follow him to the ends of the earth to pay it off. But if someone owes me dough, I'll go twice that far to collect. You understand that?
Yes, I understand. Now, how about it? Is my credit good for one bet?
I'll give you 24 hours credit for one bet. You call it.
Good. What are you quoting on Happy Times in the fort?
12-1. Yeah, but take a little friendly tip, Odds. That nag'll still be running when they're cleaning up the park.
Don't call me Odds. Don't be telling me how to bet. I've got this one figured.
Okay. But if you're making a bet on Happy Times, you better get it down. It's almost post time now.
Well, 5,000 on Happy Times. On the nose.
5,000 on that plater. You better have the money at home, Mr. Mulqueen.
Is it a bet?
Yeah, it's a bet.
Well, I certainly appreciate it.
Never mind appreciating anything. Just get it up if you lose. Be ashamed to make an orphan out of that sweet little girl you've got.
Say, they must be running by now. How about turning the radio on?
We'll get the results over the wire service in a few minutes. The guys over at the crap table don't like the radio blasting.
Oh, just turn it on low. I've got to hear what's happening.
Okay.
See, 12-1. 12 times 5,000 bucks is 6.
Hey, don't be spending your money yet. That ice wagon horse hasn't got a glimmer. Your 5,000's on ice so far as I'm concerned. Happy Times.
The radio, it's warming up now.
And if they're happy, somebody's fortune half a length. Smart Money, Rubicon, and Happy Times.
Oh, come on.
Smart Money moving up on the outside. Rubicon and Happy Times juggling for rail position.
Come on.
And at the turn, it's Smart Money.
Come on,
fortune,
Happy Times.
Gold Duster, Rubicon, and Walter's Folly. Going into the stretch, it's Smart Money and Happy Times. They're neck and
Come
neck.
on, Happy Times.
It's Smart Money.
No.
Smart Money, the winner by 1/4 of a length. Happy Times, second by a length. And somebody's fortune is third.
Oh, no, it
What'd
can't
you turn
be.
it off for? I wanted to hear the track prices.
Well, turn it back on if you want to. I'm going anyhow.
I expect to see you tomorrow with the money, Mr. Odds Mulqueen.
Patty, darling, where are you?
Here I am, Daddy. I was just fixing dinner. What's wrong?
Where's our nest egg? Where have you got it hidden?
Well, you told me I wasn't to tell you, that it was for a rainy day.
Well, this is it. Rainy day. This is a cloudburst.
But you said even if you begged me to tell you where it was, I wasn't...
Where is it, Patty? I've got to have it. Now, come on, where is it? Tell me.
Over there, in the back of Mother's picture.
Oh, here it is. 50, 100, 200, $500. Patty, where's the rest of it?
That's all there is, Daddy.
Oh, it couldn't be. There's got to be more. I remember one day at Monte Carlo I handed you 2,000. At that time in Havana, it must have been $6 or $7 grand that time.
And then you had that run of bad luck at Saratoga. And after that, down at Belmont. I didn't want to give it to you, but...
$500. And I owe 5,000. I'm not worried about myself, but what'll happen to you, Patty, darling?
What'll happen to me? What do you mean, Daddy?
Oh, forget it now. Nothing's going to happen to you. Patty, now they teach you geography in school. What country is the furthest from here?
Furthest? Oh, I don't know. Maybe Africa.
Africa? That's it. Way into the interior. Oh, he'd never think of looking for me there. Even if he did, the odds would be 1,000,000 to 1 of his finding us.
We're going to Africa?
If we can find a freighter or something that'll take us there for $500.
But I don't think I want to go to Africa. I've read all about those animals and cannibals and snakes.
Oh, come now, Patty, darling. We've been through a lot together. You're not going to worry about a few little things like that. Why, I'd lay 8 to 1 we'll never even see an animal or a savage.
In just a moment, we'll return to our exciting story of jungle odds. Tarzan was, of course, unaware of the existence of Jerry Mulqueen and his small daughter. He knew nothing of their arrival at Dakar or of their sudden panicked flight into the jungle, for he was many hundreds of miles from Dakar on his way to the Punya village. Suddenly, Tarzan's nostrils quivered, and he stared down from the upper level of jungle growth. Below him, Torgo, the small native boy he loved like a son, cowered in fear as a hungry jackal bared its fangs and crouched low. There was no time for Tarzan to raise an arrow to his bow. Instead, he plunged down with incredible speed, and almost before he reached the ground, his powerful hands encircled the animal's throat. And as they tightened, the body of the wolf-like creature gave a convulsive spasm, and it lay dead.
Tarzan.
I am very angry with you, Torgo.
Torgo not mean to wander from crowd.
Oh, I've almost given up hope of teaching you to remain within the village. But if you wander into the jungle, you must be prepared to defend yourself. Now, where are the bow and arrows I made for you?
Torgo lose.
You lost them? Oh, that was careless of you, Torgo. Come on, we'll go into the village and see if we can find them.
Not lose that way.
Not what way? What are you talking about?
Me lose bow and arrow to other Punya boy. Torgo say he can run faster. Korakulu say he run faster. If Torgo win, he get Korakulu's arm bracelet.
So, you put the bow and arrows as a stake in a contest. Oh, gambling is very bad, Torgo.
Gambling?
No, never mind. We'll talk about that later. Help me skin the hide from the jungle wolf here. We'll take it to your mother. Mama Nagama will be pleased with it, for its red color is most attractive.
Yes, Mama Nagama like, but Tarzan...
Now what's wrong?
Torgo not help skin hide. Torgo lose his knife also.
Another wager?
Deal. Torgo say he's stronger than Yamariki.
Oh, all right. I'll skin the animal myself. Only the next time I hear of you...
What wrong, Tarzan?
The scent of Tarmangani. A white man. And the scent is close.
We hide?
No. We'll stand quietly until we see what... It's only a small girl.
Little white girl. Same size Torgo.
Jumbo Kijana.
Are you cannibals?
No, we're not cannibals. If we were, you might be in serious trouble. What in the world are you doing wandering all alone through the jungle?
Well, I'm not really alone. My father's about a mile back, along that trail over there. He's trying to hang on to a vine bridge. It broke in two just after I got across.
The Punya Bridge over Kayoko Canyon?
He's only holding on by one slender little vine, and it must be thousands of feet down to the rocks below.
Torgo, take the girl to the village with you.
Oh, please, please hurry to my daddy.
If there's any possible way, I'll save him for you, little white girl.
Tarzan sped along the elephant trail like Usha the wind, for he knew that once the vine bridge had dried and broken, a single strand of twisted liana would not long support the weight of a man's body, and below were jagged rocks as sharp as bayonets. Within a matter of minutes, Tarzan had reached the narrow gorge at the mouth of Kayoko Canyon. In the distance, he could see a slender figure dangling like a marionette on a silken thread. But as he grew closer, the marionette became a man whose eyes were closed, whose face was taut and frightened. Great beads of perspiration dripped from his forehead, and it was clear that his strength was waning rapidly.
Hold on. Hold on for another minute.
I'll try. There's no place for you to get any footing.
I know, but I have an idea. Just hold on.
Did you see Patty, my little girl?
Yes, she's safe.
That's all I care about. Take care of her.
Now, one more second. If I can just swing out on this vine, I may be able to reach you.
No sense risking your life, too. Don't try.
Ready now? Watch out, here I come.
Huh?
Got you. Now, hang on. Well, we made it.
What a stunt. What a terrific stunt. What are the odds of your hauling me back to the edge here? We're 1 in 1,000. What's the idea? Making that horrible cry.
It is the sign of victory among the apes of the tribe who raised me.
Apes?
Yes, and we both achieved a victory over nature just now.
Oh, you can say that again. I would have given 100 to 1. No one would even have found my body down there. Who are you, anyhow?
I am called Tarzan, and I'm a man of the jungle. If you were more experienced in jungle ways, you would have known that bridges made from liana are not trustworthy during the dry season. Many of these bridges are years old, and when they become dry, they're most dangerous.
I lay 8 to 5 that the weather had nothing to do with that bridge giving away.
Huh? What do you mean?
I don't know how he got ahead of us, but he must have. He knew which way we were headed, and he set a booby trap for Patty and me. He probably cut some of the strands that held that bridge.
Yes, it's possible that an enemy might have done that. Let me look at the frayed ends. It's easy to see if the vines were cut.
I can tell without looking. It's the sort of trick Mick Marathi would pull. Though I didn't think he'd want to kill little Patty, too.
The vines were not cut. I think it's time you told me who you are and why you imagine you have an enemy in the jungle.
Yes, my name's Jerry Mulqueen. I'm an American. I made an enemy in the States. My daughter and I landed in Dakar a few weeks ago. I figured we'd be safe there.
Yes?
Well, we hadn't been there more than a day or two before I caught sight of him in the marketplace. I didn't think he'd seen me, but he must have. He came to the little hotel where we were staying, started asking questions.
Of whom?
He spoke to a native boy that worked there. The kid didn't know the name of this enemy, of course, but he described him to a T.
Go on.
Well, there was only one thing to do. Plunge into the jungle. Get into it so deep he'd never find me. Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, he's been on our trail ever since we started out. And I'm exhausted.
Yes, I can see you are. Well, I shall take you back to the Punya village where Patty's waiting for you.
The village? That must be where we saw the smoke coming from. Saved my life, I guess. I told Patty to head in that direction.
Oh, before we get started, I'd like to ask you one question. How do you know you're still being followed? Have you seen your enemy in the jungle, or have you heard him?
No, but I feel it in my bones. I don't have to see or hear Vic Marathi to know that he's after me. To know that he'll never give up until he gets my money or my life. And I haven't got any money.
Try to get some sleep, Daddy.
I'll sleep as soon as Tarzan gets back.
Torgo make nice bed of boughs for white man and small girl. Why do you keep calling me a small girl? I'm bigger than you are. Not bigger. We stand up straight, back to back. Torgo bigger, I bet.
I never want to hear that word bet again. Tell me, Torgo, when do you think you'll be back?
He go look for bad men you imagine chase you. Maybe take long time for Tarzan to find.
Unfortunately, I haven't imagined them. But unless I'm dead wrong, they can't be far away.
And Tarzan back soon. Think I hear now. I can't hear anything. Torgo has best ears in village. Better than anyone Well, Torgo's ears are good. See?
Jumbo, my new friend.
Jumbo, Tarzan.
What did you find out? Did you find any trace of them?
I came upon a large safari of white men a few miles from here. One of them might have been the man you described.
See, I was right. It wasn't my imagination.
I don't know. I didn't enter the camp, although I drew close enough to hear their conversation. It seemed like a hunting party, for there were many porters and gun bearers.
Don't try to hide anything from me, Tarzan. I've got to know for sure. I can't go on this way. I've got to know. What were they talking about?
Well, the conversation was concerned chiefly with a man they called Odds.
That's me. That's what they call me. It's my nickname, Odds Mulqueen.
Well, then I'm afraid you were right. They are hunting for you.
In just a moment, the conclusion of our exciting story of Tarzan.
Yes, Torgo, that's the story I wrung from Mr. Mulqueen. He's fleeing from a gambling debt he couldn't pay.
Gambling, much bad.
Very bad. You start wagering a top or some marbles or bow and arrows, and you end up with your own life as the stake.
Torgo not do that. Torgo never gamble again. Torgo promise.
Well, I hope this is one promise you'll keep. Shall we go and help Mama Nagama fix breakfast for our guests now?
Torgo carry food to Hima where white man and small girl sleep.
Good. I'll come along just in case the load's a little heavy for you.
Tarzan, it's Patty. I've got to talk to you.
Come in. What's the matter, child?
Little girl is cry. Daddy's gone.
But no one could have entered the camp and taken him. I would have sensed the coming of strangers.
Oh, no one took him. He ran away. Sometime in the night, he must have pinned this note near my bed and then just disappeared into the jungle. At first, when I woke up, I didn't know he was gone. And then I looked over to where he'd been.
Let me see the note, will you? Thank you.
What'd he say?
He's leaving Patty with us, Torgo. He's decided she'll be better off without him.
But I won't be. I want my daddy.
Oh, hush, Kajana.
Kajana mean little girl. You've got to find him, Tarzan. You've got to bring him back. If he's still alive.
Well, if the two of you manage to get this far, he's probably still all right.
He doesn't see things along the trail. I was the one who always saw the animals and snakes and things in time to warn him. He may even be dead by now.
I'll leave right away, Patty. You stay here with the Punyas. I promise you that I'll bring him back to you, if it's humanly possible.
Where the native village melted into the aboriginal jungle, there were signs that told the direction Jerry Mulqueen had taken. And they also revealed that he had left in the dead of night, that he had many hours' start. And as Tarzan followed the twisted trail, the story of Jerry's tribulations became evident. Here he had detoured for many miles to avoid a herd of Cape buffaloes. There he had narrowly avoided death at the hands of a giant python. And in still another place there were signs that he had fallen into a deep pit and injured himself crawling out. Finally, there were indications that he had been taken prisoner by a band of marauding Zulu warriors. Tarzan continued on until he overtook the savage band of blacks, and as he entered their camp, they bared their sharply filed teeth at him like a pack of angry beasts.
Lord of jungle.
Tarzan, try to take our prisoner.
Many times you free prisoner we take, not do again.
I shall take this prisoner from you and all others you attempt to enslave and torture. Now, where is he?
He in Hima. But you try take, we kill him and you.
Come on. You outnumber me badly, but if I go to the land of spirits, I shall not go alone. If one of you attempts to keep me from rescuing the white man, I will not hesitate to use my knife.
You not scare us, Jungle Lord.
All right. Now we'll see how brave you are with a knife held against your back.
Not kill me. Me, great chief.
If you are a great chief, your men will obey your orders. Tell them to bring the white man from the Hima.
Bring white man from Hima.
The next time you take a prisoner, I may not stop at words.
Tarzan. Oh, Tarzan. You saved my life again. It isn't worth saving.
Perhaps I agree with you. But your daughter has other ideas. Now, start for the elephant trail. I'll catch up with you in a minute. Tell them not to move an inch.
Not move. You not do what Tarzan say. He kill me, your chief.
Now, hurry, Odds Mulqueen.
Where are we?
I don't blame you for being confused here in this upper level of jungle growth.
Now, this has all been too much for me, Tarzan. I'm ready to give up now.
And you want me to carry you to the ground and turn you over to the man you've been fleeing from?
Oh, I guess we've lost Marathi by this time.
He and his party are less than a mile's distance from here.
Marathi? He's near here?
If your eyes were keener, you could see the movement of the brush as the safari approaches us.
But I can't let Marathi get me.
You said you were ready to give up.
Oh, I guess a man says a lot of things he doesn't mean. Tarzan, all I want is a chance to get back to civilization. Patty and I can take a little house somewhere, and I'll go to work. I won't gamble another cent. I'll save the money I owe Marathi, and I'll square myself someday. Only I've got to get away from him now, and he mustn't know where I'm going.
Well, if you're really ready to give up gambling, I'll help you. We'll circle back to the Punya village to get Patty, and then I'll attempt to get you to Cairo or Cape Town. Foreigners can get jobs there, and those cities are so large and intricate, Marathi will have little chance of finding you there.
Cairo, Cape Town, a chance for the future.
But first, we must take care of the present. It will not be easy to reach the Punya village undetected, for Marathi's safari is large, and it's obvious he's engaged men well-versed in the ways of the jungle.
All that day, Tarzan and Jerry Mulqueen traveled through the jungle. They doubled back along their own trail. They walked up creeks so that their scent might be erased. And in those sections where it was heavily wooded, they traveled by the upper level so that no hint of their passage might be left on the ground. But despite every trick at Tarzan's command, the safari of Vic Marathi continued to press them. Now the only course left open to Tarzan and his weary traveling companion was to abandon caution and hurry to the Punya village. They would stop but an instant to get Patty, and then they would continue east. If they could not outwit their enemy, perhaps they could outdistance him.
Hurry, Mr. Mulqueen. We're almost there.
My leg's bothering me. I injured it climbing out of that pit last night.
I know. Shall I carry you the rest of the way?
No. I'll make it. You need your strength to carry Patty. Is this the gate to the village right here, isn't it?
Yes.
You won't have to stop here long. How far is it to Cape Town?
A long, long way. I wonder where everyone is. Usually there are many people about the gate. Oh, there they are, about the council fire. That's strange. It's not the time for any ceremonies that I know of.
I don't see Patty.
She's probably watching whatever's going on at the council fire. But what is going on?
Eat good? Torgo hungry. Hey, here goes.
Torgo, good? What are you doing?
Hey, that looks like a dice game.
Dice? Torgo!
Not talk to me now, Tarzan. Torgo much busy.
You're not too busy to talk to me. It's important.
We play game Patty teach us. She learned game by watching her Baba. Now Torgo is best at game. Win back bow and arrows and many things from boys and men of tribe.
Yes, we'll talk about this later. Where is Patty now?
She and Hema of Mama Nagama.
Oh, it's over there, Mr. Mulqueen. You better get her.
Patty, help Mama Nagama.
Patty!
Oh, Daddy! Tarzan saved you. You've come back.
To get you, darling. But we've got to leave right away.
I'm afraid it's too late now.
Vic Marathi, coming right straight into the village. Well, I won't let him get me.
No sense in running. You can't hide from your past forever.
Hey, you wait here, man. I see the guy I'm looking for. Well, Mr. Odds Mulqueen, I've sure chased you a long way.
Tarzan's right. There's no sense in running. Go ahead. Do anything you want.
All I want to do is hand you $60,000.
You want to hand me $60,000?
Less the expenses for all the men I had to hire to find you. Not to mention my passage over here and all that sort of stuff.
What? I don't get it, Vic.
Well, if you wouldn't have turned off the radio that day, or if you would have picked up a newspaper before you hightailed it off, you'd have found out they disqualified Smart Money.
What?
Yeah, and declared Happy Times the winner. At 12-1 yet.
Happy Times? You've been chasing me just to give me my winnings?
I once told you that if Vic Marathi owes a guy money, he'll follow him to the ends of the earth to pay off. I guess I sure proved my point this time.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Mulqueen, I imagine Patty and you will be heading back to the States now, huh?
You're not kidding. And I guess you won't mind getting rid of us.
It may be more peaceful here for a little while.
Yeah, I'll bet. You won't have as much excitement as I've brought you for a long, long time.
Torgo take that bet, and he lay 8 to 5 odds.
We'd like you to remain with us for another few moments so that we may tell you about our next exciting story of Tarzan. The jungle hurricane lashed savagely at the mammoth airliner that attempted to escape from its fury. But one motor faltered, and then another, and in the end, the mighty monarch of the air was reduced to a mass of tangled wreckage. But Captain Lawrence and Tarzan suspected that the elements had not been entirely to blame, and they uncovered an amazing story that was not reported in the newspaper articles headed, All Presumed Dead.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, All Presumed Dead, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time. Transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of All Presumed Dead.
The jungle near the Miugu village had been abnormally quiet all that day. And yet there was an intense quality in the air, a threat of impending disaster. And then, as the jungle night suddenly descended, it began, the panicked stampede of the frightened animals. There were no signs yet of the hurricane, which was soon to vent its destructive anger, but the beasts of the jungle knew of its coming, and they swept westward to escape its fury. But one jungle creature, one whose keen senses had foretold the coming of the hurricane hours before, did not flee from its path. Instead, he traveled by the upper level of jungle growth until he had reached the very spot where the tempest was destined to strike most savagely. Tarzan had come to warn the people of Miugu.
All of your belongings must be weighted down with heavy rocks or stored in caves, and your people must run for their lives.
We know, Tarzan. We put things in caves when here animals stampede.
You've already done that?
No deal.
Well, then why do your people stand about? Why do they not take to the trails the elephants have made in their flight?
People say they not go.
But why? Do they care so little for their lives?
It's because of Anakia.
I have heard of Anakia. She is said to be the most beautiful girl in the entire jungle, but what is she to do with the refusal of your people to leave the village?
Anakia refused to go. People not leave Jewel of Miugu tribe behind.
But someone must have influence over her. Has she no suitors among your warriors?
All unmarried men of Miugu are suitors of Anakia, but she not take any as husband. Not listen to any of them now.
But this is madness. To let a woman's whim cause the death of hundreds? Where is the Hema of her parents?
She not there. All day, all night, she stand on big rock to north of village.
She stands on the rock all day and all night? Has she lost her reason?
Not know, but all time she stand there. Not say word. Just look up at sky.
Well, I shall make her lower her eyes until they look into mine, and I shall convince her that she must leave the village before the hurricane strikes.
Not think your words change, Anakia.
And then I'll be forced to throw her over my shoulder and carry her.
No. Anakia like goddess to my people. You take her by force, they fight you. They kill if they catch.
Well, if I can make them chase me, perhaps I can lead them to safety.
The people of Miugu stood about in confused knots as Tarzan crossed the village and headed for the big rock that had long served the tribe as a lookout post. And as he approached the huge boulder, he caught his breath with the sheer loveliness of the native girl who stood there. Her skin was the color of rich honey. Her hair was black and silken. Her lips were like the red of the jungle disa flower, and her upturned eyes were as black and as unwavering as pieces of polished jet. She did not even glance down at Tarzan's approach.
I am Tarzan.
Anakia knows.
Do you also know why I've come here to talk with you?
Not leave village, Tarzan.
But you must. Your people refuse to leave without you. If they remain here, they may all be killed. Do you want to have their deaths on your soul?
Anakia cannot leave.
Stop gazing up at the sky and tell me why you think you must remain here. I said, look at me. What do you expect to find in the heavens?
Anakia waits for great bird.
A great bird? You have lost your reason.
Is not reason that is gone, but Anakia's heart. She lose it to great man bird.
Well, there's no use in trying to make sense from the things you say. I'm afraid I'll have to take you away from here by force.
Wait! Listen!
That's just a plane that's been driven off its course. They probably received a storm warning, and they're trying to get away before it's too late. We'll have to do the same. Can't you see that, Anakia?
No. Please, Tarzan.
I'm sorry, but I haven't time to argue anymore. I have no intention of waiting here until the hurricane strikes.
Oh, but Tarzan, Anakia cannot leave. Now more than before, she must stay.
Oh, it's too late to leave now anyway. The hurricane is on us.
In just a moment, we'll return to our exciting story of Tarzan. The jungle hurricane twisted and turned and spiraled like some great serpent intent on destroying all in its path. Great trees splintered and crashed. Native huts sailed through the air like grotesque kites, and death rode savagely through the village of the Miugu. The plane that had circled overhead but a moment before the tide of destruction swept through the village had escaped. Neither the stewardess nor the passengers were aware of their danger, but the pilot and the co-pilot exchanged nervous glances. There was a tension present that not even the danger of the hurricane could explain.
You must be crazy circling around this way. What's the big idea, Rex?
I wasn't aware I had to account to you for my actions.
No, the great Captain Rex Haken doesn't have to explain a thing to a green co-pilot. Well, I can tell you this. I want to live to be a veteran pilot. If you keep flirting with that hurricane...
That's enough, Bob. I pulled out of it all right.
Yeah, you made it that time. Hey, Rex, the oil quantity in number 4 engine's dropping.
We'll check it for a few minutes.
There. It's backfiring now.
Feather number 4, Bob.
Right. Want me to get your clearance back to Cairo?
Just stay away from that radio. We're continuing on.
The hurricane's reported right on our course, and with one motor on, I think...
You heard me. I'm running this thing.
Okay. Only you look beat. Why don't you let me take the controls for a while?
If you'll just pipe down, maybe I won't look so beat.
I was only figuring that if you let me take over...
Yak. What are you trying to do? Talk your way across Africa?
Okay, I'll button my lip only... Listen to that rain. She must be entering the hurricane now. Really, Rex, I think we ought to turn back.
We'll detour. I can get around the hurricane.
Yeah, I suppose the mighty Rex Haken can. Hey, you're turning in the wrong direction. We'll run straight into headwinds of the east. If you detour west, we'll run into tailwinds and we'd be okay.
Just sit back. I've been flying this route for 6 years.
Yeah, I know, but if we try to buck this wind, we'll run out of gas. You must be nuts. I'm going to...
Get your hands off that wheel.
There are 40 passengers aboard, and I'm not going to let you...
Worried about what happened to Bob.
He was reaching for the mixture controls, feathering the number 4 engine. He clunked his head against the control pedestal.
Can I do something for him?
He'll be all right. You better take care of the passengers. See that they all have their seatbelts fastened.
I already did that.
And you get back there to the stewardess seat and fasten yours.
All right. Only how are you going to get her through this weather?
I know what I'm going to do. I know exactly what I'm going to do.
The plane shook violently as the turbulence of the hurricane increased. Inside the cabin, 40 frightened passengers clung to their seats, and the stewardess offered a silent prayer. But inside the cockpit, Captain Rex Haken proceeded with his carefully worked-out plans. He feathered the number 3 engine, for he had no intention of being cut by its propeller. Then he set the plane on automatic pilot and reached for his suitcase. His jaw was tense as he extracted a parachute and slipped into the harness. Then he unscrewed the compass from the instrument panel, tucked it in his pocket, and patted his shoulder holster reassuringly. He cut the other 2 engines, stepped to the cargo door, and swung it open. Trembling hands grasped the parachute's release ring as Rex Haken threw himself clear. And a moment later, the giant airliner went into a spin and plummeted downward toward the storm-ravaged jungle. A week later, Captain Lawrence of the governmental police made his way to the now ravished village of the Miyugu.
I say, is anyone here? I say there, are any of you left?
Over this way, Captain Lawrence.
What? Tarzan! Well, I didn't expect to find you here.
I hardly expected to be here. Or anywhere, for that matter. I arrived in the village but a short time before the hurricane struck.
Well, thank heavens you were saved. How about the Miyugus? Any of them escape?
A few. A native girl I was talking with when it happened managed to survive. We found shelter by a huge rock at the north end of the village.
Oh, good work.
The chief of the Miyugu and a few others came out alive, but many of them were badly injured. I've remained here to help nurse them.
Well, I hope you can shelve your nursing duties for a while.
I've done about as much as I can. How can I be of service to you this time, Captain Lawrence?
I need a lift, literally.
What do you mean?
Well, one of those airliners that travels from Cairo to Accra crashed somewhere near here a week ago. I have to find it. And those who spotted it from the air have reported that in a section of the jungle so dense that it can't even be reached by the elephant trail.
But it might be reached by the upper level, huh? Is that it?
Exactly. And with your help, I might be able to get by up there in the Apes province.
I'll be glad to help. Do you really expect to find anyone alive after a week in the jungle?
No, there's not a chance that any of them even escaped the crash. The report said that it was obvious from the air that the ship was completely demolished.
Well, then why must you find it?
A routine inspection. The airline would send their own inspectors if there were a chance of their getting to the spot. I have to report back to them. Orders.
It seems so useless to comb the jungle for the wreckage when you're already certain that everyone's dead. How many were aboard?
Here. I'll read you all the details.
You have the details before you make your investigation?
Well, not quite. This is a copy of the American Wire Service report on the accident. Here we are.
Okay, go ahead.
Reports reached Cairo today that the DC-4 lost in the hurricane that swept over most of Central Africa last week has been sighted from the air. Several of the score of planes that have been searching for the missing airliner reported seeing the tangled wreckage in a remote jungle forest about 40 miles southwest of the native village of Miyugu. Captain Rex Haken, who narrowly escaped death a year ago when he was forced down in the same territory, was the ship's pilot. Airline officials said Haken had been with the company almost 12 years and had logged more than 4,000 hours over the Cairo-Accra route. Robert W. Guthrie of Canton, Ohio, was co-pilot, and Miss Virginia Wortham of Sacramento, California, was stewardess. The company said it had no word concerning the fate of the crew or the plane's 40 passengers, but that they were all presumed dead. This was the first accident to take place in more than...
Just a minute, Captain Lawrence.
Yes?
If they were on their way from Cairo to Accra, they must have been almost 150 miles east of their course.
Yes, that's correct. I suppose the hurricane must have thrown them off that far.
Was their radio working?
Yes. And everything was perfectly all right at the last radio contact. It must have been about an hour before they went down.
We heard a plane circling over here just before the hurricane struck. Did they have warning of its coming?
Yes, they did. But I suppose a veteran pilot like Haken thought he could muddle through.
I know very little of aeronautics, Captain Lawrence, but I know the ways of Usha, the wind. And an airline pilot would also have known that a hurricane in this hemisphere travels counterclockwise.
Yes, I believe that's right. But I don't see what you're getting at.
Just this, Captain Lawrence. If the man at the controls had wanted to outrun the hurricane, he would have turned west.
You surely don't think Captain Haken or his co-pilot headed into that gale deliberately?
I don't believe either of them were at the controls.
What?
If they had been, the plane would never have been that far off course. Now, whoever was at the controls intended the plane to crash. Perhaps some criminal who commandeered the plane just after their last radio contact. He may have shot or intimidated Captain Haken and the co-pilot.
But if some crazy fool did that, he must have been aware he'd be committing suicide as well as murder.
Unless he knew how to fly a plane and had some scheme for saving his own life.
It's pretty far-fetched, Tarzan.
Well, perhaps the wreckage may provide the answer. At least we'll find out for sure what happened to Captain Haken and the others.
Haken?
Oh, Anakia, have you been standing here long?
White men busy, talk.
I say there. What an amazingly pretty native girl.
This is Anakia, Captain Lawrence. What do you want, Anakia?
Anakia look for potion Tarzan make from herbs.
But you saw me put it in the hemo we built yesterday. You were with me.
Not know where it is. Tarzan find.
All right, Anakia, in just a moment. Captain Lawrence, perhaps we shall find the answers when we found that plane, huh?
Plane?
Oh, well, something's happened you wouldn't understand about, Anakia. I'll be ready in a few minutes, Captain.
Righto.
Perhaps we may find that when they said all presumed dead, they presumed too much.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion to our story of Tarzan.
Well, there's not much left of the plane to examine.
No. I can't see a sign of any bodies either.
Oh, the carrions must have taken care of that.
Oh, how ghastly. Well, at least it's obvious no one could have escaped from this crash alive.
Yes, that's true. I guess I've been letting my imagination run away with me. Well, that looks like a fairly large piece of the plane right over there.
The instrument panel. It is comparatively whole. Better start with that, though frankly I'm hardly an expert at this sort of thing.
It still seems strange that an experienced pilot should have chosen to detour to the east.
I say, this is even stranger. One of the instruments seems to be completely missing.
Well, how can you tell? The instrument panel is little more than a mass of twisted metal and splintered glass.
Yes, but if the force of the crash had ripped the missing instrument from the panel, the edges of the screw holes would be jagged and distorted. They aren't. Not a thread's been marred.
Well, then it must have been removed before the crash. Probably some instrument they could do without and left behind for repair.
I hardly think so. Altimeter, airspeed, rate of climb, turn and bank, tachometers. I don't see a compass. That's what's missing. And they would never have left Cairo without a compass, that's sure.
And anyone leaving here to make his way through the jungle would have been equally certain to take a compass along.
But it doesn't make sense. How could anyone have lived through a crash that scattered the wreckage in every direction?
What's this over here?
Hey, looks like brown fabric. Might have come from the plane, but I don't see how it could have gotten lodged under this rock.
Look.
What? A parachute.
Stained brown by the dirt it was buried under.
Well.
Someone piled earth on top of the parachute so that it wouldn't be discovered, but the driving rain of the hurricane washed the earth away again.
You're right.
Do the airlines carry parachutes as part of their regular equipment?
No.
Civilized men are much too ready to jump to conclusions. All presumed dead. Yes, all except a fugitive from justice who boarded the plane at Cairo, perhaps as a stowaway. He had a parachute concealed on him. When the plane ran into weather, he made his way into the cockpit and took over. Then he managed to jump a moment before the plane crashed.
It must have been a desperate man to have taken a chance on landing on one of the few tiny clearings in this section of the jungle.
Yes, and the rain might have rendered the parachute absolutely useless at any time during his descent. He's a desperate criminal, all right.
And his latest crime? The murder of more than 40 other people who were aboard that plane. Well, if he survived a week in the jungle, we'll track him down.
How? The rain that washed the earth away from his parachute also washed away any trail he may have left.
I guess it's no use, Tarzan.
You're right. There's little sense in going on this way day after day.
Whoever it was either perished in the jungle or got away with the most hideous crime of recent years.
I hate to admit defeat. But I suppose I'd better start leading you back to civilization, huh?
Yes. I'll just have to make my report of my findings and then
Just a moment, Captain Lawrence.
What?
I thought I saw a slight movement in those bushes up ahead. Who's there? Who's there?
You're very tired. Perhaps you only imagined.
Well, there is someone. Speak before I send an arrow crashing into the bush.
No, not shoot arrow, Tarzan.
Anakia, what are you doing here? You're far from the Miyugu village.
Miyugu not have meat left. No animals near since storm. Men dead or sick. So now Anakia is Muendaji.
What's she saying?
She says that she's the hunter of the tribe now.
Well, you won't find much to hunt
Who's
around.
with you, Anakia? Someone else is concealed behind the foliage.
There's only Kugodo, warrior of other tribe. See?
A sorry-looking specimen I never saw.
Anakia find him while she hunt. His people all dead from big wind that kills.
What tribe do you belong to, Kugodo?
He not speak tongue of white man.
Manani Kugodo? Kiveno Kuwapi?
Also, he not speak tongue of this land. Come from jungle, far away.
If those natives ever settle for one dialect, we might be able to converse with them.
Well, it's plain that he's been through many hardships, Anakia. I wouldn't spend too much time hunting. He should be taken back to your village.
You come back, Miyugu village, Tarzan?
No, I'm afraid the Miyugus will have to do without my help. I'm going to take Captain Lawrence as far as the Kasalia Railway, and then I shall go to my seacoast cabin to see how it weathered the storms.
And do you think it's safe to let this girl and this sick-looking man travel alone?
Anakia safe in jungle. See? Anakia's knife.
I shouldn't like to be on the receiving end of that blade. I guess a panther would think twice before attacking you.
They'll be all right. Travel well, Anakia and Kugodo. Nendi, Upesi.
Travel well, Tarzan. Captain Lawrence.
Who were they?
The men who look for you, my Hakan. It's good I dye your skin and make you look like native.
You don't think they suspected anything?
Oh, not tremble, my Hakan. Anakia's knife is not for animals alone, but for men who would hunt you down. But still, they should seek you.
I told you, they're jealous of me. They'd like to make it look as though I was responsible for the accident. They'd like to force me to go home and stand trial.
They not take you away from Anakia. They not take you from jungle.
I wouldn't be much of a match against that white savage, not to mention the other one. If they should figure out my disguise...
Then Anakia steal upon them, and her knife speaks for the man she loved.
Well, Captain Lawrence, this is where we part.
Yes. The end of our first unsuccessful mission together. And we're not even able to bring back Captain Hakon's body so that his wife will be convinced that he really died in the jungle this time.
This time?
He was flying his own plane over here about a year ago when he ran out of petrol. Had to make a forced landing. It was in that news dispatch I read you.
I didn't pay any attention to it at the time. What did you mean when you said something about convincing his wife that he'd really died in the jungle this time?
Well, it was a bad joke, I guess. One shouldn't repeat gossip anyway.
What gossip? Tell me.
Well, I never knew Rex Hakon or his wife personally, but they say she's something of a shrew. According to rumor, he tried to let on he'd been killed when his plane came down. He didn't want to go home to wifey. The devil of a row with the chaps who found him.
Why?
Oh, well, it seems the natives who spotted his plane as it was coming down thought he was some sort of a god from the heavens. I don't know what tribe it was, but they treated him royally. One chap who knew Hakon quite well said the natives called him the Great Man-Bird, or something like that.
Fugitives from justice, stowaways, planes commandeered. And I accuse civilized men of jumping to conclusions. Lawrence, I've been a fool.
Well, I don't want to wait a fortnight for the next train. I guess I'll have to wait until I see you again to find out what kind of a fool you are.
You're not getting on that train. You're coming back to the Miyugu village with me. And when you do return home, I think you'll have a murderer as your prisoner.
What did you find out?
All of the natives who escaped the hurricane are still here in the village. No more and no less. And Anakia and the others are all busy in that large building preparing food and placing it on trays.
Where do you think he is?
Well, there's a light in that new hut just ahead. It's the only place he could be. Have your gun ready, Captain Lawrence.
Right.
Rex Hakon wouldn't hesitate to take 2 more lives. I'll force the door and you enter after me. I'll get out of your way if you have to come in shooting.
Righto.
All right, here goes.
Whoa. Oh, it's you. Well, I'll never let you capture me.
Good work, Lawrence. You shot the gun right out of his hand.
Well, gun or no gun, I won't let you take me back. All right. I know when I'm licked.
I've got him covered, Tarzan.
You can put your gun away. He's harmless now.
You're not going to make me go back. You can't make me go home.
The first thing you're going to do is to answer some questions.
Anything you want to know?
You wrecked the airliner on purpose, didn't you?
Yes, on purpose.
Why?
It was the only way. I've been in love with Anakia for a year. She's so beautiful, I had to come back to her. But my wife would never let me go. The only way I could escape was to make her believe I was dead. I was sure everybody believed that all aboard had been killed in the crash.
How long in advance did you plan the little accident?
For months. I kept waiting and waiting. And then at last the hurricane gave me the perfect opportunity. Only I almost didn't make it. I couldn't find my way here.
Even with the compass?
My parachute let me down with an awful jolt, and something went wrong with the compass. I wandered for over a week.
But Anakia found you. She dyed your skin with jungle berries and disguised you as a native Kugodo.
Yes, that's right. You know everything now. Well, go ahead, kill me. Only don't take me back. I don't want to stand trial and give my wife the satisfaction of hearing me condemned. Kill me now and bury me here where I may be near Anakia.
Watch out, Tarzan. It's the girl. She has a knife.
Not kill Tarzan.
Anakia, what are you... Anakia!
I couldn't stop her, Lawrence. She moved too quickly, even for me.
Anakia here. She hear him say he has wife. Now Anakia know. Rex Hakon, not great bird or god. He's only man who is bad. He deserved to die.
Yes, he did. But it was not your right to kill. The penalty for what you have done is death. And yet I cannot believe that your beauty was made to perish so soon. Anakia, I pray that the justice of the jungle will not deal too harshly with you.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. Lord Carisbrook had always felt that young English lads who would someday inherit important titles and great wealth should be given responsibilities early in life. So he established a trading account for Master Anthony at one of London's great financial houses. But the account and Lord Carisbrook's heir disappeared at the same time, and Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, was drawn into one of his most exciting adventures.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, Small Packages, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Small Packages.
Tarzan was always loath to leave his beloved jungle, and he disliked the native city of Bekarata intently. But duty had brought him to the soiled, disreputable-looking port that sweltered beneath the equatorial sun. And as he walked along its narrow streets, he formed an interesting part of its colorful hodgepodge of humanity. Had Bekarata been the type of city to attract tourists, they would have looked with great interest at the bronzed white savage who wore a leopard skin and reached up to pet the parrot perched on his shoulder as he entered a shabby warehouse bearing the sign Hassim al-Sad, Imports, Exports.
Good morning, Ben.
Tarzan, you know that you are not welcome in the establishment of Hassim al-Saud, my master.
I have no more desire to see Al-Saad than he has to see me, but I have business to conduct with him.
And what possible business could you have with me, Tarzan?
I have brought a great quantity of semi-precious stones found by the Punya people. They have authorized me to barter them with you, Al-Saad.
I prefer to deal directly with the Punyas as I have done in the past.
Yes, I'm sure you would prefer dealing with them. You're able to palm off items that are worth a fraction of the stones they turn over to you.
That's their business. And mine.
I would not have come to you at all had it not been for the insistence of the Punyas. They wish to live up to their agreement with you. But I do have their permission to deal elsewhere if you fail to offer suitable goods in exchange for their stones this time.
Ah, Well, then, it becomes my humble duty to offer you the best of terms. I might even make you an offer for that handsome parrot you carry on your shoulder, Tarzan.
Unfortunately, Juanita's vocabulary is limited to the saying of my name. He'd be a valuable bird could he learn anything else, but as it is, he's almost worthless. And I would not cheat you any more than I would permit you to cheat the Punya people.
Cheat is an ugly word, Tarzan. I have no desire to give anything but the finest of merchandise in exchange for what you have brought me. Ben Kulib, when is Captain Hawkins' ship due in port?
I shall have to consult my records, Master. I shall have the information at my tongue's tip in an instant.
Tarzan, to be honest with you, my stock is depleted at the moment. But as soon as the ship of Captain Hawkins arrives from England, I shall have rich goods to offer the people of Punya. There. That proves my good faith, does it not?
It seems to. All right, I shall return when the ship arrives so that I may examine the merchandise before our barter is agreed upon.
You may leave the semi-precious stones in my custody in the meantime. There is little reason to transport them back to your jungle.
I shall leave them so that the porters need not carry their burden twice. But I warn you, El Sard, I expect to receive full value when the ship docks. I'll not stand for chicanery.
You do me too little honor. Ben Kulib, why do you not give me the information I desire?
1,000 apologies, most gracious Master. Only now did I ascertain exactly when the ship would sail and when it would arrive here.
Then out with it, you stupid fool.
Captain Hawkins' ship is due in Bekarata at the next full moon. Even now it sets sail from Liverpool.
Lash the bales of the docks, you blasted landlubbers! Can't you see there's no more room below?
Pardon me, sir.
Yes?
Well, if it isn't a young gent and all dressed up in an Eton jacket, too. What do you want here?
I'm looking for the master of the vessel, sir.
Well, I'm Captain Davy Hawkins, skipper of this blasted freighter, if it's any of your business.
I'm glad to know you, Captain Hawkins, sir.
And I can't say the same. I don't like dressed-up tops, little or big. You state your business and they'll be off.
I'd like to take passage with you, sir.
Oh, you'd like to take passage, would you? You know where we're bound.
The man in the tavern said you were sailing for Africa, sir.
Yeah, that's right. And we're a cargo ship. We don't take passengers, and I've got a full crew.
I can pay my way, sir. Look.
Well, I'll be blowed. A young'un with a fistful of £100 notes. So you want to go to Africa, do you?
Yes, sir, very much.
Well, maybe it can be arranged.
There's only one thing, sir. If you go ashore, you mustn't say you've seen me.
Oh, I get the picture. You stole the money and those fancy togs, eh? Well, Captain Davy Hawkins won't spill things. Besides, I won't be going ashore. We're sailing in a mo.
Then it's a deal, sir? You'll take me along?
That I will, matey. It's you and me for Africa. And the bobbies will never find you. Why, you're apt to stay in Africa. As long as you live.
In just a moment, we'll continue with our story of small packages. Briarmount, a great rambling manor house in the quiet countryside some miles from London, was usually a peaceful place, a suitable abode for the dignified Earl of Carisbrooke. But tonight it was not quiet. Men from Scotland Yard were going over the place with a fine-tooth comb. The telephone kept ringing. An endless stream of telegraph boys wheeled up the long driveway. Special constables trampled the velvety lawns as they looked for clues. And Lord Carisbrooke was not his usual dignified self either. He stood in his library, his eyes flashing, his face purple with rage.
Well, what did you find out?
Nothing, sir.
Nothing. I tell you, it's a national disgrace. One small boy disappears and the entire constabulary can't find him.
Well, there's no use getting yourself all upset, sir.
No use getting myself upset. My only grandson disappears as though the earth had opened up and swallowed him. I'm not to get upset. I'm glad his parents aren't alive to see this day.
Well, if you'll permit me, sir.
Well,
I'm sure when Anthony skipped a few meals and slept in a lumpy bed somewhere, he'll be home.
It always works out that way. Why, there must be hundreds of lads who run away from home every year. They find the going a bit rough and...
Certainly, a great many lads take it into their heads to run off. But Anthony isn't just another lad. He's my sole heir. Someday he'll have a fortune and a title. The 12th Earl of Carisbrooke. If some unscrupulous person got Anthony in his clutches...
Oh, no. You're too much of a realist to really believe anything as melodramatic as that. How far could Master Anthony get with the small amount of money he has left from his allowance at this time of month?
Well, there's some truth in that. Yes, for goodness sake, this is Lord Carisbrooke. Oh, of course I know it's you, Jenkins. Huh? Early this morning? Well, why'd you wait until just now to tell me you've seen the young rascal? Oh, you didn't know he's missing until... Well, what did he... All of it? Every last shilling? Well, of course I told you he was to have full say, but you might have had the good sense to... Oh, never mind. Good night, Mr. Jenkins. You haven't heard the last of this.
Jenkins saw Master Anthony this morning.
Yes. Do you remember the account I set up for the lad so that he could try his hand with stocks and shares?
Oh, yes. As I recall, it was so that he'd be able to handle financial matters when he became Lord Carisbrooke. You told Jenkins that Master Anthony should have a free hand in the manipulation of the account.
Well, Jenkins gave him a free hand, all right. This morning, Anthony went into their office, told one of the clerks to sell everything, pocketed the proceeds, and left.
Oh. Well, then he had hundreds of pounds when he made off.
Exactly. Oh, Melford, where in the name of heaven do you think the boy's gone?
Well, I didn't really consider it seriously until now, but when we went through his room, we found it full of maps and stories about Africa.
Africa? Then that's where he's headed. I know it.
Shall I send a wireless to our consular service there?
No. There's been enough bungling on this already. I'm chartering a plane tonight. I'll be in Africa before he lands, and I'll personally contact the consuls in every major city of the continent. Unless some harm befalls him before he reaches Africa, I'll keep him from going into the infernal jungle that must have captured his young imagination.
But although Lord Carisbrooke reached Africa almost a full month before his grandson, he was unable to anticipate Master Anthony's arrival at such an obscure port as Bekarata. While the police of every major port on the continent scrutinized each new arrival, the young English lad with an appetite for adventure left the ship at Bekarata without the slightest interference and headed for the jungle that appeared so fascinating in the books he'd read. His path came within a few miles of the Lord of the Jungle, for Tarzan was on his way to the city, on his way to see Hassim al-Saad, whose cunning was greater than his conscience.
Ah, it is my friend Tarzan and his handsome parrot.
I've come for the goods that you owe the Punya people.
Oh, it is truly embarrassing, but I have not as yet received the merchandise we discussed.
But you said I was to return at the full moon, and I've already learned that the ship of Captain Hawkins has reached port.
Ah, you are clever, my friend. Yes, it is true that the ship has arrived, but for some mysterious reason, Captain Hawkins has seen fit to bargain harshly with me this time. I have been unable to persuade him to part with his goods.
I dare say you try to deal as sharply with him as you do with others. No wonder he's reluctant to trade with you. Well, return the precious stones I brought on my last journey, and I, too, shall deal elsewhere.
I'm afraid it is quite impossible to return the stones to you. I have already disposed of them.
What?
Stay your temper. I mean the Punya's no injustice. Once I have made my bargain with Captain Hawkins, I shall equip a safari and bring the goods I owe into the jungle. I shall even include an extra bounty for your patience.
The extra bounty is not necessary. But this time you shall be held to your word. Goodbye, Hassim al-Saad.
May Allah guide your footsteps, Tarzan. Captain Hawkins, if you anger me further, I shall refuse to do business with you.
Suit yourself, matey. I'm in no hurry to sell the goods I've got aboard.
For one who is always down to his last gold piece, you show a remarkable disinterest in trade.
Oh, I do I? Well, let me tell you this, Mr. I am mighty Hassim al-Saad. I'm not in a hurry to have you do me. No, this time I'm not down to me last farthing. I'm rolling in wealth, I am.
After taking a full cargo aboard in Liverpool, you're not deceiving me, you miserable infidel dog.
Oh, deceiving, am I? Well, if you think I ain't rolling in money, here. Look at this.
£100 notes. Where did you get them, Hawkins?
Not your concern, it ain't.
I shall make it my concern. I've been waiting months for your shipment, and now that you've docked, you won't sell it to me. I want to know how you got the money that enabled you to be so independent.
Oh, well, I'm not telling, I ain't.
Perhaps your blood will spell out the answer.
No, I see. No. Put the knife away. I'll tell you.
Ah, that's better. Well?
Well, it sounds like a fairy tale, it does. Promise me you'll believe me.
Tell me the story. I'll make up my mind whether to believe it or not after I've heard it.
Well, sir, I was standing on deck just before we sailed when a young toff comes aboard. He has all this money, and he offers to give me half to bring him to Africa.
So far, I don't believe it, but go on.
Well, it seems he stole the money. I brought him here, and I took the other half of the money on the way. Oh, not that I didn't give him value received. Oh, no. I traded an old Navy uniform for the Eton jacket he was wearing.
An Eton jacket? You fool, you sniveling fool.
A fool for getting hundreds of pounds for an old Navy uniform.
You realize who the boy is? He's the heir to the earldom of Carisbrook. All of Africa is searching for him. There's £1,000 reward out for him.
Well, I'll be blowed.
Where is he?
Well, I wouldn't know that. He took off the minute we landed. Headed for the jungle, he did.
And I'm going after him.
Well, you can suit yourself, chum. I wouldn't go into the blasted jungle, not even for £1,000.
£1,000 is only the beginning. You see, if Lord Carisbrook is willing to pay £1,000 as a reward, he should be willing to pay 100 times that as ransom. In just a moment, the exciting conclusion to our story of Tarzan. Tarzan was on his way back to his jungle stronghold, and his heart was heavy, for once again he would have to return empty-handed to the people of the Punya tribe. Suddenly he stopped in his flight through the upper level. From below had come the scent of man and of beast. He held the huge branches of a jungle tree apart so that he could peer down. Below him, Sheeta the panther was engaged in a strange battle with a small boy who wore an ill-fitting Navy uniform. The boy had tied a scout knife to the end of a long stick. Each time Sheeta drew close, the boy prodded the animal and it drew back, snarling and baring its fangs. But its fear of the pitifully inadequate weapon would not protect the boy for long. Tarzan grasped a swinging vine and hurtled downward, his voice raised in the savage cry of the bull ape.
Well, our friend Sheeta has run away.
I shouldn't wonder, sir. It's a frightening sound you make. If I hadn't been dreadfully tired, I would have run away, too.
I doubt that. You seem very brave. What are you doing here alone?
It's a long story, sir.
You needn't call me sir. My name is Tarzan, and I'm not in any great hurry.
Well, Tarzan, sir, my name's Tony. Tony Jones. You see, I'm an American lad.
American? You don't sound like an American boy, Tony.
Oh, but I am, sir. An American orphan. I lived in an orphanage in Pennsylvania. That's a city in Philadelphia.
Oh, I see.
I ran away. They've been chasing me, and entering the jungle was the only possible way of escaping them. You won't make me go back.
Well, I wouldn't want the people from the orphanage in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia to catch you, so if you'd like to cast your lot with mine, you can return to my seacoast cabin with me.
I'm not sure, sir. I shouldn't like anyone to know where I'm going. Do you live in the cabin all alone?
Not quite.
I say, that's a jolly-looking parrot. And he flew right to your shoulder. Does he live with you? Is that what you meant?
Yes, well, all he can say is my name and awk, awk. I know that you'll be perfectly safe alone in the jungle as long as you have that scout knife in your possession, Tony, but were you to return with Juanita and me, you might be able to teach him some new words. That would be a great favor to me.
Well, I shouldn't like to refuse you a favor after you did me one by chasing off that panther. Anyway, I shouldn't think anyone could find me at your place, Tarzan.
You understand my orders, Ben Kulib?
Yes, my master.
I want 100 of the most experienced jungle men who can be found in Bakarata. I want men who are not afraid to use their knives and their guns. The boy must be found, and he must be brought back here regardless of any interference that might be offered.
The men are already engaged, El Saud.
It is well. I myself shall lead the safari, and if need be, we shall turn the jungle upside down and shake the lad into our hands.
And at the same time shake many gold pieces into our coffers. Is it not so, master?
Your words are plated with the gold of truth, my servant.
You do not think Captain Hawkins will raise trouble to avenge our raid of last night?
No one will cause trouble for Hasim al-Saad. Neither Captain Hawkins, the English boy, nor those who will pay ransom for him. For they will discover that the boy will not be alive to describe his abductors.
I say, who's coming down to my cabin? Who's there?
My name's Carisbrook. Are you Captain Hawkins?
Oh, yes, sir. Are you Lord Carisbrook?
That's right. Now, tell me, what have you done with my grandson? Where is he?
I don't know your grandson, Governor. How could I?
He was on your ship when you touched at Mombasa. The pilot of the port had been on his toes. I'd have known it a week ago.
Oh, no, you're on the wrong track, Governor. I don't know the lad.
Oh, yes, you do. I've checked my facts. You even went so far as to sell the Eton jacket he wore when he left home. I found it in a native shop right here in Bekarata.
Well, it's like this, Governor. A villain by the name of Hasim al-Saud raided my ship last night. He took me old bloomin' cargo. Had 100 men, he did, and I was left without a farthing, so I sold some old clothes I found in the crew's quarters. You can take my word, I didn't even know where that little jacket come from.
You do know where it came from, but I'm going to shake the truth out of you. Tell me, or I'll take you back to England and have you hanged until you're dead.
No, Governor, I'll tell you. He was aboard. It was Master Anthony, yes. But I haven't seen him for days. He headed for the jungle, he did. He was going to try to reach French Equatorial Africa, he was. He said it sounded romantic.
Was anyone with him?
No, sir.
Anthony, alone in the jungle. Have you told this to anyone else?
Only to Hasim al-Saud, your lordship.
He almost said something that time, sir.
Juanita almost said something?
I could see him thinking about it.
Tell me, Tony, do you like it here in my jungle home?
Well, I've never seen a house quite like yours, Tarzan. The jungle itself isn't quite what I expected. But with all the animals and the snakes and things, I have to admit there's never a dull moment.
Never a dull moment. Yes, perhaps that might describe my life here. A lot different from the life of England, Tony?
I wouldn't know what it's like in England.
I meant different from the life I would have led if my parents hadn't been marooned in Africa before I was born. I thought perhaps you might have read something about England.
No, sir. In America, we don't read much about Blighty.
Blighty, huh? Well, when you go home to America, you shall have a great deal to tell about. I have to leave shortly for the Punya village, and you shall see a real native crawl and perhaps play games with a genuine little Bantu youth.
If it's all the same to you, Tarzan, sir, I'd rather remain here. Perhaps I can finish teaching Juanita how to say something else besides awk and Tarzan.
All right, Tony, but keep the door locked and be sure and eat a good meal before you go to bed. I have to explain something to the Punyas, but I'll be home by morning.
Goodbye, Tarzan. Have a good journey.
Thank you. Goodbye, Tony.
He's gone, Juanita. I'll have to leave before he gets back. You see, he's on to me, Juanita. He knows I'm not an American. He'll send me home, and I don't want to go home. I want to explore the jungle.
Tony? Tony! Where in the world could he... White men. A safari, perhaps. Oh, no, I shall wait until they approach.
I say there. You! Quiet down, men, and wait here. If this white savage speaks English, perhaps he can give me some information.
I speak English, but I'm in great trouble at the moment, and I have little time to spare. What do you want to know?
I'm looking for my grandson, an English boy who disappeared into the jungle.
Is his name Tony?
Yes. You've seen him?
He was with me at my cabin a few miles from here until yesterday. I had to go away, but I told him to keep the door of the cabin locked. He was gone when I returned.
I've missed him again. Oh, perhaps I'm not destined to find him until it's too late.
He left of his own accord. There were no signs of a struggle or of the presence of others. If only my parent could tell me why he left.
Oh, it's highly unlikely, and all this talk isn't finding Tony for me.
Lord Carisbrook.
What is it, Melford? Have you found something over here?
Yes, I think so, sir. Isn't this Master Anthony's scout knife?
It might be.
Yes, that's the very knife Tony carried. Where did you find it?
Oh, right by this tree.
His footprints. And the light impressions of Arab sandals.
Hasim al-Saud.
What about al-Saud? How does he fit into the picture?
Captain Hawkins, the man who brought Anthony to Africa, told this Al-Saud about his young passenger. Al-Saud was also apparently aware of the £1,000 reward I've offered for my grandson's return. I went to his establishment in Bekarata, but I was informed he was off on a hunting trip.
Oh, well, then, if he's the chap who's found Master Anthony, we have nothing to worry about. We return to Bekarata, we go to his warehouse, give him the £1,000.
That's the one thing you mustn't do. Lord Carisbrook, I know Hasim El-Saud. If you've offered £1,000, he'll want 10 times that. It's the one thing you pray for is to find your grandson alive. It's the one thing El-Saud will seek to prevent. No, we must go to Bekarata. But in dealing with Hasim El-Saud, we must use a devious method.
Sentries stood outside of the garret room of Al-Saud's warehouse, and inside a small boy lay bound to a crude bed beneath a dull skylight. In the office of the warehouse, Lord Carisbrook bargained with Al-Saud for the boy's life. The table between them was piled high with banknotes, but the ruthless Arab was not yet through with his demand. In the streets outside of the building, hundreds of Punya warriors in a variety of clever disguises blended with the city's multitude. And over the roofs of the city, a bronzed white savage with a parrot perched on his shoulder crept closer and closer to the roof of the warehouse. And then, just as the sun caused the shadow of a minaret to fall across the window of the office, everything happened at once. Lord Carisbrook leveled a gun at Al-Saud. The Punya warriors streamed into the building, and Tarzan leaped down through the skylight.
Watch out! The guards!
I see them.
You shall not take them, you infidel dog!
We'll see!
Say, Tarzan, you're dreadfully clever with that knife of yours.
Yes, it's a handy instrument. Also effective for cutting these bonds. There.
Tony, my boy. You're all right.
Yes, Grandfather. But what are you doing in Africa?
I came to take you home. Are you ready to go home, boy?
Yes, sir. I think maybe I'd just like to read about Africa till I'm a bit older. Tarzan, would you be willing to part with Juanita? I'd love to show the other boys in my school what...
Oh, he's yours, Tony. I'm happy to give him to you, and I only wish you'd been able to teach him something new.
Well, perhaps someday I...
Never know, Mama. Never know,
In just a moment, a preview of our next story of Tarzan. Tarzan's respect for the Karmiki tribe had always been great. Of all the jungle peoples, the Karmiki had always been the bravest. But suddenly they became a people enslaved by fear. Their leaders were helpless. Their once proud warriors like frightened children, and a feeling of unearthly horror filled their village. Tarzan, too, became a victim of their unseen enemy, the ghost of the Karmiki.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, The Ghost of the Karmiki, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Ghost of the Karmiki.
Even those of us who have visited Africa's teeming cities find it difficult to recapture them in our minds once we are back in civilization. It's even hard to believe that certain places really exist, though we've seen them with our own eyes. The fantastic slave mart on the outskirts of Tarak, for example. Unfortunately, it does exist. A barbaric open-air market where humans are auctioned off like cattle or donkeys or camels. Before the auction begins, you may inspect the goods to be sold. Lift up a chin to examine the eyes and face, feel a muscle, prod a back that may soon be bent to your labor. Prices today range from the American equivalent of about $15 to $150, and the bidding is usually spirited.
The bidding is closed. 20 riyat for this fine young boy who is capable of much heavy work. You have made the fine purchase. Halalalai. And now the prize of our collection, this beautiful young native girl. Turn around so the multitude may see you. Notice the clear, light color of her skin, the beauty of her face and form. She will make someone a fine wife or a dancing girl. I invite the first bid. Come, a real beauty. 50 riyat. It is an insult to bid such a paltry sum. She is but 17 years of age, freshly brought from the jungle, never before held in slavery. I see the symbol for 200 riyat. You do well to bid such a price, Sheikh Razim bin Ahmud. Is there further bidding? The bidding is closed. Halalalai. And that concludes the auction for the... What do you want, Ibn Mada? Oh, yes. Kind people. I almost overlooked one black who is yet for sale. You, get up on the auction block, quickly.
Oh, yes, master. I climb up quickly.
Do not call me master. I would not own such a miserable specimen of the human race. My friends, I offer this black for quick sale. If you have the food to fatten him up, he may develop into an adequate field hand. I invite the first bid. I recognize the gesture of the Alafin of the province of Mayobo. 1 riyat has been bid. I invite the second bid. You need not come forward with your bid, stranger. Just raise your fingers indicating your offer, and I shall know.
I am not bidding for the man, for I do not believe in slavery. I come forward to challenge your right to sell a black whose forehead does not bear the mark of a slave.
The incision will be placed there soon. We will now proceed with the auction.
You will not sell this man. He wears the necklace of the Karmiki, a token that marks him as a member of the bravest tribe in the entire jungle. No Karmiki has ever been a slave.
Until now. I do not know who you are, but I warn you not to delay our auction. We operate with the full permission and cooperation of the Alafin of the province. And should you attempt to interfere, your lot would not be a pleasant one.
Your threat does not frighten me. I refuse to let you outside.
You see, should you attempt to interfere, not only would you be forced to face the authorities, but you would also have to face the anger of all those assembled here. Might I suggest that if you have interest in this handsome black, you bid for him, like the others.
All right, I bid the entire content of my purse, 100 riyals.
Sold. And what is the name and the title of the wealthy potentate who pays 100 riyad for a most ordinary field hand?
I am Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. And it is my belief that no man is ordinary save by his own actions. You, Mr. Auctioneer, are the most ordinary man I have met in many moons.
It may surprise you to know that I am a man of strange talents and accomplishments. With the payment of the money for the slave, we shall be even on that transaction. You shall not settle the account for the insult so easily.
You need not tremble, Najugi. We shall be quite safe in this hut.
Who is owner of hut?
An Inglese, a government official who's just as much opposed to slavery as I am. This hut is on his estate, and we have his permission to remain here until you're well enough to leave Tarak and travel to the land of your people.
Tarzan not keep Najugi a slave?
No, Najugi. I bought you so that I could return you to your people.
Tarzan send Najugi back to Karmiki?
I shall take you back. It's plain that you've been sick and that it would require months before you could brave the jungle alone.
It's true. Najugi not able to reach land of Karmiki.
Well, you'll feel a lot better in a few days if you sleep well and eat the food our host provides. You know, you hardly ate a bite of the food he sent for our dinner.
Tarzan not eat.
Well, I am unable to eat the food of the cities, but you must have been away from the jungle for a long time.
3 years. But that's why Najugi thin and weak, not like food of city.
2 hungry men and neither of us can eat. You know what I'm going to do, Najugi? I'm going into the forest at the edge of the city and find some fresh meat for us. Would you like that?
Nadio, Tarzan get fresh meat.
And you must sleep until I get back. Food and rest. That's what you need, Najugi.
Nadio.
Sounds like you're ready for sleep already.
Oh, Nadio. Najugi, much tired.
Najugi lay down on a straw pallet that Tarzan had prepared in a corner of the hut, and almost before his frail body had touched the makeshift bed, his eyes were closed and he had begun to breathe deeply. Tarzan watched him for a moment, and then he slung his bow and a quiver of arrows over his shoulder and left for the forest that skirted the city. But almost before Tarzan was out of sight, Najugi had jumped up, gathered his few simple belongings, and almost ripped the door of the hut from its fiber hinges as he ran out. He ran almost the entire length of the city, ran until he had reached the imposing house that stood behind the slave market. He knocked impatiently at the door, and when it had swung open, he hurried inside.
Well, I thought I had seen the last of you, Najugi.
Najugi, run away.
You fled from your new master already, eh?
Nadio.
What do you expect me to do with you?
Sell me again as slave.
I have sold you once. I cannot offer you again. There are official records kept.
Then change Najugi's name, but sell him.
Perhaps I have a better idea, one that will accomplish your purpose and mine. I would dearly like to avenge the insult I received at Tarzan's hands. And perhaps I may be able to do so through you.
We'll return to our story of Tarzan in just a moment.
You did not know me in my disguise, Najugi?
With small beard and waxed mustache, you look like Faransawi.
So I look the part of a Frenchman, eh? I can also sound like one.
I am so sorry, Monsieur Tarzan. I have not the remotest idea where your slave has gone.
Yes, I can fool the Lord of the Jungle. Only this time I shall only be practicing. My couriers tell me he is on the way here.
You not let him find me.
No, Najugi, that would defeat my plan. You will be perfectly safe in the underground passageway where I hide other slaves who must not be found. Oh, that must be Tarzan now. Go through this doorway into the hiding place.
Nadio, Najugi, hide from Tarzan.
Bonsoir, monsieur.
I am looking for the auctioneer from the slave market. I was told he lives here.
Oui, monsieur. This is the residence of the commissaire-priseur, but he has left the city.
Oh, well, when will he be back?
He will be gone now, you say, indefinitely. Perhaps there is something I can do?
I'm looking for a runaway slave by the name of Najugi.
You are welcome to search the premises, but you will find no runaway slave here.
Tarzan did not penetrate the clever disguise of the crafty slave auctioneer, nor did he find the strange-acting Najugi. For the next week, the jungle lord searched the city of Tarak, but nowhere was there a trace of the lost Karmiki native. Still, there had been no sign of a struggle in the hut, so perhaps Najugi had merely doubted Tarzan's intentions and had fled into the jungle. Perhaps by this time he had already reached his home. And so, at the end of the week, Tarzan plunged into the jungle, and after 4 days he reached the Karmiki kraal. A celebration was going on, and Tarzan rejoiced at the sounds of it. Surely it must mean that the people were celebrating the return of one they believed dead.
Boleko! Boleko!
Tarzan! Oh, now it's fine. Tarzan here for feast and ceremony.
But he has returned, Boleko.
Returned? Who, Tarzan?
The Karmiki native I found in Tarak.
Oh, no Karmiki returned from Tarak.
Oh? I thought that was the reason for the celebration.
I have feast and dancing for Boleko's wedding. He married up with beautiful Mai.
Oh, I'm most happy for you, Boleko, but my mind is troubled over the disappearance of the Karmiki I found at the slave auction. I intended to...
My Tarzan here. Lord of Jungle come to our wedding.
Well, you certainly picked a beautiful bride, Boleko. Jumbo Mai.
She not talk to you. It's taboo for her talk to any man until she bride of Boleko. Boleko is next chief. Mai someday be queen.
When is the marriage?
Tomorrow. Tonight, Mai go to Forest of Brides. Boleko go to Temple of Warriors. When Kuda, the sun, bride in heaven, marriage ceremony begin. Is much drink and food for all our tribe.
If only that poor thin one could be here. Boleko, how did Najugi happen to leave the village?
Najugi?
Yes, that's the name of the Karmiki who was sold to me as a slave. I started to tell you about it when Mai joined us.
Boleko not no Karmiki by name Najugi.
But he couldn't be more than a few years older than you. You must have played together as children.
No Karmiki name Najugi.
Mai is looking at you strangely. Are you telling me the truth, Boleko?
It's truth. Come, Mai, I take you to women. They prepare you for vigil in Forest of Brides.
She's trembling. What is it, Mai? Was it the name Najugi? Yes, she shudders each time I say the name. Who is Najugi? And why do you deny that he's a member of your tribe?
He's not member of tribe. Boleko not remember anyone by that name.
Boleko, for some strange reason, was lying. Tarzan knew it. Najugi had worn the Karmiki necklace about his scrawny neck as he stood on the auction block in Tarak. He must be a member of the tribe. But not a single warrior nor a woman of the tribe could be persuaded to utter a word concerning the missing native. Tarzan's only hope of unraveling the mystery lay in the ancient witch doctor whom he had known since he was a small boy.
We've known each other for many years. I'm counting on you to tell me the truth.
Witch doctor tell truth to white brother. What Tarzan want know?
Was there ever a native of the village whose name was Najugi?
Nadio.
I knew it. How long since he left the village?
Najugi gone from us, Miaka Tatu.
3 years. Yes, he said he'd been gone from the jungle 3 years. But why do the others of the tribe refuse to admit that he ever lived here?
Is custom of jungle people.
I don't know what you mean by that. Tell me, why did Mai tremble at the mere mention of his name?
Mai never liked Najugi, though he choose her as bride when she still child. She always afraid him.
I see. And is that why Boleko became angry when I pressed him for information about Najugi?
Boleko always hate him also. Maybe is because Najugi older. Boleko think Najugi become chief. He know his brother be bad chief.
They're brothers?
They were brothers. And Najugi die 3 years ago.
We'll return in just a moment to our story of the ghost of the Karmiki. Not far from the Karmiki village, 2 men walked wearily along an abandoned elephant trail. One was Najugi, the native, who had died 3 years before. The other was a red-bearded white man dressed in the traditional garb of a Dayala trader. Of the 2, the black man was the most weary, and presently he faltered and half fell to the ground.
Are you really that tired, Najugi, or is it another attack of cowardice?
Maybe it's both. Najugi is afraid.
I've told you you have nothing to fear. I can fool the beasts of the forest, the black men of your tribe, or the white idiot who calls himself Lord of the Jungle.
Tell Najugi how you can be many men, all different, and how you can be so clever.
Essentially, I'm an actor, a good one. I can be an Arab, a trader, and an auctioneer of slaves.
Also, I can portray a Frenchman, a man who is cultured, a bon vivant.
Or I can be a pack peddler, or anything else I choose, Najugi.
Why you not actor on stage?
I was on the stage, but I did not always confine my characterizations to the theater. And though my aliases and my disguises were many, it is no longer safe for me in civilized countries. The police of a dozen nations are itching to get their hands on me. No, my life wouldn't be worth much if I went back.
If Karmiki find Najugi, he also die.
You're not going to die, Najugi. You're going to have that little girl you always wanted for a wife. You're going to get that job as chief of the tribe. And you're going to make those Karmiki so scared they'll be afraid to cross you in anything you ever say or do.
What magic make this come true?
The magic of Venetti, the Magnificent. Oh, yes, I was once a magician, too. The best magic acts of its day. Sleight of hand, card tricks, feats of magic and legerdemain, occult readings and hypnotism. The wonders of the celestial world brought to you by Venetti, the Magnificent.
You are Venetti this time?
No, on this occasion I'm simply Billy Blossom, a humble pack peddler from Nairobi. You will perform the feats of magic this time, Najugi. Now let's get going. Things are going to happen in the village of the Karmiki.
And things did happen. Less than an hour later, Mai came screaming from the forest of brides. Forgetting the taboos, she babbled incoherently about evil demons and the spirits of the dead. Hysterical, she was carried to the Hema of her parents. A solemn conclave was held about the ceremonial fire, and the witch doctor uttered strange incantations and prescribed a mystical cure.
What is wrong with your bride, Boleko?
She see evil demons, ghosts of those who did.
I see. And what has the witch doctor prescribed?
Wedding cannot take place for 3 moons now. Mai must climb sacred mountain. Very heart of chicken and deep pit at top of mountain. Also put in hole, sharp stick from gatso tree, black rock of sharp edge, fang of snake.
Well, why must she do this?
If Mai see demon, it mean her heart not pure. Cannot be bride unless she make pure. Chase ghost of dead.
I'm curious, Boleko. Whose ghosts did she see?
Grandfather who dead before Mai born. Najugi who died 3 years ago.
I can't explain Mai's story that she saw the ghost of a grandfather she never knew, but if she saw someone who looked like Najugi, it may well have been him. He's no spirit, but a man who was alive.
No, Najugi dead. Boleko kill him. Kill him and bury his body deep. Bury Najugi with his own hand.
Even to Tarzan, witch doctor cannot tell dishonor of tribe.
But you must surely know by this time that I am your friend.
Nidio, you are friend.
Then tell me the story of Najugi's supposed death. I mean you no disrespect, but perhaps there's a simpler method of removing the evil from Mai's heart than sending her alone to a dangerous mountaintop.
His only way. She see ghost of grandfather and of Najugi.
Why did Boleko kill his brother, and why was he not punished for it?
Punish Peleko for saving honor of chief's family?
How did he do that?
Men of tribe hold Shori. Decide kill Najugi for steal ivory from secret cave of Karmiki people. If warriors kill family of chief in disgrace, so Boleko take Najugi in woods, kill, bury him. When brother take his life, honor of family is safe.
I see. But, of course, it's possible that... Witch doctor, why do you stare at me that way? What's the matter?
Knives stick out of Tarzan's body.
What? Knives sticking out of my body?
Flames come from Tarzan's mouth.
Have you gone mad?
Tarzan, it is Narogi.
The magic that kills? Really, I thought you were one person in the tribe who... Where are you going?
Tarzan bewitched. Tarzan Mugilo is taboo. We run from Tarzan.
Guess I'll never learn that these native witch doctors are...
All crazy. I found it out years ago.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
I came in as the old bird lit out. My name's Billy Blossom, pack peddler from Nairobi. Been traveling all day and half the night to get here.
Well, you've chosen a poor time to visit the Karmiki.
Yeah, thought I'd sell them lots of fancy doodles for the shindig.
Shindig?
The wedding.
Well, the wedding's been postponed, and I doubt the Karmikis are in a mood for buying either pots and pans or trinkets. Perhaps you'll have better luck in the next crawl.
Well, it's too darn late to start out again now. You think I could bunk somewhere in this village?
I'm sure you can. Forgive me if I leave you now. There's something in the forest that I must see.
Sure. Run right along. I'll make out all right without you.
Why Tarzan make Boleko come into forest of bride?
Because I think we'll find things here that will prove that what Mai saw were neither ghosts nor demons.
Look, his footprints are demons.
Perfectly round impressions in the soft earth. Neither imprints of animals' claws, the marks of men's bare feet, nor the indication of shoes or boots.
His footprints are ghosts.
Boleko, neither in the folklore of civilized countries nor in the fantastic stories of the jungle have I ever heard of ghosts who leave tracks.
I've seen marks go in each direction.
So those who left them either came from the Karmiki village or were on their way there. They tied something round to their feet so that we could not tell which direction they were traveling.
Dio, that could be.
Boleko, I shall follow the marks that go deeper into the jungle. You follow those that go toward the kraal.
Tarzan waited until Boleko was out of sight, and then he took to the upper level of jungle growth and shadowed the Karmiki youth, remaining but a quarter mile behind him. Boleko had little trouble following the round footprints that led straight to the village. But when Boleko entered his beloved kraal, he found it greatly changed. The once proud Karmiki warriors grumbled about the ceremonial fire. The witch doctor, whom he'd always respected, stood bowed and subservient. The women of the tribe, including Mai, stood transfixed with fear. And in the center of the circle, controlling them with his hypnotic eyes, stood a man with a red beard and the garb of a pack peddler. But it was not the white man, but the emaciated black at his side, who commanded Boleko's attention as he walked into the council ring.
So, Najugi, you break promise to me. You come back.
Come back to claim Mahi as wife and become chief of tribe.
Boleko should have killed you. He made mistake when he let you go and tell others you're dead.
Boleko, look at me. Look deeply into my eyes. Look at the light from the fire that shines there. I am your master. You will not harm Najugi.
No, not harm Najugi.
You will grovel in the dust with the others of your tribe.
Yes, and dust.
You will soon go to sleep, you and the others of your tribe.
Dio.
And when you awaken, you will tell the Karmiki that Najugi is to be your chief.
Najugi be chief.
And you will lead the safari that carries your treasure of ivory to the slave market in Tarak.
Boleko, or do as you command.
You see, Najugi, all I have promised has come true. I have restored what is rightfully yours. I have gained a treasure in ivory. And I have avenged my insult at Tarzan's hands by making a fool of him. And should he come back here, I shall merely turn my hypnotic gaze on him, and he, too, will fall a victim of my superior...
That takes care of you, Najugi. And now...
Quiet, my brothers. Silence, that I may speak to you.
Speak, Lord of Jungle.
Last night, all of you were placed under a spell. But now the spell is broken. Once again, your witch doctor and your chief are your leaders. You will not listen to the words of another. But because I had some hand in opening your eyes, I should like to make a few requests.
What you say is law, Lord of Jungle.
I ask that Boleko be forgiven for having spared the life of his brother 3 years ago. I should like Boleko's marriage to Mai to take place today, as originally planned.
It shall take place.
Santa Tarzan.
And I ask that your jungle justice be tempered with mercy when you judge the two who lie bound in the prison hut. One is a member of your own tribe, a man who was so afraid of your anger that he twice attempted to sell himself into slavery so that he could become the property of a white man and thus be immune from black men's laws.
Tarzan, now men of Karmiki also know fear. We show mercy to Najugi. But other one who lies in hut.
A clever man whose red beard was as false as his heart. I do not ask leniency for him, only that he be given a fair trial. I'm afraid I shall have to appear as a witness against him, for with my own eyes I have seen him sell humans into slavery. And I know that to shackle man's feet and hands is also to enchain his soul. This, perhaps, is the greatest of all crimes.
We'd like you to remain with us for another few moments so that we may tell you about our next story of Tarzan. Strangest of all of Africa's countries is the tiny kingdom one must cross in order to reach Timbuktu. On the banks of the river Niger in the French Sudan, it is ruled by a black potentate who wears robes of purple and gold and conducts a court as lavish as those of ancient Rome. The Kaia is a man of great culture and great jealousy, and Tarzan finds adventure on the road to Timbuktu.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, Adventure on the Road to Timbuktu, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of adventure on the road to Timbuktu.
In other cities of the world, the sight of a bronzed white savage clad only in a leopard skin might have been expected to attract attention. But not in Tarak. For as Tarzan walked down the principal street, he was surrounded by half-naked tribesmen wearing all sorts of outlandish costumes. But he was attracting attention. From shadowed doorways, he was watched most intently. And all of those who watched him bore the tattooed symbol of the gold zebra upon their gleaming black foreheads. Unaware of the piercing eyes that followed his passage, Tarzan approached the bizarre Hotel International and passed through its ornate teakwood entrance.
Good morning. Good health to you, Bwana.
Thank you. Have you a Mr. Keith Roberts registered here?
Most certainly. Mr. Keith Roberts in room 302.
Perhaps it would be better to send a message up first.
But you are expected, Tarzan.
Expected? Oh, you're mistaken. Mr. Keith Roberts and I have never even met, and he couldn't possibly have known that I'd arrived this morning.
He seemed to know, Tarzan.
Well, until a few days ago, I wasn't even aware that anyone called Keith Roberts knew my name. And how do you happen to know it, by the way?
Your reputation is well known in Tarak, Bwana. It is you who are mistaken concerning advanced knowledge of your coming. Mr. Keith Roberts said you were to come right up upon your arrival. He sent down word nearly an hour ago.
But I wasn't even in Tarak an hour ago. I was still traveling through the jungle.
The ways of Allah are mysterious, beyond the knowledge of mortal man. Room 302, Bwana. May Allah guide your footsteps.
A strange half-caste clerk of the hotel fondled a golden charm in his hand as Tarzan headed for the stairway. It was the symbol of the golden zebra. When Tarzan reached the third floor of the rambling Hotel International, he walked rapidly along the heavily carpeted corridor. Then he paused before the latticed half door that bore the number he'd been looking for.
Come in, Tarzan.
Thank you.
Don't know why they bother putting those half doors on anyway. Everyone walks in and out as though they weren't there.
Oh, the desk clerk told me to come up.
No, I didn't mean you. I meant the native servants. They never even bother knocking.
The clerk also said you expected me. Have you a staff of Scotland Yard men with you?
No, hardly that. I'm not here on a diplomatic mission, just a simple business trip. Glad to know you, Tarzan.
Happy to know you, Mr. Keith Roberts.
By Jove, I think I would be safe on a journey with you looking out for me. I'm a pretty good judge of character, and I like your cut.
Well, thank you, but I haven't yet agreed to accompany you. Your message said you wanted to go to Timbuktu and that you were badly in need of help. Is that correct?
Well, it's correct that I'm going to Timbuktu. It's a vast country that's expanding rapidly. The Board of Trade thinks I can promote business there. And it's also correct that I shall need help in reaching that outlandish country. But I sent you no message.
But I have the note right here. I tucked it. Oh, it's gone. Well, perhaps I was mistaken. Maybe I threw it away after I read it, but I most certainly received
it.
the note.
It's no matter. The important thing is you're here. and I'd like you to guide me on my march through the jungle.
Well, the easiest way of reaching Timbuktu is by boat along the Niger.
I wouldn't set foot in a rowboat. Seasickness, you know.
But to travel to Timbuktu by land is most dangerous.
I'll take my chances. Will you come along, Tarzan?
Yes, I'll accompany you. But I would like to know how you learned of me. And why I received a message instructing me to come here.
I can't account for the message, for I certainly didn't write one. But I can tell you how I learned of you.
Well, please do.
Well, I was in the lobby of the hotel on the day of my arrival, and I was discussing my intention of going to Timbuktu. A native I hadn't even noticed until then stepped forward and volunteered the information that Tarzan was the ideal man to guide me.
I see.
I wouldn't have been apt to write a message to a man I didn't know, but this native assured me he'd get you here. I didn't ask him how he intended to accomplish this, but...
Well, perhaps there's no need to worry about that. The ways of Africa continue to amaze me even after a lifetime in the jungle. When do you want to start out?
As soon as possible.
Is full moon. Well, best time for safari through jungle.
Who are you? How did you...
Sorry, frightened white Bwana. Me waiter. Bring Bwana's breakfast.
Oh.
Eat well. Need strength for journey Timbuktu.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of adventure on the road to Timbuktu. Keith Roberts proceeded to eat an enormous English breakfast. He talked earnestly to the bronze jungle man who sat across from him. And they were so preoccupied with their plans for the safari that they paid scant attention to the native waiter who glided in and out of the room as noiselessly as a panther stalking his kill. Unlike many of his people, the servant bore no tattoo marks upon his forehead or body. But about his neck was a chain with an amulet that hung down and was concealed beneath a ruff of egret feathers. It was fashioned in the form of a zebra, and it was made of gold. He touched it reverently as he hovered over Keith Roberts.
Cobra bring more white man's food.
I didn't say I...
White Bwana eat more.
No, I've really had quite enough to eat. Thank you, Justice.
Another small golden sausage, maybe.
Well, perhaps just one more small one. They are excellent. Sure you won't join me, Tom?
No, thank you. But enjoy it while you can, Keith Roberts. For you'll have many meals in the jungle that consist of cooked monkeys or rodents or even insects.
Well, we're used to austerity in England these days. At least I hope if I'm reduced to eating monkeys and rodents, they'll be well seasoned.
It may not be easy to find trained porters and askari and personal boys in Tarak, let alone an adequate cook.
Take Kouba along as cook. He good cook.
Oh, you really now? What an amazing coincidence.
Kouba cook many year before he come work in city.
I say, this is a stroke of luck, Tarzan, especially since you say it's difficult lining up a staff here in Tarak.
Oh, we can't hire a cook on the strength of his own recommendation.
Work for other safaris of white men. Clerk downstairs tell you Kouba good cook.
I'd have no more reason for taking his word.
No, just a minute, old man. I can't see any reason for not hiring this chap.
But we know nothing about him.
He looks all right to me, and I'm willing to take a chance on him. I've always been a pretty good judge of character.
And so Kouba was enlisted as the cook of the safari. Tarzan anticipated difficulty in lining up the necessary porters and bearers and beaters, for Tarak was a port from which few safaris departed. But strangely enough, a dozen volunteers sprang forward to take their place in the caravan. They spoke a strange dialect that Tarzan did not understand, but he knew it was wise to hire men who were used to living and working together, and all of the men he hired bore the same symbol upon their foreheads, the sign of the golden zebra. As night descended, the safari left Tarak far behind and plunged deep into the jungle.
I say, isn't it a bit foolish to travel at night?
Well, there is more danger from animals, but you've had no experience in jungle travel, and it would be unwise to begin your training under the African sun.
Oh, I can stand a bit of heat, but I'm not sure I could cope with a rampaging elephant.
Oh, elephants, aside from occasional rogues, seldom attack men. No, I think we have little to fear from elephants. I wish I were as confident about the men in our safari.
They all look first rate to me, and I'm a pretty good judge of character.
Oh, watch out!
Why did you knock me down? I didn't see any...
Look at that tree.
A knife. Embedded a good inch and a half in it.
Didn't miss you by more than an inch.
Boss! Boss!
We chase man who throw knife?
No, we dare not take a chance of separating our party in the darkness. Let me take a look at it.
I say, it has a gold head. And what a strange shape.
Yes. It's been fashioned in the form of a zebra. Well, Kuba has your breakfast almost ready. After you've eaten that, you'll feel better.
I still can't see why anyone should have wanted to make an attempt on my life.
Well, they might have been aiming at me. I have many friends in the jungle, but I also have many enemies.
Do you think the zebra on the handle means it was thrown by one of our own men?
It is the symbol of their tribe, but all of our men were within my sight when the knife was thrown.
Then maybe Kuuba's right.
Oh, what is Kuuba's theory?
He says we're in Zulu country now, and that the Zulus may resent our having hired these fellows as porters. They might have thrown the knife with that symbol on it to cast suspicion on all men, make us fire them so they could get the job.
Just one fallacy in that reasoning. The traditional weapon of the Zulus is the knobkerry, a heavy club with a knobbed head. The knife was thrown from a great distance, and no Zulu could have been proficient enough to come that close. Oh, there's more to it than that.
Breakfast ready for White Bwana.
Thank you, Kuuba. At least I know I can count on you.
Nice eggs, strong tea. You want more, you call.
Just a minute, Kuuba.
Yes, Tarzan?
I want you to taste the eggs. Take a sip of the tea.
You not think Kuuba put in poison?
Poison is a frequent weapon of the jungle, and there was an attempt on Mr. Keith Roberts' life last night.
Kuuba, taste eggs. Sip tea. There.
You see, Tarzan, I'm afraid you're barking up the wrong tree when you suspect Kuuba. He's all right, and a good cook, too.
Santa Bwana.
I don't know what last night was all about, but it's past now. I'll feel all right when I get this strong tea inside me, and I'd stake my life on Kuuba.
You may be staking your life on him before we reach Timbuktu.
Mile after mile of endless jungle had been traversed during the past weeks. Countless native tribes had been encountered and left behind. Jungle beasts and the fierceness of the elements had been encountered and overcome. And still the safari pressed on, ever in the direction of Timbuktu. There were no further attempts on the lives of either Tarzan or Keith Roberts, but the latter seemed more dead than alive. His clothing was torn and ragged, his skin was blistered and raw, his lips parched, his eyes nearly shut from the bites of insects, his feet so sore he could no longer wear his boots.
How much farther, Tarzan?
About 3 days' march. There might be an easier route, but if there is, I don't know about it.
Perhaps one of the porters might know.
I doubt it. Whenever I've been busy hunting for food or staving off an attack by unfriendly warriors, they seem to have selected the most difficult parts of the jungle to lead us through.
It's been rugged, all right. I'm not sure I can go on another 3 days through this tangled mass of brambles and trees and jagged rocks.
Is good road north here.
A road, Kuuba?
Good road, run by River Niger. Is easy to walk, has good water for drink.
Drinking water that isn't full of insects and slime.
How do you know about this road, Kuuba?
Kuuba born near here.
You never told us that.
You not ask.
How does a road happen to exist in such wild country?
Moors built road many year ago. In time Kuuba's great-great-grandfather. But still good road.
Well, perhaps it is, but I know nothing of the people of this section, and on an open road one has little protection against enemies.
People here, not enemies. Good people. You take road, go all the way Timbuktu.
The road goes all the way there, but that's impossible. There's not a single road in all of Africa of that length.
Kuuba tell truth.
But if such a road existed...
For heaven's sake, Tarzan, I'm getting sick of your distrust of Kuuba. He's been an excellent servant and has proven himself completely trustworthy.
Yes, but this fantastic story of a road
This
that
is no time to worry about why you haven't heard of the road or why Kuuba didn't tell us he came from this district or any of the rest of that nonsense. He knows a road that's easy to travel and has good drinking water near it. I don't know about you, and I don't care. As for me, I'm for it.
Well, I have no intention of deserting you at this stage of the game. All right, Kauba. Show us this strange road to Timbuktu.
In just a moment, we shall learn what adventure befalls Tarzan and Keith Roberts on this strange road to Timbuktu. Strangely enough, the road materialized exactly where Kauba had said it would. It was a magnificent road, and the safari made its way easily along the time-worn smoothness of its ancient rock. And then, suddenly, as they rounded a bend in the road, the river Niger spread before them. And on its banks, a miracle city rose from a sheer black cliff, a city of lofty spires and buildings. And in the center was a mighty temple that bore the symbol of the gold zebra. Tarzan and Keith Roberts sensed a trap, but it was too late. Their porters had become their captors now, and their numbers were reinforced by hundreds of powerful Negroes who came from all sides and clustered about them.
Well, sorry, Tarzan. It looks as though I've got you into something.
Don't try to run and don't make any sudden movement. We wouldn't stand a chance.
I say there, chaps, you needn't push me. I'll go wherever you say.
Look, they're carrying Kauba on their shoulders like a hero.
Well, I suppose we'll find out in a few minutes what it's all about. I don't like the looks of those long spears, though.
Look at the zebras running through the streets.
Perhaps they're holy or something. That big temple just ahead seems
Look at the man coming out of it. If you could call him a man.
I've never seen anyone of his girth before. He must weigh close to 400 or 500 pounds.
Look at his garments.
That's some outfit. Robes of purple and gold. Must be a high priest or something. He's coming toward us.
Look at all the others, throwing themselves upon the ground as he passes.
Did you ever see jewels like the ones he's wearing?
And the magnificence of the whole city. He certainly hasn't captured us in order to rob us.
If only he could speak English or some other civilized tongue.
And what language would you prefer that I address you in, gentlemen?
Well, I didn't mean what I said as an insult. I only meant...
he means that your followers, the ones who guided us here, spoke no language we could understand.
They are not my followers, but my subjects. I am the Kahia, divine ruler of thousands. Those who led you here were mute because of my orders.
But why?
The men were mute because I did not care to trust their tongues. They followed orders implicitly, as did my loyal subject, Kauba, the clerk in the hotel where Mr. Keith Roberts stayed in Tarak, the messenger who brought you the letter in the jungle, Tarzan, and all others charged with your delivery here.
And the man who threw the golden dagger at Keith Roberts, was he also acting under your orders?
It was our desire to injure him but slightly, in order that he should travel with difficulty. But the elements did as well. They made sure you would not attempt to travel to Timbuktu except by the easy road, the road that would bring you to the kingdom of Kahia. Your chambers await you, gentlemen. When you are bathed and rested, you are to dine with me in my royal banquet hall. It is both an invitation and a command.
I say, I feel like a new man. It was jolly decent of the Kahir to have tea sent up to our chambers.
Yes, jolly decent.
And what chambers? I've never seen quarters like this. Outside of the cinemas those chaps in America make.
It almost seems as though we're the fatted calves being prepared for slaughter.
There you go with your suspicions again. I've got this thing all figured out, Tarzan.
Good. Then perhaps you'll explain it to me.
Well, this is an out-of-the-way place, and this Kahir doesn't get many opportunities to speak with cultured people. He's obviously cultured himself.
Yes, he's an educated man.
So we're to be enforced guests for a while, just to keep him company. Oh, maybe he knows that I'm with the Board of Trade, and he wants to set up some sort of an exchange for native goods that are manufactured here.
And he went through all those elaborate schemes just to discuss this matter with you?
Oh, I know. You've got it all figured out, that he's a deep-dyed villain out to kill us. Well, take my word for it, Tarzan. He may look something of a freak, but he's a gentleman. And I'm a pretty good judge of character.
I hope so, because at dinner tonight we shall not be able to force anyone to taste the foods first.
are pleased with my dancing girls?
They're very good dancers and very attractive.
All beautiful girls. Over 200 of them, and all of them mine. There are more than 300 rooms in my palace, and it took 1,000 builders to erect the temple of the golden zebras.
The zebras are holy to you people?
They are holy to me, and thus to my people. It is said that when I was a child, a runaway horse almost claimed my life. But I was saved when 2 wild zebras dashed out of the jungle and forced the horse to a halt. Yes. The zebras are holy in the land of the Kaia. Do you like the food?
This dish I'm eating now is most excellent.
There are few African potentates who could afford to serve such a dish in addition to the other delicacies and rare wines I've served you. I am very rich.
Have you industry in your country?
We mine gold, and we collect many ivory tusks each year. My allowance is, in the case of many Oriental rulers, is based on my weight. I am very fat, thus very rich.
And how many people are in your kingdom?
Thousands, tens of thousands. More than in all of your jungles, Tarzan. You dare to call yourself the Lord of the Jungle? Oh, you're nothing. You don't deserve any title, but you call yourself a lord. I am the Kaia. No one else can match me as a ruler. Yes, that's why I had you brought here. Because I wanted to see what the man looked like who dared to call himself the Lord of the Jungle.
It is only a title of respect that some of the natives...
Here they call you by that name no more. I'll see to that.
Then you brought us here so that you might eliminate me. You had no desire to entertain Mr. Keith Roberts.
I used Keith Roberts only as a means of getting you here. He's a plain man who does not challenge the Kaia. But you make claims. You pretend to rule the Congo, but there is not room for 2 of us in Africa. I am the ruler. I am the great Kaia. Forward, gods! Stay back, all of you!
Jungle Man lies unconscious, great Kaia.
Look here, old man. You can't...
Take him to the prison cell. As dawn rises over the temple of the golden zebra, he shall be a sacrifice. A sacrifice who will be the Lord of the Jungle no longer.
The distant cry of a hungry jungle panther reached out and returned Tarzan to the land of consciousness. But as his eyes grew used to the darkness, he realized he was not in the jungle, but in a prison cell, the captive of an insane potentate. There was little chance that he might save Keith Roberts' life without help. But if he could free himself and reach Timbuktu, he might be able to return with government troops. His mighty muscles quivered as he bent the bars of his cell. Then he squirmed through, crawled to a small ledge, and leaped to the roof of the adjoining building, the Temple of the Golden Zebra. But in the moonlight below him, he could see a young zebra that was not of gold, but of soft fur and flesh. And poised, ready to spring at the helpless colt, was the hungry panther he'd heard in the distance. Tarzan knew he was risking his freedom and his very life, but he could not stand by and see the gentle creature torn limb from limb. His body formed a silvery arch in the moonlight as he catapulted downward.
So, Tarzan, you escaped from your cell.
Yes, I escaped. But now you have me completely surrounded again. You can have your loyal subjects do as they will with me.
That I am unable to command. You have saved the life of a holy zebra. It is my sacred obligation to honor you, to send guards with you and Keith Roberts to ensure your safe arrival in Timbuktu, and to proclaim in a loud voice that you are a brave sovereign who deserves well the title of Lord of the Jungle.
Well, Mr. Keith Roberts, your business in Timbuktu has been completed. Am I to guide you on your return march to Tarak?
Heavens, no. I wouldn't go through that jungle again for £1,000,000.
You mean you're going to risk seasickness and travel by boat this time?
Not that either. I found a private pilot who's agreed to fly me back to England in his own plane.
A chartered plane owned by a private pilot in Timbuktu? That sounds strange. What do you know of the man?
As a matter of fact, I know nothing. But I'm sure he's a capable pilot and an honest man. I'm a pretty good judge of character.
We'd like you to remain with us for another few moments so that we may tell you about our next exciting story of Tarzan. Once the island was a tropical paradise of lush vegetation, of colorful birds and flowers beyond compare. But years ago, it sank into the sea and was covered with seaweed and ocean moss. But some miracle brings the tiny island to the surface again, and gentle hands reach out to save Tarzan from drowning. And so begins his amazing adventure on Strange Island.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, Strange Island, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Strange Island.
Lieutenant Jacques Corday stood by the window of the officer's room, scowling out at the sun-baked parade grounds and the blue ocean beyond it. He disliked the British, who shared the authority of the sector. He hated Africa.
Africa. No, I was talking to myself, Captain Lawrence. I find myself a vastly more amusing conversationalist than any of you British.
I dare say the fine art of conversation has become lost to those of us who've been here for many years.
How do you stand it? They eat the insects, the rotten food, the filthy people. If it were up to me, I would exterminate them all.
Even if I agreed with you, which I don't, I hardly believe our combined forces could conquer the Bushmen. They have the power of numbers, of jungle skill, and of great cleverness.
All of the jungle people I have come across are rather stupid.
I know many who are far more clever than any civilized people I've ever met.
So?
Not that he's typical, but there's a white jungle man by the name of Tarzan, for example.
Tarzan? I've heard of him. He's the jungle lord, n'est-ce pas?
Yes, many call him by that title. But what I was going to say...
If someone were to reveal his superiority to this Tarzan, he would be a man of importance around here, no?
Yes, I suppose so.
And this man would then be in a position to make requests, for a transfer or for other favors, I imagine?
I don't know what you have in mind, Lieutenant Corday, but I should like you to know that Tarzan is my friend. Furthermore, we are here to enforce law, not to stir up trouble.
But if this Tarzan violated any law, it would be up to us to arrest him, to bring him here for trial, no?
Tarzan doesn't break laws. And if he did, it would take a garrison of men to bring him back.
One man might be able to accomplish it if he used his head. If he made a study of Tarzan and of the law, and then use both to his own advantage.
Now, Africa was no longer a dull place for Lieutenant Corday. He spent his days talking to people who knew Tarzan, learning his strength and his human weaknesses. And his nights were spent poring over the law books that had to do with the African colonies. Every man makes mistakes, and when Tarzan made one, Lieutenant Corday intended to take advantage of it. It required months of study and of patient waiting, but at last a story drifted back to civilization concerning the Lord of the Jungle, and it was sufficient to take Lieutenant Corday and a small complement of men into the jungle and to the seacoast cabin of Tarzan.
I'm rather curious, Lieutenant Corday. Why did your men turn around and leave you here alone?
Because I ordered them to return to camp, Tarzan. But first I secured a boat that will enable me to get back.
Such a journey in a small boat is dangerous.
I have spent my life at sea, but I did not come here to discuss the abilities of Lieutenant Jacques Corday. I came to speak of those of the Lord of the Jungle.
My abilities?
Your prowess with a bow and arrow, to be precise. The story concerning your recent killing of a white rhinoceros has impressed many of us at the international camp. You are aware it is against the law to kill a white rhinoceros?
Yes, I know they passed such a law, and it was a good thing, for the white rhinoceros is almost extinct, and conservation measures are important. But I shot this rhino in order to save a life.
No, the law does not stipulate any exceptions.
But surely those who passed the law did not intend to
I was
stop.
told you would try to talk your way out of this, Tarzan, but there is no arguing with the law. I have come here to arrest you.
To arrest me for saving someone's life? Go back to your camp before I lose my temper.
I will go back, and you will go with me.
You should have kept your men here. Perhaps a company might have been able to force me to go back, if they could have caught me.
Frankly, I brought them for only one reason.
What was it?
So they could testify as to my safe arrival here and my meeting with you.
Oh, of what importance is that?
Because now the only factor to be solved is my safe return. I am well aware I would stand no chance either at sea or in the jungle alone. So unless you go with me, you will be responsible for my death.
I have never knowingly caused any man's death.
I have left a letter at the post to be opened if I fail to return. And in it, I hold you responsible for my safety. It would be like attacking me or feeding me to one of your jungle animals to refuse to accompany me.
I am to assist you in returning to the camp so that you can bring me up on this ridiculous charge?
But if I do not return, you will be held for my murder.
I have never been so tempted to commit one.
I don't think you'll give way to that temptation. We should have a most pleasant voyage.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of the strange island.
There is a storm brewing, Tarzan. We will have to trim our sails.
The wind hasn't started to rise yet.
But it will soon. If there were a place to put in here, I would order it, but the island is gone.
The island?
An oceanic island used to lie quite near here until a few years ago, but it's submerged. They sometimes do that, you know. Would have been handy in case of trouble.
Well, it's only a few miles to the mainland. I could swim that far if anything happened to the boat.
I couldn't. Do you think you could pull me that far?
Pull you?
If I do not return, you will be held for my murder.
The storm is coming up. It's going to be a bad one.
Quite so. Perhaps we should lash ourselves to the deck.
No, I must be free.
You will never be free if you swim ashore and leave me here to drown. Remember, if I do not return, you will be held for my murder.
The storm had struck with tropical suddenness, and now its fury increased as though all of Africa were aboil. The waves lashed high, the boat lurched violently, and the men were swept from its deck. Tarzan's powerful arms carried him back to the frail craft, but Lieutenant Corday was nowhere in sight. He'd gone down. He would not return to the camp, and if Tarzan lived, he'd be charged with murder. He had to find him. But as Tarzan attempted to scurry over the wreckage, the mast shivered and cracked. As it toppled, it struck Tarzan upon the head, and he started sinking into the ocean depths completely unconscious.
You must
The
awake.
boat. Did the boat go down?
Yes, it was splintered against the rocks.
Lieutenant Corday, the man who was with me, did he die?
I don't know. I saw no one else but you, and even if I had seen another, I couldn't have dragged anyone else ashore.
You dragged me ashore? But you're only a slender girl.
I was always very strong. Father used to say I should have been a boy. In the gym class at the English school in Lagos, I was always head of the class.
Oh, but it isn't possible that the current carried me to Lagos.
Oh, no. We're hundreds of miles from there. We're quite near where the storm struck your boat.
The storm, it's completely over.
Of course. You've been unconscious for hours. But I do think it's time you opened your eyes completely. It's really quite sunny now.
Oh. An island. I'm on an island, a beautiful one. I've never seen such lush vegetation, such glorious flowers and gaily plumed birds.
It is a beautiful spot. I love it here.
But this must be the island Lieutenant Corday said was submerged.
Oh, did he? Oh, I'm happy it isn't, for if it were, I shouldn't have been able to save you, Tarzan.
How do you happen to know my name?
Oh, I suppose you might as well know. I've had a crush on you since I was 12. I used to read stories about you. And once I clipped a picture out of the Lagos paper and kept it on my bureau. Once when you were in Lagos concerning some native who was accused of something or other, I waited by the courthouse all day just to get a glimpse of you.
Well, that's very flattering. I think I have something of a crush on you for saving my life. Besides that, you're a very pretty girl.
Oh, thank you. I've waited years just to hear you say something like that to me.
Years? You can't be very old now.
Oh, I'm 17. It's my birthday today.
Your birthday? Well, we'd best get you home. Your parents and your friends must surely have arranged some sort of a party, and they'll be worried about you. Which way is the village?
Village? Oh, there's no village on the island. I'm the only one who lives here.
A 17-year-old girl living alone on a tropical island? How long have you been here?
I'm not sure. Sometimes it seems that I've been here forever. Father used to bring me here sometimes when we went sailing. He used to love it, too.
There's something very strange about this. Will you answer a few questions for me?
Of course, Tarzan.
First, I'd like to know your name.
It's Pamela. Pamela Johns.
And your father's name?
Godfrey Johns. But I really don't see...
Does your father know you're here on the island all alone, or does he think you're off visiting friends somewhere on the mainland?
Oh, yes, that's it. He thinks I'm visiting friends.
Well, I think you should return home. Where's your boat?
Boat?
Yes, the one you came over to the island on. Where is it?
Oh, well, it was wrecked in the storm. It washed away.
Oh? Well, I guess I'll have to swim ashore and get help so that I can take you home.
Tarzan.
Yes?
Please don't leave me now. All my life, I dreamed of you. I know we can't ever really mean anything to each other, but spend this day with me. Give me this day as a birthday present. One no one can ever take away from me. Leave tonight for the mainland, if you must.
And so the day was spent swimming in the island's blue lagoon, running over its lush green carpet of soft moss and fern, frolicking like children suddenly released from school. But as the night shadows began to creep over the island palms, Tarzan knew that he must return to his world, even as this charming girl must return to hers. They stood facing each other on the strip of beach, and Pamela's slender hand clutched at Tarzan's.
Must you really go back?
Yes, Pamela, I must swim to the mainland so I can find a boat to take you home. And I must let your father know that you're...
No, you mustn't get in touch with him.
And there are matters of my own to be straightened out. I may be in serious trouble concerning the man who drowned when you saved me.
Oh, but you might drown. It's a long way to the mainland.
Oh, the sea is calm now, and I can swim it without difficulty. Goodbye, Pamela. And thank you for your birthday.
Wait.
Yes?
That amulet you wear about your neck, would you give it to me as a remembrance of this day? It It will be all that I'll ever have to keep the day warm in my memory.
Of course you may have it, but we'll see each other often. I'll return with the boat, and even after you're living back in Lagos, I'll come to...
Tarzan. We'll never see each other again. Thank you for the amulet. Thank you. Goodbye.
Tarzan waded into the water and struck out for the mainland. And as he passed out of sight, another tropical storm began, and this one enveloped the island. Great tidal waves smashed against the rocks. Bolts of lightning hurtled downward. A fragile girl stood on the beach, her eyes still gazing out to sea. But not by a movement of her body or a flicker of her eyelids did she acknowledge the storm. And only a tender sigh escaped her as the island submerged, leaving only strands of seaweed in place of the tropical paradise. And completely untouched by the storm were the waters where Tarzan swam. Some 4 hours later, he reached the dock of a small native settlement and climbed out of the water.
It is Tarzan. I knew he'd turn
Captain
up.
Lawrence. Oh, what are you doing here?
I've had boats out looking for you ever since yesterday. I'd almost given up hope.
Well, let's get one of those boats. I have to go back to the island.
You have to... What island?
There's an island just a few miles out here.
Well, there isn't an island within 200 miles
Yes,
of
but
here.
there is. I've been there all day.
Well, I know there was one up until a few years ago.
There still is. It's southwest of here, and I have to go back. There's a young girl all alone on the island, and I have to go
There
back.
must have been that mast that struck your head. You're probably...
What do you know about a mast striking my head?
Lieutenant Corday told us about it. He said you were trying to push him under when the mast toppled. I hate to do this, Tarzan, but my orders are to bring you back so that you can face a charge of attempted murder.
In just a moment, the strange and exciting conclusion of Strange Island.
There will be no more outbursts from you, Tarzan. You're not in your jungle, but in a court of justice.
I apologize, Your Honor, but when people accuse me
Frankly,
of lying...
Tarzan, you try the patience of this court. And let us review the case. Lieutenant Corday came into the jungle to arrest you on a charge of violating the law that forbids the killing of a white rhinoceros.
Which I have already explained. It was either the life of the rhino or that of a young native who had been disarmed.
And that case against you has been dropped. But that of attempted murder is still pending against you. It is the duty of this court to determine whether the charge is true or not.
But it is true. I have told the court how this savage attempted to hold me underwater until I drowned in order to escape punishment for violating the game law. Is the word of an officer and a gentleman to be disregarded?
Not at all, Lieutenant Corday. But we are obliged to hear all the testimony. Now then, Tarzan, if you were not hiding from the law, where were you following the accident to the boat?
You would not believe my answer, and I refuse to be called a liar again. Captain Lawrence could tell you that never in my life have I
Unfortunately, Captain Lawrence has seen fit to disappear.
It seems highly likely Captain Lawrence disappeared because he does not choose to serve as a character witness for Tarzan.
Your Honor, since I have neither counsel nor witness, will you permit me the right to question the man who claims I tried to kill him?
Yes, you may cross-examine him. Take the witness stand, Lieutenant Corday.
All right, Tarzan. Ask me what questions you will.
Lieutenant Corday, you've told the court that you swim poorly. That you were so busy struggling to keep afloat that you could not defend yourself from me. Is that correct?
That is very true.
Then how did you manage to swim ashore after my savage attack upon you?
Well, I did not swim ashore. After you were rendered unconscious by the falling mast, I floated there on a piece of wood that had been torn from the wreckage by the storm.
And your makeshift raft reached the shore near Malakanda only a few hours after the storm struck. Is that also correct?
My weight is correct.
In what direction was the storm traveling?
I do not know exactly. It seems to strike all at once.
And what direction does the normal current flow at the spot where the boat capsized?
You are asking many technical questions concerning the sea. As an army officer, I could not possibly be expected to know such things.
Perhaps I can convince the court that only a very strong swimmer could have reached the shore at all, that a raft would have been carried in the opposite direction, and that you have knowingly committed perjury concerning these matters since your training has been that of a naval officer.
What? You are talking a great deal of nonsense.
I should like to call Captain Lawrence as my next witness.
But Captain Lawrence
I
is not...
am here, Your Honor. I arrived back in Neokota over an hour ago. I've been sitting at the back of the courtroom.
Well, take the stand.
I'm happy to see you, Captain Lawrence.
Tarzan.
Will you tell the court what you have learned during the past few days?
With pleasure. Your Honor, gentlemen, I shall be as brief as possible. I have traveled a great distance to learn of the past of Tarzan's accuser. I found that because of the shortage in army personnel, Lieutenant Corday was commissioned without any extensive investigation. Had his past been checked closely, it would have been discovered that he left the Navy under a cloud, occasioned by an incident that took place at camp.
No, Captain Lawrence, you must not tell
In
that.
another moment, I shall hold you in contempt, Lieutenant Corday.
The holder of numerous medals for swimming and small craft handling, Lieutenant Corday went boating with a fellow officer, one who was a competitor for a promotion. The other man did not return. There was no evidence of foul play, but Lieutenant Corday saw fit to resign his commission and volunteer for African service in the army. He hoped to gain a transfer after the incident had been forgotten. Tarzan was to be the instrument through which that transfer was to be effected.
Your Honor, I asked to see you in your chambers because I have a favor to ask. Now that I've been cleared, I'd like to leave Neokoto as soon as possible.
Well, perhaps we'll have enough evidence against Corday without your testimony, Tarzan. I don't know what this important mission of yours is, but I wish you luck.
Thank you.
I had a hunch all along that Corday was lying. I know those waters near where you were wrecked, and the currents there are...
Are you familiar with the island near there?
I knew the island that was there. Up until the time it submerged, it was a wonderful spot for fishing. Used to go there with an old friend, Godfrey Johns. Poor chap.
Poor chap?
No, I'd rather not talk about him.
Tell me one thing, if you will. Does he still live in Lagos?
Yes, if you can call it living.
You said you'd rather not talk about him, but do tell me what you mean by phrases like poor chap and if you can call it living.
Well, Godfrey Johns has become a complete recluse. Won't see anyone or go anywhere. Keeps himself buried on an estate near Lagos. He's been that way ever since the death of his daughter, Pamela.
Tarzan spent all one day sailing along the coast, circling the district near where Corday and he had been shipwrecked. His search was in vain. Tarzan's strange island was gone, but perhaps some clue as to the mysterious happenings and the identity of the girl might be uncovered at Lagos. A few days later, Tarzan reached the city and made his way to the estate of Godfrey Johns. Tarzan was immediately ushered into a great drawing room, and as he entered the room, his eyes fastened on a beautiful portrait that hung over the fireplace. It was a picture of Pamela. He stood there fascinated and yet confused.
Good afternoon, Tarzan.
That picture. That picture, Mr. Johns.
It's my only child, Pamela. She died some time ago.
Under what conditions?
Well, you see, there used to be an island along the coast off of Malikanda, and I used to take Pamela there as a child. It was wonderful for picnics and fishing. On her 14th birthday, I gave her a small boat. She wasn't supposed to, but she took it out alone. Sailed for the island.
Yes?
Well, she must have misjudged the rocks by the small cove. We found the wreckage of her boat there.
And Pamela? You never found her?
Yes, we found her. On the beach she had always loved.
There couldn't have been any mistake about her identity?
Oh, her face was unmarked. Look at her picture there. Could you mistake such a face?
No. You couldn't. She's lovely.
I've never spoken about her to anyone else, Tarzan.
Well, why did you decide to talk with me?
Because you were always her idol. She used to read stories about you. She clipped a picture of you out of the Lagos paper at one time and kept it on her bureau. Once she waited outside a courthouse in the city just to catch a glimpse of you. I thought I would like to talk to you, Tarzan.
Thank you. When did this accident happen?
3 years ago. She'd have been 17 last Wednesday.
The day I spent on the island.
A sort of a poetic thing. The island, it gave us so much pleasure and so much sorrow. Disappeared a few days after her death.
Was she buried there?
No. No, I wanted her near me. You must have passed her grave on the way in. It's just by the entrance to the estate.
I see.
I haven't been able to bring myself to go there during the past week. Her birthday always affects me that way. Perhaps you'd go there with me. I'd like to put some flowers on her grave.
Of course.
Yes, Tarzan, that's where my little Pamela is buried. Perhaps another man might have built an imposing monument, but I felt...
There, on the ground, there.
Why, it's an amulet. I wonder how that could have gotten here. The gardener never touches the grave. I take care of it myself. Tarzan, has your name engraved on it?
Yes, I passed this way on my way to the house. I must have dropped it.
Ah.
Yes, I dropped it on the way.
Ah, yes.
Mr. Johns, if you don't mind, let's just leave it here. My small tribute to your daughter. To the lovely Pamela, who would have been 17 last week.
We hope you enjoyed the story of Strange Island, and we invite you to remain with us for another few moments so that we may tell you about our next story of Tarzan. An army unused to the jungle, its men dropping like flies beneath the equatorial sun, a thundering herd of stampeding animals killing all in their path, an angry mob of bloodthirsty natives with vengeance in their hearts, and a garrison of men marooned in a jungle stronghold and doomed to die there. These are the elements of our next story, a message to Fort Shabir.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of a message to Fort Shabir.
Fort Shabir, on the fringe of the jungle, is the most remote of all of Britain's far-flung military posts. History has recorded many savage massacres at Fort Shabir, for the natives of the district are warlike, and the surrounding veldt teems with savage animals. And yet, until that day, the men who were stationed there had never been too concerned with the danger. They had confidence in Major Birdwell, their commanding officer. But now Major Birdwell was dead, and they had no confidence in the dandified Major Beekman who would arrive that day to replace him. The feeling of unrest spread through the ranks, and it reached the staff room of the sun-whitened headquarters.
I wouldn't be too harsh on him at first, men. He'll learn about the Congo in due.
Good of you to stick up for me, Captain Lawrence.
Not at all, Major Beekman. We didn't see you come in, or we...
Yes, it's quite obvious that you didn't see me come in, both from your conversation and your attire. I want no further breach of regulations here. Collars fastened, ties drawn up, shoes shined, and pants pressed. Do you understand?
We'll endeavor to carry out your orders, Major Beekman. But in this intense heat, it's frequently difficult...
I want action, not excuses. If I can dress the part of an officer and a gentleman, so can my staff.
Yes, sir.
And now that you've learned a lesson from me, I shall be happy to listen to one from you, Captain Lawrence. Tell me you're quite the expert at diagnosing troubles. Rest of you men, excuse me.
Yes, sir. To get our shoes shined anyway.
Now then, Lawrence, I'm told that there's unrest among the men. Is that true?
Well, I don't believe it's a personal thing, Major Beekman. But the fact that you failed to approve the regular orders for ammunition has the men worried.
Why?
Because the orders should have been sent to England a month ago. It was on Major Birdwell's desk when he took ill.
Well, I can't see that there's any rush. There hasn't been an uprising here for years.
Perhaps it's been because we had plenty of guns and ammunition until now. The natives seem to know these things.
Oh, nonsense.
No, I'm afraid it isn't nonsense, sir. There's been a great deal of rumbling among the natives lately, and it could break into warfare at any time.
Oh, by the way, are there any military tailors near the post? I'd like to order some lighter weight uniforms.
There's an Arab in the city of Omdurmara who's quite proficient at handling gold braid. But I think the matter of the ammunition is a little more important.
That's enough, Lawrence. I'll forward the order when and if I see fit. You may be the great expert on Africa, but I'm confident that the natives aren't going to fire on the flag of Britain. They wouldn't dare.
But even as Major Beekman waved aside the possibility of an attack from the natives, the warriors of the Kamuema tribe gathered about their council fire. Huge, muscular men, they seemed like giants in their tall headdresses of egret plumes. At their sides, they carried enormous swords in scarlet sheaths, and their war shields of toughened alligator hide stood side by side on the ground, forming a circle in which the tribal dancers whirled and spun in feverish abandon. This was the dance of war.
Why you stop war dance, Jonakimo?
100 years our men dance. Wave swords, throw spears. But English still take our land, kill our warriors.
But you say we make war now.
Dio. But now that dance is over, we put away swords, spears, arrows. This time we use white men's guns. Janokimo, chief of Kamuema people, has many guns, much bullets. White soldiers at Fort Shabier not have much bullets. Janokimo knows.
We kill them. Start tonight for Fort Shabier.
We not start tonight. This time warriors of Kamuema have guns and many men to help. Even now, warriors, other tribes on way to our village. We wait for them. When we strike, will be thousands and thousands of natives. We not stop until last white man gone from Congo.
What's that?
Cry of Tarzan!
Tarzan!
Medio, he's cry of Tarzan. He come here, but we not tell him our plan. If he learn, we kill him, for he can warn soldiers. War on all white men. Death to enemies of Africa!
We'll return to our story of Tarzan in just a moment. Tarzan's cry had been heard in the distance, and now the warriors of the Kamuemas made feverish precautions against his coming. The headdresses that signified war were hurriedly put away. The swords and spears were taken to places of concealment, and the devil dancers quickly removed their war masks and mingled innocently with the women who were preparing food. By the time Tarzan reached the village, it presented a scene of peace, and the warlike Janokimo seemed a benevolent ruler whose only concern was for the tribal meal that was in preparation.
Jumbo Tarzan, Lord of Jungle.
Jumbo Janokimo, chief of the Kamuema people.
You come in time for a fine tribal dinner. You eat, drink with us.
I cannot eat with you until I have cleared my mind of suspicions. The signs point to war, and I am told that you are the leader.
Janokimo, leader of war? Someone make joke on you. Who would Janokimo make war on?
You've never attempted to hide your hatred of the British.
Do you hate English? Africa for Africans, not for white men. But arrows and spears mean nothing against guns. Janokimo not lead his warriors to sure death.
Your words sound true. And yet those who warn me that you might
Tonight, after eat, Janokimo prove his words true. We build great hot fire. Burn spears, arrows, knobkerry, swords. Janokimo swear on spirit his ancestors will not use these weapons against white man.
Convinced that the rumors of war were false, Tarzan remained to share the tribal dinner of the Kamuema tribe. The people were most friendly. There were no signs of their traditional hatred of the whites, and yet they made one mistake. They served the roasted haunch of jungle buffalo, and Tarzan remembered that the Kamuemas considered the buffalo the strongest of all beasts, and that its meat was always saved until the eve of battle. But if Janokimo had spoken falsely to him once, he would repeat his lie. The best thing for Tarzan to do was to warn the men at Fort Shabir. Tarzan reached the military post a few days later, and he was soon discussing the matter with his old friend, Captain Lawrence.
It's hard to say how many men he might be able to recruit, Captain Lawrence.
Many hundred, though, I imagine.
Maybe thousands. It's easier to spread war than it is peace.
Quite so. And yet the restrictions on the sale of firearms mean that we have little to fear so far as...
That's it! No, that's how he managed it.
That's how who managed what?
Janokimo. At the moment, it sounded as though he was swearing on his ancestors that he would not start a war. Actually, all he was saying was that he wouldn't use arrows and spears and other primitive weapons against you.
You mean you think he has guns?
Well, it's the only conclusion that can be drawn. And I hate to think what could happen here if thousands of natives armed with guns started a rampage.
Tarzan, I want you to come with me to the next office. I'd like you to tell my superior officer what you've just told me.
Well, so far as I'm concerned, no one's superior to you, Captain Lawrence, but I'll be happy to repeat my story.
Good. Captain Lawrence, sir, I'd like to speak with you.
Come in.
Thank you. Major Beekman, I'd like you to meet Tarzan.
I'm very happy to meet you, Major Beekman.
Major Beekman, I wanted you to speak with Tarzan because he is born in the jungle. He knows more about the natives and their ways than any other man in the continent. He's just come from the bush, and he's convinced that the threat of an attack is very imminent.
Oh?
I think we could defend ourselves under ordinary circumstances, but without a proper supply of ammunition, we would...
I approve the order, and it's in England by this time.
Yes, sir, I know that. But it will be at least 3 weeks until the shipment gets here.
Well, if we need ammunition sooner, we'll buy it on the open market. You said there was a fair military tailor in Amdurmara, and I've been meaning to go there anyway. Can I buy shells there?
Well, I'm not sure. Tarzan?
Perhaps you can buy ammunition for small arms, not for your big guns.
Well, I'll buy what I can. Captain Lawrence, on your way out, ask the company clerk to come in. I'll have a draft drawn so that I'll be able to... pay for what I purchase.
You'll need gold for whatever you buy in Amdurmara.
Gold?
There's a bank there that will exchange the army requisition for gold, but I think it's pretty dangerous.
Tarzan, from what direction do you think this highly advertised war will come?
From the southwest. I can't be sure, of course, but I think their forces will mass near the village of the Kamuemas.
Show me on this map.
Well, it's not marked on the map, but the Kamuema village lies right about here.
And Amdurmara?
Right over there.
Good. Captain Lawrence, best defense is a strong attack. I will go to Amdurmara and secure ammunition. I'll meet you near the
Oh, whatever it is, village. Right there at the small entrenchment marked on the map.
But there's nothing at that spot but a crude shelter in the center of a barren clearing. It's almost completely in ruins now. It was built many years.
You meet me there, and while you await my arrival, you'll use what ammunition you have for thrust attacks on the native village. Those are orders.
Yes, sir. And how many men shall I take?
Oh, you won't need many. I'll go over the details before I leave. You better have the mechanized equipment prepared for my trip. I'll need it. I'm to bring the ammunition back.
My compliments to Walk, I presume.
Doesn't look far on the map.
It isn't far. On the map.
That afternoon, Major Beekman left for exotic Omdurmara, and that night, by the light of flaming torches, a small company led by Captain Lawrence started its safari to the jungle entrenchment that lay near the Kamuema village. His men, although trained soldiers, were unused to such a march through the jungle, and as the days passed, they dropped like flies beneath the heat of the equatorial sun. And only the constant help and guidance of a bronzed white jungle savage enabled any of them to reach their destination alive. But at last they were there. They had reached the desolate shambles that had once been an outpost for an early white conqueror. It stood there in the center of a large patch of barren rock, an easy target for natives with guns.
Well, doesn't look like much.
Well, if it's to protect you at all, it will need rebuilding.
Yes, I suppose so. And when that's done, we're to start our thrust attacks. I'm afraid there isn't much thrust left in us.
All you can hope to do is to stall for time until you get an adequate supply of ammunition.
A little sleep actually seems more important now.
Yes, you and your men had better get a night's sleep. I'll stand watch, and I'll warn you if any danger approaches.
And if you ask me, our greatest danger is in Omdurmara. I hope he's found the right braid for his uniform by this time.
Yes, Major Beekman had found his braid and ordered his new uniforms. He had also converted his bank draft into gold, and it rested snugly in his pocket. Now he was on official business. Well-informed sources had told him he could secure unlimited ammunition through certain channels. The channels began in a certain Café Bel Oriental at the foot of the infamous Street of Thieves.
Good evening to you, Effendi.
Good evening. I want to see the head man, the boss, the proprietor.
I am most sorry, Effendi, but there is nothing I can do for you. A drink, a tasty morsel, or a game at which you may try your luck, perhaps. But I am powerless.
I said I wanted to see the boss. Now drag him out here before
I... desire to see me, Inglés.
Inglés?
It is our term for an Englishman. You are an officer of the English, are you not? A colonel, perhaps?
Well, not yet. I'm Major Beekman. Perhaps you'd be good enough to...
I am Julnar. I am the owner of this establishment.
You? Well, it should be a pleasure to do business with a beautiful woman like you.
You are most kind.
Is there somewhere where we can talk privately?
There is not yet anyone in the gambling room. We can go in there. Come.
Oh, fine.
Rehan, you will bring us drinks to the gambling room.
Now then, Miss Yola, I've been told that you can secure guns and ammunition for me.
Oh, not Miss Julnar, just Julnar. What is your first name, Major?
George. Have I been informed correctly about the ammunition?
You are all business. Have you no time for the preliminaries? A drink, perhaps a meal, a few extravagant compliments? You British are so cold.
Oh, well, of course, I didn't mean to be rude or unfriendly.
You have money with you. Gold.
Yes. There you are, Yola. You can count it while I make out a list of the things that I'll require.
I think perhaps I could tell you when and where you will require the ammunition. I know a great deal about what goes on in the interior.
Oh, then you believe these wild rumors of a native uprising, too?
Perhaps. But you needn't bark at me, George. Without my consent, you will be unable to buy a single bullet in Omdurmara. And I only sell to those who are friendly to me. Now, sit back in that chair and relax.
Your drink, Mistress Effendi.
Thank you.
You brought us such small drinks, Rehan. Perhaps you best return and bring us the bottle. George may be here for a long time. He may succeed in getting what he came for, and then again, he may not.
And the ammunition becomes a vital matter as a savage war begins. We'll return to our story in just a moment.
Well, here we are, back at our cozy little jungle retreat.
At least you lost no men in this thrust attack.
Well, because I made no attack. Despite orders, I'd be a poor officer if I tried to lead my handful of men against those hordes of natives. It can take them an hour to find out how few men we have and how sparingly we're forced to use our scant supply of ammunition.
Besides, if you were to strike the blow first, I would no longer be your ally.
But they are preparing for war. You can tell that.
Yes, and they have guns. I've determined that on the little scouting trips I've taken alone.
What are they waiting for, Tarzan? Why don't they throw their weight at us and get it over with?
They may be playing the ancient jungle game of patience, or they may be waiting for some development about which we know nothing.
Well, they're not going to toy with us forever. I know what I'm waiting for. Major Beekman. And he'd better get here with the ammunition in a hurry.
But Major Beekman was still in Omdurman, a victim of the cleverness of Julnar and of his own weaknesses. He was drinking heavily now. He hadn't slept in days, and he had developed a fondness for the decadent life at the Café Bal Oriental and its gambling room. He had lost a small fortune of his own, and now the gold that was to pay for the badly needed ammunition was in the center of the table.
Oh, I say, I have to win this hand, Yolnar. I can't keep losing hour after hour.
Your luck at cards has not been good, but such is the fate of gamblers. Perhaps this hand will see a change in your fortune.
Well, better change. I lost money that doesn't belong to me. If I fail to get it back, I'm ruined. I'll be stripped of rank and, well, maybe worse.
What could be worse than that? After buying all those handsome new uniforms. Another card, George?
Yes. I
will have another card also. There.
I think I have you this time, Yolnar. 19.
Sorry, George. I have 20.
I say, you've got to do something, Yolnar. I'll pay you back. I'll do anything. I've got to save my honor.
You told me you doubted the possibility of a native attack, did you not?
That's right.
Then I tell you what I will do for you. I will have my men load your safari with empty boxes of shells. Empty, save for some rocks, which we will put inside. By the time you have occasion to use them, you can claim some unidentifiable Arab cheated you. There will be no damage done, and your honor will be left intact.
Oh, my word, that's a tremendous idea. It's capital. Dummies, eh? How did you ever think of it, Yolnar?
I have had much experience with dummies. You need not worry, Janukimo. The Englishman left without a single bullet. Your men can wait until they've exhausted their scant supply, and then you'll be able to destroy them without the loss of a single life.
He's good. When white man driven from Africa, Julnar made important woman. Much land, many jewels given her.
But I won't wait forever, Janukimo. When will your warriors start the attack?
Men of other tribes come now. Meet us village my people, Kamiwaimas. When Janukimo return there, he lead attack. And we not stop until last white man dead. What does it mean, Tarzan, this mad stampede of the jungle animals?
Probably that thousands of native warriors are on their way here. The animals are fleeing from their path.
There's still not a sign of Beekman.
Well, he probably couldn't get here anyway. The stampede is traveling in the direction from which he should be approaching. It's lucky we have this shelter, flimsy though it is.
And the elixirs of the men who are with us here are condemned to death.
At least the natives won't attack until the stampede is over.
Well, that's something. And get a little rest if you can, men. May be difficult with the infernal cries of the animals, but...
Oh, someone's outside.
Hastings, throw the door open. It may be...
It's Major Beekman.
What's left of me? Stampede destroyed all the supplies. All the men killed. I escaped through some miracle. I need medical attention. You'll have to get me to Fort Shabir. There was to be a doctor among the new men who were to arrive during the past week.
Well, we can't get you to Fort Shabir. The natives are massing for an attack, and even without that, these men are not jungle trained. They barely managed to get here.
Well, someone has to get me to a doctor. I'll bring one here. I still don't believe that nonsense about the...
To your post, men! It's the natives!
Yes, sir. Bridges, take that pick out of the north side.
Right, sir!
The sheriff lying inside there.
Look at them. Thousands on all sides of the clearing.
Are they within gun range?
Just about, sir.
Then fire at them.
We'll hold our fire. Can't afford to waste ammunition.
Our new supply of ammunition has reached Fort Shabir by now. Get someone through their lines. Send a messenger back to Fort Shabir instructing them to send all available men and equipment.
No one could get through their lines, sir.
Oh, but if someone could, we'd stand a chance, wouldn't we?
Well, the natives know little about handling guns. Even with their superior numbers, you could control them if you had an unlimited supply of ammunition and additional troops.
Well, that's what I thought. Lawrence, you'll have to get one of the men to make a try for it. Getting a message through to Fort Shabir would mean that we'd be safe.
Yes, I think it would. But I won't order any of my men to try to run a gauntlet of thousands of angry natives.
Well, perhaps one of them will volunteer.
I wouldn't ask for volunteers. All right, Major Beekman. I'll make a try for it myself.
No, Captain Lawrence, I won't let you. Perhaps no one can get through to Fort Shabir, but if anyone stood a chance, it would be me. Now, if I managed to get across the clearing, I could take to the upper level.
Yes, you'd stand a slim chance, but why should you risk your life to...
If the natives take this position, I'll be among those who are slaughtered anyway.
I doubt that. They'll stop short of killing the Lord of the Jungle.
What are you planning for, Lawrence? You have your volunteer? Better get going, Tarzan.
Goodbye, Captain Lawrence. I hope we live to see one another again.
Tarzan,
Goodbye.
Oh, Major Beekman, you've been hit.
Yes, but never mind me for now. What's happened to Tarzan?
I can't see him from here.
Get to the window. Have you got binoculars?
Yes, sir.
Then tell me, how's he doing? If he can reach Fort Shabir, he can bring a doctor and supplies.
I see him, sir. He just ran from the cover of one rack to that of another. They certainly let him have everything they've got. But their aim isn't so good. He's made another few feet now. They peppered the Rockies behind. He may be...
Oh!
No! No, he's in the clear again. I think... Yes, he's almost out of sight now. If he can just reach the protection of the trees. We have enough ammunition to hold them off until the others get here, but... I can't see him at all now, sir.
Then maybe he's failed. Perhaps...
Well, Major Beekman, if help comes, it'll be too late to do you any good. And I doubt that he's got through. No man could possibly. He's made it. And with nothing but jungle between Tarzan and Fort Shabir, it means we'll be saved.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. November in the rain belt to the south of the equator. The days of sweltering damp heat, the nights of wet coldness, the constant fear of the jungle wilds, and the haunting dread that someone you love has disappeared in the Congo and will never be seen again. Tarzan plays a strange role in a baffling mystery entitled African Thanksgiving. Our next story of the Lord of the Jungle.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of African Thanksgiving.
It was late fall, and the heat hung like a stifling blanket over the jungle where it bordered the native city of El Reden. Even the recently cut branches that covered the pitfalls were dry and lifeless. There were many of these traps designed to protect the city against marauding beasts. A huge lion lay on the bottom of one of the pits, gasping for breath in the arid heat of noon. For a moment, the lion seemed confused as the slender figure of a white girl came hurtling down into the pit. Then he crouched low, snarling. He was about to spring when a bronze savage leaped into the pitfall and came slowly toward him, a gleaming shaft of steel in his powerful hands.
Grasp that root over there and scramble up the side.
Merci, monsieur.
Start back to the city. Hurry.
I will do as you say, monsieur. I should not have run away in the first place. I stand no chance of escaping.
Well, I better scramble out of here myself. No. The girl's out of sight already. She really must have run as fast as she... I wonder what she meant by standing no chance of escaping. I think I'll go back to the public inn at El Reden and find out.
Usually the inn at El Reden was either completely deserted or almost so. But now the walled courtyard was crowded. A dozen Arab horses were tethered there. A cortege of slaves stood about, and an enormous Senegalese guard stood sentry at the inn's entrance. His fierce eyes gleamed from beneath a scarlet fez, and he raised a huge broadsword as Tarzan attempted to enter.
Not go past this door.
The sign proclaims this to be a public inn, and I desire to enter. I'm looking for a girl who just ran from the jungle.
Is no girl here. Inn is closed to others during stay of Sheikh Hassanin Mohammed Hazara, my master. Room for no one else.
I believe the girl is here, and I intend to talk to the owner of the inn.
What is the cause for the disturbance, McKee?
Jungle man say he talk to you. I tell him...
It is Tarzan. May I be of service, Jungle Lord?
I seek a young French girl.
French girl? There is no French girl here.
Well, I should like to meet Sheikh Hazara and see what he has to say about her presence. Perhaps you have been paid for your silence.
I will confer with him, but you shall have to remain here. And I must lock the door against the possibility of your intrusion.
You are both fools. Had you invited this Tarzan to enter, I could have easily explained away the matter of the girl. But now you increased his curiosity. You make matters most difficult.
We only did what you ordered. You said no one else was to be admitted.
Unless I satisfy the curiosity of this jungle man, he may bring the police here. I cannot afford questions until I have reached my own land with the lovely French mamselle.
If there's nothing further you wish of me.
But there is, innkeeper. I desire you to prepare the most lavish meal of which you are capable, and to bring forth the best wines your cellars afford.
But, of course, mighty Sheik. I hasten to carry
Just a moment.
Yes, mighty Sheik?
Give me the key to the front door.
Of course. Here. I hasten to do your bidding.
What you do, master?
I shall throw the door open wide for the Lord of the Jungle. I shall invite him inside, and I shall honor him with food and drink. And whereas you two stumbling fools have only piqued his curiosity, I shall lay it to rest. No man shall deprive me of the beauty of the French girl. She shall be mine for all time.
You want Mookie call guards? Watch Tarzan if he try make move against mighty Sheik.
I am more concerned with the actions of the girl. Go upstairs and tie her up. both her slender wrists and her tiny feet. Also, place a gag in her mouth, and leave the whip where I can reach it easily should it be necessary to prove to her once again that I am the master.
I do as you say.
Good. With a gag in her mouth, she cannot cry out. And I am quite confident that I can outwit this jungle man.
We'll return to our story of Tarzan in just a moment. The last time Tarzan had been to the inn, it had been a crude affair. But for Sheikh Hazara's visit, it had been hung with silken drapes and lavish brocades. Indeed, it seemed like an oriental palace, and the innkeeper and his assistants were scurrying about, preparing a lavish meal for the desert potentate and his most honored guest.
But I insist you remain with me. It is not pleasant to dine alone.
I shall accept with thanks. I desire to discuss one of the members of your entourage.
But who among my followers has deserved the notice of such a noble one as you?
The young French girl who ran into the jungle and then returned here. And I warn you not to deny her presence.
Why should I deny it?
The Senegalese guard and the innkeeper pretended I had imagined her. I thought they acted on your orders.
They were but exercising caution. You see, Tarzan, we have not as yet been united by the vows of marriage, nor can we be until we have reached my land. Here, the government frowns on a man having more than one wife.
And this girl is returning to your land voluntarily?
Before you take your departure, you may hear with your own ears the girl's admission that she goes with me voluntarily. Turn just a little this way, my dear, and I shall cut the last of the thongs that hold your tiny feet. Ah, yes, the gag. I shall remove it immediately. I am afraid Muki misunderstood my orders. I did not wish you bound again. I have given up hope of taming you, Rene. There you are, my insolent beauty.
What trick are you planning now?
I am through with tricks. This afternoon you ran away and were almost killed. I shall not continue to press my suit. If you would rather face a jungle lion than me, you must detest me greatly indeed.
It is not that I detest you. At least I did not at first, but I came to Africa to meet the man I love. And I have no intention of becoming a member of your harem.
I have abandoned all hope of taking you home with me.
What do you mean?
A jungle potentate said he'd seen you in the jungle this afternoon when you ran away.
You're the creature who killed the lion with a knife and then let out a scream like that of an insane man?
The same. He desires you as one of his wives, and I have decided to let him take you.
Oh, no.
Perhaps you may enjoy the life in the jungle more than you would the life among my people. There you will be dressed in crude skins. You will live in a filthy hut. Beasts will be on your very doorstep. Your companions will be the foul-smelling savages with rings through their noses. And if you do anything that displeases them, you will be torn limb from limb and devoured by these followers of Tarzan.
Oh, no. No, please, Ezra. Take me back to Algiers. The one I love was to meet me there. You will be worried sick by now.
I had decided to return you to Algiers. But now that this jungle lord has taken a fancy to you, I may find it difficult.
I will not go with him. You've got to save me from him, Ezra.
He demands to see you before he leaves. But perhaps we can resist his demands.
Hazara, why is your slave dragging the girl in?
She is shy, except before me. Bring her over here, Muki.
Yes, master.
Musicians, cease your playing. We have an important jungle potentate who would put questions to this fair young damsel.
Why do you shrink from me, girl?
I saw how you acted this afternoon. Are you killed with your bare hands? Am I to admire such a savage?
But I killed only so that you would not be injured.
You are like the rest. You protected me only so that you could later...
I protected you because your life was in danger.
And that wild scream, what did that mean?
It was the victory cry of the bull ape. I learned it from...
The bull ape? Oh, save me from him, Ezra.
You do not require saving from me. I came here only because I thought the sheik held you against your will. I heard you say something about standing no chance to escape.
You misunderstood me. I said no such thing.
I was sure I heard you say those words. I intended wresting you from Sheikh Hazara and taking you away to wherever you wanted.
You will not take me. I will not go with you. You are a jungle savage, and I would rather be dead than you.
That is enough, Renee. Are you convinced, Jungle Lord?
Yes. I apologize, Hazara. I shall be on my way now. Thank you for your hospitality.
Not at all. We shall sojourn here for a few days before we ride on to the desert. Feel free to visit me at any time.
I shall not come back this way. I'm returning to the heart of my jungle. Goodbye.
I shall show you to the door, Tarzan.
Thank you, innkeeper. I'm sorry I insisted on entering your inn, but I was under the...
Musicians, resume the music of my land. Muki.
Yes, master.
Fetch my hookah. I desire the sweet incense of my pipe after this trying ordeal. I would have peace and rest before our journey of the morrow.
You are taking me back to Algiers so that I can meet him.
Algiers. I should journey all the way back to Algiers so that I may give you to another? No, my dear Renee. I am taking you to the desert so that you can become my bride.
But you said that...
I said just enough so that you will respond to Tarzan as I had hoped. You will continue to speak and act as I desire. And if my words do not convince you, be reminded of my other methods by the sound of my whip.
It was cold and penetrating that night as Tarzan made his way deep into the jungle. But the morning was hot again, and the unseasonable dryness had scorched the earth and destroyed the plants and the small game. Even the carrion birds were hungry, and as Tarzan made his way through the upper level, he could see a flock of them circling vainly over the jungle wilds. Then, suddenly, the ugly vultures who ordinarily fed on decayed flesh plunged downward. They had sighted a prey, and the scent of man, not yet dead, assailed Tarzan's nostrils. He streaked through the treetops, and a moment later he could see the hideous giant-like birds clawing and pecking at an exhausted white man. Tarzan leaped down, and his knife described great arcs as he stabbed furiously at the monstrous scavengers of the jungle.
It's no use. It's no use anyway.
What's no use?
Trying to make way through the jungle. I'll never find her anyway.
You're searching for someone?
I was searching. Not anymore. I'm finished. I'll never find Renee.
Renee? I've seen a girl by that name. Of course, there are many French girls whose names are
Oh,
Renee,
no, you don't. I've been taken in too many times as it is. Last one who claimed he'd seen her brought me into the jungle. He took the fee I'd promised him, and then he deserted me.
I see.
And the woman back at the hotel in Algiers, all she was interested in was money, too. Well, I don't know what your angle is, but you can beat it. If I'm going to die in this stinking jungle, I'll die. I've been taken for the last time.
Well, perhaps the vultures who escaped my knife shall not be cheated out of their meal after all.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of African Thanksgiving.
Well, at least the rain has come, Bill. You won't have to die in the blistering heat.
Back home at this time of year, everything's golden, red, and brown. Kids are cutting out jack-o'-lanterns, and women are roasting turkeys, baking pumpkin pies. There's a holiday we call Thanksgiving, Tarzan. I was going to take Renee back to America for Thanksgiving.
Perhaps you might like to talk about Renee before you die.
Yeah, I met her in Paris. I was an exchange student there, engineering. We fell in love, and I wanted to marry her, but I didn't have enough money to satisfy her parents. Oh, no, the way they figured it, she was going to marry a millionaire. Some Oriental potentate had seen her at the store where she worked. Offered them a fortune for her.
And they sold their own daughter?
No, they didn't do that, but it convinced them more than ever that Renee would make a brilliant match. Maybe they should have sold her to that Sheikh Hazara. She'd have been better off.
Sheikh Hazara?
When I graduated, I went back home. And 6 months ago, I had a chance to come to Africa on a job. Then I'd be a little closer to Renee, so I took it.
We corresponded regularly, and she wrote she was running away from home, that she'd meet me in Algiers.
What happened?
My job was almost finished, but I couldn't leave until all the loose ends were tied up. I was a couple of days late in reaching Algiers, but the woman who ran the little hotel there where Renee was to go had promised to take care of her.
And she didn't?
I finally got the truth out of her, or part of it anyway. She'd made up some far-fetched story about having received a message from me, and she convinced Renee that I wanted her to meet me in the interior.
Well, why did you do that?
Someone had paid her to do it. I couldn't force her to tell me who it was, but she admitted Renee had hired some Arab guides to lead her to me in the jungle. It's the last that was ever seen of her. I've been searching for her ever since.
Bill, ever since we've met, you've doubted my intentions, even though I saved your life. I also saved Renee's life, and she treated me as though I were a leper. But regardless of whether you want my help or not, you're going to get it. If it's within my power, the two of you will have a reason for Thanksgiving. That's the inn just ahead.
Yeah, it's obviously deserted. Said there was a huge caravan stopping there.
Sheikh Hazara said they would remain here for several days, but they could have changed their plan, I suppose.
The whole story's fantastic. A remote inn transformed into a potentate's palace.
I didn't say exactly that. I said that the interior had been decorated with rich fabrics and costly ornaments. It must have taken weeks of preparation to make the place ready for the coming of this desert ruler. Innkeeper? Innkeeper!
There's no one here.
There is someone here. I can catch the scent of man.
Yes?
It is Tarzan, innkeeper.
Tarzan? I know no one by that name.
But I was here last night.
You must have mistaken my poor inn for another. No one has been here for years, and I have never before laid eyes on you.
So you were leading me on with a story that was nothing but lies.
Come inside with me, Bill. Get out of the way, innkeeper.
What?
Rich fabrics and costly ornaments. Place is dusty and unkept.
Innkeeper, what happened to the trappings that hung here last night?
Trappings? I believe you have lost your reason, jungle man.
Where is Sheikh Hassanin Hazara and his followers? And where is the French girl?
You speak in the most amazing riddles. I know of no sheik or of any French girl. Certainly you must have confused my inn...
I apologize, Tarzan. She was here.
What?
Yes, innkeeper. You may have sprinkled dust around and you may have erased all the other signs of your recent visitors, but I found this in the corner over there.
A shoe?
One of Renee's shoes. Our friend here must have overlooked it. I know it's hers. It's of French make and it's her size. She has tiny feet. Not another girl in 1,000 could get this shoe on.
Now deny my story, innkeeper.
I only lied in order to save the young man greater sorrow.
What do you mean?
Just after you left, Tarzan, the girl grasped a flagon of poison and drank deep.
No.
She was buried early this morning in the graveyard at the edge of the city.
Oh, that cough's getting worse, Bill. You should have found shelter.
Not until I visited her grave.
A damp graveyard is certainly a poor place for a man with a cough. It's certainly a desolate place at night.
It's all my fault. If she'd never left France, she wouldn't be lying in this miserable cemetery. If I'd written to her to wait until...
There's someone over there. You!
Yes, Effendi?
Why are you digging in the rain and at night?
When someone dies at this time of the year, the sepulchre must be completed before the rains come too heavy. I was packing the earth firmly about this grave that was filled but this morning.
Renee's grave?
I know not the occupant of this final resting place, save that she was a young French girl who traveled in an Arab's caravan. The caravan has left.
But not before you were well paid to heap heavy rocks on the grave and pour cement between the cracks.
He told you he was just trying to make sure the rains wouldn't...
Hold on to him, Bill. He may regain consciousness soon. I didn't hit him hard.
Well, why did you hit him at all?
Because he isn't a grave digger any more than you are. He's one of Hazara's men, and he was attempting to make sure no one would ever open that grave.
What are you doing?
I'm digging up the coffin. And I'm reasonably certain we'll find it empty.
Well, Renee may be alive, But I think we've lost their trail now.
No, Bill, we haven't. The signs are even clearer now that we're beyond the rain belt.
I haven't seen any signs, even the ones you tried to point out to me.
Well, they covered their trail fairly well. Hazara hoped that the story of Renee's death would discourage us, but he wasn't depending on it completely. Are you sure you don't want me to hunt for some small game, Bill?
Oh, I couldn't eat.
How do you feel?
Better than I thought I would, after sleeping in that wet treetop. And frankly, I'm sick of Africa. If only I could find Renee, I'd take her to America so fast she wouldn't even have time to catch her breath. I don't think we'd ever leave the good old USA again.
But first to find her.
Yeah. It looks so hopeless. How can we hope to catch them when they're on horseback?
Well, they, too, are traveling by foot now. Their horses were lame by the time they reached the last pass. You could tell by the uneven depth of the hoof marks.
You could tell? I couldn't tell a thing. All I know is that if I ever come face to face with Hazara...
You will be face to face with him, and soon. And, Bill, you must not show your hatred. You must act as I advised. You must pray that Renee is smart enough to catch on. If she makes one sign of recognition, it will mean the end for both of you.
Looks like quite a celebration.
Well, these native cities are always holding pageants and parades and dances. They're meant to please their gods. I only hope their chief will agree to our part in the ceremony.
I guess you know what you're doing. But I'd like to go right to Hazara's camp and just...
Oh, do you know why Hazara made camp on the edge of the city?
No.
Because his horses can no longer carry their burden. If he's to reach his own land, he must have camels. And the natives won't be willing to sell them for any price until their celebration is over.
Yeah, but in the meantime...
In the meantime, I'm going to have a talk with their chief, and you're going to dye your skin black and dress as a native witch doctor. Then you're going to make a call on Sheikh Hazara.
Renee, I must speak to some local witch doctor who has just arrived. You had best retire into the quarters of the women.
All right. I will go. Only I do not see what...
Greetings, Sheik of Great Desert.
My humble greetings to you. Renee, I told you to go.
No. Woman is to stay. You in my city. So I give orders.
As you say, witch doctor. Why have you come?
Today is great celebration in our village.
Yes, I know that. Your chief told me that
we not sell you camels until parade through city over.
Yes, that was his decision.
But now, new decision made. Since you and your camp are within limits of city, your party must join in parade to gods.
I shall be most happy to.
This woman, she is great beauty. She please our gods. She ride camel at my side. I have spoken.
Renee, it is best to humor these native leaders. You'll have to do what he says.
All right, Hazara. I am ready to come with you, witch doctor.
Good. Camels tethered before entrance of Beit. Come with me. Goodbye, Sheikh Hazara.
All right, Bill, Renee. We're far enough from the Sheik and his men now.
Oh, there, oh. Hey, I'm almost able to manage a camel now.
Oh, you were wonderful, witch doctor, Bill.
It was a fine performance. Well, it's time to remove your makeup now. We'll leave these camels here and take to the jungle. I guarantee that the Sheik will not be able to follow our trail. It'll be 3 or 4 days until the natives sell him camels, and by that time, you'll be on your way to America.
America?
Gee, I wonder what my friends back home would have said if they could have seen me dressed like that native witch doctor and riding at the head of that fantastic parade.
Oh, the parade was part of a week's feasting to honor the gods of the fields. Grain is thrown upon the ground in the belief that some of the earth's yield must be returned to it, or otherwise it will become barren. The celebration is held at each harvest time.
Oh, sort of a Thanksgiving ritual, huh? Thanksgiving. Hey, it's Thanksgiving today.
What is this Thanksgiving?
That's a holiday you'll find out about in America, Renee. We'll be too late for the turkey and the pumpkin pie this year. We still have a lot to be thankful for. And number 1 on the list is having met Tarzan.
In just a moment, we'll return with a preview of our next story of Tarzan. During the past 10 years, the price of museum specimens has doubled and trebled. Today, an African elephant is worth $6,000. A giraffe brings $4,000, a hippopotamus $5,000, and a white rhinoceros $15,000. Tarzan attempts to halt the plundering of the jungle by an unscrupulous murderer, and he encounters Hunter's Fury, which is the title of our next story.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Hunter's Fury.
In the background, one could hear the trumpeting of an elephant, the howling of a hyena, the roar of a lion. And yet this was no tangled jungle, but a collection of concrete and steel buildings that made up the zoo of a modern American city. One of the buildings housed the administrative offices, and Douglas Hanley, a young assistant curator, occupied a tiny cubicle on the second floor. At the moment, he wore a look of pain and consternation, almost as though he were face to face with one of his savage charges. But actually, he was alone in his office, and he was merely talking on the telephone. Talking? Well, for the most part, he was listening.
Yes, dear. Yes, I know, but... No, but Esther, we can't afford it. No, we're overdrawn now. Well, I'll try to dig up the money somewhere, but... Hello? Hello?
She hung up on you, huh?
Riggs, where did you come from?
The door was open.
Well, that doesn't mean you can storm in here like you own the place.
Oh, take it easy, Doug. I didn't mean to intrude on some private matter between you and your wife. The door was open and
I'm sorry. I guess it's just that Esther's got me on edge. She keeps forgetting about the size of my salary. She's got sort of fancy ideas.
Don't they all? Say, talking about fancy ideas, we finished building that stone archway for the special new polar bear cage. I thought you might like to okay it.
Well, I can't get over there for a while. I've got a sick panther cub I've got to take a look at. But incidentally, Riggs, it's not a cage. The man who's contracting the job ought to know that.
Well, I keep forgetting there's not an iron bar in the whole contraption. But it seems sort of automatic to call a place where you keep animals a cage.
If I had any, I'd put my own money into improving the quarters for all the animals. No iron bars, no concrete floors, no cages. Only natural barriers like pits or water to keep the animals on the inside from the animals on the outside.
Yeah. Well, this animal sure hopes they build 1 million of these fancy contraptions. I'm making a nice profit on the deal. I sure appreciate your putting the good word in for me.
Your bid was the lowest, and your specifications were the best. There was no reason why I shouldn't have insisted on your getting the job, Riggs.
Now, Doug, I hope you won't take it wrong, but about that phone call I barged in on.
Yes?
Well, it looks like you're in a little hot water financially. I'd be glad to help you out with a couple $100.
Thanks just the same, Riggs, but I'll manage somehow.
I heard you say you tried to dig up the money. Well, what's a good friend if he won't give you some dough?
Give me? No, I couldn't accept a gift. But, of course, a loan of about $200 would help me out of a tough spot.
Well, that's more like it. I'll write you out a check. Then we'll walk down and take a look at that swell job you threw my way.
I'll meet you there right after I've taken a look at that sick panther cub.
Thousands of miles away, deep in the heart of the African jungle, at exactly the same moment, another man knelt by the side of an ailing panther cub. And while Tarzan poured healing herbs into the animal's wounds, Torgo, his small native friend, looked at him curiously.
Why you do that, Tarzan?
Well, the little fellow's mother is dead, Torgo, so she can't lick the wounds Bolgani the gorilla inflicted. Unless we do something, he'll die.
Torgo know that. Not what he means.
You mean, why am I going to all this trouble to save his life?
Deal. Tarzan often kills Sheeta the panther. Why he not kill this one?
I've often told you, Torgo. I kill only when a jungle animal threatens my life or when I need food. Were I to kill every animal I encounter, the jungle would soon be completely empty of animals.
Tarzan kill every animal in jungle?
No. Oh, I have plenty of help. The members of your tribe kill many other tribes do likewise, and the white man who comes with his thunder stick and his traps, he's the worst of all.
Tarmagani bad.
Oh, no, not all white men are bad, but they don't realize that when they kill more than they need for food, when they fire at every living thing that crosses their path, they're destroying the jungle.
Destroy?
The animals furnish our food. We make clothing and shelter of their hides. Their skins are used for our sleeping mats, and they feed on the rodents and insects that prey on our fields. Once Africa's animals are gone, we too are doomed.
Animals gone soon?
Well, many kinds of animals are already extinct. That means that there are no more of them. That's why we must nurse sick animals back to health. And why we must fight the white men when they come to kill.
The panther cub Tarzan nursed was soon healthy and strong again. And so was the cub Douglas Hanley had nursed. But the troubles of civilized life are more complex than those of the jungle. And now Douglas Hanley was faced with a serious threat. It was in the form of his friend, Herbert Riggs.
Did you see that newspaper article about the animals?
I gave the reporter the information.
Then it's true that an African elephant's worth $6,000, that a giraffe brings $4,000, a hippopotamus is worth $5,000, and that a white rhinoceros is good for 15 G's?
Of course it's true. Good specimens are almost unobtainable these days.
You know all about animals, don't you, Doug?
Well, it's been my life's work.
And you stand in with these zoo officials. They'd contract for any animals you'd bring back.
That I'd bring back? I'm not a hunter, Riggs.
Yeah, I know. You and I are going to Africa.
Oh, but that's ridiculous. We're not...
Well, it ain't ridiculous to me. There's $1 million in the racket, and you ain't turning me down.
I'd like to oblige you, but my work's here in the zoo.
And if you don't give me the okay on this deal, you won't have a job here.
What do you mean, Riggs?
Just this. I got a canceled check I made out to you for $200.
But I paid you back.
In cash. And you didn't get a receipt. If I should give my version, you didn't pay it back. You got me that job building the polar bear contraption. And that was your rake off.
Why, you...
Now, easy.
I suppose it would look like that.
We'll contact every other zoo in the country, too. We'll supply them all. When we get back home, there won't be an animal left in the African jungle.
In just a moment, we'll continue with our story of Hunter's Fury. Many months had passed since Tarzan had nursed the panther cub back to health, and he was on his way to the Punya village once again. He traveled rapidly through the upper level of jungle growth, and at his side, leaping from branch to branch, was Nakima, the tiny monkey, who looked upon Tarzan as a god. From time to time, Nakima scurried off on expeditions of his own. Now, as Tarzan dropped from a tree inside the boma of the Punya kraal, the chattering monkey scampered away.
Jumbo, Maboki.
Jumbo, Tarzan. Why Manu run away?
Oh, he distrusts men. The only reason he accepts me is that he thinks I'm half monkey.
Is right for animals distrust men, for men distrust animals. Not right other way.
What are you getting at?
Tarzan remember panther cub he saved after Bolgani, the gorilla, killed panther's mama?
Of course.
When Tarzan leave Punya village, boy Torgo keep on like nurse to Panther.
Well, I can see nothing wrong in that. I'm happy that Torgo's begun to realize that animals can be our friends as well as our enemies.
Panther and Torgo too much good friends now. Everywhere Torgo walk, Panther come. Now Panther grow large, is dangerous. Already he claw Mama Nagama. Not want Torgo's own mama touch him.
Oh, I'll see what I can do about that jealous panther.
Nadio, Tarzan do something. For Sheeta, the panther, kill someone of tribe.
But, Torgo, can't you see that he is dangerous? He's even snarling at me.
Not do anything if Torgo tell him not to.
Well, perhaps you're right, but I
Is right. Watch. Sheeta, not make noise. Quiet. Now, Sheeta, sit down.
Well, you do seem to have him well trained.
Now, lie down, Sheeta.
Well, that's wonderful. You've done a marvelous job of training him, Torgo. But I'm told that he permits no one else to come near him, nor you, that he scratched Mama Nagama very badly.
Yes, but that 'cause Torgo left him alone. Not leave him again. Sheeta not hurt anyone when Torgo with him.
But you can't be with him night and day, and a grown panther is after...
Tarzan!
I'm inside the Hema. Come in, Maboki.
Maboki, tell Chief Tarzan is here. And Chief say he should...
Watch out, Maboki! Watch out!
No, Sheeta! No, stop, Sheeta! Not hurt Maboki! There. Good, Sheeta. He do what Torgo say.
Torgo, I have tried to reason with you, but I'm through with words. Anyone who'd seen Sheeta leap at Maboki as he came through the door would know that he's not a safe pet to keep in a village. Now, Torgo, you may keep him with you tonight, but in the morning I must take him deep into the jungle and set him free.
Oh, no, not take Sheeta. Not take friend of Torgo. Not take my Sheeta from me.
That night, when Tarzan and the people of Punya were asleep, Torgo fastened a slender rope of twisted vine around the neck of his pet and crept from the village. But when the two strange traveling companions had reached the tall grass and the dense undergrowth of Sheeta's birthplace, the animal lost all vestiges of domesticity. With a deep roar, he broke from Torgo. The slender rope snapped and the magnificent beast plunged into the jungle night, with Torgo attempting vainly to follow. And a few miles away, a safari led by two white men plodded through the Congo night with the aid of flaming torches and trained guides. Douglas Hanley and Herbert Riggs were hunting for animals to take back to the zoos of America.
Hey, you! Keep moving! You're getting paid enough to set a decent pace.
I wouldn't shout at our guides, Riggs. We're pretty dependent on them. Besides, shouting's apt to frighten away any animals.
How about those torches? Won't they frighten them?
I don't think so. The jungle animals, like men, are curious. I think they may come to investigate the bright lights. Say, this little ravine here might be a good place to stop and spread the nets.
Okay. Hey, you! Our expert says this is a good place to stop.
Now, if we can mark off a small area and then take the nets and suspend them from the...
Panther! Give me my gun, Doug.
He's a magnificent specimen. Maybe we can capture him.
I'm not taking any chances. My gun. Here. I used to be a good shot. Now if I can hold my arm steady, get a bead on him.
Kill Sheeta. Not shoot him, white man.
Hold it. You'll hit the boy. So I hit him. I'm not risking
No,
my...
Sheeta. Not make noise. Quiet. Good, Sheeta. Now, sit. Good. Now, lie down.
Hey, get that.
It's amazing.
Lead the panther to this cage over here, little boy.
No, not put Sheeta in cage.
Now, just until we've had a chance to talk for a few minutes. We'll let him out later.
Sure?
Yeah, sure. That's the feller. Right in here now.
Go in cage, Sheeta.
You
White
know,
man let you out later.
there's a kid that can handle animals the way he can. Why, he'll be a big asset for us. He'll be right handy to have around the camp.
White man keep Torgo with them?
Well, say, looks like he goes for that deal.
You mean you'd like to stay with us?
The deal. Torgo stay with white man. If man called Tarzan come look for Torgo, you tell him you not see him.
Torgo, why are you afraid of this Tarzan?
He want to take my panther and set him free.
Oh, one of those birds who's against capturing animals, huh? Well, don't worry, Torgo. We won't tell him you're here. And if he starts trying to set the animals we capture free, he'll get more than he bargained for.
The white men had made camp, and Torgo was fast asleep in one of the tents, even before the hunters had spread their nets of steel-like cord and taken their sentry posts. In the darkness of the Congo night, a deceptive calm descended upon the encampment. But in the village of the Punyas, all was confusion. Torgo's absence had been discovered. Tarzan took to the trees, following Torgo's spoor, and as he traveled through the upper level, Nakima the monkey joined in the pursuit, dancing ahead, chattering furiously. Suddenly, Nakima screamed. He had been caught in a giant net. Tarzan leaped to the aid of the small monkey, and he, too, was soon enmeshed in the steel-like nets of the white men.
I wouldn't fight those nets, Jungle Man.
What?
We had them specially designed. The more you fight them, the tighter grip they get.
So, you're responsible for these nets. You're a hunter who has come to rob the jungle of its animals, huh?
Rob's an ugly word, and you're not in any position to start insulting people.
Why are you raising that gun to your shoulder?
We've been expecting you. You're Tarzan, ain't you?
Yes, but
yeah. And you don't like the idea of people capturing animals, huh? Well, this gun will guarantee we won't have any interference from you.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Hunter's Fury.
In the name of heaven, Riggs, put that gun down.
This is my business.
And mine. Up until now, I've taken all your orders, but I'm not going to stand by and see you commit murder.
All right, Doug, I won't shoot him. But I can tell you this. We ain't setting him free. You, drag that heavy cage over here. Put it right under this tree. That's it. Right here. Now open the top and I'll drop our 2 prisoners in.
Hey, Riggs, the monkey slipped through the bars.
Yeah? Well, monkeys don't bring much anyway. And Tarzan won't slip through.
But he's got his knife arm free now.
Well, he can't cut through those bars. You can bet your life on that. Well, I'm turning in now, Doug. You keep a watch over him. And if he escapes, you'll answer with your life. Pleasant dreams, Tarzan.
I heard the other man call you Doug, and you call him Riggs, huh?
That's right.
You seem strange, partners.
Yeah, I guess we do.
You don't seem like a man who hates animals enough to want to capture them and keep them behind bars for the rest of their lives.
I don't approve of bars and cages at all. But I think a number of animals should be taken back to civilization.
Why?
Well, I don't believe a child's education is really complete unless he's seen an elephant, a mother kangaroo with her young, a few-day-old zebra running about, fending for itself.
You talk about animals as though you loved them.
I do.
I've seldom met white men with that feeling.
You speak as though you weren't a white man.
Oh, I'm white, all right, but sometimes the actions of men like Riggs make me ashamed of my race. Why do you take his orders?
Well, that's sort of a personal matter.
It's obvious that you're afraid of him.
Yes, I am.
If you were to set me free, I'd guarantee he'd not harm you.
I can't set you free, Tarzan.
I've never pled for my own life, but when I was caught in your nets, I was searching for a small native boy by the name of Torgo. He ran away from his home, and he may be in great danger somewhere in the jungle.
Torgo's safe. He's asleep in a tent on the far edge of the camp.
Torgo's here? Does Riggs intend to take him home as a zoo specimen also?
I don't know what Riggs intends to do, but I guess I'll have to go along with whatever he plans.
Well, Doug, how are things coming?
Everything's repacked and ready. The safari will be ready to move along in a couple of minutes. What did you do with the boy?
I bought him some breakfast into his tent for him. Then sent him ahead with one of the porters. I don't want to take any chance on his seeing Tarzan.
Just what do you intend to do with Tarzan?
We're just going to leave him here. We can spare that one cage.
But why, snakes can get in, or scorpions. Or even if they don't, he'll starve to death.
Maybe you think I ought to let him loose so he can mess up our whole expedition.
But you can't leave
I
him.
came here for animals. They're worth a fortune, and I intend having them. I'm going to fill every one of those cages. And I'm leaving that last big one for the white rhino. $15,000. 15 grand. And I should let that jungle man free. Ha! Come on! Let's get rolling! Come on!
Goodbye. Goodbye, Tarzan.
Well, Nakima, you decided to come back and visit me in my cage, huh? Well, you brought me some fruit. It was very kind, very intelligent of you. Well, I'm afraid I can't live long on the food you'll be able to carry to me. If you could bring me a file so I could... Wait a minute. Nakima, do you see that stone over there? Dan Yaland? Get it for me, Nakima. Get me that stone.
It took quite a bit of coaxing, but at last Nakima fetched the stone. It was too soft to make any impression on the bars. Later, Nakima fetched a second and a third stone, but they crumbled at the first touch. Not until the evening of the second day did the monkey bring a stone that was hard enough to serve as a crude file. And even then, it bit in slowly, painfully so. Nakima watched his guard with animal curiosity, and then he too began to file away, imitating Tarzan's monkey fashion. Nakima began to chatter happily, but Tarzan knew that it might be days or even weeks until he could free himself and follow the trail of Torgo and the hunters. And in the meantime, the safari moved further and further along the Congo Trail. Weeks passed, and fortune seemed to smile on the ambitions of Herbert Riggs.
Well, there's another elephant to take back. See that he's staked down well.
He won't get away. Nothing gets away from us.
Yeah, you said it. Look at them all. Each one just a nice fat deposit in the bank.
Why, Riggs? Now all but last cage filled.
Oh, so?
You say last cage for White Rhino.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, you've been a big help tracking down that game, Torgo.
You promised if I help, you let Sheeta out of cage.
Yeah, he's a good specimen. We're keeping him. But you can scram.
Riggs, we're not turning that boy loose in this wilderness.
Oh, ain't we? As soon as we got our White Rhino, we're heading back, and I'm not being held up acting as a nursemaid's friend. Hey, what's he saying? What's all the excitement about?
Then see White Rhino in riverbed.
I see him, and I can shoot him from here.
But you want to capture him.
He'll get away if I don't shoot. But if I can plug him in the leg, it'll slow him down. Now, get out of my way. I've got him. Now, get in there after him. Get in and tie him up.
He's badly wounded and he's dangerous. You can't expect the natives to risk their lives trying to tie him up.
Wait in there, I said. You, headman. Lead the rest of them.
Puto, kill us.
If you don't start out after him, I'll kill you. I'm not letting 15 grand slip out of my hands. Now get going.
No, not go.
All right, you asked for it.
Riggs, in the name of heaven!
Now the rest of you, hop to it or I'll give you the same.
Behind the frightened natives was a man mad with his elephant gun trained on them. And in front was a wounded and ravished rhinoceros. But even the roaring beast was less fearful than the now almost insane Riggs. They waded into the water, into the path of the charging rhino. And just when the death of a dozen of them seemed inevitable, a white savage leaped from the trees at the river's edge. His knife found the vulnerable spot between the soft folds of the rhino's belly, and the knife plunged again and again and again. Now Tarzan headed for the bank. But the weeks of privation and near fasting had taken their toll. He staggered uncertainly and fell to the ground.
All right, men. You can put Tarzan in the cage we had saved for the White Rhino. And lock the boy in with his friend, the panther.
Riggs, you're insane.
Insane enough to kill you, too, if you try to interfere. Now do what I told you, men. Or I'll shoot you the way I did your head man. Every one of you, if I have to.
And so the safari started back towards civilization. But a small monkey had decided that he liked the game of filing iron bars. Only this time he worked under Torgo's supervision with a steel file he'd stolen from the safari's toolbox. Unnoticed by the crazed Riggs, he worked in the dead of night until finally several of the bars were almost cut through.
Torgo think maybe Sheeta can break through bars now, Nakima. Quiet, Nakima. Quiet, Sheeta. Good, Sheeta. Now break through cage. Please, Sheeta. Understand, Torgo. Break through cage. Here. Right here. Good, Sheeta. Now we can find Tarzan's cage and then...
Hey, what's going on over here? I thought I heard... Get the panther off me! Save me,
Sheeta, come back! Sheeta! Sheeta!
What's happened? I heard a panther roar. Riggs.
Sheeta killed bad man, then run away. Torgo not mean him to kill one of Rags.
It's all right, Torgo. I know you would have stopped him if you could have. Not even Riggs deserved a death like that. But now there are other things to think about.
Free Tarzan.
Right. That's the first thing.
Well, now what, Doug?
I'll let you call the plays, Tarzan. And I know I don't deserve any consideration from you. If I hadn't been weak, I would have done something about Riggs.
No, weakness can't be overcome in an instant. But I hope you'll gain strength now.
I'm willing to free the animals, all of them.
Tarzan, Torgo wants his Sheeta back.
Torgo, Sheeta repaid us for saving his life when he was a cub, and now he's gone to join his own kind. And most of the animals you've captured, Doug, must also be free to join theirs. But I do think you should be permitted to take some of them back. A pair of each kind, perhaps, so that boys and girls everywhere, like Torgo, can learn to know and understand the animals of the jungle.
In just a moment, a preview of a very unusual story of Tarzan. Somewhere in the jungle, the drums beat ominously. Twins have been born to a native chief, and the tribesmen are scaring off the demons that have brought them. For more firmly implanted than any other superstitions are those surrounding accursed twins. And on their way into the jungle are two beautiful American girls, also twins, who are doomed to meet the strange consequences of these jungle superstitions.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, Trouble Comes in Pairs, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Trouble Comes in Pairs.
The village of the Bayucos was in turmoil. Devil dancers whirled about the ceremonial fire. Witch doctors in grotesque masks made frantic gestures to ward off the demons. And a frightened native broke away from his guards and dashed wildly toward the beach. He climbed into a tiny dhow, shoved off, and hurriedly raised the small sail. But already a dozen angry warriors were clambering into a sleek war canoe to give chase.
Make war canoe travel fast, men of Bayuko. Send paddles through water like Ara, the lightning.
Look, great chief. Wind, begin, come up. Yanobo has sail in boat. We'll travel fast over water.
Not faster than anger of gods. We catch Yanobo. Follow him to ends of earth. Yanobo march for death.
Tarzan, open door! Open door!
Come in.
Lock door, Tarzan. Lock so people of Bayuko not get me.
The people of your own tribe are chasing you?
The deal. All night they chase Yanobo in war canoe. Wind help me get away. But they reach this cabin soon now. Save Yanobo, Tarzan.
I can't interfere in tribal matters, Yanobo. If you've committed some crime or broken some taboo, you must suffer the consequences.
Yanobo not do crime or break taboo. He swear his truth, not do anything wrong.
Well, then why did you run away?
Bayuko people want kill me. Yanobo think if he reach Seacoast cabin of Tarzan, Lord of Jungle save him. Please, Tarzan. Listen.
It's the men of your tribe approaching. You wait here, Yanobo. I'll go outside to meet them. Yes, Chief of the Boyuko people?
We know man we seek is here. It's no use try to keep from us.
Yes, Yanobo is inside my cabin. But he says you intend to kill him and that he has committed no crime.
No, he not commit crime.
He also says he has broken no taboos.
He speak true.
Well, then why do you desire his life?
He commit crime, Tarzan. He born a twin.
A twin?
Other half of Yanobo die. It is law Yanobo share his grave.
You intend to bury him alive because his twin is dead?
It's law of jungle people. It's law of Bayuko land. It's law of gods.
And while the scene of anger and violence was occurring at Tarzan's seacoast cabin, a scene of utter peace and contentment was taking place aboard a small ocean liner a few miles off the coast. The SS African Pride, 2 days out of Cape Town, was on its way to Monrovia, and at the rail of its A-deck stood a lovely blonde girl and a handsome youth. They held each other's hands as they looked out at the blue sea.
Isn't it thrilling, Bob?
The ocean?
The ocean and Africa and this trip. All of it.
It'd be a whole lot more thrilling if it were a honeymoon, Joe.
Bob, you promised you wouldn't bring that up again.
But I can't keep that promise, Joe. You love me. You said it a dozen times.
Of course I do. But I can't break up the act. Jackie and I have been trooping together since we were babies. I just couldn't walk out on her.
But we could still keep the act. What's Jackie got against me?
She hasn't anything against you. But we promised Mother and Dad.
Okay, Joe, let's forget about it. Where is the princess?
In her cabin. I think she's giving herself a manicure.
And grousing because I signed us up for this African appearance. Oh. Take my word for it, Jill. You'll live to regret this fierce loyalty you have for your sister. She'll meet some guy with enough money to satisfy her someday, and she'll leave you. Just like that.
She wouldn't.
Okay, so she wouldn't. So you'll keep on dancing until you're both old maids. And as you get older, you'll both get poorer and poorer engagements. You'll end up working in some run-down, third-rate nightclub somewhere.
I wouldn't worry if I were you, Mr. Robert Elliott. The Evans twins will make out all right.
Tarzan exercised his full authority. The men of Bayuko land were ordered back to their village. They gathered about their chief, muttering dark curses upon the jungle lord, and then finally they walked slowly away from Tarzan's cabin in the direction of the beach. Tarzan looked after them for a moment and then went inside to face a cowering Yanobo.
Oh, Tarzan, they're gone.
Yes, they've gone, Yanobo, but I doubt that they've given up the hope of killing you, and you can't remain here forever. Yanobo, just what is this native superstition concerning twins?
Two Bayuko people. Twins are one person in two bodies. Are made like two because of great curse.
Yes, I've heard of that belief.
But you not know what it mean. In native village, twins' food divided in two. Gift to one shared by other. Twin boys must marry same girl. When one sick, both take medicine. If one commit crime, both beaten. Born twins, live twins, die twins. One die, both buried.
And when did your twin die?
Yanobo's mama killed his twin when born.
She killed your twin at birth?
Nadio. And she not tell people she bear cursed twins.
Then how did your tribesmen find it out now?
Yesterday, Yanobo become father.
Twins?
Nadio. And Yanobo's mama see new curse on tribe and is afraid. She go to witch doctor and tell truth. Now Yanobo must die, and his sons must live as twins, almost bad as death.
But, Yanobo, you can't desert your sons. I don't know how we can fight against the superstitions of centuries, but we must try. We must go back to your twin sons. We must return to Bayuko land.
pack your makeup. I spoke to the manager, and he said he'd fix up the dressing room so they wouldn't be
I'm
so...
not Jill. I'm Jackie. And you can tell the manager not to bother. We're not staying.
But I've brought all our stuff down to the theater. I even lugged that full-length mirror you insist on carrying all over.
You should complain. It's all your fault we landed in a dump like this. We have a chance to play in Paris or in Africa. And you choose Africa.
I didn't think it was going to turn out to be a place like this.
You didn't think, period.
Jackie, I admit I pulled a boner. But it wouldn't matter to you if I were right or wrong. Everything I do seems wrong to you.
You're not kidding.
Why do you resent me?
You've never been a twin. You wouldn't understand.
Well, try to explain it to me.
Jill and I were born within a few minutes of each other. We lay in the same cradle. We took our first steps the same day. When we started to talk, we said the same words. Everything we ever did after that, we did together. School, dancing classes, dates, our first amateur show, our first nightclub date. Everything. Until you came along.
But you were agreeable to my joining the act?
Because it was good for the act. Good for both of us, I thought. I didn't know you were going to try and break us up.
I'm not trying to break you up, Jackie. It's true that I happen to fall in love with Jill, but...
Well, it won't do you any good. We're twins and we're sticking together. Nothing will ever split us up.
But that's a warped way of looking at things. It's not normal.
Okay, so it's not normal. That's the way it is. You can kiss us goodbye here, or you can come along as far as Paris. We can still get to Paris in time to take that date there.
But even if we broke our contract here, we couldn't leave. The ship's already gone, and there's not another one for over a month.
There's a ship leaving from Dakar next week, and Dakar's only a few hundred miles away.
Yeah, a few hundred miles of unbroken jungle.
I looked at a map. We only have to cross one tiny little strip of jungle, a section called Bayuko Land.
As stealthily as panthers stalking a prey, Tarzan and Yonobo entered the village of the Bayukos and crept to the thatched hut that Yonobo had once called home. They held their breath so that Yonobo's twin sons would not cry out in alarm. But the Hima was empty, and nowhere in the village could they hear the wail of babies, nor catch the slightest glimpse of Yonobo's sons. Only in the sacred burial grounds of the Bayukos was there a clue to their disappearance.
Boys, freshly dug grave, Tarzan.
A grave just long enough for a newborn child.
Just long enough, but wider than grave for single child.
Yes, it is wide.
You know both sons born our part. Last one is weak, maybe die.
And so they also killed the other one.
Like Yonobo tell Tarzan. Twins they are born, twins they live, twins they die.
You speak true, Yonobo. His will of God. Yonobo is twin. He, too, must die.
Wait, men of Bayuko Land. I, Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, command you to listen to me.
Speak.
For years I've witnessed the strange superstitions of the jungle tribes. I've tried to teach you, my brothers, that many of these beliefs are wrong, though I've never spoken ill of your gods. But all of you must know that there is no evil in a newborn child, nor have you found evil in Yonobo during his lifetime among you. And yet you have taken the life of a newborn infant, and now you threaten to kill your neighbor. You say that this is the will of the gods. I say that they are false gods, or that those who tell you the will of your gods lie.
Enough of talk.
Quick, Tarzan, we run.
Not let Yonobo escape. After Tarzan. We hold Yonobo. Great chief Tarzan, also helpless.
Yes, a dozen of your men are managing to hold me. Are these the same brave warriors who killed the child?
You talk enough, Jungle Lord. Now you rest tongue and use eyes. You see what men of Bayuko Land do to those who anger her gods?
No, not kill Yonobo. Mercy on Yonobo. But save me. Tarzan, come in to kill me all the time.
Gosh, this cart's getting heavy to drag along, Jackie.
You spent the first 2 days of this trip telling Jill how strong you were.
That was before we lost the trail.
We wouldn't have lost it if we had guides.
I don't know why those natives wouldn't come along. Maybe they don't like the idea of women on safaris. They took a look at Jill and you.
Oh, yes, it was all our fault. Oh, watch out. You're scratching my mirror. You better stop and wrap it up better.
Okay, Princess. But why you had to bring tons of costumes, gallons of makeup, a full-length mirror, and all the rest of this stuff along is more than I'll ever understand.
Hey, do I have to do all the chopping while you two argue?
I'm sorry, Jill. I'm tying these ropes in a sort of a harness so I can pull this cart and wield a machete at the same time.
I'll take the axe for a while, Jill. Chopping through the jungle will be a relief after talking to him.
Yeah. Well, maybe my hands are free enough to do a little chopping.
Oh, Bob, why do you have to keep fighting with Jackie all the time?
Why do I fight with her?
Well, it can't all be your fault.
It is all her fault. If it weren't for you, Jill, I wouldn't even talk to her. She's a selfish, impossible brat, and for 2 cents
I won't have you talk about my twin that way. If you hate Jackie so much, you can't be in love with me.
But I am. If I didn't love you,
Listen, drums and native music.
We must be getting near the Bayuko village.
Well, we'll be all right after that, then. We can get guides there and maybe borrow some food and...
They're supposed to be pretty savage.
We'll have to take a chance. Oh, I don't think they'll bother us any, Bob. The Evans twins have always been pretty lucky.
Tarzan had been able to save neither the twin infants nor the native who'd come to him for help. As he walked slowly away from their village, his heart was heavy. Suddenly, his nostrils quivered. The scent of Tarmangani, a white man, was strong. He grasped a hanging liana and swung upwards. And moments later, he dropped from the trees beside Bob Elliott and Jill Evans.
You needn't be alarmed.
Careful, Jill.
I offer friendship. I caught your scent a few moments ago, and I came to warn you that the natives of this district are most dangerous.
I was afraid they might be. So far, we've been lucky. We've seen no natives and very few animals.
Bob, Jill, I found the trail again, and we can... Well, where did the Boy Scout come from?
Twins.
Yes, we're twins. What's the matter? Haven't you seen twins before?
I saw one twin recently, a native. Look, I haven't time to explain now, but you've got to get out of this district as soon as possible.
Not me. I'm heading for that village. We need food, and I'd like to hire some native guides.
I'll be your guide, and I'll hunt food for you along the trail, but you mustn't go into that village.
Why should we trust you? For all we know, you may be leading us into some trap.
I failed the last person I tried to help, but I'm not going to fail again, not even if I have to use force.
Now, look here, Jungle Man.
I tell you, you're in real danger. Will you come with me?
Well, I suppose if you say we're in danger, we'll have to...
Well, I'm not coming with you. No man's going to spring down from the trees and tell me what to do.
I told you I'd use force, and I will.
Put me down. Put me down. I tell you, I won't come with you. I won't. Let me go. Let me go. You may have Bob and Jill food, but you haven't got me buffaloed.
Buffaloed?
There's something phony about you. First you almost killed me, dragging me away from that village, and now you tell me I can't even walk with Jill. What is this?
I've told you, Jackie. The Bayukos are watching us. They've been following us for hours.
I haven't seen them. Besides, I don't believe that nonsense about their killing people just because they're twins.
I didn't say they kill all twins, but they have many superstitions concerning them, and we can't afford to have the Bayukos find out that you and Jill are twins.
You think that just because Bob and Jill are a few hundred yards behind us, you'll fool anyone into thinking we're not twins?
We may, now that you're wearing your hair differently and the two of you aren't dressed the same. But if you were walking side by side, they might be able to see.
All right. Just hope Bob's being careful with my things.
Jill and he are still pulling that cart, but why they have to drag a carload of trinkets through the jungle is more than I can understand.
It won't hurt them to pull it. I'm doing my share. Bob and Jill aren't doing any of the chopping.
Well, how can they if they have to pull that heavy... Oh, careful, Jackie. Don't hack any of those bluish-black trees. Thick ones over there.
Oh, so now you're going to tell me what trees I can cut. You're not satisfied to merely tell me what to eat, what to wear, and how to do my hair, and where to walk. Now you're going to select the trees I can chop.
I just wanted to warn you.
Well, if I want to cut one of those trees, I'll do it.
No, Jackie, no!
What's the big idea? Practically pulling my arm off.
Did you see that sap gushing from the tree?
Yes. Wouldn't have killed me if a little had gotten on me.
If one drop of that sap had got into your eyes, it would have blinded you for life.
What?
Some of the trees and bushes in the jungle are as dangerous as the wild animals and the savages. If you expect to come out of this jungle alive, you'll have to do exactly as I say.
Gosh, Jill, certainly good to be resting.
Oh, yes. But I hate to think of spending another night in the jungle.
Well, we can't go on all day and all night, too. Oh, I'm certainly beat.
Poor Jackie. She was really tired.
Not so tired she didn't make me haul that beloved mirror inside the tent. The middle of the jungle, and she has to primp.
She must have fallen asleep by now, though. I don't hear any sound in there.
I don't think I can fall asleep until I get some food. Tarzan ought to be back by now.
He's been wonderful, hasn't he, Bob?
Jackie doesn't think so.
Oh, let's don't start picking on Jackie again. I'd better wake her up. She can never eat when she first gets up.
I'll throw a little more wood on the fire. Tarzan may like his food raw, but not me. I wonder what it'll be tonight. You know, I sort of went for that antelope meat that he brought back
Bob, she's gone. Jackie's disappeared.
Oh, she must have slipped out when we weren't looking.
One of the tent pegs in the back has been pulled up. Well, I don't think she'd have gone of her own accord. Maybe those natives Tarzan says have been following us.
You better stay here, Jill. I'll circle the district, but I won't go far. I don't want to take a chance on your being...
Just relax, kiddies. Nothing's happened to little Jackie.
Jackie, where have you been?
Out getting my own food. I won't eat another thing that man brings back. He thinks we can't get along without him, but...
What's the matter, Jackie?
I don't know. What did you eat? Just some fruit and nuts and some mushrooms.
Mushrooms?
Jackie, you've been poisoned.
Nonsense. It's just that I'm overtired. I know a mushroom from a toadstool. I'll be all right.
We'd better take her inside.
Bob, look. Natives. Faces peering out of every bush.
Well, let them peer. We've got to get Jackie inside the tent and try to do something for her. Jill, crying won't bring her back.
But to die like that, Bob, in such pain, in the middle of this horrible jungle.
We'll never get out alive anyway. Maybe she's better off.
What's wrong with Jill? Why is she lying there?
It's not Jill, it's Jackie.
She's dead, Tarzan. She's dead.
Oh, that's crazy. She couldn't be dead. I only left the three of you a little while ago. Let me see what's wrong with her. I'm sure that I can just... It's true. I can't hear her heart beating.
Oh, I never would have left it, Tarzan. I wasn't going to get married. She was afraid I was going to leave her.
What happened?
She went looking for food. I guess she ate some poisonous toadstools.
I wish I'd been the one who'd eaten them.
If only I'd come straight back. I should have, but I saw a band of bayucos, and I thought I'd circle around and avoid them. That's what took me so long. If only I'd... Oh, Jill.
What, Tarzan?
Jill, if the bayucos find that you're a twin and the other half of you, as they put it, is dead, we're in real trouble. Oh, but at least they haven't seen the two of you together.
They did see Jackie and Jill together, Tarzan.
When?
Just before
Jackie keeled over. We could see their faces leering at us from the bushes.
Then we have no time to lose. If we can reach the upper level of jungle
I
growth...
won't leave Jackie. At least not until she's had a decent burial.
I understand, Jill. I'll carry her through the back of the tent here, and I'll bury her beneath the branches of a mighty jungle tree.
Oh.
Bob, you've got to take care of Jill. Have her ready to leave by the time I return. It was a peaceful spot, Jill, right among the great trees and the jungle flowers. I covered the grave with a warm blanket of moss.
Thank you.
If anything happens to us, Tarzan, we want you to know...
Hush.
The jungle drums.
Stay inside and keep quiet. It's the bayucos, and they're almost here. I'll go outside.
Be careful, Tarzan.
I won't fail again. I can't.
Where are twins, Tarzan?
Twins?
White girl twins. We see them many days.
Oh, they're inside the tent, preparing to retire.
Retire?
Yes, they make ready for sleep.
Maybe one is already in great sleep.
Dead? What gave you such a ridiculous idea?
Warriors say see one girl fall down. If one dead, other must die.
But they are white women. They're not members of your tribe.
Are still in Bayuko land. If one dead, other one die. Is law of gods.
And if they are both alive, you will do them no harm?
We follow for many days, not do harm.
Unless gods become angry, we not hurt them. But first, show us they are alive.
Well, you cannot expect women to leave their beds when they're preparing for sleep, but I shall let you see that they're both alive and well. You understand, Bob?
Yeah, I'm to step outside at the same time you do. I'm to hold one side of the tent flap open while you hold the other. And I'm to say nothing.
That's right. And Jill?
I'm to brush my hair, put on lipstick, then extend my hands straight forward and pretend to shake hands.
Exactly. And try to control your fear and your sorrow, Jill. We'll be all right if they've never seen a mirror before. All right, come on, Bob.
Right.
All right, Bob. Hold that side of the flap while I hold this one.
Right.
You're too white. You see, Great Chief? They brush their hair so that it will not be tangled in the morning.
Like one woman, they move.
What?
Proves what Bayuko say. Twin is only half person. See? Girls move same time. Same way. Now put on war paint. Same time. Nadio Tarzan. They live. One not dead. We not harm them.
And by tomorrow they'll be out of Bayuko land, and you need have no fears that they will bring the anger of your gods down upon you.
What twins do now?
They're shaking hands. It's the white man's sign, meaning good night. Good night, men of Bayuko land. Go well.
They're leaving, Tarzan.
Yes, Bob, and they're traveling in the direction of their village. That means they won't pass Jackie's grave. They may not discover it for days, and by tomorrow I'll have you in Dakar.
Poor Jackie. I used to fight with her. I should have tried to understand how she felt. But I guess someone who's never been a twin could...
They've gone.
Yes, Jill? Are you ready to leave now?
I can't leave, Tarzan. Take Bob somewhere where he can forget about me. I want to stay here with Jackie.
Jill, perhaps neither Bob nor I can ever understand the feeling that exists between twins, but I know this. You're not half a person, you're a whole one, and Bob loves you. Now, were you to remain here, you'd be just as guilty as the ignorant savages who killed that newborn infant. You'd be wasting your life. And Bob's.
I'll try to make you happy, Jill. Honestly, I will.
Thank you, Bob. I think I'm ready to go, Tarzan.
Jill, someday this will seem only like a dream, a very bad dream, but one that's past. I know you and Bob will be happy, but if the two of you should ever have twins, don't bring them to Bayuko land.
We hope you've enjoyed the story of Trouble Comes in Pairs, and that you'll remain for a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. A slender youth who has spent years in the jungle leaves the bush and travels to the city of Amdumara. He stops at the Café Val Oriental for a drink of celebration, for he's accumulated a fortune and he's about to leave Africa for good. He never does, for that night he dies. Tarzan attempts to solve the murder and finds himself crossing the jungle with three people, one of whom must be the murderer.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, Congo Murder, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Congo Murder.
Johnny Convey had met many men since he'd arrived in Africa, but of them all, Tarzan was the only one he looked upon as a real friend. The handsome, suntanned youth had hurried the 50 miles to Tarzan's seacoast cabin. Now he burst in, too full of excitement and enthusiasm to bother with knocking.
I found it, Tarzan.
Johnny, hello.
I found it at last.
The gold you've been searching for?
You're not kidding. Wait till I show you something. Yeah, here's Lulu, the first gold nugget I found. I drilled that hole through so I could wear the string around my neck. Lulu sure brought me luck.
Lulu was not the last gold you found, I presume.
Tarzan, I made a richer strike than I ever dreamt of. More of it than I can spend in a lifetime.
Johnny, do you want my advice?
Sure, what?
Take the pick you used to unearth the gold and bury it twice as deep as it was. Then forget about it.
Are you nuts?
You're happy today, and I'd like to see my friends happy, but you won't remain that way if you keep the gold, Johnny. It brings nothing but evil.
Evil? Are you kidding? This gold's going to do more good than a barrel of lemonade at a 4th of July picnic.
I've never seen gold do anything but bad.
Watch my dust when I get home. I've got a dad who was hurt in a mine cave-in when I was just a kid. My folks haven't had a really decent meal or a halfway fit place to live since then. But that's all going to change now. I'm going to buy him the best house in town. Then I'm going to buy Dad the most expensive suit that's made, and I'll doll Mom up like she was a queen. She always wanted a black velvet dress with real lace.
And you want nothing for yourself, Johnny?
Well, sure I do. I'm no tin angel. I got a girl who's been waiting for me for 6 years now. Won't even go to a movie with any other guy. Well, I'm going to make everything up to her now. We'll have a wedding like a couple of movie stars, and after we're married, we'll live the life of Riley.
Yes, I thought that's the sort of thing you'd planned for yourself.
Oh, now you think I'm selfish, huh? Well, I won't be. Honest, I won't, Tarzan. I'm one guy who's going to get a thrill out of being rich.
Well, it's a beautiful picture, Johnny. I hope it works out the way you've planned. And I'm glad you came to tell me your good news.
Well, frankly, I came because I've got to have a hand taking the gold to Omdurmara. They've got some sort of a government agency there that gives you cash or letters of credit or something for the gold. I'm going to straighten things out with them and then head back for the good old USA. I figure that if you help me, we can get to Omdurmara by Tuesday, and then I can see about the rest of it.
I'm sorry, Johnny, but I can't do what you ask.
Huh? Are you serious?
Yes.
I don't get it. You've always made a big thing about being my pal.
Well, I am your friend, and were you in trouble, I'd gladly risk my life for yours, Johnny, but you want me to leave my jungle to transport gold. Gold for which men lie and rob and kill. Even though you now plan to do good with your gold, Johnny, I can't help you.
Well, that's a pretty fancy speech, but boiled down, all it amounts to is a turn-down. A real noble-sounding way of turning down a guy you don't want to help.
Oh, Johnny.
I intended to give you something for your trouble, but I suppose you're too high and mighty to dirty your hands on my filthy lucre.
Now,
huh?
just a minute. Try to understand my way of thinking. You see, many times in the past, men have wanted my help in searching for gold or ivory or treasures, and every time I gave in, I saw nothing but violence. As a result, I finally made certain laws for myself, and, well, wrong or right, I must follow those laws.
Okay. Forget I asked you. Just skip it. I'll lug it to Omdurmara myself.
Oh, you'd be foolish to travel through the jungle with a great quantity of gold, Johnny. Why don't you take samples to the government metal exchange at Omdurmara? I understand they need gold badly, and, well, they'll be undoubtedly willing to send an armed safari to bring it back. Hide it somewhere and let them find it.
You're just full of advice, aren't you?
Oh, now, don't take it that way, Johnny. I value your friendship, and though I refuse to transport gold for you, I'll be happy to come with you and see that you reach Omdurmara safely.
Thanks just the same, pal, but I wouldn't enjoy traveling in your company. And I can reach there without any help from you.
We'll return in just a moment to our story of Congo murder. Few men would have dared to cross the African Congo alone, but Johnny Convey was brave, and his 3 years in the jungle had taught him many secrets of the veldt. But not one man among thousands could have distinguished between the trailing green jungle vines and the slender green body of the deadly Atheris viper which hung directly over the narrow trail, directly over a spot where Johnny would pass in a matter of seconds. The viper's neck glands were distended with poison, its beady eyes gleamed wickedly, and its hungry fangs darted from the cruel slash of mouth. Johnny walked on, nearer and nearer the tree. The viper glided another inch downward. The leaves crinkled under Johnny's feet. The viper arched its flat, ugly head, ready to strike. And as the head shot forward, an arrow sang through the air and pinned it to the tree.
What? An arrow right through its ugly head. Only one man in the world could have made a shot like that. Tarzan! Tarzan! was you, and I won't have you following me. I told you I could get to Omdurman without your help, and I can. I know you saved my life just now, and maybe I ought to be appreciative.
You don't have to shout, Johnny.
Oh, no. Oh, first you save my life, then you scare me half to death. Do you always sneak up on people?
No, not always. You sound a little more like the old Johnny now.
Well, I've been burned up ever since we had that talk a couple of days ago, but I think I'm over it now. How long have you been following me?
Ever since you hid your gold in that cave near the Yasanga village.
You saw me hide it?
No, your secret's safe with me.
Oh, I wasn't worried about that.
I was afraid you might get into trouble trying to cross the jungle alone. That's why I followed you.
Well, thanks, Tarzan. You are a friend. But I think I'll be okay now. I'd really rather go on alone. I've played it single-handed for 3 years now, and it'll mean something to me to be able to finish up the job by myself. Do you mind?
Oh, no, Johnny. I've always liked completing my tasks alone, too. And the worst stretch of jungle is behind you.
Yeah, that's right. One more day's march, a few business matters, and then for home. I'm still wearing Lulu around my neck, and she's good luck. Nothing can happen to me now.
My congratulations to you, Mr. Conde. The assay report on the gold you brought is amazing.
Whew, that's a relief. You were in that laboratory so long, I figured maybe my high school chemistry wasn't so hot.
Oh, it was quite hot enough. If the gold you've hidden in that cave is the same as the samples you brought to Omdurman, you will be an extremely wealthy young man.
It's got to be the same, Mr. Beaumont. It's all from the same load.
But you do understand that it's impossible for us to pay until the gold is here and has been carefully weighed and analyzed.
Oh, sure. I understand that. But I'm anxious to get home. Could you make me a little advance?
Oh, we'd be happy to pay you for the samples. That'll be more than enough to see you home in style. And as soon as our safaris return with the balance of the gold, we'll forward a check for the full amount.
Oh, that's terrific. Oh, could I have the money now? For the samples, I mean.
I'll have my clerk draw up a draft for you immediately. But you're forgetting one little incidental, Mr. Conde. You haven't given me the map, so that our safari can get the balance of the gold.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess you'll need the map, all right, but what sort of a guarantee do I have that someone won't take my map and do me out of my 3 years' work?
You mean you don't trust me, Mr. Conde?
Oh, sure. I trust you, Mr. Beaumont, but you won't be going in the jungle for this yourself.
You're mistaken. This gold is very important to my government. I have every intention of personally heading this safari.
Oh, well, that's different.
I'm sorry to rush you, but I have a great many things to take care of before I leave. So if you don't mind, the map, please.
Mais oui, monsieur. You are most fortunate. I can give you reservations on a ship leaving Omdurman within a few days.
Ah, that's swell.
But there is but one difficulty.
What's that?
All of the less expensive cabins were reserved many months ago. All that I have left are the deluxe cabins. They are quite expensive.
Is that all? For a minute you had me worried.
The price of your reservation is not important to you?
Listen, I'll tell you a secret. It wouldn't bother me if you charged me $5,000 to get home. Listen, in a couple of months, I'll have enough dough to buy my own ocean liner.
Oh, you have recently come into an inheritance?
No, sir. I worked for this dough myself, gold mining in the jungle.
In the jungle? Oh, but that is amazing. You know, I was told that there was not sufficient gold in the jungle to warrant mining.
Yeah, well, don't you believe it, pal.
Perhaps you are pulling my leg. You Americans are great jokers.
No, this isn't any joke. A guy doesn't kid about something he spent 3 years working for.
No. You are right, monsieur. For many years, I have worked in this dreary steamship office, and I do not joke about it.
Well, cheer up, pal. Maybe you can go into the jungle someday and strike it rich, too.
Oh, even the adventure without the gold would be enough. But, monsieur, tell me, is it not dangerous coming into a city like Omdurman laden with gold?
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. All I brought were a few samples.
I have heard it is possible to make the arrangements at the exchange for them to transport the gold when it is found. If I were to go into the jungle and make such a discovery, I would make a map showing where I'd hidden it, and I would let them take the risk of going after it.
You got it all figured out, huh?
Mais oui, monsieur. I would make a map to give them, and then I would keep a copy so that...
I didn't say anything about a map or a copy.
Of course not, monsieur. I was only saying what I would do were I
You seem to be getting awfully nosy about my business.
Oh, monsieur, 1,000 apologies. Oh, I did not mean to pry. It is only that when I speak of the jungle, I get carried away. Always the jungle to me has the great fascination. Please, forgive me, monsieur.
That's all right. Now, how about the ticket, huh?
Well, it will take some time to fill out the forms. You are probably staying at the Hotel International, eh?
That's right.
Well, I shall bring the ticket and the required papers to your hotel tonight.
Thank you for the drink, mynheer.
Just call me Johnny. We're pals, aren't we, Herr Berger?
Yeah, we are pals. Johnny and Carl. Tell me, Johnny, how did you happen to pick an old rummy like me to drink with? I should have thought you'd pick a young woman, or at least a younger man.
Oh, no. No dames for me till I hit the States. But I came in here to celebrate some good luck, and you look like someone who could stand a little celebrating, see?
Yeah, celebrating I can stand. 6 years I've had nothing to celebrate. Still I spend my evening drinking. There's no place in this world for a useless old man, Johnny.
Oh, you don't look useless, Herr Berger. I bet in your day you were a real sharp guy, huh? What'd you do, huh?
I was a metallurgist, but I made mistakes and I was thrown out.
What kind of mistakes?
Well, I was working for a company that searched for gold. I selected the spots for their mining operations. Only there was no gold there.
Oh, I wish I could tell you where to look so you could get a new start. Oh, but I can't do that.
It's too late for me anyway, Johnny. We have another drink, yeah?
Sure.
Bartender, bring us some schnapps.
Oh, I've been standing here for the last 10 minutes. Here's the bottle here, Berger. Looks like a big evening.
Hi, Mr. Beaumont. My clerk says you insisted on seeing me.
That's right, Mr. Beaumont. My name is Tarzan.
I'm happy to meet you, Tarzan. Now, state your business. I'm in a bit of a hurry.
Why?
Well, I hardly think my business concerns you, but for what it's worth, I'm leaving tomorrow morning on a jungle safari.
To find Johnny Convey's gold, perhaps?
Just how much do you know about the gold?
All there is to know, I imagine. Johnny Convey is my friend. He told me about his discovery and his plans before he left for Amdamara. He intended to come here to the exchange first.
Oh?
He did see you.
Yes.
And he gave you the map showing the location of the cave?
Perhaps. Exactly what do you know about the cave?
Well, I know where it is.
What?
No, don't worry. I'm not interested in the gold, but I am interested in Johnny. After I left him in the jungle, I started worrying about him, and, well, I followed him here.
Very considerate of you. And just when did you arrive?
Well, this morning, and I can't find Johnny anywhere. He's not at the hotel, and his name wasn't on the passenger list of the French vessel that sailed last night.
Of course it wasn't. You sure you arrived only this morning?
Well, of course I'm sure. What are you getting at?
I don't know why those at the hotel didn't inform you. But Johnny Convey was murdered there last night.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Congo Murder.
It seems to me, Tarzan, that you had the most to gain by young Convey's death.
I gained by Johnny's death? How?
Well, that's up very simply. You knew the location of the cave, and you were aware he intended turning the map over to me.
Yes.
Having your own secret hideaway not far from the cave, it would be a simple matter for you to steal the gold and keep it hidden until the story of Johnny Convey's death was forgotten.
Now, just a minute, Beaumont.
You figured that when I came for the gold and found none there, I'd assumed that Convey's story was just another of those fables invented by men who've been in the jungle too long. That the comparatively small amount of gold he brought to me was the sum total of his discovery.
If that was my plan, why should I have come to call on you?
Perhaps to cover up your own tracks. You may have already removed the gold from the cave.
I haven't touched the gold, and quite frankly, Beaumont, I suspect that you intend to take Johnny's treasure for yourself instead of for your government.
Now, see here, Tarzan.
You may have already sent someone ahead to get it, and your safari may be nothing but a blind.
I've sent no one ahead.
Well, then, according to our claims, the gold should still be there.
It should be.
I'll make a bargain with you, Beaumont. We'll enter the jungle together. We'll travel all the way to the cave in the same safari. We shall be able to keep an eye on one another.
Agreed. And both of us know that the jungle often reveals the true nature of a man. By the time one of us returns, the truth should be known.
Mais oui, Monsieur Tarzan. I waited on Monsieur Conway. I was most distressed to learn of his death.
How did the hotel happen to tell you of his death? They wouldn't tell me.
I know the manager very well. When I came to the hotel with Monsieur Conway's reservations, the manager confided the terrible news to me. But he wanted it kept quiet, of course. The reputation of the hotel, you see.
Yes, the reputation of the hotel has never been too shining.
Ah, you are right. But if other explorers learn that when they emerged from the jungle with their fortune and then stopped at the hotel, naturally they would...
What do you know about Johnny Convey's fortune?
Well, he was a very friendly young man. He spoke about the gold. It was most fascinating.
I dare say.
Everything about the jungle is fascinating to a man who works in a humdrum steamship office. I hope someday I can travel into the jungle.
Suppose I gave you that opportunity.
Comment?
I am to be a member of a safari headed by Mr. Hugh Beaumont that leaves for the jungle in the morning. We should be delighted to have you as our guest.
Oh, but that should be most exciting. I have a vacation coming soon. I am sure the manager can arrange things so I can leave tomorrow. I would be happy to join you, Monsieur Tarzan.
I'm told, Herr Berger, that Johnny Convey's last night on Earth was spent in your company.
Ja, das ist richtig. We were drinking right here at this very table. You'll have a drink?
No, thank you.
Then I have a drink alone. Bartender! Bartender!
I don't see a bartender on duty.
Where did there not go? I certainly need a drink. First I hear of the violent death of a friend. Then I have a great disappointment in my business.
Oh, what was that?
You wouldn't be interested in my business.
You're a friend of my friend. I am interested.
Well, you see, I am a metallurgist. Not a very successful one. But I learned recently about a very interesting discovery in the jungle. Today I tried to raise money to finance an expedition into the interior. I found out my credit is not good.
Herr Berger, it just so happens that I'm leaving Amdamara with a large safari in the morning. We should be delighted to have you join us.
The next morning, the strange safari started out. Beaumont and his bearers, Herr Berger, who claimed to be a metallurgist, Daladier, who said he quested only for adventure, and Tarzan, each suspecting the other of Johnny Convey's murder, each believing the rest were interested only in the gold. The trail was rough, and the jagged nerves of the travelers even rougher. By the time camp was made on the second night, the men were snarling at each other.
Well, Daladier, you going to help bring the cartons of food over to the cook stove, or do you intend to rest?
Well, can the bearers do it?
They're my bearers, not yours. And you'll do your share of the work around here, or I know the reason why.
Come on, Daladier. We'll carry one of the cartons together. We don't have to stand for the insults of the English Hund.
I'll carry the packages. They weigh little, and I can...
Well, what's wrong, Tarzan?
Someone's very carefully drilled a hole into each of the food parcels. They're alive with white ants.
White ants? All the food spoiled? This is some of your work, Daladier.
Do I look like a man who would enjoy starving? See what Berger has to say about this. He's been carrying his own food. I suppose your food supply is all right, Herr Berger.
Of course it is all right. I've been carrying it on my own back.
Yes, but why?
Because I can't eat the swill the rest of you seem to enjoy. I've got a sensitive stomach.
But your conscience isn't so sensitive. You'd just as soon see the rest of us starve, so that you can get the gold without interference.
I swear I'm not responsible.
None of us shall starve. I'll hunt for our dinner, but you will all have to get along with each other until I get back.
I'll make them behave themselves to the point of a gun if I have to.
What happened to Berger?
He's been shot.
A little of your discipline, Mr. Beaumont?
Certainly not. But Daladier and Berger started arguing the moment you were out of sight. I got good and sick of it and ordered them out of the camp. They hadn't gone beyond the fringe of the trees over there when I heard a shot.
I see.
Much as I've mistrusted Berger, I don't like to see him dying like this.
Perhaps I can dig out the bullet and we can stop the bleeding. Yeah, Berger, this will be very painful, but I'll try to be as gentle as possible. Then.
Can you see it?
Yes, it's not really embedded very deeply, but it's in a critical place. I can just get hold of it.
Well, can I help you, Tom?
No, I'm getting it now. I think I can.
You can't help him now, Tarzan.
No, poor fellow.
But I did get the bullet out, Beaumont. It's a .32, by a strange coincidence, the same caliber as your pistol.
My pistol hasn't been fired. You can examine it if you like.
What have you done with Daladier?
My men are holding him in that tent over there.
I saw no gun on him.
I admit I couldn't find his gun after the shooting, but he's responsible, all right. He killed Berger, and he undoubtedly killed Johnny Convey, too. Who set that fire? Tarzan, did you find out?
No. By the time I pulled you and Daladier apart, whoever it was had made his escape.
I don't believe it was anyone from outside the camp. I think Daladier here set the fire in order to kill the rest of us.
See here, Beaumont.
I see perfectly. The gold is very tempting, isn't it, Daladier?
You ought to know, Mr. Beaumont.
Tarzan, I demand that you help us tie up Daladier and take him back as a prisoner.
We have no evidence of his guilt on any of those charges. Remember, we suspected poor Herr Berger just yesterday. We didn't even believe he was a scientist.
Well, if he'd shown us the papers we later found in his wallet...
I personally am less suspicious of Daladier than I am of you, Beaumont.
Oh, perhaps you and the Frenchman are in this together. Don't forget Berger was killed during a period when you were out of sight of the camp. Perhaps you were hunting. Perhaps you weren't.
If we're through with our accusations for the night, maybe we can all get some sleep.
Well, we are awake, so we might as well get on. We should reach the cave by dawn.
Well, I'm for pushing on tonight.
All right, perhaps it's time we got this over with. I have a feeling that the sight of our goal will make the murderer reveal his hand.
The safari reached the jagged rocks that protected the cave just as the sudden Congo dawn broke over the jungle. Tarzan watched Beaumont and Daladier carefully, but neither of them dashed forward. Neither revealed the all-consuming mania for gold that leads a man to murder. They walked slowly forward toward the cave's yawning mouth. Together, the three of them entered the damp, inky black cavern. Cautiously, they approached the corner where Johnny Convey had hidden his treasure.
Down to the ground!
I don't know who you are, but
No, don't swallow him anymore. I give him...
All right, come outside while we can see you.
Right.
He's a rough-looking character, all right.
How did he find out about the cave? Who is he?
Why did you fire at us?
I thought you were animals or savages or something. I've been lost in the jungle for days. I just wandered in there by accident.
A likely story.
Just a minute, Beaumont. He may be telling the truth.
Why, I am telling the truth. I didn't touch any of the gold.
Maybe you just got here. Maybe you didn't have time.
You and your continuous suspicions, Beaumont. I think the man is telling the truth, and we ought to help him. He got badly scratched up in this skirmish.
Mr. Beaumont has some first aid equipment. If you'll take off your shirt, we'll paint those scratches.
No, I don't want to take off my shirt.
Why? What are you trying to hide?
You can't make me do it. I won't.
I'll do it for you, then.
Gold nugget around his neck.
The one poor Johnny Convey wore.
Oh, no, you don't. You're staying right here, and you're answering a few questions.
I've got my gun trained on him, Tarzan.
You can count on me if he starts any trouble, Monsieur Tarzan.
It looks as though Lulu didn't bring you any more luck than it brought Johnny Convey.
I should have left it on him.
Who are you? Why did you kill him?
To get the map. I was a bartender at a cafe back in Omdurman. I heard Berger and him talking about the gold one night. I thought I could get here before the rest of you, but you kept getting closer and closer to me.
You were afraid we'd meet and that Berger would recognize you. That's why you killed him, too, huh?
Oh, yes. Go ahead. Kill me.
No. No, we'll take you back to Omdurman for punishment. And we'll take Johnny's gold back, too. So that 3 people in America may have the things he'd planned. It's ironic that they have to be purchased at the cost of Johnny Convey's life.
We hope that you've enjoyed our story of Congo murder and that you'll remain for a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. It is a strange world, this isolated village of the Karmiki people. At one side of the Maji is the mission school and the tiny church. At the other, the temple of Miyomoko, the moon god, and the Hema of Miyomoko, its high priest. The constant struggle between the high priest and the Reverend Collier, between paganism and Christianity, flares into dramatic battle in our story of Congo Christmas.
Included in our cast were Jack Moyles, Eddie Firestone, Raymond Lawrence, and Jay Novello. Tarzan, the transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, Congo Christmas, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Congo Christmas.
The village of the Karmiki tribe consisted of a rambling collection of thatched huts, a lean-to where the women ground corn and cassava, a palaver house and other tribal buildings, and a spiked boma that enclosed the village in a vain attempt to keep out the terrors of the jungle. But one building in the Majee stood out from the others. It was of costly teakwood and mahogany. Its door was of burnished copper, and fierce guards stood at its entranceway. This was the temple of Miyomoko, moon god of the Karmiki. The single eye of the moon god, a priceless star sapphire in the center of its forehead, glowered malevolently in the near darkness of the jungle dusk as a handsome young warrior placed a sacrifice of wild fruit at the feet of his idol.
Great Miyomoko, forgive Kedi for what he has done. Kedi not know what he do to make Moon God angry, but now he not catch fish in his nets. Animals not come to his traps. His cattle run away, and Kedi not find them. Why you are angry, great Miyomoko?
I will tell you why Miyomoko is angry, son of Kamiki.
Oh, the high priest.
Miyomoko is not angry with you, Kedi. He is angry with all of the Karmiki tribe. But because you are strongest and bravest of the young warriors, he has selected you to redeem the people of tribe.
That is why my cattle run away? Why I no catch fish or animals?
It was a sign so that you would know you were the Matule.
The chosen one? Chosen for what?
You know that Miyomoko has been the god of your people since the beginning of time.
The deal?
You know that many of your tribe have given their lives to protect the great star sapphire that is the eye of the moon god.
The deal?
That many, including the father, the grandfather, and the great-grandfather of Miyomoko's high priest, have died for the moon idol?
Yes, I know all of this, high priest.
And yet, with each passing day, more people of tribe turn from Miyomoko and worship a false god.
You mean those who go to missionary?
Nidio. Unless missionary is destroyed, unless people of Karmiki return to Miyomoko, fish will no longer come to our streams. Our cattle will all disappear. Our fields will be barren. And our children will die unborn.
But what is Kedi to do?
Tonight, when the moon is high, you, the chosen one, must go to the missionary building. You must find the man Collier, and you must kill. I, high priest of Miyomoko, have spoken. On the opposite end of the village from the temple of Miyomoko stood the small bamboo hut that housed the missionary school and church that the Reverend Andrew Collier had founded 3 years before. A distinct contrast to the imposing structure of the moon god, the fragile shelter was in a bad state of disrepair. The Reverend Collier had always meant to fix the roof and replace the siding, but other matters always seemed more important. Now, although the hour was close to midnight, he continued to work by the light of a flickering lantern. By his side, at a long table in what was ordinarily the classroom, stood Amma, a lovely native girl who was his best pupil, his most devout convert.
You are almost finished, Reverend Collier.
Finished? I've hardly begun, Amma. I have another 200 Christmas presents to wrap.
200? But there are not half that many Christians in the entire village.
We'd be very poor Christians if we gave presents only to those who agreed with our beliefs. Would you hand that spool of ribbon over there? Thank you.
There are yet many days until Christmas. Why must all the packages be wrapped tonight?
You can never tell what might come up. Now, I don't want to have old Santa Claus come along and find me not ready. Scissors, please, Alma.
It will be a wonderful Christmas, even though there are so few of us Christians.
There are more than there were last year, Alma, and more last year than the year before that. We have much to be thankful for. I'm ready for the next toy.
Oh, look at this one. A tiny kibwa.
Yeah, it's a rather cute little dog. But I'm afraid there won't be nearly enough toys to go round. I sent another letter to the Church Foundation, but they... Oh, well, they couldn't possibly have sent all the things I asked for.
You are sad, Reverend Collier?
Not exactly. But I keep remembering those Christmases at home. There was always snow on the ground.
Snow?
There was a window in the choir loft. That was before I was ordained, you see. At that time, I played the organ, led the choir. Well, before the services started, I used to look down at the people crossing the snowy field on their way to church. In the vestibule, they'd remove their overcoats and shake off the snow. And then the big doors at the back of the church would open and they'd start to pour in. That was my signal to begin. Usually on Christmas morning, the first hymn I played was, "Come All Ye Faithful." And they were faithful in those days, Alma. And as they entered the church, you could...
Oh, someone comes late at night.
Come in. The door to the mission is never locked.
Kitty.
Alma, I not think I find you here so late.
I have been helping the Reverend tie Christmas packages.
You go now, Alma.
Why? Why have you come here, Kitty?
Kitty has business with Reverend Collier.
But you have always refused to come into the missionary, even when I begged you.
Well, you should have gone hours ago, Alma. Ketty has business with me. I'm happy. I've waited long for this day. Go, Alma.
As you say, Reverend. Good night. Good night, Kitty.
You look sorely troubled, Ketty. May I help you? You can speak freely. We're alone.
Nadio, enemy of Miyamoko, great moon god of Karmiki. Now we are alone.
In just a moment, we'll return to our exciting story of Congo Christmas. Almost a year had passed since Tarzan had visited the village of the Karmiki. Now he was on his way back from the city of Amdumara, and since the elephant trail he followed came within a few miles of the Karmiki kraal, he decided to renew old friendships. As he made his way easily through the dense jungle vegetation, Nakima, the tiny monkey who was his frequent companion, danced at his side, chattering happily. Suddenly, as Tarzan reached the entrance of the village, he stopped in his tracks. From the temple of Miyamoko came the frenzied chanting of the high priest and his acolytes, and the low beating of the Moti Ngoma, the drum of death. Tarzan rushed to the shrine of the moon god and attempted to enter, but the powerful hands of the temple guards reached out for him, and massive bodies blocked his path.
The beating of the Moti Ngoma has been outlawed, and I demand to see our high priest at once.
Go back.
I do not wish to cause bloodshed, but unless you take your hands from me and step aside so that I can enter, I shall...
Pass!
Jumbo, high priest of Miyamoko.
Why do you come during ritual, Tarzan?
I was on my way to see Nagako, your chief, when I heard the sounds of the Moti Ngoma. Whose death are you plotting now?
We do not plot a death. This is but a vestige of an old custom.
A custom I know well. Your chief has long kept himself neutral in the struggle between you and others who do not believe in your fanatic religion, but I am not neutral. Tell me whose death you plan.
You do not frighten me, Lord of the Jungle. Soon the people of Karmiki will return to the obedience of Miyamoko. As the moon god was in years gone by, so will it be again. And none will dare defy its power.
The missionary. It's his death you plan.
By this time he is already dead. You are too late to stem the will of Miyamoko. With Nakima dodging his heels, Tarzan ran swiftly through the slumbering village. Ahead, he could see the light of a flickering lantern from inside the mission. Perhaps the life of its founder also flickered. Tarzan reached the ramshackle building at last, and he flung the door open wide.
Reverend Collier, you're all right.
Of course I'm all right. Come in. Close the door after you.
Well, if you're busy,
No. Ketty was just leaving.
Nadio was just leaving.
Keddy. So you were the Matula.
Yes.
Matula?
The chosen one, chosen to kill an enemy of Miyomoko. Did your nerve fail you, Keddy, or did Reverend Kalya prove stronger than he looks?
Oh, you're mistaken, Tarzan. Keddy made no attempt upon my life. He came here to help me tie these Christmas packages.
Oh? And the razor-sharp kizu that lies on the ground, it was not meant as an instrument of death?
Keddy was merely using the knife to cut ribbons. I want you to leave now, Keddy. Neither of us will say anything about this to anyone.
Santa, Reverend Collier. And good night. Good night, Tarzan.
You're making a mistake, Reverend. Keddy failed once, but the fanatical followers of Miyomoko will soon bolster his wavering spirits, and even should he fail again, there are others to take his place. We must go to Nagako. He's a just chief, and he'll put new restrictions upon the high priest, and he'll punish Keddy.
Punishment will not help him. He's deeply troubled and needs help. I failed in my effort to find out the source of his trouble. But I can never succeed in my mission until I understand the Karmiki and their problems.
I will spend tomorrow watching Keddy. I'll try to uncover the source of his trouble, and I'll keep him from making another attempt on your life. But you must keep a sharp lookout for others. Death might come from any direction and at any moment.
All the next day, Tarzan shadowed Keddy. It seemed amazing that the youth was unaware of his presence, for Nakima, who clung to Tarzan's shoulder, chattered shrilly. But Keddy was lost in a world of his own. At that moment, he was tending his small flock of sheep, but he was so absorbed in thought that a tiny lamb wandered off unnoticed. And as the lamb reached the fringe of the jungle, Numa the lion drew close, attracted by the scent of a tasty morsel. The lamb stumbled uncertainly, its tiny ears raised in frightened query. It turned to rejoin its flock. But now the lion crouched low, powerful muscles flexed, and the king of beasts leaped toward its helpless prey. But at that exact moment, a bronze white savage catapulted from the trees, and a shaft of gleaming steel found its mark.
My lamb, Tarzan. Keddy's little lamb wandered off. Where is...
Your lamb is safe through no fault of your own, Keddy.
Oh, not Keddy's fault. His sheep, cattle wander off and cannot be found. Fish not bite on his line or enter his traps. Animals not caught by his snares. Is because Miyomoko is angry. Keddy is bewitched.
Keddy, I've been following you all day, and I can tell you why these misfortunes befall you.
Why?
Because you have no time to properly tend your nets or your traps. I watched you spend the entire morning peering through the window of the mission. I saw you stand for hours this afternoon near the hut where the women bake bread. And I observed you following the maidens when they went to the stream to fetch water.
Tarzan saw Keddy do these things?
I did. Keddy, you're so busy trying to catch glimpses of that girl, Amma, that you have no time for the other matters. When she's not within sight, you're busy dreaming of her. Naturally, your cattle and your sheep wander off unnoticed. The serious malady from which you suffer is known as love.
It's true. That is Keddy's great trouble.
Trouble? Well, if you're in love with Amma, why do you not ask to make marriage with her? Although you've lost some of your possessions, you surely have enough left for the marriage price.
Nadio, have marriage price, but Amma not marry me.
She doesn't return your love?
Is not that.
Her family doesn't think you would make a good husband?
Family of Amma think well of Keddy.
Well, then, what in the world is it?
Amma is Christian. I am what she call pagan. Reverend Collier say she cannot marry me. High priest of Miyomoko say I cannot marry her.
Oh, so that's the root of all the trouble. Keddy, gather your flock and return to the village. Before another day has passed, I'll arrange a meeting between Reverend Collier and the high priest of the moon god. Perhaps I can solve your problems.
I, the high priest of Miyomoko, will not leave the temple to visit the intruder.
The Reverend Collier has agreed to come here to discuss the matter.
He may enter, but only in the custody of 4 of my strongest guards.
You are to be alone in the temple when he comes. The guards and the other priests and the sentries are to be removed. You're to meet as equals.
And why should I agree to such ridiculous conditions?
Because your chief, the mighty Nagako, knows nothing of your instructions to Keddy. Unless you agree to the meeting as I have outlined it, you'll be told. Nagako has no patience with plans for murder, and you shall feel the fury of his anger and the power of his authority.
I agree to your terms. Tell the Reverend Collier to enter the temple when the hour of midnight has come again. So, in the dead of night, the missionary met with the high priest, and they discussed earnestly the love of a pagan youth and a Christian maiden. 100 yards from the temple, the people of Karmiki stood motionless, intent. The temple guard stood in readiness, and Tarzan near them watched anxiously. Even Nekima seemed filled with the importance of the moment. He dashed off frequently, and then returned to whimper at the feet of his master. After what seemed like hours of endless waiting, the Reverend Collier came down the temple steps. Amma and Ketty rushed toward him.
Reverend Collier, you are safe.
Of course I'm safe, Amma. We had a most friendly discussion of your problem.
And the decision, Reverend Collier.
Well, I gave ground and the high priest gave ground, though he was forced to consult many scrolls and sacred records.
Yes?
Finally, we arrived at a compromise. You are to study the teachings of Mimoko for 3 days, and Ketty is to study the word of Jesus. 3 days is not much time to absorb a religion, but at the end of that time...
Stop, thief! Do not let him get away!
Stop what thief? What are you talking about, High Priest?
Several times while we spoke, I left the Reverend Collier alone, and when he was gone, I found that it was missing. The great star sapphire, the eye of Miyamoko.
But I stole nothing.
He would not steal. He is good.
This is some plot of yours. You pretended to make a reasonable agreement, and then
There is no agreement. There never will be. The man Collier has defiled our God. Your threats to tell the chief of my plans do not frighten me, Tarzan. Let him know. Let everyone know that I, the high priest of Miyamoko, will have revenge. Every Christian in the village shall be killed, and the man Collier shall be first. In just a moment, the strange conclusion of Congo Christmas. The anger of the high priest had reached the point of hysteria, and now the disciples of Miyamoko surged forward to overpower the missionary. But in the instant of the attack, the pitifully few members of the cleric's parish formed a protective circle about him. The tiny band wavered before the savage onslaught of the multitude, but in that moment Tarzan jumped to the steps of the temple. In his hand he held his great bow, and at his side hung a quiver filled with metal-tipped arrows.
The first one who places a hand on Reverend Collier will get an arrow through his heart.
Do not fall back, disciples of Miyamoko. Collier must be killed.
No one be killed.
Great Chief Nagako.
Great Chief Nagako. Your high priest has accused the Reverend Collier of stealing the star sapphire of the moon god. It must be plain to you that he could be guilty of no such crime.
What is true can be proved. Search him.
Oh, he is a holy man. You cannot believe
It's all right, Alma. I've been accused of a theft, and it's only right that I should be searched. As a matter of fact, I insist on it.
I search you, Collier.
Chief Nagako, I'm sure the missionary did not steal the gem, and since no one else entered or left the temple, it's plain that this is only a plot to discredit him and the work he's done among your people for 3 years.
No one guilty until proved so. No one innocent until trial has been held. Well, High Priest?
The eye of Miyamoko is not on him. He has passed it to someone else. I know he is guilty.
Tomorrow, when dawn has come, we hold trial. Nagako, chief of all Kamiki, has spoken.
Why do you not invite me inside the mission, Reverend Collier?
We can talk out here.
There's much talk among the natives. Although the High Council did not find you guilty, there are those who insist now that you are concealing something.
Why?
Oh, surely you're not that blind, Reverend. This morning, a large safari arrived with many packages for you, and one crate so large that it took 2 elephants to carry. You've taken these things inside, and the door has remained closed. Can't you see that you're inviting suspicion?
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Even Chief Nagako is beginning to believe that you stole the sapphire in order to pay for these goods you had delivered. I ask you to tell me what the crates contained.
Well, it would be easy for you to climb to that tree over there and look down into the mission. The roof's still open in many places.
I will not look in without your invitation, and Nagako has forbidden the others to do so. But even my friendship and the spirit of justice that Nagako holds dear will not prevail long against the growing temper of the Karmiki.
Tarzan, for 3 years I've taught the unvarnished principles of Christianity. It's not enough. If I'm to succeed, I must match the colorful ceremonies of the native rites. These people will not accept the word of the Bible for miracles. They must see them with their own eyes.
And you intend to perform a miracle?
No, that I cannot do. But I'm inviting every member of the tribe to come here tomorrow. Perhaps on Christmas Day I can reveal something here that they will accept as a miracle. It's my only chance for personal safety, so that I may continue to fight for a cause that I know is right.
It's late, Ketty. You'd best go to Yahima. Perhaps in the morning we can try to straighten things out.
Is no way straightened. Now Ketty won't be Christian. But high priest say never let Ketty go. Puts curse on marriage.
Well, things may look different by tomorrow, Ketty. Tomorrow's Christmas, and I have a feeling things are going to happen.
Ketty cannot wait long. Inside is sick. His heart...
Shh, someone coming.
I go. But try help poor Ketty. Be well, Tarzan.
Go well, Ketty. Quiet, Nikima. The hour's late. Who is it?
You are alone?
Except for Nikima, my small monkey. Who comes?
It is I.
The high priest of Miomoko. Come to call on me in a simple hut?
No longer am I proud and haughty, Tarzan.
What?
My father and my father's father and his father protected the priceless eye of Miomoko. They gave their lives that the honor of the moon idol should not be blemished. But I have failed. Would that I were dead.
Your death would not solve the mystery.
If only some miracle would return the eye of the moon god. Tarzan, you must help me.
Perhaps if you were to speak with Reverend Collier, he could help you. He studied a great deal about the miracles of the past.
If only he could perform some miracle for me, I would be his friend. No longer would I oppose his ways. If only he could perform a miracle that would restore the sapphire, the honor of Miomoko would be saved.
I know no more about the location of the missing gem than you do. And I'm reasonably certain Reverend Collier doesn't either, but he hints at a miracle that is to happen tomorrow. I suggest that you come to his Christmas party.
Christmas in the Congo. The dawn came early and the sun was strong. But even before the daylight had come, the entire village had gathered outside of the tiny mission. Inside, the Reverend Collier peered out nervously. The church foundation had been generous beyond his fondest dreams, but everything they'd sent him might be in vain. Now, as he nodded to Amma, the doors and the windows were thrown open. In front of the strange-tempered crowd, he could see the high priest, Tarzan, Nagako, the aging chief, Ketty, and the others. They watched him intently as he sat down before a huge box-like structure, a strange affair that had required 2 elephants to carry. And then, as he'd done so long ago, on those Christmases before he'd been ordained, the man Collier set to his task.
Look! Eye of moon god fall from heaven.
From nowhere. Right at the feet of the high priest.
Miracle. It is a miracle. The eye of the moon god dropped from the heaven at the sound of your magic.
This is a miracle. One I didn't plan.
We are friends now, Reverend Collier. Please make more magic with the box that plays music. Perhaps it will bring a charm upon the Christmas wedding.
Amma, did you hear that?
Yes, Kitty, I heard.
Let us walk short distance way, Tarzan.
All right, Nagako.
I am old, Tarzan. Soon I will go to long sleep. I would like to know how miracle happened.
I do not pretend to understand miracles, Great Chief. But now that I look back, the only one who could have slipped into the temple and stolen the jewel was my tiny monkey, Nikima. It's also possible that he hid it in the one place that your people were told to stay away from, the roof of the mission house.
Ah, Mateo, it could be, as you say.
And, of course, the roof has many holes, and the vibrations of the organ might easily have shaken it loose. But then, maybe we could be wrong. Perhaps it was a miracle.
us connected with the production of Tarzan join in wishing you a very happy Christmas. And we invite you to remain for a preview of our next story. Tarzan deserts his jungle to confront the complex maze of a modern city when he travels to Johannesburg. And there, in a world so alien to his own, he meets an enemy more dangerous than the savage beasts of the primordial forest, more ruthless than the jungle-crazed men he's encountered in the past, more destructive than the angry elements of the Congo. Tarzan fights an unseen adversary in The Hand of Death.
Included in our cast were Jack Moyles, Gigi Pearson, Bob Bruce, and Charlie Lung. Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, The Hand of Death, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, to herald the March of Dimes, which begins next week, we bring you a special Tarzan story entitled The Hand of Death.
It may be difficult for many of us to grasp from a distance the enormity and the complexity of the dark continent. Africa is more than 4 times the size of the United States, and one section is no more similar to another there than it is here. The great city of Johannesburg bears no closer resemblance to Tarzan's jungle than our San Francisco does to a logging camp in the Maine woods. And certainly Tarzan, dressed in a breechcloth of leopard skin and leaping from tree to tree in his jungle, bore little resemblance to the smartly dressed couple who drove along the excellent highway toward the Johannesburg suburb of Parktown.
Oh, it's been a wonderful day, Mike. Picnic in the country. We shouldn't have to wait for an anniversary.
Well, at least I managed to sneak away from the office once a year.
10 years. 10 years and 10 picnics with the man I love.
It doesn't seem like 10 years ago that I met a little rosy-cheeked English girl at a picnic in South Africa.
The little English girl was just waiting for a handsome American to come along.
Deborah, you think it was all right to leave Stephen alone today?
Oh, heavens, Mike. He's hardly alone with 3 servants in the house. After all, it's only a little cold.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing to worry about. But if anything ever happened to that boy...
I know how you feel, Mike. I feel the same way about Stephen. But we mustn't let ourselves become hovering parents, sending for the doctor every time he sneezes. After all, he is almost 9.
Quite an old man. Shall we dress for dinner, Deborah?
Let's. As soon as we get home, I'll put some champagne on ice. Mike.
What's the matter?
In front of our house. That car.
Oh, I thought there was something wrong. It could be most anybody. I think Standish from the office
That's Dr. Grunwald's car. He wouldn't make a social call at this hour. Stephen must be really sick.
Well, say something, Dr. Grunwald. Tell me about Stephen.
As soon as Deborah calms down a little, I'll tell both of you as much as I can. I can't make myself go through it twice.
Deborah, Dr. Grunwald's waiting to speak to us.
My poor boy. My poor boy.
Mike, close the door to his room.
Certainly, Doctor.
Now, have a seat, my dear.
He hardly looked at me. His muscles are twitching and his hands are trembling. I must go back to him, Doctor. Please tell me anything you have to say in a hurry.
I won't keep you long, but I've already sent for a nurse to care for the boy. Stephen is going to require plenty of professional care during the next few months.
Months?
Yes, it's difficult to tell you this, but it must be done. Your son has contracted a very dangerous form of poliomyelitis.
Infantile paralysis?
Yes. We haven't had any cases of it in some time here in Johannesburg, but now the hospital is crowded. I think under the circumstances it might be better to keep him at home.
Will he...
He has better than an even chance to live. And there's a possibility that there may not be any lasting effects.
A possibility?
Oh, Mike. Mike. Oh, please, Mike. Do you have to keep pacing up and down?
Why doesn't the doctor come out?
He'll be out soon. And then we'll know.
Yeah, then we'll know. I've been hearing that for weeks now. Then we'll know what, Deborah?
He's not going to die. I know he's not.
Maybe he'd be better off dead.
Mike!
I mean it. Do you want Stephen to go through life as a cripple, handicapped in everything he tries to do?
But lots of children have done wonderful things despite handicaps. And look at the famous handicapped people in history.
Yes, yes.
And the boys who came home from the war. Lots of them have adjusted themselves to a perfectly normal...
Well, my boy isn't going to have to adjust himself. I know somebody who knows more about the care of a body than any doctor who ever lived.
Please, Mike, you're disturbing the patient.
How is he, Doc? Tell me.
Well, the disease is no longer progressive, and I think it's safe at this point to say that he's going to live. Beyond that, I can promise nothing.
Oh, that's a great deal.
Not to me, it isn't. Not if that sepulchral tone of yours means that he's going to spend the rest of his life in those braces.
Mike,
I've done everything I could. I've called in the best specialists. You've had day and night nurses, despite Johannesburg's nurse shortage. We've done...
Yes, I know all of that.
From now on, it's all one big question mark. Hydrogymnastics are often helpful. Body manipulation sometimes helps. There are many treatments that may make it possible for Stephen to walk again. But, of course, Africa still hasn't the facilities it should have to properly combat the effects of the disease.
Well, why not? There are plenty of natural warm springs in the jungle.
In the jungle? Yes.
Yes, in the jungle. And there's good air there, too, and health-building fruit and meat.
What are you getting at, Mike?
I know a man in the jungle I was of service to once, and he said I could count on him at any time. He has the most magnificent body I've ever seen. And I think he can do Stephen more good than all the doctors in the world.
Oh, surely, Mike, you can't be serious.
Mike, are you mad?
Yes, just mad enough so that I sent a message to Tarzan early this morning. I'm having him take the boy home with him.
What?
I'm not entrusting Stephen to some savage with a ring through his nose.
Tarzan isn't a savage, and he doesn't wear a ring in his nose.
Well, maybe not. But you're not taking Stephen out of this house.
That's your story.
You'd be making a big mistake, Mike.
So it's my turn to make one. You doctors haven't been able to accomplish a thing. I don't care what Deborah says. I'm entrusting Stephen's life to Tarzan.
In just a moment, we shall return to our dramatic story of Tarzan. Tarzan had spent the past few weeks in his seacoast cabin. And like many of us, he was spending his leisure time poring over mementos of the past. The few possessions of the parents whom he had never known, sundry souvenirs of his own brief period in the countries of so-called civilized men. Suddenly, he left his open trunk and sprang to the door. The scent of a gomangane, a native, assailed his sensitive nostrils.
Nani, Yuko?
Mimi Pandego.
My friend Pandego.
Jumbo, Tarzan.
Come in.
Santa.
There's nothing wrong with the people of Punya, is there? Torgo, Nagama, Sui?
All well. Pandego come bring Tarzan Baroa.
A letter for me? From where? Awaki?
Baroa from Johannesburg. Drum that sound like Nene, the beetle. Send message to Libreville.
Oh, the wireless.
Runner bring to Punya village.
You something?
Go ahead. Read.
Mm-hmm.
Is bad news?
Yes, the son of a man who once saved my life is very sick. He wants me to come to Johannesburg.
It's many moons' journey.
Yes, but I must go. It's strange. I was just looking through my trunk. I'm afraid the only suit I have has many holes in it. Besides, I guess it would be too small for me now.
Tarzan grow bigger, stronger every year.
Here it is. Certainly has lain in that trunk a long time.
That is suit Tarzan would wear to city.
Yes, I would if it were not full of holes.
Lord of Jungle could not go to great city in suit of miserable cloth. Must wear suit of fine animal fur. Punya women make Tarzan suit.
No, there's no time for that. Johannesburg will have to accept me as I am.
It was almost a week until Tarzan arrived in the greatest of South Africa's cities and made his way to the suburban home of his friend.
I know I'm asking a great deal of you, Tarzan, but it was the only angle I could think of.
I'd be happy to take the boy back with me, but I'm not a doctor.
The doctors have been able to do nothing. Are you living at your seacoast cabin?
Yes, from time to time.
And the mineral spring, it's still bubbling?
Same as always. Things don't change rapidly in the jungle. Yes, the springs might help the ailment you describe.
I bought a couple of books on the subject. They tell all about those hydrogymnastics and the underwater exercises and a lot of other things. Between the book and what you know about taking care of your own body, he can be cured. I know it, Tarzan.
Well, I'll do my best. Is the boy ready for the trek?
Well, there's a little difficulty on that score. You see, neither he nor his mother have agreed to the trip.
Oh, and yet you brought me hundreds of miles to get him?
I think you can convince both of them. Deborah's out, but you can see the boy. He's right over here in his room. We brought him downstairs to make it easier on everyone. Stephen? Stephen? Stephen, I've brought you a visitor. This gentleman is Tarzan, and he's known as the Lord of the Jungle.
I'm happy to know you, Stephen. It comes as a surprise to hear you speak the language of my people. Often the least educated savages in the jungle converse with grunts.
Gosh, it's good to hear you laugh, Stevie boy. That's the first time in over a month.
I didn't mean to laugh. There's no reason for me to laugh.
I have a small friend by the name of Torgo. He must be about your age. He doesn't like to laugh either. He's afraid people will think he's a Bailu.
What's a Bailu?
Oh, actually, it's a word of the apes. It means baby.
Is Torgo an ape?
No, he's a little native boy, but I've taught him many ape words. You know, you'd like Torgo. If you came home with me, you and he could play together.
I can't play. I can't run anymore. I can never run again.
Oh, now, never is a long time, especially for one so young.
I guess it's no use, Tarzan.
Stephen.
Yes?
If you return to my jungle with me, I shall try to make you walk again. I will try to make you as strong as I. But I make no promises. I'm neither a magician nor a doctor.
I don't like doctors.
But I do promise you the most interesting time you've ever had. You'll see almost every animal of the jungle. You'll see rare birds and flowers that cannot live in the city. You can watch native dances, you can learn their language, come with me into the upper level of jungle growth where only Tarzan and the great bull apes can travel. These things I can promise you, Steve.
Gee.
Will you come with me, Stephen?
When do we leave?
You're not leaving.
Deborah.
I have no intention of letting my son travel through that horrible jungle with this wild man.
But, Mother, I want to go.
Because you have accepted this fantastic dream he spun for you. Well, I haven't. You're not leaving, Stephen.
Deborah, for the love of
heaven. That's final, Mike.
Mrs. Aldridge, parents always mean well for their children, but sometimes even mothers make mistakes. I made Stephen laugh just now. And over a month, you have failed to...
I don't need a jungle savage to tell me how to raise my son.
Deborah.
I shall not ask you to apologize for that slap, Mrs. Aldridge. But I want you to know that I was prepared to apologize to you for my presumption in wanting to take your son and hoping to nurse him back to health. I was prepared to promise you...
I'm not listening to you.
Well, then I shall not explain. Mike, I'm sorry that Stephen can't come with me.
He is going with you.
You'd better not try to ignore me. Stephen leaves this house over my dead body.
I don't think that will be necessary. Tarzan, I shall get the boys' things together, and then you can leave.
Oh, no, you won't.
Deborah, this is for Stephen's good. Darling, can't you see that?
I don't know. If anything happens to Stephen, I'll never forgive either of you.
Mrs. Aldrich, I hope to return the boy in good health. I'm going to try to work hard to erase the mark that the hand of death has placed on him.
But if Stephen Aldrich's anticipation of the trip had been great, its realization was not. Swaddled in heavy blankets, he had felt like a baby on the train. And then, when they had gotten off and he was being carried by the Lord of the Jungle through the ever-thickening mass of dense vegetation, he felt worse. Tarzan's amazing prowess made him feel more helpless than ever.
Tarzan?
Yes, Stephen?
I think I want to go back home.
I know. It's a little scary here now, isn't it? But by tomorrow we shall reach my seacoast cabin. You'll like it there.
It's in the jungle, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
I don't think I like the jungle. I hear animals.
Yes, I both hear and smell Sheeta the panther and Numa the lion. But if I run quickly, we can outdistance them.
But if I were alone, I couldn't run. And I couldn't defend myself. I'll never be able to do anything. Tarzan, why are you stopping?
I think I've been wrong running away from Sheeta and Numa. We'll wait here for them. No, Numa's going in the other direction. But Sheeta comes close. I'll put you down here.
I'm afraid.
Here, you take this heavy strand of liana and tie my one hand behind my back, will you?
Tie your hand with this vine?
Yes, hurry up. Loop the rope about my waist. That's the boy.
Tarzan, what are you...
Now tie my legs. There'll be time for questions later, Stevie. Go ahead. There. Now tie a double knot. Good. Now you just stay here. I shall hop forward to meet Sheeta the panther.
Tarzan!
As Tarzan advanced, Sheeta broke from the underbrush and leaped straight at Tarzan's throat. With his one free hand, Tarzan shielded himself, but the weight of the animal knocked him down. Unable to rise because of his tight ankles, Tarzan rolled over. The mighty panther turned and attacked his prey again, the great talons lashing viciously. But Tarzan's one free hand now held his razor-sharp hunting knife. It lunged upward and ripped into the folds of the powerful cat's soft belly. The strike had been sure, and the huge animal gave one convulsive shudder and dropped.
You killed him, Tarzan, with your feet and one hand tied.
No, Stephen, I didn't do that to prove my great strength, but only to prove that it's possible to defend yourself against enemies, though you're badly handicapped. A man may be crippled in many parts of his body, but he's still able to face life and life's dangers, unless his soul is injured, unless his courage is wasted away. I may not be able to restore your body muscles, Stephen, but I hope I can renew your courage.
In just a moment, we shall return with the dramatic conclusion of The Hand of Death. The months passed, and back in Johannesburg, Mike and Deborah Aldrich heard little about their son. It took all of Mike's persuasion to keep his wife from starting for the jungle, but he felt that Stephen's only chance for recovery lay with Tarzan, and that Deborah and he might delay the cure. Deep in the jungle, Tarzan was hard at work. The boy's morale had improved, but his physical progress was slow. He looked strained and anemic as he stood waist-deep in the warm mineral spring.
Now, stretch your right arm forward. Good. Now, your right leg.
I'm trying, Tarzan.
I know you are, Steve. Don't worry about falling. The water will support your weight.
Here I come.
I got you, Steve. You're all right. I'll carry you to the bank now. There we are.
I tried, Tarzan.
Of course you did. Now, just lie on this blanket and relax. I'll massage your muscles. There.
You don't feel strong when you massage me, Tarzan. You You feel as gentle as my mother.
Yes, I guess your mother's worrying about you. I'd write more often, but, well, I'm waiting till I have some real news.
You could write her that my arms are getting stronger. They are getting stronger, aren't they?
Yes, I think they are.
My courage. Tell me my courage is strong, Tarzan.
Your courage puts mine to shame, Stevie.
This steamer of Tarzan, Doctor.
Thank you, Pantego. You've been an excellent guide. Tell the men to carry that equipment into the cabin.
Boss! Hoppo! Hoppo!
Now, I'll go inside and...
Quiet. Shh. Boy's asleep. Oh, you must be Dr. Grunwald.
Yes, I came as soon as I could, Tarzan. I had to arrange to have other doctors take care of my patients.
Of course. You must be a fine man to cross the jungle at my bidding. You did not tell his parents that he's worse, did you?
No, I didn't call them. And my nurse has been instructed to tell all callers that I'm on a vacation, that's all.
Mizito Mano.
Oh, put it down if it's heavy, Pantego. Doctor, what have you brought into the jungle with you?
Instruments, medicines, electrical stimulation machines.
I hope you brought a long extension cord. The nearest source of electricity is over 300 miles away.
Now, Stephen, grasp this spool in your hand.
Just grab it?
Yes. Ah, good.
Oh, I dropped it.
Oh, that's all right. Now, try to pick it up with your toes. The right foot first.
Go ahead, Steve. I'll try.
I'll try. I raised it a little way.
You did well. Now lie down and rest. Tarzan and I will be just outside the door if you want us.
I'll be all right.
Do you feel warm enough, Stephen?
Yes, Tarzan.
We'll be back soon. Well, Doctor?
You've been working the boy too hard. One who has been as sick as he has must be reintroduced to exercise slowly.
You don't mean I've hurt his chances for recovery?
Oh, no. I didn't mean that at all. I think you've done wonders. And the muscular development of his lower and upper arms is nothing short of miraculous.
I made up some exercises from watching the movements of baby monkeys.
Nature is our best teacher. There are some things that must be changed, however. The mattress he's lying on is too soft. We must get a different one. Or perhaps put a board under this one.
I set runners for that mattress. It was carried almost 1,000 miles.
He must rest far more. The exercises must be less frequent for a time. And I must check over his diet with you. Also, we may have to fashion a temporary brace to correct the position of the left leg.
Well, I'll do anything you tell me. I know now that it's impossible to learn the cure of polio from a book.
There's a great deal concerning infantile paralysis that we don't know. But don't worry about following my instructions, Tarzan. I'm going to stay right here. Perhaps the men of science and the men of nature together may defeat the enemy.
Yes, perhaps. Such a small enemy. I've fought lions and panthers, hippos and rhinos, and yet I need help to vanquish an enemy that cannot be seen with a microscope.
Month drifted into month. In Johannesburg, several young doctors continued to care for the practice of the vacationing Dr. Grunwald. And scarcely a stone's throw from his office, two people faced each other in anger. Once they had looked at each other with love in their eyes, but now...
I'm getting a divorce, Mike, and then I'm leaving for the jungle. I may not find this Tarzan's lair, but if I don't, I'll die in the attempt.
You will wait another month, like I said. When the year is up, we'll go together.
How can you keep delaying me and still insist that you'll have my son?
Our son, Debbie. Oh, Debbie, can't you see that it's because I love him that I want to give Tarzan every chance to make him whole again? Couldn't you see how Tarzan has developed his own body?
All that I could see was that he was a savage. He's proven that by ignoring us for months now.
Well, it isn't easy to send a letter out of the jungle, and if anything had happened to the boy, he would have let us know.
Well, I intend to find out the worst. If you won't come with me, I'll go alone. And I intend starting tomorrow.
Deborah and Mike did start toward the jungle the next day. Although Tarzan had traversed the distance in a few days, the safari of the distraught parents took many, many weeks. It was almost a year since the day Stephen had been stricken with polio when Mike and Deborah entered the small clearing of Tarzan's seacoast cabin.
Well, there it is, Deborah.
Oh, the door's open. Maybe they've been killed by some terrible beast.
The natives said they were here.
I'm afraid to go closer. Oh, Mike, do you think that...
I see someone at the door. Debbie, it's Stephen.
Oh, Mike, he's running toward us. Stephen's running.
Oh. Hi, Mom. Dad.
Hello, Stephen.
I knew you were coming. He could smell you.
Smell us?
Oh, yes. We of the jungle can catch the scent of the Tarmangani. That's ape language for white men.
We of the jungle? Does that mean it's going to be hard to persuade you to come home?
Oh, I'm ready to come home now. Gee, wait until I tell the other kids about Tarzan.
And from the doorway of the cabin, two men smiled upon the scene. A kindly doctor and a bronzed man of the jungle who had won what was perhaps his greatest victory. In just a moment, we shall return with a preview of our next story of Tarzan. The terrifying ball of fire streaks across the blackness of the Congo heavens, leaving in its wake a shower of red, green, and yellow. At the government observatory, there's talk of a great meteor. In the jungle, the natives cower before this sign of the demons. And on a remote plantation, a strange being steps from a weird-looking rocket ship. In our story, Tarzan and the Man from Another World.
Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, Tarzan and the Man from Another World, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Tarzan and the Man from Another World.
Tarzan's mission had brought him deep into the Congo near the great rubber plantations at Lamfondi. He traveled rapidly through the jungle night, moving easily through the upper level. But suddenly he stopped, and his eyes opened wide as he looked up at the Congo heavens. A moment ago, all had been inky blackness, but now a huge ball of fire streaked across the sky, leaving in its wake a shower of red and green and yellow. For a moment, all was deathly still and terrifying. And then, as the firmament became black again, the jungle was filled with the screams of frightened animals, and from far off came the sounds of native drums. Tarzan moved quickly again. A few minutes later, he entered a native village that was strange to him.
Sign in sky is message from demons. Now you know God's angry with you.
Aye, aye.
His big sign. Mean God's not spare next one who go against word of white water.
Why are you attempting to frighten the people of your tribe, witch doctor?
Who are you?
I am Tarzan, and I'm known to many tribes as Lord of the Jungle.
So you are Tarzan. Did you see sign of demons?
I saw the strange ball of fire in the heavens, but I doubt that it was a sign of the demons. Just why are you so convinced of that fact?
White Wana tell us God's angry because of one who break rules.
You refer to Mabokia, whom I found wandering far from here?
Nidio, I talked about Mabokia. You find him?
I found him, and I was shocked to see the welts across his back and the lash marks upon his legs. I came here to find out about them.
Mabokia, bad man. He talked to stranger.
He spoke to a stranger. That was the crime for which he was half killed?
Nidio, White Wana tell us not talk to stranger. Already I talk too much to you. Leave now, Tarzan.
The white wana you talk about, is it the Mr. Van Kruger Mobulkia said he worked for?
I not talk to you more. Leave.
You will talk to me, and I shall not leave until you do. Now, is Van Kruger the white wana you speak of?
Nadio, all of tribe belong to him.
You belong to him?
Nadio.
I thought slavery was a thing of the past. Where is this Hema?
Other side of forest of rubber trees. But you not go there. He not like strangers.
You'll like me far less when I get finished with him. Thank you for pointing out the direction of his home.
Look! Another ball fire! Sight in heavens is message from demons!
The hysteria of the natives mounted as the sky filled with a shower of brilliant colors. But Tarzan had no time to speculate on their fears or on the strange phenomenon that illuminated the heavens. He left their village and started across the rubber plantation toward the jungle home of Jacob Van Kruger. Below him, the terrified animals milled in hopeless confusion in a vain attempt to flee from the terror that painted the Congo blackness in garish colors. Suddenly, Tarzan saw a young girl running through the maelstrom of half-crazed animals. He grasped a swinging vine and propelled himself into a great downward arc. And as his body reached the lowest point of the arc, he grasped the girl firmly about the waist and then continued his flight to the top of another tree.
I'm sorry I frightened you.
You...
Oh, there wasn't time to sound a warning. Any one of those animals might have leaped upon you at any moment.
What? Oh!
I am sorry. My name is Tarzan, and I was on my way to Van Kruger's house. I saw you down there, and I acted without stopping to think of how frightened you might be of me. But I am slightly less dangerous than the other animals.
Well, I guess the animals won't be so bad now. The fireworks seem to be letting up a little.
Well, you still can't go wandering off into the jungle. Where did you come from? Where are you going?
Which question would you like me to answer first?
Well, I suppose it's obvious that you've come from Van Kruger's. His is the only house within many miles.
Well, so far you're 100% wrong. I don't even know Van Kruger. I've just come from the mission school on the other side of the plantation. I was heading for the native village near here.
Why?
Well, I was going to try to persuade some of the natives to escort me to Luanda so that I could get a boat.
Well, those natives aren't to be trusted. Those fireworks, as you call them, have made them almost as hysterical as the animals. A young girl would stand little chance.
I happen to be 18, and I'm very well able to take care of myself, but I could never get down from here alone.
All right, I'll help you down. Just put your right arm over my shoulder, and I'll hold this wrist. Oh, what's that?
It's called a slave bracelet. It's nothing, just a trinket. You wouldn't be interested.
Oh, but I am interested. With undying love from G.P. to J. Van K.
You've got it all wrong. You couldn't possibly read it right in this light.
Oh, my eyesight is more acute than the average. J. Van K. The Van K couldn't possibly stand for Van Kruger, could it?
Yes, it does.
All right. Is it Miss or Mrs. Van Kruger?
Oh, I'm not a runaway wife, if that's what you're thinking. He happens to be my father. Not that I'm very proud of it.
You don't get on well with him?
That's putting it mildly. Oh, Tarzan, please don't make me go back. Please.
We'll return in just a moment to our story of Tarzan. There were many miles of impenetrable jungle between the rubber plantations of Lamfandi and the government observatory at Kilama. And the people who worked and studied within the small institution were far different from the inhabitants of the jungle. But they had one thing in common, an all-consuming interest in the strange fireballs that had streaked across the jungle heavens.
Dr. Forbes, it's the greatest opportunity we've ever had. If we can just find out where those meteors landed, there's no telling what we can uncover.
How do we know they landed, Jack? Maybe they burned themselves out.
Well, that's possible, of course. But suppose they didn't. Suppose we can get to them while they're still fresh. We'll transport a few of them back here for study, and we'll set
Just a moment, Jack. I hate to dampen your young enthusiasm, but there have been many meteor showers in the past. Perhaps this one will prove to be no more...
Doctor, you know there hasn't been anything like this for years. Why, this one makes the Belid shower of 1914 look like classroom stuff.
Perhaps if we get some reports of their actually landing
No, it'll be too late then. If I start right now, I can get there almost before they cooled off.
But, Jack, we have so very little money at our disposal. No, I'm afraid that outfitting a large safari is quite beyond us.
Well, the lack of money isn't going to cheat me out of my one big chance. I know about where those particles landed, if they did land, and I'm going there. Alone if I have to.
But it would mean a journey right through the heart of the Congo. Wild animals, dangerous savages, plantation owners who resent strangers. You'd be risking your life, Jack.
Well, I guess it's mine to risk, Dr. Forbes.
And while the young scientist was making his declaration of independence, Tarzan was escorting a very resentful young lady back toward the jungle home of Jakob von Kruger. The sky was dark again, and the animals had ceased their frightened screams, but a feeling of dark foreboding hung over the mysterious Congo.
But I can't just turn you loose in the jungle.
He's kept me like a prisoner, Tarzan. If you take me back, I'll never get away again.
Everything I've heard about Jakob von Kruger is bad. I refuse to promise that I'll help a daughter run away from her father, but if what you tell me is true, I'll do everything within my power to help you. You haven't told me your name.
It's Johanna. Father calls me Jopie. It's a ridiculous Dutch nickname. I like to be called Joan. That's what they call me in America.
In America?
I went to school there for a year. And then, just when I got to like it, Father made me go to England. And by the time I'd grown to love England, he made me come home. His whole objective in life is to make me miserable.
Is that your house just ahead?
Yes.
I'm very anxious to meet this unnatural father.
You may not even live to meet him. He has native guards surrounding the house, and they shoot every stranger on sight.
Very hospitable. Perhaps we better climb that tree that extends over the roof and drop in on him unexpectedly.
It's too late. They spotted us. That's Dad on the veranda.
Wait! You fools, don't fire! That's Jopie coming with a stranger.
Well, at least he doesn't want to kill his own daughter in cold blood.
Oh, Jopie, my little girl. Where have you been? I've been worried sick for you.
A fat lot you'd care if something happened to me.
Oh, Jopie, to say such a thing. I didn't know you were gone until a minute ago. The excitement of the comets, we were just about to go hunting for you.
This gentleman was kind enough to save you the trouble. This is my father, the well-known Jakob von Kruger. Father, meet Tarzan.
It is a great pleasure to meet you, Tarzan. Any man who has brought my daughter back from the dangers of the jungle is a friend. My house and everything I own are yours for as long as you will remain with us.
I came a great distance to inspect your methods here, Mr. Van Kruger. I shall accept your kind hospitality.
Well, Tarzan, you have enjoyed looking over my plantation?
Yes, it's been very interesting. I had no idea it was so large.
It would require another 3-4 days if you were to inspect the entire plantation. And by this time next year, that large clearing to the south will also be planted. 30 years of my life I have given to this place.
And your workers? Many of them have given 30 years of their lives?
Yeah, that is so. They have been loyal friends. Most of them belong to one tribe. They say they are Van Kruger's people, that they belong to me.
You mean that's their own idea?
They find a certain security in the belief that they are my property. And as my property, they will be fed and clothed and protected.
And punished? Sometimes whips and hot irons?
Tarzan, you have known me for several days now. I believe you will take my word that I personally have no hand in the drastic punishments the natives sometimes mete out to their members.
It is not important whether you actually administer the punishment yourself. A little over a week ago, I came upon a native who'd been beaten within an inch of his life. He came from your plantation, and I learned that he was punished because you were angry with him. It seems he dared to talk to a stranger, a very serious crime, apparently.
Yeah, a loose tongue is a serious crime. You see, Tarzan, rubber is an essential of peace, and also an essential of war. There are many powers who would stop at nothing to acquire a plantation like this one. And we also have secret methods of curing rubber that some nations would find valuable. Strangers are dangerous. I was very angry at Mabukia.
I saw the signs of your anger upon his back.
The others of his tribe are too hard on those who disobey me. Tarzan, you know the mind of the natives. I tell them something is wrong, they make a capital crime of it. I tell them to stop all strangers from entering. They are inclined to shoot first and ask questions later. I cannot seem to stem their fierce loyalty to me. which is translated into acts of violence.
I see.
I am not the kind of man to apologize for my people or to defend my actions. But you have saved my daughter.
A daughter you keep a virtual prisoner?
I keep her here for her own good. I sent her to America to school 2 years ago. She was 16. She'd been there only a short time when she wrote me she'd fallen in love. A friend made inquiries about the man. His name is Gregory Payne, a man of close to 40, who lives extravagantly but has no visible means of income. He's a mystery man whose manners are too perfect, whose past is too obscure.
So you had Joan sent to England?
Yeah, but this Gregory followed her there. So I had her brought home. She's too young to know her own mind, and I love her far too much to have her throw her life away on a fortune hunter, or worse.
Mr. Van Kruger, you are either an honest man against whom I have felt much unwarranted anger, or you're a superb actor, and I wish I knew which.
Sometimes fate takes a hand in proving what... Oh, look, Tarzan, outside!
The fireballs streaking across the heavens again.
During 30 years in the Congo, I have seen many strange things in the sky, but never anything like this. I wonder what it can mean.
Did you see them?
The fireballs? We were just talking about them. Meteorites again.
Well, yes, again. One of them landed in the south clearing.
What?
Only it looks like some sort of a strange rocket ship, and a weird-looking creature crawled out of it, and he's coming toward the house.
I'd better call the native guard.
It won't do any good. The guards fired point blank at him, only the bullets had absolutely no effect.
No effect?
And all of the plantation workers are lying prostrate on the ground. They think the demons are really after them this time.
Joan, did you see this creature yourself?
Only from the veranda. He looks like an illustration out of one of those science fiction magazines. Like a man from another world.
You two wait here. I'll go to meet him.
In just a moment, we'll return to our story of Tarzan and the Man from Another World.
And now back to our story of Tarzan and the Man from Another World.
As Tarzan crossed the wide expanse of the South Clearing, he could see in the distance the strange-looking spaceship Joan had described. And on the ground, hundreds of native workers lay in silent terror as through their ranks a weirdly dressed being stalked majestically. His angular suit was of highly polished metal. He wore many fantastic bits of mechanism strapped to his metal uniform, and his head was encased in a large globe-shaped helmet that revealed only 2 piercing eyes. Tarzan was filled with apprehension and curiosity. But his curiosity was uppermost, and he continued on until he stood squarely in the path of the outlandish creature.
How do you do? Jumbo. Bonjour. ¿Cómo está usted? Gates?
You may converse with me in any of the Earth's languages. On the planet Uranus, we understand them all.
Then you do come from another world.
I come from the planet Uranus, a world 9 times the size of the Earth, thousands of years more advanced in its knowledge.
In what way?
In every way. I am told, for example, that the peoples of Earth are still engaged in continual warfare.
Yes, it's true. We seem resolved to kill one another in endless wars.
I have come to put a halt to this threat against the universe, or to liquidate the Earth completely. Our observation ships chose this as the site for my first visit to Earth.
Your observation ships? Then those must be the fireballs we've been seeing in the heavens.
Exactly. Your name?
Tarzan. And yours?
It will not be necessary for you to address me. I shall ask anything I wish to know about this part of the Earth, and then I shall visit other places. Upon the report I make will hinge the future of your world. Now, take me to the building at the edge of the field. I desire to meet other Earth people.
Are you sure you wouldn't like to take off that heavy helmet?
I am not yet used to the Earth's atmosphere. Tarzan, you will stand in front of me. I do not like people to stand where I cannot see them easily.
Of course, I'll stand over here where you can see all 3 of us at the same time.
Mr. Van Kruger, you will tell me more about this rubber.
You know nothing of rubber on your planet?
Our planet is almost 2,000 million miles from here, and our vegetation is far different from that of the Earth.
I will be happy to give you Baiole seed. We are having much good fortune with that variety of rubber plant.
I am very much interested in this product of yours. Incredible as it seems, we of Uranus may yet learn something from you Earthlings. In the morning, Van Kruger, you will escort me about your plantation. You will show me everything.
Wait until you see my new coagulation vats, my presses, my improved smokehouses and drying sheds. You will find our methods here are very advanced. During the war, we made remarkable progress.
You manufactured rubber for war?
Well, naturally. I doubled my output during the war years.
It is men like you, Van Kruger, men who make the materials of war, who are driving the Earth into oblivion. If we permit the Earth to endure, you will be among those who are first eradicated.
Who comes?
Witch doctor. What are you doing here at the plantation?
Come to see man who not feel bullets.
He's gone back into his spaceship for the night. He refused to sleep in the White Guana's house.
Tarzan goes to see Great Devil Bird?
Yes, I'm on my way to inspect his rocket ship, if I can.
What these on ground?
Oh, look like bits of cardboard. Don't know where they came from.
Is strange.
Not nearly as strange as the man from another world. Wish me luck, witch doctor, and say a spell that will make him a sound sleeper.
Tarzan could observe an open hatch at the top of the weird contraption, but it was impossible to see in. It was possible, however, to see out of the windows. And as Tarzan started to climb up the fuselage, the man within it pointed a powerful-looking gun at the open hatch. As Tarzan drew close to the opening, he curled his finger around the trigger. Tarzan started to enter, and then from far off came the roar of an animal and a man's frantic cry for help. Tarzan leaped to the ground and sped toward the jungle. Moments later, he was looking down at a man pinioned beneath a huge rock, the helpless victim of a hungry panther who was about to spring. Tarzan leaped to the ground, and his knife flashed in the air.
You didn't get here a minute too soon. I thought I was...
Save your breath until I get this rock off of you. Oh, this must weigh a ton.
No, not quite, but it proved a lot more than I could carry.
I don't wonder. There.
Take it easy. It's valuable.
That rock? Valuable?
Yes. It's a meteor fragment, and I came a long way to find it. Have you noticed those fireballs in the sky lately?
Of course.
Well, this is part of one of them.
Then the fireballs were not observation ships from another planet?
Observation ships from another planet? I didn't think the comic books had reached the interior of the Congo.
Oh, there's nothing comic about this. Are you sure this is part of what we saw in the sky?
Yes, I'm positive. You see, I work in the government observatory at Coloma.
Just what are the possibilities of a spaceship reaching here from Uranus? Seriously?
Uranus is one of the most distant planets from the Earth.
But is it possible that a rocket ship could travel from Uranus here?
They'd be awful fools to head for Africa. Uranus isn't even in the southern hemisphere at this time of year.
Can you walk?
I think so. I just had wind knocked out of me.
Well, then leave the rock here and come with me. I don't believe anyone will steal it, and we'll come back for it later. May turn out to be Exhibit A. The rest of the pieces of this jigsaw puzzle are beginning to fit together.
This bed hadn't been slept in, Tarzan.
Well, Van Kruger doesn't seem to sleep much. He may still be here in his den. We often used to talk late.
Look, is that Van Kruger crumpled over his desk?
Yes. Dead. A bullet right through his head.
It looks as though he was writing a will. There's a sort of rough draft here. Do you think it was suicide?
A man can't fire a bullet through the back of his own head. And if he completed a will, where is it?
Maybe his daughter has it.
Oh, her room's just across the hall. Come on. Joan? Joan? Open the door. Something terrible has happened. Joan!
What? She's gone.
I think I know where. I may need help, Jack.
Listen. Sounds like a plane getting ready to take off.
We may be too late to save her, but we can try.
The young scientist was left far behind as Tarzan streaked across the plantation to the south clearing and scrambled up the fuselage of the strange airship. But already the plane was about to take off. The motors were purring evenly, and as Tarzan lunged forward, the hatch began to close. Even Tarzan's powerful fingers could never open it. All that remained was one wild guess, one desperate chance.
Greg! Greg! Open up! Who is it? Who's calling me by name?
I am Greg.
What?
Joan, are you all right?
I guess so.
Have you any idea of how you turned the motors off this thing?
Well, the first thing he did was to push that switch up before he started the motors.
Well, then maybe we can turn them off by pulling it down. Let's see.
Oh, it was horrible, Tarzan. After you disappeared, he came back to the house. Dad was writing a will. He was convinced that the man from another world was going to have him liquidated because he'd contributed to the war effort.
And your dad wanted to make sure you'd inherit everything, right?
Yes. And then as soon as Greg had the will in his hand, he killed Dad and carried me here. The natives were too frightened of him to do anything.
When did you find out who he was?
Just a minute ago, when he took off that costume. That's why he made love to me in America, Tarzan. That's why he followed me to England, to get control of Dad's plantation. He planned to kill Dad all along.
Well, his days of scheming are over now. This is one valuable plantation his country will never own. Maybe I'd better tie him up before he comes to.
What happened?
Very good plan went bad, Jack. Our friend here must have been hanging around here several weeks ago. He managed to bribe one worker into substituting blanks for the cartridges in the guns of the native guards. A cardboard from the blanks are on the ground back there. But that's as far as he got, until the meteor shower began. Then he put a little window dressing on this plane, got a fancy costume with a built-in microphone. He figured quite correctly that he could frighten the natives and delude the rest of us. And he almost succeeded. He planned to learn as much as he could about the plantation from Van Kruger. But my curiosity made him abandon his original plan.
Poor Dad. And I treated him so terribly just because he talked against Greg.
Joan, your father worked to build something here. Now it's up to you to see that it doesn't fall apart. Greg, although he didn't mean what he said, spoke many truths about war. Well, rubber and steel and lumber can be materials of peace, too. And they will be if we can keep them out of the hands of men who speak too loudly of peace while they dream of war.
In just a moment, a preview of our next exciting story of Tarzan. A beautiful young woman with a title and a fortune. A lustful Arab who rules a jungle stronghold. A vicious Cockney guide to whom everything has a price. And Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. These are the central characters in a story of dangers and fears. Of a kidnapping that threatens to set off international warfare. And of lives at stake in the quicksands of WADEHARA.
Included in our cast were Jack Moyles, Gladys Holland, Marvin Miller, and Olin Soule. Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, The Quicksands of WADEHARA, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. From the heart of the jungle comes a savage cry of victory. This is Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle. From the black core of dark Africa, land of enchantment, mystery, and violence, comes one of the most colorful figures of all time, transcribed from the immortal pen of Edgar Rice Burroughs. Tarzan, the bronzed white son of the jungle. And now, in the very words of Mr. Burroughs, the story of Quicksands of WADEHARA.
By afternoon, the SS Pride of Africa would dock at Tunis, and so far the crossing had been without incident. But now the portly, distinguished-looking gentleman who stood in the passageway outside of the royal suite was worried. It was almost noon, and there'd been no word from Her Highness. It wasn't like her to sleep late the very day of her arrival in Africa, and she'd been acting very strangely. He made another trip to the ship's bar, and then he returned and stood in the passageway once again. Finally, his irritation got the best of him.
Your Highness, I hate to trouble you, but I've been a bit worried. Your Highness, is something wrong? God! If something's happened to that girl, I'll never forgive myself. Oh, but this is fantastic. All her clothes are gone, too. Not a trace of her anywhere. This is terrible.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, never mind that. Where do I find the captain?
I'll be glad to take you to him, sir. I'm the purser.
The purser? Oh, maybe it's you I should speak to. I want to report a passenger missing.
Missing, sir?
The ship will have to be searched from stem to stern, and if she isn't found aboard, you will have to turn back. But the whole thing must be handled quietly. Absolutely no publicity.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
There are important reasons why the identity of this girl must not be known. If it leaks out, I'll hold you personally responsible.
Pardon me, sir.
Well, what is it?
You're the gentleman who's occupying cabin 36 on Natick, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, then you have nothing to worry about. I personally brought you a message from the young lady early this morning, but you weren't about. You see, she transferred to another cabin.
Why the devil should she want to do that?
So no one could find her, sir.
You suppose someone's guessed her identity?
Well, I wouldn't know anything about her identity, sir.
Well, where is her new cabin?
She was most emphatic that you shouldn't know, sir.
That's ridiculous. Why, it's my job to keep an eye on her.
I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Unless you give me the location of her new cabin, you will be a whole lot sorrier. I'll see to it that you never get a berth on another ship as long as you live.
It's cabin 432 on sea deck, sir.
Sea deck?
Who is it?
I'm not shouting my name so that the whole ship can hear. Open the door.
All right.
Oh, I beg your pardon, madam. I was told that another young lady, that is... I'm terribly sorry. I was under the impression that... I'm afraid I don't see the reason for the hilarity. I apologize, and I'm sure that...
Come in.
But I told you that I...
Come in, Pudgy.
Pudgy? Oh, no, it couldn't be.
But it is. Now close the door and wipe the egg off your face.
What in the world have you done to your hair?
Dyed it. This is known as moonlight blonde. Like it, Pudgy?
Looks terrible. I'll never live this down.
You have nothing to live down. It's my hair, not yours.
What in the world made you do it?
Because I want to be free to go wherever I like in Africa. No one will ever recognize me now.
Oh, nonsense, my dear. Your face is known everywhere.
You're not very convincing, Pudgy. If you didn't recognize me, no one will.
But I still don't understand this whole business. Your sudden desire to see Africa, your refusal to let the consulate know of your impending visit, and now this disguise as another means of dodging your responsibilities.
I'm afraid you have this all wrong, Pudgy. I'm really just beginning to face my responsibilities for the first time. I began to see how truly vital Africa is to us. At home, millions of hungry people crowded together, and in Africa, thousands and thousands of miles for expansion.
Yes, of course.
Can't you see, Pudgy? Those thousands of miles of wasteland can be cultivated, and the millions of people there taught to produce the food and other things we need. I want to see the land, and I want to meet the people. But not as a member of the royal family.
But how in the world...
When we land at Tunis, I shall be Jane Higgins, tourist.
I forbid you to carry out this ridiculous masquerade.
You forbid me? I'm afraid you've forgotten your place.
I apologize, Your Highness.
And speaking of faces, yours has been in the newspapers far too much.
I'm not having you spoil my plans, so you're not to speak to me on deck this afternoon, and you're to ignore me after we've landed. And you're not to trail after me when I go into the interior.
But this is crazy. If anything happened to you in Africa, it could plunge the entire continent into war.
Oh, you're taking this far too seriously. I managed to fool you just now, Pudgy. And anyone who can pull the wool over your eyes ought to have no trouble with a few wild animals and cannibals. I'm not afraid of Africa.
We'll return to our story in just a moment. Pudgy, as Her Highness had called him, knew the mind of his mistress far too well to continue arguing with her. She'd go where and when she pleased, and he was not even free to follow her. But even before the ship had docked, he'd taken certain steps for her protection. The ship-to-shore telegraph carried his message. It was relayed by phone to a remote military post. Jungle drums sent the message deep into the interior, and a native runner finally brought it to its destination. Before the sun had set, Tarzan was on his way to a secret meeting place. And a few days later, having traversed an incredible distance, he arrived at his destination, a squalid cafe on a side street of a native village some distance from Tunis.
Oh, that must be he. Are you, Mr...
We shan't use names, either of us. Sit down. Well, you look like a chap who can handle himself. You realize the importance of this job?
The friend who relayed your message made it extremely clear that Miss Jane Higgins must be protected at any price.
Quite. And you haven't much time to lose. She's hired a man to head the safari, and they plan to start for the Congo tomorrow.
And you want me to follow them without being detected, is that it?
No. You daren't be that far away from her. Try to get a job with the party. Use an assumed name, of course, but stay at her side. See that nothing happens to her. The peace of Africa may depend upon it.
You, Jungle Harry?
That's right, matey. Jungle Harry. That's what they call me. But what's it to you?
I understand you're heading a safari that's starting out tomorrow.
Maybe I am and maybe I ain't. State your business.
I'm looking for a job.
As a matter of fact, I'm escorting a nice little lady on a bit of an expedition, I am. But she's paid me a pretty penny for the trip, and I can't hire anyone I don't know. Besides, I got all the porters and bearers I need.
Well, perhaps you could use a guide.
I know the jungle better than any man alive. Why should I need a guide?
Well, sometimes a man likes to share his responsibilities. It's always possible that one man can be injured or become sick. And
wait a minute, matey. Maybe you got something there. Come to think it over careful, like it might not be a bad idea to take another guide along. To sort of share the responsibilities you put in. What's your name?
John Clayton.
Clayton, eh? Sure you know the jungle?
Oh, as though I were born in it, Harry.
Jane Higgins stood in the marketplace waiting for Jungle Harry and the other members of the safari to arrive. The native bazaar was already like a tourist dream. But now it assumed new magnificence as an enormous caravan wended its way across the irregular cobblestones, on its way from Oran to the jungle stronghold of Sheikh Abdul Al-Akmar Badlouf. Flanked by his wives and his slave girls, the sheik smiled at the pretty tourist who raised her camera to take a picture of his colorful procession. Just then, one of the sheik's servants stumbled under his heavy load. He brushed against Jane's camera, and it fell to the street.
You stupid fool!
1,000 apologies, my master. 1,000 apologies, Sahib.
That's quite all right. It wasn't an expensive camera.
You shall atone for this insult to the beautiful stranger.
Really, it wasn't...
Come here, wretched one.
Please, master, please.
I wish you wouldn't punish him. It was my fault. I was standing too close to your procession. I could easily...
No, master, please.
Stop that.
No.
What?
See how you like being struck in the face.
Wait till he strike Badlouf.
You will live to regret your impulsive action, my dear young lady.
And you will live to regret yours. Africa shall not always be under the domination of fiends like you.
You are a very attractive woman, but not attractive enough to act as you have acted, nor to speak as you have spoken. We shall meet again.
I'm not looking forward to it with any pleasure.
Rodachri,
These Arab rulers can cause a lot of trouble, Mum.
Hello, Harry. I didn't see you arrive.
I arrived in time for the fireworks, I did. That was a mighty silly thing you did, Mum.
I thought Miss Higgins handled the situation extremely well.
Who's my handsome admirer, Harry?
He's a bloke I just signed on. Claims to know a bit about the jungle, he does. Name's John Clayton.
Harry, I asked you to hire only people you've known.
Why, me and John has been pals for 15 years, right, matey?
That's right.
I'm happy to know you, Mr. Clayton.
I'm happy to know you, Miss Higgins.
Well, seeing as you're so happy with each other, I'll just run along and take care of the last bit of the business before we head for the blooming jungle.
You must be sure that her disappearance is never traced to you, Harry. If we were seen together, any suspicion cast upon you might reflect upon me.
You ain't got nothing to worry about, Sheik. If anyone starts asking questions, I'll push the blame on this bloke Clayton.
But who is he?
He's one of those drifters, he is. You can find blokes like him in any waterfront pub in the world. Some of them talk fancy, but they're all the same. Bums, beachcombers, wanderers. I know the type. And I know that everyone's always willing to think the worst of them.
Well, shifting the blame is your responsibility. All I care about is having the girl delivered to me. She's so fit to strike me across the face, and we must have our reckoning.
You intend to kill her?
Not at all. Such a spirited wench shall make a great addition to my harem.
A harem in the jungle?
In a jungle stronghold that is safe from attack. Oh, they've driven me from my own land, and someday perhaps they may storm my palace in the Congo. But as long as my life endures, I shall enjoy it to the utmost. And this girl shall be a jewel to adorn my crown. You will deliver her to me at WADEHARA Pass within the week.
You still ain't told me what's in it for me.
100 gold pieces if everything goes according to plan. A slit throat if you fail.
I won't fail, Governor. But you know something? I've got an idea that if I was to tell you who this girl really is, you might just decide to raise the ante.
I have made the price, and you will not trick me into raising it. Will the girl be there or not?
Oh, I'll manage it, Governor. I'll manage some way or other to meet you at WADEHARA Pass with Miss Jane Higgins.
In just a moment, the exciting conclusion of Quicksands of WADEHARA. Deeper and deeper into Africa's dark interior plunged the small safari, the torches of the native bearers illuminating the narrow elephant trail, the flickering rays falling on curious animals who appeared in the shadows and then darted off. And always at the head of the safari marched Jungle Harry, urging the porters to increase their pace. Tarzan, known to his traveling companions only by the name John Clayton, remained as close to the girl as he could, resolved that no harm should come to her.
Oh, you could almost have reached out and petted Numa that time.
Numa?
That's an ape word meaning lion. You didn't seem to be frightened.
I was, though. I've been terribly frightened ever since we started out.
Well, then why haven't you ordered us to turn back?
Because I want to know Africa, as much of it as I can. I want to understand her problems and know her people.
Harry?
Yeah?
Why are we leaving the trail?
I'm taking a little lady to a native village I think she'd like to see.
Yes, but there are many villages along the trail here.
Not like this one, there ain't.
What's so very special about the village, Harry?
Well, they make a lot of fancy silver jewelry. Things you might like to take home to the folks.
I'm not out to find souvenirs, Harry. I think we should continue along the trail.
Well, it's your money what's paying for the trip. If you say no, no it is. I just thought you might be interested in their native dances. Only place holds them of the kind.
What kind?
Well, in this particular village, they have a habit of placing little girls in hypnotic trances. Then they throws them up in the air and catches them on sharp swords. Quite a sight it is.
Does that really go on here? With little girls?
I'll leave it to Mr. Clayton. Am I talking straight, matey?
Well, I don't know of any village in this district where that barbaric custom is practiced.
It happens, I tell you.
Yet I must see it. If I'm to understand Africa, I have to know what kind of people could do this to their own children.
This trip is dangerous enough without leaving the trails. It's crazy to head into the unbroken jungles.
The little lady said she wanted to see what I told her about. Now, just remember this, Clayton. I'm in charge of this year's safari, and it's me that's giving the orders.
Well, at least the veldt is more open here, but I see no signs of a village.
It's straight ahead, it is. I know this section of the jungle.
Oh, I've never been in this district before, but all I can see ahead are mountains. Oh, no, wait a minute. I do see an opening up ahead. And a suspension bridge.
That's right, chum. I figured we'd be coming to it soon.
Isn't it amazing? The mountain and that whole stretch of land below it is completely cut off from here.
That's right, Mum. It's a sort of an island, and the bridge is the only way of getting across. That's quicksand under the bridge. No one could make it across down there.
Oh, where's the village?
Just past the first hill, on the other side of the bridge.
Do you think it's safe? Looks terribly old. Mr. Clayton, what do you think?
Well, many of the native bridges are very well built, but I'd like to try it before you attempt to cross over. Harry, suppose you wait here with Miss Higgins.
I'm not letting you take a chance alone. I'm going right with you, chum.
All right.
Do be careful. I shouldn't want anything to happen to either of you.
Now, we'll be all right. It looks as though the bridge has been repaired very recently.
It does seem to be in good shape, doesn't it, Mr. Clayton?
Suspiciously so. It's an old native bridge, all right, and it's been kept in excellent repair, but natives seldom repair old bridges. They build new ones.
Is that so, matey?
There's something strange about this, Harry. Look at these tracks. Heavy wagons have been over this bridge, and recently.
Oh, I can't see nothing.
Oh, crouch down, and here, the way I'm crouching.
Did you lose your balance, chum?
Harry! Get me out of this quicksand! I don't know why you pushed me or what your game is, but...
And you won't find out. You'll sink into that muck inch by inch, and by nightfall, there won't be nothing left for you but a dark spot in that blooming swamp. I'll tell them that you led Her Highness into a trap, and then died in that quicksand, as you well deserved.
You do not adorn my court in that soiled safari dress. Why have you not changed into the harem garb as I commanded?
I have no intention of putting on that ridiculous costume.
I shall forgive you the slap upon my face, but you will comply with my request. The ridiculous costume is the dress of my women, and you are to be one of them.
Not in 1,000 years. My skin crawls when I look at you and remember what you did to Mr. Clayton and the native porters and bearers.
The life of the white jungle rat was unimportant, and it would not have been safe to permit the natives to return home with wagging tongues. But you will forget the unpleasantness and remember only the splendor of my palace and the rich gifts I will lavish upon you.
I'm not impressed with your garish palace or your gifts. And I command you to release me at once.
You command me? Ah, the words of the scoundrel now make sense. Take her away. Lock her in the east tower and bring that sniveling worm to me.
It shall be as you order, master.
Was it me you wanted to see, Governor?
At least you know your description, worm.
I did everything like you said, no more and no less.
I have just ascertained the meaning of your veiled remarks. The regal bearing of the woman you have brought to me identifies her despite the color of her tresses.
You've got her pegged, matey. And as long as you've got her here, they can't touch her. You can rule here for 100 years, and not one of their soldiers will come near the place. For fear you'll do her in.
You stupid fool! They will send an army big enough to level this place in 30 seconds. And no threats I make will keep them from my throat. Even now, they may be marching upon my stronghold.
Now, take it easy, Governor. I thought I was doing you a good turn. The person aboard the ocean liner found out who she was, and when he let it slip to me quite by accident, I figured...
You have done your last figuring. At dawn, you and Her Royal Highness will be killed, and all traces of your presence erased. If soldiers come, there will be no signs of your very short visit.
Try to hold on another moment, Effendi.
Where are you? I can't see you.
The night is dark. I am hanging on a slender rope directly over your head. I can see little of you.
In this quicksand up to my shoulders, you can never pull me out.
No, I am fragile. But if you could free one arm, perhaps you could reach this rope.
I don't think I can. My strength's almost gone. I'll try, though. Oh, no, it's no use.
You must try again, Effendi. At dawn, they killed the young woman.
What?
Yes, the same woman who defended me against the sheik in the marketplace. Only you can save her.
Moving one arm. A little.
Sheik will kill me as he killed the others of your party. But I must repay her act of kindness.
My arm's loose. I'm near exhaustion.
Grasp the rope. Now, perhaps I can help you a little. You will find her in the uppermost room of the east tower. I have left the door unlocked.
I may not even reach the top of the bridge. If I do, I'll try to save her. Wait for us on the other side of the bridge. We may never reach there.
You will reach there, Effendi. Allah shall give you strength.
But Tarzan's body was almost spent as he climbed hand over hand to the suspension bridge and then made his way up the hill to the flamboyant palace of the sheik. The east tower was a symbol that beckoned, and he scaled walls and eluded guards to reach it. And then as he guided the brave young woman along the imposing corridors of the palace, the alarm sounded. Now Tarzan lifted the girl to his shoulder and ran. Guards swarmed from every doorway, but with his one free hand, Tarzan fought them off, and after panic moments, reached the jungle that surrounded the sheik's stronghold. With his strength waning rapidly, he dragged the girl after him as he ran down the hill toward the suspension bridge. It was the path to freedom. Behind them thundered the angry sheik and an army of his outraged followers.
Can we make it?
Here's the bridge. There's nothing to stop them from following us to the other side.
I'm sorry I got you into all of this.
I got myself into it. I like danger.
I don't. I know more about myself on this trip than I have about Africa.
Look, there on the ground, the axes and machetes of our bearers.
Yes, they dropped them there when the sheik's men arrived.
I'll take this one. You can help, too. If we can cut the bridge before they arrive, we'll be safe.
Here, come now.
Almost cut it through. A few more strokes and it...
Look, it's Harry. He's trying to escape from them, too. He's trying to cross the bridge. Harry, in that quicksand.
I hate to see anyone suffer, even him, but he may be able to bridge that swamp, and I can't risk that. I've got to get you back to civilization and safety.
Well, here we are.
Yes, that's right. Here we are.
Isn't it strange? Two people face death a dozen times together, go through the most emotional experience of their lives, and all they can say is, well, here we are.
Well, some things are better left unsaid. There's a very worried gentleman waiting for you at the top of that gangplank.
Pudgy, I'll be with you in a minute. Well, this is goodbye, then. Is there anything I can do for you when I get home?
No, Pudgy's soldiers have already taken care of the one request I might have made.
Then you know.
Oh, yes. Tunis is full of the news of the Sheik's capture. And I happen to recognize Pudgy from his pictures.
But we're to say goodbye without even admitting that we know each other's real identity.
Well, the things left unsaid are sometimes the most treasured.
I'll treasure your unspoken words as long as I live, Mr. Clayton.
And I, yours, Miss Higgins.
In just a moment, a preview of our next story of Tarzan. Long has the legend existed, never proved true, never entirely disproved. And from time to time, men spend fortunes, a great deal of time, and sometimes lives, looking for the basis of this legend. The fabled graveyard where elephants go to die, and where a fortune in ivory lies on the ground, waiting to be picked up, waiting to make a man rich beyond a sultan's dream.
All characters and incidents contained in our story of Quicksands of WADEHARA were fictitious, and any resemblance to actual people, either living or dead, was purely coincidental. Included in our cast were Jack Moyles, Virginia Eiler, Raymond Lawrence, and Donald Morrison. Tarzan, a transcribed creation of the famous Edgar Rice Burroughs, is produced by Walter White, Jr., prepared for radio by Bud Lesser, with original music by Albert Glasser. This is a Commodore production. Listen to our next story, The Trail of Death, another thrilling episode of The Lord of the Jungle. Charles Arlington speaking.